Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Saved Momo and Sparked a New Love Movie. Before we start, please go support maximunZ for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 1. The winner is. And the winner of the sports festival is. Sunset was beginning to make its presence felt in the city. The day of the sports festival had come to an end. It was undoubtedly a day full of craziness and surprises, where our small group of heroes from Class 1 of UA were the focus of the action, from words of praise and epic actions of our heroes to some not-so-good moments, but without a doubt they had a great future waiting for them. A handful of our heroes strolled calmly through the streets of a suburb, one that looked like it might be among the city's most exclusive neighborhoods. Immense houses and late model cars caught the eye. For some, it was something new and quite striking. They were dressed casually, some with bandages on their faces and scrapes from the battles fought that same day. They weren't professionals yet, but as they say, they were in civilian clothes. Haminari. Are we there yet? While looking at his phone. Jirou. For the 8th time, it won't be long now, could you stop being so impatient? Pointing at him with her reliable but deadly axe. Haminari. Scared I'm sorry, it's just that I'm excited to arrive at the house of the richest family in all of Japan. Mina. How kind of Momo to invite us to have a party to celebrate the festival. With her typical humor and joy. Hiroshima. My body still aches a little, rubbing his head, but it's not manly to accept such a good invitation as this. Seiya. I wonder what the house will be like, Kiro. You came here before, didn't you, Jirou? Jirou. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise, looking back as she walked, the same surprise I had when I first arrived. Hilda. It was to be expected from the yaoi Rozu, adjusting her glasses. We must show respect and gratitude for receiving us. Hiroshima. That's obvious, Mr. President, relax. Uraraka. It will definitely be a great night and we also have days off to rest while smiling. Haminari. That's the best part of it all, thumbs up and grinning from side to side. Jirou. As long as you don't go to class, whatever the reason, you're happy. The atmosphere among the boys was undoubtedly great. Some bonds were strengthened during the day as they set aside their shyness and grew closer. The evening was perfect for enjoying some time together, filled with laughter and jokes. Hiroshima. Does anyone know how he is? Haminari. I heard that he had to be treated by a recovery girl, he was badly hurt. Jirou. That guy is crazy, he hurt himself a lot. Mina. I was scared for a moment, those two were acting crazy. Seiya. I don't think I can come, I wonder if she'll be okay. Hilda. He certainly went too far, but knowing him, he won't give up so easily, will he, Uraraka? Uraraka. What we do know is that recovery must be beating him up as usual, hahaha, I hope he's okay. Jirou. Okay guys, we're here stopping. The would-be heroes couldn't believe it. It was a large gate with the family's initials, and it was entire hectares of the property. Haminari. We've literally been on your sidewalk for 20 minutes. Mina. Incredible, I was expecting the best, but this exceeded my expectations. Jirou. Touching the door switch, Momo, we're outside. The familiar voice came from the communicator. His enthusiasm was noticeable, it was the first time he had received his colleagues. Momo. Great, I'm glad you're here. As the large gate began to open, Jirou, you know the way. Jirou. Of course, we'll be there in a little while. Starting to walk, guys, calm down. As if you've never been inside a mansion before. And indeed, some never even entered one. Jirou. Ugh, let's go already. The walk was relatively short, a very well-made stone path, and lights adorned the way. Jirou. Okay, we're here. They arrived at a large elegant door, which opened without anyone knocking, revealing a perfectly clean and decorated grand hall. Without hesitation, the small group entered, increasingly amazed by everything they saw. Hiroshima. Incredible. He exclaimed in amazement, scanning every corner of the room. Haminari. I couldn't have this even with 20 lifetimes, it's amazing. The voice echoed in the place, everyone looked to see where that voice came from. Momo. You've finally arrived, welcome to my home. As the girl descended the stairs with her signature ponytail, wearing black pants, a red shirt and platform heels, the image was worthy of admiration from any man. Momo. I'm glad you're here. It's the first time my classmates have come to my house. You're the first to arrive. Don't be shy, come in. Shyness was the only feeling experienced by some. Undoubtedly, all that luxury and formality was overwhelming. The yaoi Rozu daughter invited her classmates through a door to the side of the room, where there were several tables with food, a large stereo, a stage with microphones and a screen for karaoke, a dance floor with lights and balloons, and a huge banner that read, "Congratulations Class 1A. Mina. This is great. Momo. I did my best to make sure we had a good time tonight. We haven't had one since we started, and since today was such a great day, we all deserve it. Let's wait for the others and have a blast. Everyone? Yes. The clock showed 8:15 p.m. While the boys ate and talked, little by little those who were missing joined in. Most of them were already present at the party, unlike 3, about whom not much was known. Zero. We're still missing 3 of ours with a drink in his hand next to Kirishima and Kaminari. Kirishima. Bakugo promised he'd come, I had to beg him 50 times, you know how he is, shy and spiky hair imitating him. Kaminari. Joining in the imitation game, sorry extras but I will win. Zero. Doing the same. Deku, you idiot, don't walk in front of me. The 3 of them laughed uproariously until a chill ran through their bodies. Bakugo. I see you're having fun, idiots, with his typical angry face. Kirishima. Bakugo, my friend, approaching him, what a joy to see you around here. Nervous? When did you arrive? Bakugo. A few seconds ago. Do I have to tell you about everything I do? Sighing, I'll forgive you this time since I'm tired for today, but next time I'm killing you idiots. The 3 of them, in unison and nervously, raised their thumbs in approval. Bakugo. Whatever, looking around, where are the nerd and half and half? Kirishima. We know Todoroki won't be coming because he had family matters to attend to, those were his words. Kaminari. We don't know anything about Midoriya, but it seems that he won't be coming because of his injuries. Bakugo. That damn nerd thinks he's important with some annoyance. Anyway, I'm hungry, so don't bother me. The 3 of them watched as he walked away towards the food. Zero. He seems quite calm for what he is and for what happened today. Kaminari. Yeah, losing the final, and like that I should be angrier. Kirishima. Better for everyone, I guess. Come on, I'm hungry. The night was progressing at a normal pace, laughter came and went, everyone was having a great time until the doors of the room opened. It was none other than our beloved green-haired protagonist. Izuku. Sorry for the delay, agitated and a little sweaty. Recovery girl kept me busy healing me and hitting me for a long time. Everyone, except Bakugo. Midoriya. Everyone approached the newcomer. He had bandages on his head covering his forehead, but he looked better. Kirishima. There's our champion. You're a real man, Midoriya. Izuku. His nerves on edge, typical of him. Thanks, Kirishima. Tokoyami. Today's great triumph is a great victory for the future. Izuku. Thanks Tokoyami, you were great today too. Mina. Midoriya, today was great. Getting very close. Izuku, looking away, blushing. Thanks Mina. Aoyama. Nobody shines like me, but you deserve a little sparkle today. In his typical poses. Hilda. Guys, don't crowd around him. Remember, he's just recovering and must be in pain. Let's give him some space to breathe. Izuku. Thank you Hilda, but I'm better, almost all my wounds have healed. Raising his arm. See. Hilda. In that case, grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him around. You were great, friend. I'm so glad you put class 1 on top. It seems like it was just yesterday that you gave me the position of president. Stopping her movements, with some tears in her eyes. I'm glad you're okay. Sorry, with her hands over her eyes, wiping away the tears. It's the emotion. Izuku. With a surprised face. Thank you Hilda. Today was a victory for all of us. What is our motto? With raised fists. Everyone except Bakugo, plus Ultra. While the group was celebrating the arrival of our next symbol of peace, in the distance Bakugo could be seen eating like crazy, already a somewhat nervous brown-haired girl. Uraraka. This is definitely great, what's happening to me? Back to the group. Izuku. It looks like everyone's here, even Kaken, it's a miracle he even shows up to these things. Bakugo. What did you say, nerd? With food in his mouth and a furious face. Izuku. And nothing. It's great to see you here. He all nervous. Bakugo. You're lucky I'm eating, next time you won't get away with it. Izuku. At least he's calm today. Looking at the boys and Todoroki. Kirishima. He already said he wasn't coming, he said he had family matters to attend to, but he sends his congratulations. Izuku. Ah, I see, somewhat sad and melancholic. Never mind, where is Yaoi Rozu? Sigh. Her parents had called her, but she won't be long. Kiro. The living room door opened, revealing the girl bringing in a few things for the party. Momo. Midoriya, you're here. I thought you weren't going to make it. How are you feeling? Izuku. I feel a little better. With his hand on his abdomen. It doesn't really hurt much, I didn't want to miss the party for anything in the world. Oh of course. Here, taking a bag out of his pocket and extending his arms towards the girl. Momo. What's this? Receiving it. This party isn't to celebrate my birthday. Laughing. Izuku. I know, but my mother asked me to bring it to you for welcoming me. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted. I'm sorry. Momo. Smiling slightly. It doesn't matter, just tell him thank you. Izuku. Smiling yes. The scene was observed by a few gossips who found it strange. Haminari. What's up with those two? Jirou. I heard that when Momo lost in the first round, she met Midoriya and he stayed with her for a while. It seems they became a little closer. Mineta. Damn you Midoriya, he's getting ahead of one of the most beautiful girls in school, you lucky guy. Well, crying if I were Midoriya, I'd go somewhere private and ahhhhhh. He was interrupted by one of Jirou's jacks. Jirou. None of that perverted stuff while making the grape head writhe on the ground, they're just friends as far as I know. Mina. But I can't deny they look good together, right Toru? Toru. That's right, is the class champion's partner getting together with the smartest girl? How exciting. What do you think, Uraraka? Uraraka. They look good together. But they've never spoken before. And yes, I feel jealous, it doesn't seem like it, they've never spoken before. Mina. Love is found in the most unexpected places. Seiya. Come on Mina, apart from the gossipy poet hello. Mina. Details laughing let's dance, you bored people. The night was drawing to a close for our heroes, but it was still in its infancy. Mina, Seiya, Uraraka, Jirou and Toru were having fun on the dance floor to the tune of Carmen's Brokenhearted. The group chatted about everything that had happened that day. The race, the cavalry battle, and the fights that ultimately crowned the wielder of One for All. The night was just beginning, and the worst was yet to come. I thought it would never end. I started this fanfic about my current favorite anime and my favorite unofficial ship. I have some great ideas for the story, so I hope you like it and please comment on what you think. Any constructive criticism is very helpful. Some points to highlight. 1. Everything that has happened so far is exactly as it happened in the anime, except that by chance Izuku became the festival champion. 2. I don't want to focus too much on the battles, there will be one or two because, well, it's based on a shonen, 80% of it is fighting, but I'll make an attempt and there will be fights. 3. I want to add images to the story. I'd like an opening and ending theme to accompany it musically. Put your ideas here. 4. I'd like to change the cover since I used a typical one for these ships, the old reliable one. If anyone would like to design it, it would help me a lot. That's all for now, thanks so much for reading. Share, follow, and we'll see each other again soon. Maybe there'll be a new chapter this weekend. Greetings Maxi and see you next time, as always. Go beyond the limits. Plus Ultra. Chapter 2. Let the party begin. The celebration continued for our future professional heroes. They had already enjoyed the delicious dishes prepared by the private chefs of Japan's wealthiest family. Now it was time to get to the important part, having fun. Karaoke time had arrived, several of them had already performed, while others sat waiting for their turn or laughing at the pathetic presentations. Let's see how they did. Hilda first performed one of her favorite songs. Mr. Roboto by Styx. Hilda. Mew Mew Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo Domo Mew Mew, while making her typical gestures. Haminari. Guys, Hilda is scaring me. Uraraka. How to put it with nervous laughter, she likes to get into character. Mina. But you have to admit it's super funny. Ha ha ha. Next. Mine. Mina. Mew Mew, she has no more excuses, she went out with her friends today. Mew Mew. Akugu. What the hell is that? Sing something we all understand, pink face. Seiya. Only she knows those songs, Kiro. Sato. Guys, Mina is crying. Uraraka. It seems he feels the songs too, doesn't he, Toru? Toru. Mina could be seen with a floating microphone, crying and singing at the top of her lungs. Next. Kirishima. Kirishima. Mew Mew, so if you want to love me. Then darlin' don't refrain. Or I'll just end up walkin'. In the cold November Rain Mew Mew. Haminari. That song is from a good man. Akugu. Hey Stoneface, don't you know what intonation is? Following. Izuku. I didn't know there were hidden talents, he. Uraraka. You should try it, Deku. And that was the trigger. Mina. Midoriya, we've never heard you sing because you're always nervous. Kirishima. Come on, old man, just for today. Seiya. It would be interesting to see you sing, Kiro. Izuku. I don't know, guys, making denial gestures with his arms. I only know old songs. Momo. It's not fair, Midoriya. We've all done our part, you're the only one left. You have no excuses for tonight. Izuku. Sighing, very well, I'll do it. Nerves invaded her body. It was the first time she had sung with someone other than her mother. She didn't want to ruin the fun of the night. She would have to be careful when choosing a song. Izuku. Starting to murmur as he approached the stage, I have to choose a good song, otherwise I'll ruin the atmosphere. Besides, it has to be a good song that I can sing well. There's no point in choosing a good song if I can't sing it well. I need to choose. While the others watched as he babbled while heading towards the platform. Kirishima. Typical of the good Midoriya. Seiya. Are you sure he'll be okay? Kiro. Haminari. Sure, stuttered the whole song. Once on stage, Izuku, trembling, looked at the repertoire of songs, some familiar, others he didn't know. Izuku. And no, this one either, while trembling and running his finger over it, this one, yes, great. With his song selected, he prepared to head to the front of the stage where a microphone was waiting for him. Hilda. It looks like he's ready, you can do it, Midoriya. Uraraka. Vamos Deku. Akugu. Camera ready. While positioning his phone to find a good angle, the world will see you fall, nerd, hahaha. Midoriya was ready, his eyes closed, waiting for the instrumental to start playing. Izuku. You can do it, Izuku, it's not rocket science. Just sing like you do when you're cooking with mom, and if that doesn't work, just think everyone is a pumpkin. The instrumental music began to play, with Izuku's eyes open and a determined look on his face. Izuku. Bien mu every breath you take. Every move you make. Every bond you break. Every step you take. I'll be watching you mu. Everyone in the room stared in amazement. They hadn't expected the shy, introverted young man to sing like that. Izuku. Thinking that everyone is a pumpkin works, Kachin looks funny, haha mu every single day. Every word you say. Every game you play. Every night you stay. I'll be watching you mu. The song continued with our green-haired friend, still under the astonished gaze of his classmates. Even Bakugo was surprised, dropping his phone to the floor. The song ended, and the compliments began pouring in. Hiroshima. Come on Midoriya, we didn't know that facet of yours. Momo. You were great, Midoriya. Jirou. I'm definitely surprised, besides it being a good song, where did you learn to sing like that? Izuku. With his hand behind his neck, my mom really likes this song, and she always plays it when we clean or cook, and I learned it, I hold it very dear to my heart. Jirou. Your mother has good taste. Who's next? Haminari. Seek Bakugo. Bakugo. Don't you dare, fried brain. The night continued its normal course. The clock showed 1 p.m., but the party seemed far from over. Mina. Seiya, truth or dare? Seiya. Thinking with her finger on her chin, true. Most of the students had formed a circle on the floor where they were playing the typical and terrifying truth or dare question, and embarrassing dares were the order of the day. Mina. What does Tokoyami mean to you? With a mischievous smile. Seiya. He's a great friend, to be honest. Teaming up with him was great, but nothing more than that. Mina. Did you hear Tokoyami? Tokoyami. I don't know what else you expected, but I agree with Seiya. Dark Shadow. Thumbs up. Izuku. Remind me why we're doing this. Or better yet, why am I doing this? Hilda. This is a typical student party ritual explained in its own way, where the aim is to get to know the participants better. Izuku. It seems more like one of Mina's questionnaires to match people up, sighing. I hope I don't have to answer those kinds of questions. Uraraka. That's right, Mina, ask other kinds of questions. Mina. If you ask, with a mischievous smile next to Toru, or so it seemed, since he couldn't be seen. Uraraka, truth or dare? Uraraka. True. Mina. Okay, who do you prefer, Hilda or Midoriya? Uraraka. Huh. Very nervous, what kind of question is that? You're both just good friends to me, nothing more. Why do I feel like I lied? Mina. This is getting boring. Toru. Mina. Come here, approaching her ear and whispering. Mina. Oh, I see, that's why you're my friend, Hey Midoriya. Izuku. Oh shit, here we go again, SC Mina. Mina. Truth or dare? Izuku. If I say truth, he'll ask me an awkward question. If I say dare, he'll give me an easy dare. Luckily for me, I've got it. Dare. Mina. I dare you to spend 10 minutes in the cleaning closet with, looking at everyone in the group, with Momo. Izuku. Momo. What? Toru. Do you think we didn't notice your sudden approach? Momo. But it's not a reason to lock ourselves up for all that time. Izuku. Yeah, girls, I'd better choose, right? Mina. You can't change. Midoriya approaching and gesturing for him to hurry. Come on, besides, you won't be the only one. Jirou and Kaminari did it, and they're not dead. Kaminari. That was great. Jirou. She smelled like armpits. Momo. Okay, just 10 minutes, right? Mina. That's right, we'll be keeping track of the time. Mineta. Damn, Midoriya, he can't be that lucky. I had a plan for these situations if it happened to me. First hhhhhh. Jirou. Shut up, you degenerate dwarf. With her jacks on the boy's neck. Uraraka. I'll control time. Showing her phone, I won't let a single second pass. Mina. That's all been said, let's go now. They both stood up, quite startled. Izuku had never been through anything like this before, and with the prettiest and smartest girl in the class, probably in the whole school, his mind raced. The vice president, on the other hand, was also new to all of this and was undoubtedly nervous. Going inside alone with who was probably the strongest in the class, someone with excellent grades, someone very capable in her eyes, they were both a bundle of nerves. Izuku. While walking alongside Momo, I have to stay calm, I can't ruin this now, what if I smell bad? Bad breath. What if I accidentally fart? Ah, this is one of the only times I wish a Nomu would appear, or better yet save me Almight. And honestly, I think Todoroki likes me. If he finds out, I don't know if he'll freeze me or burn me. Momo. You can do it, you're the Yaoi Rozu heiress, and the smartest in the class, besides, nothing's going on with Midoriya, I'll have to handle it as best I can, it's only 10 minutes, although I think he likes Uraraka, they're always together, and stop its no point to think about that. At the door, which was located to the side of the room where the party was being held, Midoriya, like a true gentleman, opened it, and the two of them went inside. Mina. Connect your jacks, Jirou with a smile. Jirou. I like to respect everyone's privacy. Toru. Boring. Who's next? Bakugo. Bakugo. Was playing neighborhood with Kirishima. Don't bother me, invisible girl, I don't play that girl stuff. In the closet. The two of them leaned against the wall, facing each other, both with their heads down, neither saying a word. For both of them, every second felt like an eternity. Izuku wanted time to move forward, so he tried to find any trivial topic to fill the time, but as with Shigaraki, his worst enemy was his nervousness. Izuku. The bread was delicious. Momo. Ah. Izuku. I mean Yaoi Rozu, what a great party you threw. I've never been to one as good as this, or any other for that matter. Momo. Thanks Midoriya, I'm not much of a party person either, sometimes this place is very quiet, besides, as vice president I have to work on making the group more united, and these things help a lot. Izuku. That was a good idea, it feels more comfortable being with everyone, which is saying a lot for someone as shy as me. Laughing. Momo. I'm glad to hear that, I hope everyone thinks the same. Izuku. Yes. Once again, silence filled the room. Shyness offered no respite. So Izuku thought he should lead the conversation, as Kirishima would say, be a good man. Izuku. Damn, I need to say something, yao. Momo. Thank you, her gaze still on the floor. Izuku. Ah. Looking at her and waiting for her to continue. Momo. Thank you for today, I needed a push, I was feeling a bit discouraged. Sometimes I feel pressured to be the smartest, the only daughter in my family, and losing really gets me down. It's not that I strive to be first in everything, I certainly try hard, but when it doesn't pay off, it frustrates me. Izuku. Having listened carefully, I awakened my quirk a few months ago, all I do is break my bones, I promised myself to train and develop it in the best way, so I wouldn't always go through the same thing, I always dreamed of being a hero for anyone who needs it, I saw you sad, and I didn't want to leave you alone, I know what it's like to fail, and for your efforts to seem like they're nothing, I don't want anyone to go through the same thing. Momo. Having listened to all that carefully and with surprise, thank you Midoriya, it was a great gesture on your part, I will always be grateful. Izuku. Whenever you want, I know we haven't talked much in class, but whenever you need me, don't hesitate. Momo. Smiling, I'll do it. I know. Activating her quirk, creating what appeared to be a piece of paper and a pencil. Give me your number, so we can communicate from time to time, I suppose you'll need someone to talk to too. Izuku. Really? I mean cool. While writing his number. Okay, send me a message, and I'll add you to my contacts. Momo. I will. Smiling broadly. Izuku. What a lovely smile, returning the gesture. They had both lost track of time. They had both enjoyed the conversation, and now they had a new friendship. Talk. Uraraka. Okay guys, 10 minutes are up. Izuku. It was faster than I thought, after you striking a pose to let him go first. Momo. Haha, thanks. Once outside, both of them, smiling and without any shyness, they arrived where everyone was. Jokes were exchanged, but since nothing serious happened, they ignored everything their companions said. Time passed, and some who lived farther away began to leave. The number of guests dwindled until the last few helped the dark-haired woman clean up, as she had sent her butlers out early. Having finished cleaning, they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways home. The green-haired man took a taxi home, went up to his apartment, and carefully opened the door. Izuku. Carefully opening the door slowly. Okay, Mom, I won't wait. Closing the door, I'll go get some water and go to bed. He went to the kitchen, got a glass of water and prepared to go to his room, throwing himself on his bed he looked at his cell phone. Izuku. 5:28 pretty late, good thing we don't have classes. Unlocking his phone. Wow, I have some messages. Using his fingers to see the messages he had, with a little energy he had left the class group chat, Almight and Yaoi Rozu. Opening the message from her. XXXXXXXXXXXX 5:25 p.m. This is my number. I am Yaoi Rozu. Izuku, 5:29 p.m. List, scheduled. Yaoi Rozu, 5:30 p.m. Great, I wanted to let you know before going to sleep. And thank you for helping me. Clean, and for everything else you know. Izuku, 5:31 p.m. No problem, the pleasure is all mine. I'm going to rest. Yaoi Rozu. Sleep well. Yaoi Rozu, 5:31 p.m. I understand and call me Momo. Since we've become closer friends. And I hope it lasts a long time. Izuku, 5:32 p.m. I hope so. Get some rest, Momo. Yaoi Rozu, 5:32 p.m. Rest well, Izuku. Izuku. Locking his phone and leaving it on the nightstand, Momo looking at the ceiling. What a lovely name. Phew, I wasn't expecting a second chapter, I was just feeling inspired XD. I'm going to wait a few days so you can read it and I'll bring you a great chapter to continue the story. There is nothing more to add beyond the points made in the first chapter. Ideas for the ending and opening, put ideas here. If anyone would like to design a cover, it should be basic. I'm not asking for a Hollywood poster, haha, but if anyone is interested, send me a message. Thanks for reading, follow me and support this story so I can bring you more chapters. Without further ado, let's all go together. Go beyond your limits. Plus Ultra. Chapter 2.5. Memories. Saturday, 7:45 a.m. We find ourselves in the room of a green-haired boy. The sun's rays, however small they were, illuminated our protagonist's room, hitting him on the face with some of them. Izuku. Opening his eyes, damn, I forgot to close the window properly. Getting up and closing the window reluctantly, he went back to bed, but not before checking his phone. 7:47 a.m. I'm used to getting up early to train. Covering himself again and trying to fall back asleep. What a great day yesterday was. Flashback. Friday, sports festival. We see Izuku heading off to prepare for his confrontation. The fight against a brainwasher was tough, but fighting against Todoroki, who is one of the strongest in the class and at UA, and the son of number 2, he definitely had to create a strategy for that. Izuku. It will undoubtedly be difficult, but I must use the time I have to create a strategy. I don't want any surprises like with Shinso. As he headed outside the stadium to a wooded area, he began to think of a strategy to win, as All Might had told him, you have to tell the whole world I'm here. Unwittingly, the symbol of peace had placed a great burden on the green-haired boy, but Deku wasn't ready to give up yet. Izuku. I think this would be fine. Wait a minute, what's that? Looking around, searching for the source of what he was hearing. The cry could be heard in the distance. It was faint, but it was there. Izuku thought someone was in trouble, perhaps a lost child, so without hesitation, he set out to find the source of the crying. Izuku. She must be close, as he ran to find the person who was crying. There she is. Wait, Yaoi Rozu. That ponytail was hard to miss. It was indeed the class vice president, sitting alone at the base of a tree, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to hold back sobs. Izuku didn't want to bother her. He knew that sometimes it was better to be alone, but something compelled him to see if he could help her. He didn't know how, but he felt the need to. He thought she was crying because she lost to Tokoyami, which some considered a careless defeat. He took the initiative and approached her. Izuku. Proceeding cautiously, Vice President. Momo. Ah, with a small fright she quickly wiped away her tears. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Izuku. A little away from her. I was about to prepare for my fight and I heard crying and wanted to find out what it was and I came across you. Momo. So you heard me? With a disappointed look. I'm sorry if you had to see me like this. Izuku. Don't apologize for being human, it's good to cry, I know what that's like. Momo was a little surprised by the young man's words. She saw him as someone with great potential, but very shy when talking to girls especially, but now he spoke with complete naturalness. Izuku. If you don't mind if I accompany you, he said while sitting on the floor. Momo. Don't worry about me, you were about to get ready, I don't want you to waste valuable time, while saying it in a somewhat subdued tone, I don't want things to go the way they did for me. Izuku. Are you kidding me? Excitedly, you were amazing. Momo. Surprised, yes, of course, I lost in the dumbest way, I was very careless. Izuku. Maybe, I won't lie to you either, you should have been more careful, but hey, the speed with which you used your quirk, those shields look tough. I was close to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow is very strong, anyone would have had problems, and also. Momo listened attentively to each of his companion's words, with surprise and amazement. He knew of his reputation for babbling and talking to himself many times, but this time he felt that none of the words he said were lies, nor was he saying them out of obligation. He truly felt those words. Izuku. And you were great in the cavalry battle, you finished among the top 18 students at UA, that's saying something. Momo. Astonished by her classmate's words. Wow Midoriya, thank you so much. I have a huge weight on my shoulders. I don't want to let anyone down, especially not my parents. Losing like this, I'm sorry, it must be something silly. Izuku. Can I tell you a secret? Placing his hand next to his mouth months ago, I awakened my quirk. Momo. What? Her eyes widening in surprise. I've never heard of that before. All quirks manifest at age 4. Izuku. Don't say too much, Izuku. Remember, you have a big secret you can't reveal. As you heard, my childhood dream was always to be a hero. My mom was always there for me, with her flaws, but she was there. I want to be a hero for her, for everything I protect, and for the world. When I got the news that I didn't have a quirk, I was so sad. To have your dream shattered. I suffered a lot at school, alone, so I know what it's like to cry. With a shy but sincere smile, that's why I break my bones, because I haven't fully developed it. I still have a long way to go. That's why I train and put in twice the effort, because now the dream I've had since I was a kid, the one I thought I'd never achieve, is within my grasp. I promised I would help anyone who needs it, and here I am. Smiling. Momo was amazed by the green-haired boy's speech. His life, all he had suffered and was still suffering, and the fact that she now knew he wouldn't stop for anything, ignited a fire within her. She wanted to have the same dream, and crying wasn't going to make it come true. Momo. You know what, Izuku? Looking at him with a smile. Thank you for all those words. I can't stop or get angry with myself every time I lose. That's life. I just have to get up and keep trying to fulfill my dream of becoming a great heroine. Izuku. Someone once told me, it takes courage to wear the cape. You have to work hard and fight every day. That's what makes us heroes. Smiling. She had never seen such a sincere and pure smile. He confided in her about his past and a great secret. She had never spoken to him except in class, but she saw the great value Midoriya possessed as a person. She would always be grateful to him, because if he hadn't appeared, she would still be crying, and perhaps even would have given up. Momo. Smiling back. Thank you Midoriya, your words were very helpful. Izuku. A little nervous and blushing from the smile. Why you're welcome, it's a pleasure. Momo. Laughing after all that speech, seeing you nervous is funny. Come on, you have to get ready for the fight. Izuku. Right. I don't know how long it's been getting up and ready to go where he had decided to prepare. See you later Yaoi Rozu, don't forget, don't give up. Waving to his teammate. Momo. I will. Waving and heading towards the stadium. Now standing at the base of a tree. Izuku thought. Who would have thought it was motivating? Smiling. I must keep it all to myself first. I know what it's like to carry weight. Yaoi Rozu. He realized his cell phone was ringing. A message from mom. Mom, 3:31 p.m. Son, I wanted to wish you luck. I saw you win the race and your fight. It scares me to see you hurt yourself. So much, but I'm happy to see you grow and become stronger. Izuku, 3:32 p.m. Thanks mom, I'll try my best. Not to break anything. Mom, 3:33 p.m. I hope so, son. I have to tell you that the microwave broke. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck, I'm watching you. Izuku, 15:33. See you later mom. Izuku. Putting away his cell phone. I need to get ready right away. How did the microwave break? Wait a minute, a microwave. End of flashback. Izuku. It was a great day. Smiling. Inko. Calling him. Izuku, are you awake? Do you want breakfast? Izuku. It's been a long time since I had breakfast with her. I'm coming. I'm changing and coming out. After remembering everything that happened yesterday, the green-haired boy felt joy. His path to becoming the #1 hero and next symbol of peace was drawing closer, but he had no idea what else was in store for him. I finished this chapter because it felt strange not specifying what had happened at the festival between these two. 3 chapters in 3 days, even I can't believe it. I tell myself slow down, rest a little more, but I say no way and I write hahaha. Thank you for reading and supporting this. There's much more to come, so please share and comment. It would help me a lot. Don't forget. Go beyond your limits. Plus Ultra. Chapter 3. A New Day. The day was beginning for our favorite green-haired boy. After his memory replayed all the events of yesterday and his sudden closeness with the vice president, he was preparing to sit down with his mother for breakfast, since during the week he couldn't do it because he had to go to the academy early, so he was going to take advantage of the situation. Izuku, sitting down. Thank you mom. It's been a long time since I had breakfast with you. Inko. Also sitting down and putting down the cups. You've already forgotten about your poor mother. Laughing, but as long as you strive for your dream, I'm happy. With a melancholic look. It seems like only yesterday when I could carry you in my arms, and look at you now, future hero and champion of UA, you should be carrying my son for me. Smiling. Izuku. Returning the smile. Everything I am is because of you, Mom. This victory is yours too. Damn it, Mom, don't cry, I'm going to. A sea of tears flowed from the apartment window. Inko. You're becoming a man. Wiping away tears. Stop crying, how was the party last night? Izuku. Getting a little nervous remembering several scenes from the party. The party. Well, for my first time laughing they made me sing, Mom, can you believe it? Inko. Smiling maternally. I see you're comfortable with your classmates, I'm happy for you son, and tell me with a mischievous smile, are there any girls around? Izuku. Spitting out his coffee. Girl. Why yes, I have several female classmates. Smiling nervously. Inko. I know you have female classmates, son, but is there anyone who catches your eye? That girl, what was her name again? Achako. She came to visit you with your friend with glasses. I thought there was something between us. Izuku. She's very nice and friendly, but I see her as a friend and she sees me that way too. Laughing. Inko. I understand, then it will be with the one with glasses. Izuku, Uraraka and Hilda, that would be weird, maybe in the future, who knows? Inko. So it will be another classmate. Izuku knew that if his mother had any doubts, it was difficult to get them out of her head like any mother. Izuku. Sighing maybe there is someone, he said nervously. Inko. Really? You can tell me, if you don't trust your mother you won't trust anyone else. Izuku. I don't know, maybe I'm exaggerating. He looking at his mother, she's the vice president of the class I went to last night, Momo Yaoirozu. Inko. Wow, son, you have high standards, hahaha, just kidding, so how's it going? Izuku. I had a close encounter with her recently, I helped her with something and I got to know her better, she's very nice, besides being very intelligent. Inko. I see, taking a sip of coffee. So what happens then? Izuku. I really like her friendship, that's why I don't want to do anything risky, even though I don't like her, you could say that she catches my attention. Inko. I understand, you don't like her, but there's something about her. Izuku. Exactly, I don't want to misinterpret anything either, although I already like their friendship. Taking a sip. Inko. You'll know what to do, son. Be careful not to ruin things. Be clear about your feelings. Taking a sip of coffee. Sometimes one confuses friendship or affection with falling in love. It's typical of this age. It's happened to many. Go calmly and carefully. Izuku. Thanks, Mom, I can always count on you. He stopped while searching for his cell phone. I'm getting a call, I don't know who it is. Kirishima. He clutched the phone. Kirishima. Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, are you busy this afternoon? Izuku. This afternoon? Nothing for now, I was planning to rest today. Kirishima. I see. I wanted to invite you over to my place for a drink and to play video games. Kaminari and Shiro are coming over for now. Izuku. Really? Awesome, yes I'll go. Wait, covering the phone's microphone, can I go to a classmate's house, Mom? Inko. Really? Of course, son. Izuku. Kirishima. If I'm going there I feel like I'm at home and I'm heading there, give me the address. Kirishima. Awesome bro, see you in a bit then. Izuku. Great, see you later. Hanging up and putting away his phone. Okay, Mom, I'm going to clean my room. Mom, are you going to cry? Don't, I'm crying too. For the second time that day, a sea of tears flowed out of the room. Neighbor. Can you please fix the water pipe, Midoriya? My walls are about to come down. Izuku. Sorry sir, it won't happen again. Inko. My son is becoming a hero, he has a girlfriend and a group of friends, he's growing up so fast, she said, wiping away tears. Izuku. I don't have anyone, Mom, that's why I don't tell you these things, while also drying his tears. Well, I'll clean up and we'll eat something, then I'll go with the guys. Inko. That's a good idea, you're cooking today. Smiling. The morning passed normally for the two green-haired children. They cleaned while listening to their favorite music. Afterward, the green-haired boy decided to cook katsudon for his mother. After eating, he took a shower and got ready to leave while his mother washed the dishes. Izuku. Wallet. Yes. Subway card. Yes, great. Opening the door. I'm leaving, Mom. Let me know if I need to buy anything. Inko. Have fun, son. I'll let you know if anything happens. She shouted from the kitchen. Izuku. Goodbye, I'll be back later. As he left and closed the door. Okay, to the station. Taking the train, he got off at the station that was close to the location the Deity had sent him. It wasn't that far and he was grateful that it was a good day to be outside. Izuku. Looking at his phone. Now I turn right, 2 more houses and I'm there. Putting his phone away. It was a normal house with a small patio outside and rooms upstairs. Izuku. Ringing the doorbell, if it's another house I'll die. Kirishima. Don't cheat, Kaminari, it's my turn. Opening the door. Midoriya, I'm glad you arrived safely. Come in. Izuku. Thanks for the invitation, Kirishima. Entering the house. They went upstairs until they reached the boys' room. A poster of the hero Crimson Riot was the first thing the green-haired boy saw. It was a normal room. He could see Kaminari and Zero sitting on the floor, eating chips and drinking drinks while they played a game. Zero. Just a little more yes. I learned this fatality yesterday while pressing the buttons, darn it didn't work. Kaminari. That was luck, as he took out some chips and put them in his mouth. Oh Midoriya, you're old, have some. Izuku. Thanks guys. Sitting on the floor, is it just us? Kirishima. I invited all the guys, but several of them had things to do, so it'll just be the four of us. Izuku. It's strange that Kaken isn't with you guys. Kirishima. Yes, about that, with a nervous smile. Flashback. Kirishima. Hey Bakugo, do you want to come over to my place? We'll play video games with the guys. Bakugo. Var Deku. Kirishima. Midoriya. I just called him and he said yes, so. Bakugo. No thanks. Hanging up. End of flashback. Izuku. I'm not surprised. Nervous laugh. Zero. Better, maybe if I lost the whole room would explode. Kaminari. It'll be us. The afternoon was quiet for the boys. They had played video games until they were sick of them. Zero was the best, and our green-haired boy, well, he was a good student. Kirishima. Hey Kaminari, how are things going with Jirou? There came a point when the boys had grown tired of playing, so they just sat in a circle and began chatting about trivial matters. Among them romantic ones. Kaminari. I'm trying, guys, looking at the ceiling, but I don't really know what she thinks. Sometimes it seems like she likes me, other times she shoves her jacks in my face because I said something, sighing, but I really do like her. And what about you and Mina? You've known each other for years, right? Kirishima. Finishing his drink. That's right, she's important to me, but I want to take things slowly, I'm waiting for the right moment with her. And you, Zero? Zero. While eating chips. I'm not like you guys, I'm alone and for now I'm fine. And you, Midoriya? Midoriya. Our green-haired friend was delighted to be there at that moment. His face said it all. Izuku. Waking up. I'm sorry, what was your question? Kaminari. Do you like someone? Although we see you close to Uraraka, isn't it her? Izuku. Nervous. Uraraka is just a friend, I like being with her, but nothing more than that. Zero. So yaoi Rozu. Kirishima. Right, you guys have been getting pretty close lately, that sneaky, pushing Izuku with his elbow. Kaminari. I understand that she and Todoroki liked each other, but Jirou told me they didn't, so Midoriya, you have a clear path. Izuku. Nervous. And no, it's not like that, she's a friend too, but yeah, I'd like to get closer to her, huh? Wait, did I just think that or say it? Kaminari. Awesome, Midoriya. I didn't think you were so daring. Don't worry, we'll help you. Thumbs up. Kirishima. We won't tell anyone, it's manly to help another man activating his quirk in his arm. Count on us. Izuku. I don't know if this will be good or bad, I don't know guys, she sees me as her partner only. Kaminari. I know, why don't we go to the movies tomorrow? Let's invite everyone in the group. Kirishima. Hey, good idea. Smiling. We all win, what do you say, Midoriya? Izuku. To the movies. Oh okay. Nervous. Zero. Sure, and do I have to see you lovebirds while I'm all alone? No thanks, I'll pass. Kaminari. Come on, let's go. Putting a necklock. There are still some available. Uraraka, Seiya, Toru. Kirishima. That's right, party pooper, let's go. Joining the other two's struggle. Izuku watched the scene, a little thoughtful. He wasn't sure if he'd done the right thing by telling his new friends, but something about him pleased him. Knowing he would see a certain person, he knew he had to go no matter what. Izuku. Oh okay, I'll do it. Kirishima. Leaping towards Midoriya. That's a man, let's have some fun. Izuku. Trying to break free or failing that, breathe. Hey Kaminari, I can't breathe. Kirishima. Oh sorry, I got carried away. Laughing. Kaminari. Zero. Laughing. Izuku. Smiling and joining in the laughter. After talking about other things, they each went home. Night was falling and they went their separate ways. Izuku arrived home, greeted his mother, and they ate and talked. Afterward, Inko started watching television and Izuku sat next to her, watching Hero News on his phone until it was time for bed. When Izuku lay down, he checked the last few messages he hadn't read. Izuku. Messages from Mom, from Almight, I need to talk to him these days. They made a group, movie tomorrow. Let's see. Movie tomorrow group. Kaminari. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. We are going to the movies, please say if you are going to attend. Mina. Movies. Sounds fun. I'm in. Seiya. Count on me. Uraraka. Yo También. Hilda. With me too. The messages progressed in this way. Some couldn't participate, others accepted the invitation until a certain message caught his attention. "Endeoi Rozu. I'm going too." He didn't want to admit it, but seeing that "I'm going too" had cheered him up. With his last bit of energy and a yawn, he settled down to write. "Midoriya. Count on me. Sponge, have you gone mad? 4 chapters in 4 days. I know I should slow down a bit, but I love being able to continue the story, and receiving everyone's support is great, plus I wanted to celebrate the more than 100 reads the fic already has. All that remains is to express my gratitude and ask for your continued support through comments and following, which makes me very happy, and I hope to continue bringing you new chapters. Goodbye, I'm Maxi, and until next time. And don't forget, go beyond your limits. Plus Ultra. Chapter 4. Cinema Part 1. Domingo 11:30 am. We find ourselves in the room of a certain green-haired boy. He had decided to rest a little longer on Recovery Girl's recommendation, although Sundays are usually his days off, that is, unless Almight needed him to observe his growth with One for All. Izuku got up with some effort. Izuku. 11:30. While looking at his cell phone, I would have liked a little more, but oh well. Getting up and sitting on the edge of the bed while rubbing his eyes. Right, I'm going with the guys today. While looking at the floor, remembering. So, yaoi Rozu, they've become very close. You have a clear path, Midoriya. Thank you. Izuku remembered his classmates' words and those of a certain raven-haired girl. Would he have a chance? No, he thought, I have a big secret and a big responsibility. I can't burden someone with that, but I can't deny that she's very beautiful. Izuku. Stop brain while grabbing his head. Why am I thinking about that all these days? Calming down like my mother and Kirishima said, everything in its time. Inko. Midoriya, are you awake? Calling from the living room, I need you to buy something for lunch. Izuku. I'm coming. While putting on his pants, I need to keep my mind clear. The morning passed without anything new happening. The mother and son had lunch and chatted about academy matters. Izuku felt remorseful for not being able to tell his mother about the truth behind his Quirk's sudden appearance, but he had to keep it that way for now. Izuku's room 1600 hours. Izuku. I'll take a shower and see what to wear. Entering the bathroom. Izuku was undoubtedly excited about going out with his new classmates, something he hadn't experienced in his previous years at school. But this outing had a different feel to it. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, though he had a hunch, but this time he was more excited than usual. But who are we kidding? He's Midoriya Izuku, and nerves are always a factor. Izuku. Which one was the hot water tap? Well, trying to remember which tap it was. I've lived here my whole life and I keep forgetting. Was it this one? Turning on the tap. It's freezing. It was the other one. It's too hot. Finding the perfect balance much better. Now the shampoo. My eyes. After that unfortunate shower, Izuku went to his room, standing in front of his closet with a towel on, thinking about what to wear. Izuku. How about these pants? While checking his closet, these are okay. Now, a t-shirt or a shirt. My phone. Noticing it was ringing, it seemed to be a call. Kirishima. Answering the call. Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, how are you? Izuku. Kirishima, I'm getting ready to wear something, what about you? Kirishima. So early? You want to do things the right way, huh, sly dog, that's a man. Izuki. And no, whenever I go out with you guys, I take a while to choose my clothes. Kirishima. I understand, bro. I wanted to let you know we'll be there a little early to buy some snacks. The ones at the cinema are pretty expensive, haha. 6 p.m, does that work for you? Izuku. While doing mental calculations, I have 30 minutes by train. Perfect, I'll be there. Kirishima. Perfect, see you in a bit and don't forget to put on some cologne. Izuku. Thanks old man, see you there. End of call. Izuku. Sighing. Kirishima is a good friend. Well, I need to decide quickly. It took him 20 minutes to decide what to wear. Black pants with a black shirt and his red boots. Izuku. Mom, I'm leaving now. As he opened the door. Inko. Have fun son, don't come back too late, I won't be home, I work late. Izuku. I'll do it, I have my key. Leaving, have a good one. Closing the door. Izuku walked to the station. The train journey was 20 minutes and it was in the city center. Izuku was filled with nerves, about 70% nerves and 30% blood and water. Sitting with his gaze fixed, he envisioned possible scenarios of what might happen on this outing. Realizing this, he pulled out his phone, wanting to relax a little with some hero stuff. Shopping center. 6 p.m. Amanari, Kirishima, Siro, and Mina could be seen at the entrance. Izuku. Excuse me, I made a miscalculation. Somewhat agitated. Kirishima. You actually arrived on time. Showing him his cell phone. Izuku. He a little nervous, my first stupid thing to do today, how are you? Haminari. Great, we were waiting for you to come in, shall we? Mina. Let's go to paradise. Entering. Kirishima. Don't buy so much, you know how you get with too much sugar. Zero. I prefer to buy drinks. Kirishima. What are we waiting for? Let's go. The group strolled through the streets of the shopping center, laughing and joking as they arrived at the candy store, buying everything they needed. Mina. Gummy bears pulling Kirishima's shirt. Kirishima. No Mina no, we already know how gummy bears turn you on in a grave tone. Mina. Come on. If you let me, I promise that whispering in his ear. Kirishima. Redder than his hair give me all the gummy bears you have. Employee. Yes, sorry, don't kill me while putting piles of gummy bears into a bag. This was seen by his 3 friends. Kirishima. With a poker face you're so easy, Kirishima. Izuku Zero. Yes with the same expression. Having bought everything they needed, they headed to the cinema entrance as the time approached and several of their colleagues arrived. Kirishima. Jirou, over here. Raising his arm. Jirou. Hi guys, I finally made it. Waving to everyone. Zero. The more the merrier. Toru. Coughing guys I'm here. Mina. Toru. We're so sorry, we didn't even see you. With nervous laughter. Toru. Ha ha, how funny, somewhat annoyed or so they thought. Haminari. So you two were together, huh? Nudges him with his elbow. Jirou. We just met at the entrance, he scratching his cheek, somewhat nervous. Haminari. It doesn't matter, the others are coming. Uraraka, Hilda and Seiya could be seen approaching. Uraraka. Deku approaching and with a smile, it's so nice to see you, are you excited? Izuku. You Uraraka, she's so close, moving back a little, oh of course, it'll be fun. Kirishima. Could it be? Seiya. It's been a long time since I've been to the movies, Kiro. Hilda. It's nice to come here from time to time, adjusting her glasses, did you choose a movie? Mina. We wanted to wait for everyone to decide, hey, here come the rest. This way. Everyone turned around, watching Jirou and Yaoyorozu approach. Izuku had forgotten about his nervousness, but it seemed they kicked the door open and entered without permission. Izuku. Relax, it's okay, everything's normal with a nervous look. Momo. Hi guys, fixing her hair, sorry for the delay, a certain young lady couldn't decide what to wear. Jirou. That was between us, speaking through gritted teeth. Haminari. Approaching, hey Jirou, you all look really good. Jirou. Thanks, blushing, I mean I know, idiot, inserting her jack. Haminari. Writhing on the floor, ah why you're welcome, finishing his punishment, he raised his thumb towards 3 somewhat nervous boys. Izuku Kirishima Zero. Raising his thumb with a bead of sweat in an I'm style. Momo. Well, with a drop of sweat from the scene just now, did you choose a movie? Mina. I see we're all in this together, we're choosing between Almight vs the hosts of Darkness 3 or Midnight and Montana Lady in. That man will be mine. Hilda. One action and one comedy while waving her arms, perfect for us all to watch together. Let's choose by vote. Raise your hand if you want to watch the Almight movie. 6 raised hands voted for the Almight movie, with Izuku's being the most raised. Hilda. Okay, for Midnight and Mount Lady. 4 hands were raised, leaving Jirou and Zero without any being raised. Zero. I honestly don't care. Jirou. Whatever you decide. Hilda. Okay, those votes will go to the most voted movie, so we'll see All Mights. Izuku. Yes, realizing he had shouted excitedly, sorry, it's a movie I've wanted to see for a long time, laughing nervously. Hilda. Very well, it would be better if we bought the tickets in pairs and not all together, that way it's faster and more organized, let's go. The couples had been formed and by chance Izuku was paired with a certain raven-haired girl. Both were somewhat nervous about the situation. In line. Momo. It was obvious you were happy to see the All Might movie. Izuku. A little nervous, that's right, it's the last one in the trilogy, I wanted to see how they wrapped up the story, with a nervous laugh. Momo. Wow, I didn't know that. I hope I understand something since I didn't see the other 2. Smiling. Izuku. Sure, you're very intelligent, what did I say? Momo. Surprised by her friend's comment and somewhat blushing, Izuku thank you. An awkward silence had taken over at that moment. This was seen and heard by a certain brunette, somewhat angry. Momo. Sniffing something that smells so good, is it cologne? Izuku. Nervous and blushing, I do like to smell good. Momo. It's definitely delicious, getting a little closer. Izuku. Thank you, looking ahead in the line, noticing Arideed smiling at him and giving him a thumbs, thanks, Kirishima. After a few minutes, it was the turn of the 2 young people to buy their tickets. Maxi. Welcome to our cinema, the best in the country. What movie will the adorable couple see? Pointing to a poster behind them. Today is Romantic Sunday. There's a 2-for-1 offer on tickets and 50% off popcorn and drinks. Izuku. Wow, Ilda thinks of everything. Wait, what did she say? P couple. Maxi. Ah, so you're not a couple. With a threatening aura and red eyes, then there's no discount. Momo. Wait, nervous and with a slight blush. Izuku and I are a couple. Izuku. Couple. Jirou. A few seats back, couple. Uraraka. Behind them, a couple. And he called him Izuku. Maxi. I see, cancelling his aura. I'm very happy, young people, you look very good together. Izuku. Momo. T thank you, blushing and nervous, level 100. Izuku. 2, entrance P for all Almight please. Maxi. Here you go, handing over the tickets and your popcorn and drinks, and listen, young man, come here, whispering in his ear while covering his mouth. Legend says that if you sit with your partner in certain seats, they'll be the love of your life, and guess what? I gave them to you. Returning to his seat. Enjoy. Next. Momo. What did Izuku tell you? Izuku. Super nervous and blushing and nothing while looking for an excuse. It's a good P movie. Momo. I see, slightly blushing. Let's go to the others. Izuku. SC addressing the group. As they headed towards the group, the two were seen by a certain brunette, looking somewhat sad and thoughtful. Chapter 5. Cinema Part 2. But the group, having bought all the tickets and seeing that there were still 30 minutes until the show, they decided to kill time by strolling through the mall. It seemed that fate was determined to bring our green-haired friend and the raven-haired girl together, as they were seen walking through the shops together. Momo. As she walked, it's a beautiful day, don't you think, Izuku? Izuku. Next to her with a nervous face, couple. Momo. Touching the green-haired boy. Izuku. Izuku. Getting a little scared. Why yes, it's true. Momo. Remembering what happened a while ago. I'm sorry for lying. D saying we were a couple. Blushing. We have to take advantage of those discounts. Heh, smiling. Izuku. A little calmer. You're right, no problem. Returning the gesture with another smile. I exaggerated a little. Momo. Looking at her watch. There are still 20 minutes left, what can we do? I haven't bought the sweets yet, even though this box of popcorn is big. Izuku. I have some sweets, and since we're sitting together, we could share. Momo. A little flushed. It's not necessary, at least let me pay you half. Searching in her bag. Izuku. I insist, as a way of thanking you. Smiling for making me join the group more. Momo. Surprised. Did I do that? Izuku. Of course, if it hadn't been for the party and our chat, I would still be the same shy person I've always been. Momo. Laughing. You still are, Izuku. Izuku. Getting nervous. I'm sorry, I'm still working on it. Momo. Laughing, he's definitely nervous as usual, although he looks cute. Blushing. Look, there's a bookstore. Let's go. Grabbing the green-haired boy. It was a bookstore where you could sit, have coffee, and read whatever you wanted. Our favorite couple went into the place to see what was there. Izuku. Wow, this place has more books every time I come here. Looking around the store. Momo. It seems you come here often. Looking at him. Izuku. There's literature I really like, and I can also find comics and manga here. With a nervous smile. Do you want to look at some? Momo. With stars in her eyes. Yes. Each one took a different path. The green-haired boy had stopped at the rest of the world section where there were authors from different places. Izuku. Let's see, I read this one while looking at the books. This one is new, can I buy it? As he rummaged through his pocket to check his wallet, a large box next to the books counter, labeled books on sale, contained a book that stood out. The Little Prince. Izuku. Wow, with a melancholic look. That book brings back memories. Flashback. We see young Izuku in his bed, excited next to a figure sitting in a chair beside his bed. Izuku. Excited. Come on, Dad, one more. Hisashi. You need to sleep, Izuku. You have school tomorrow. Izuku. With a look like Puss in Boots from Shrek. Hisashi. Sighing slightly. Alright, where did we leave off? While opening the book. Alright, are you ready, little hero? Izuku. Totally happy, always ready. End of flashback. Izuku. Thoughtful with a sad look. Where could you be? Saying softly. Momo. The Little Prince. As she approached. My mother used to read it to me when I was a child, it's a beautiful book. Izuku. Smiling. They used to read it to me as a kid too. Smiling while looking at the book. Momo. So, rest of the world, I didn't know you read authors from other places. Looking at the books. Izuki. We certainly have great writers in this country, but reading from other parts of the world broadens your horizons a bit. Looking at the bookshelf, there are several I like, Paulo Coelho, Mario Benedetti, Gabriel Garcia Marquez. If I'm not mistaken, there's a collection of poems by all of them. Looking at the books. I think it's around here. There it is. Extending her arm. Momo. This one. Extending her hand. At one point, the two accidentally touched hands, and upon realizing this, they both reacted by pulling their hands away, embarrassed and blushing. Izuku. Blushing. I'm sorry. Momo. Don't worry, blushing, it was my fault too. Izuku. Well, taking out the book, it's this one. Momo. Are you going to buy it? Izuku. I think I can reach it, walking towards the box. As the two walked, the moment they touched hands was relived in both their minds. They looked blushing, but without speaking or looking at each other. Izuku. Reaching the counter, I'll take this one. Maxi. Very well, that's 100 yen. Izuku. You again. Maxi. I finished my shift at the movies and I have this job too, putting the book in a bag. You're quite the ladies' man, young man. There are still classic romantics out there with tears in his eyes. I wish you the best of luck, handing him the bag. Izuku. Smiling nervously. Thanks, see you later. The two of them were outside the premises. Izuku. Yaoi Rozu, extending the bag. Here. Momo. Looking at her friend in surprise. For me? Really? Blushing. Izuku. It's a gift from me. Looking at the ground. You don't know these authors, I'd like you to read it. The mere thought of reading the poems to Izuku was too much. She decided to give her the book so she could read them on her own sometime. Momo. Thank you, Izuku, receiving the gift. That's very kind of you. Mina. Guys. They could see Mina and Kirishima walking in the distance. Mina. What a coincidence, with a malicious laugh. What are you doing? Izuku. We only looked at those places, nothing but. Kirishima. Looking at his cell phone. We better hurry, there are 5 minutes left. Momo. Let's go then, starting to walk. The group of four started walking towards the cinema. Mina and Momo were in front, laughing and chatting, leaving Izuku and Kirishima behind. Kirishima. Why? Izuku. So what? Nervous. Kirishima. You know, you were alone with her, did something happen? Looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku. Well, looking at the ground nervously. It was great. Kirishima. I'm glad to hear that, man. Although we saw you hand him a bag, did you give him something? Izuku. Damn, did you see that? I gave him a book, that's all. Kirishima. Wow, Midoriya, you're awesome. I have a hard time giving Mina things. You're on the right track. Patting him on the back. We're here. The group was gathered at the entrance of the cinema. Jirou. Where were you? Momo. We were just taking a walk, that's all, haha. Jirou. That bag. Could it be Midoriya? I'll ask him later. Hilda. You've arrived just in time. Looking at her watch. We must line up to enter the room, form up with your partners with her robotic movements. For those asking about the pairings, they were. Ejiro Hagakure. Shirotsuyu. Kirishima Mina. Momo Izuku. Uraraka Hilda. Haminari Jirou. Already in line. Momo. Hey Izuku, don't you think we forgot something? Izuku. No, I don't think so, remembering the popcorn. Momo. No problem, we still have the sweets and drinks. Smiling. No problem. Izuku. If there's no problem. Smiling. The chestnut-haired girl watched this with a touch of sadness. Uraraka. They really did become very close, too close for my liking. Once the group was in the room, each one sat in their assigned place. An entire row was occupied by the UA students. Luckily, or unluckily, for the green-haired boy, he had his best friend Uraraka on one side and his new friend Momo on the other. Jirou. PSSST, Momo calling to her friend. Momo. Kayaka. What are you doing here? Jirou. We switched seats with Kirishima and Mina, so tell me, looking at the bag, what's that bag? And did Midoriya give it to you? Momo. Blushing and nervous. He gave me a gift, but it's not what you think. Jirou. Yes, of course, sitting down in her chair. We'll talk later. Momo. Sighing. Okay. But Izuku. Uraraka. Oya Deku Mirando El Peliverd. Izuku. Mirandolet. I'm Uraraka. Uraraka. What's going on between you and Yaoi Rozu? Seriously? Izuku. Surprised with Momo. And nothing's happening. Blushing. Oh, look at the trailers, what movie is coming soon? Hahaha. Sitting down. Uraraka. Oh, right. Momo. They're up to something. I'll ask her later. Looking at the screen. The trailers had ended and the movie had begun. An hour after it started, everyone was enjoying it, especially Almight's #1 fan, our favorite green-haired hero. He had his backpack between him and Momo with the sweets. Every now and then each of them would take a little out to eat. Izuku. Damn, Almight is a hero both on and off screen, although his acting skills are debatable, his charisma is undeniable. Reaching for the sweets, they're delicious. Wait, this isn't candy. When he notices this, he looks at his backpack and realizes that he was touching the raven-haired girl's hand. Izuku. Screaming and pulling his hand out. Several people in the room. Izuku. I'm sorry, clasping his hands together. Excuse me, Momo. Momo. With her hands still in her bag, but surprised, this is the second time this has happened, but each time I feel more nervous, and my heart races. What's wrong with me? Coming out of her thoughts, and no problem, Izuku, it's an accident, blushing. The feeling of unease had settled over the group. No one had noticed what had happened, except for the green-haired boy's girlish scream. Well, almost everyone. Uraraka. With a sad look, I wish it had happened to me. The movie had ended, and applause rang out at the end, the loudest from Izuku. After the little incident, the two didn't speak to each other again, too shy to even recall what had happened. At the entrance of the theater. Toru. What a great movie. Excited. Haminari. It was incredible, the final battle was awesome. Jirou. Even though Almight isn't that great an actor, it was really good. Hilda. It was a great outing, we should do it again, smiling. Jirou. We have to congratulate Aizawa for his small participation, even though he dies 5 minutes after appearing, laughing. Mina. But her performance was incredible, imitating her teacher, remember me as Mama Caterpillar. Hiroshima. Laughing, he didn't say that, but great acting. Uraraka. What did you think of Deku? Izuku. With stars and tears in his eyes, it was great. Hiroshima. I knew you'd like it, nervous laugh, by the way, everyone's carrying a backpack. Haminari. That's right, I hadn't noticed. Hilda. Is it a coincidence? Or do they have something planned? Jirou. They found us out. They're not as dumb as I thought. Mina. Smiling, all the girls are coming to my house for a sleepover. Excitedly. Hiroshima. Sounds fun, I know, smiling, let's have a sleepover, all the men. Haminari. Good idea, we should invite the others, taking out his cell phone. Hilda. I'll ask permission, texting on her cell, and you, Midoriya. Izuku. I'd love to, but I have to go home. Mom went to work and there's no one to stay home. Damn, it was my first sleepover. Hiroshima. What a shame, he said sadly. Izuku. No problem, maybe next time, smiling, look at the time, I should go, have fun, everyone waving. Momo. Wait. Approaching Izuku, thank you for today, I had a lot of fun. Izuku. Looking at her, slightly blushing, I had fun too. Momo. I'd like to repeat it in a shy tone. Izuku. It will be a pleasure, smiling goodbye, waving to her and everyone else. The group watched as the green-haired boy walked away into the night while the other boys and girls went their separate ways. Back with Izuku, during a nighttime walk illuminated by the city lights, he reflected on everything that had happened that day. Izuku. While walking, it went better than I thought, I'm getting closer to the group and closer to Momo, damn, I touched her hand twice, hahaha, with a small smile, she looked really good today, my heart beat faster than normal when I was near her, I don't know what's happening to me, wait, I wanted to repeat it while he stopped in the street, does she want us to repeat it by ourselves? Moving to the other side of the street, no, otherwise she would have told me moving to the other side, but she told me between us, why don't I understand women? Man. Leaving an apartment window, hey broccoli head, don't make so much noise. Or I'll call the police. Izuku. I'm sorry, running off. After arriving at the station and taking the train, Izuku had finally arrived home. Izuku. Opening the door, mom hasn't arrived yet, closing the door, phew, I'm exhausted, throwing himself down on the couch, I've had too much rest, I'll train again tomorrow, yawning, I'm hungry, then I'll take a shower and go to sleep. Izuku went to cook himself a katsudon while watching the day's news. Izuku. Kamui Woods is on a roll while leaning against the kitchen door watching TV, I got a message, noticing his phone ringing, Momo. Aoi Rozu, 22:42 p.m. Izuku legist bien. Izuku. While reading the message, she worries about me, blushing as he replied. Izuku, 10:42 p.m. Yes, I arrived a little while ago, and you? Aoi Rozu, 10:43 p.m. We just arrived at Mina's house. I'm excited for my first sleepover. Izuku, 10:43 p.m. I hope you enjoy it, enjoy it. Aoi Rozu, 10:44 p.m. I hope so, these girls tend to be a bit crazy. How was your day? Upon seeing this message, Izuku could only smile and remember everything that had happened that day, with his friends and with her. A slight blush had formed on his cheeks, and that was enough for him to write. Izuku, 10:44 p.m. It was incredible. Preview of the next chapter. Momo. This is my first girly thing, I'm so excited, but they started asking me so many questions. What do I think of Izuku? Don't miss the next chapter of I Fell in Love with Him. Sleepover. Izuku. Chapter 6. Sleepover. Izuku, 10:44 p.m. It was incredible. The green-haired boy's message had caused a slight blush to appear on the raven-haired girl's face, bringing a small smile to her face. Aoi Rozu, 10:45 p.m. I say the same. Mina. What are you doing on your phone, yeah Momo? Now we find ourselves in Mina's room. We could see everyone doing different things. Uraraka was doing Tsuyu's hair, Jirou was looking for some music on her phone, Mina and Toru were googling the latest gossip, and Momo, a little further away, was using her phone to talk to her mother. Momo. I was only talking to my mother looking at her. Mina. Why do I find that hard to believe? Throwing herself at her let me talk to her. Momo. Creating a pillow and no, she went to the bathroom hitting her. Mina. With a pillow over her face so that's how it'll be, huh? Grabbing a nearby pillow fight. Momo. Getting hit by a pillow. The war had broken out, all the young women began hitting each other with pillows, as if their lives depended on it, laughter and happiness filled the place, but a certain raven-haired girl wanted that moment with her friends to never end. Izuku house. Izuku. Looks like he's doing something with the girls putting his phone away, I'd better start eating so I can sleep starting to eat damn it, my phone again taking it out who could it be? Almight answer me. Almight. Young Midoriya, good evening, sorry for the hour. Izuku. No problem Almight, I was just eating. Almight. First of all, congratulations on first place at the festival. I knew you had the potential, and you didn't disappoint. You have a great future ahead of you. Izuku, thank you Almight. Almight. Are you crying? Izuku. See Noda. Almight. Hahaha I'll allow it this time. Another thing, meet me at the beach where we trained in 30 minutes. I want you to teach me that new technique. Izuku. In 30 minutes. Okay, I'll see you there. Almight. We'll see you there. Izuku. Sighing I wanted to rest, but better yet, I can't wait to show her my progress, I'd better finish eating. Mina's house. Mina. Come on girls, one last time pleading. Jirou. We're fed up with your game slightly annoyed. Mina. Now that the boys aren't here, we can say whatever we want. Seiya. We don't have super trust yet, Kiro. Toru. Supporting Mina that's why, knowing everything about us will help us become closer. Uraraka, thoughtful it's not that I don't want people to know me, but there are things I can't talk about so easily. Momo. Me too he nervous and with a drop of sweat. Mina. What we say won't leave this room. Jirou, oh yeah. Smiles and why don't you start? Uraraka. Good idea, you always ask the questions. Mina. He nervous you know what'll do I'm not scared and I have nothing to hide. Seiya. Gusta Kirishima. Mina. In a state of shock huh? Jirou. The con artist got conned. Mina. Nervously playing with her fingers I do like it in a low voice. Jirou. What? Bringing her ear closer we can't hear you. Mina. Yes, I like him. Standing up I like everything about him, his red hair, his quirk, he's beautiful, every time he talks about being a man in any situation he makes me fall in love, breathing heavily and blushing deeply. All. Surprised. Jirou. Well I'm glad he. Mina. Since you're talking with a threatening look do you like Kaminari? Jirou. With a slight blush he's a hopeless idiot but I definitely like him embarrassed. Mina. I see, you like it laughing. Jirou. Angrily what don't you understand? I didn't say I liked it. Mina. Whatever you say, it's your turn to ask, the one who answers asks. Jirou. Damn, I'm really bad at that stuff. Mina. Then I'll ask Momo. Momo. Go get more food. Oh of course getting up. Mina. Where do you think you're going? Holding her arm sit down, I've wanted to ask you for a while. Momo was undoubtedly scared. Her feelings were all mixed up and she didn't want to say something she didn't want to say. But the doubt was killing all her classmates. Jirou. I wanted to ask him privately but it doesn't matter, although I doubt he'll answer. Mina. What do you think of Midoriya? Momo Uraraka. Surprised. Momo. Midoriya. I think. Back with Izuku. 11:15 p.m. Izuku had arrived at Tagaba's municipal beach where he was waiting for All Might. Izuku. Sneezing damn, maybe they're talking about me, or maybe I'm getting sick, I don't know which is worse taking out his cell phone, I should be arriving soon feeling a small earthquake in his feet and a noise coming from the right what is that? In the distance, a large curtain of earth could be seen approaching at great speed. The closer it got, the clearer it became. All Might. I'm here skidding to the front of Izuku on the beach late at night with Midoriya. Izuku. All Might. Surprised. All Might. Brushing the sand off his body sorry it's late Midoriya, but I was excited to see your progress. Recovery told me you needed to rest, that's why I didn't call earlier. We don't have much time, so let's get down to business. What progress have you made with One for All? Izuku. No problem, I also wanted to show him what I'd learned. Well what I was doing wrong was directing all the power of One for All to one place, right? That's why it broke my bones, fingers, etc. So I thought, what if I distribute my power throughout my body? It's still not much I can do, but it worked. All Might. Very good, that sounds reasonable, and it seems to have worked for you. What's it called? Izuku? I call it full cowling, for now I can go from 5% to 10%, it strengthens and improves my senses and abilities greatly, but if I go over 10%, I start to get tired quickly, and my body can't handle it. All Might. I see with his hand on his chin, can you teach me? And yes, I give you permission to use your quirk. Izuku. Alright, getting into position, here I go. Green rays began to emanate from the green-haired boy, the floor trembled slightly, leaving All Might impressed. Izuku. Alright, ready, full cal 5%. A great gust of wind shook All Might, quickly seeing his pupil enveloped in green lightning and red markings on his body. All Might. His understanding of one for all is very fast, he's adapting to it quickly, he's undoubtedly a very intelligent boy, I'm glad I chose him. Very well, Midoriya taking off the coat he was wearing, let's begin tonight's impromptu training, you have 5 minutes to hit me. Izuku. With a defiant smile, alright All Might, here I go, disappearing in a second. All Might. He's very fast. Izuku had disappeared from All Might's sight. His speed had increased considerably. All Might looked back, seeing Izuku approaching him, trying to land a blow on the green-haired boy. Izuku punched the ground, raising a large wall of dust and rocks. All Might. So, a smokescreen, huh? Stepping back, obscuring the enemy's vision, but that won't stop me. Izuku. Full cowling 10%. All Might could see green beams of light through the earth, going back and forth. All Might. He's too fast, the bad thing is I'm already at my limit. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his back. The ground had disappeared and he saw Izuku on his back. Izuku. I think I won, smiling All Might. All Might had returned to his original form at that moment. Ashi. Spitting blood, that was great, young man, I was at my limit. Izuku. Surprised, I'll try again, but on a better occasion. A few people still walking the streets heard the sounds of the small training session approaching the beach. Woman. The noises were heard from here, look at that pointing. Man. A decrepit old man is on the beach with a child, we must call the police. Ashi. I think we should leave, nervously and quickly. Izuku. After you. Scared and nervous. The two of them had started running at high speed, disappearing from the beach. Mine room. Mina. And Momo. Are you going to answer? Waiting. The situation was critical for the raven-haired girl. She was overwhelmed with a sea of feelings and thoughts. What did she think of her companion and sudden friend? That question made her heart race. She had never experienced that sensation before. Momo. Nervous and blushing. Uraraka. Oh wow, that does interest me, waiting for her friend's answer. Jirou. Quickly grabbing the drink bottle, darn, there's no more drink, I'll have to go find some. Standing up and grabbing Momo and dragging her, help me, yeah Momo, we'll be right back. In the kitchen. Momo. Sighing, you saved me, Jirou leaning on the table. Jirou. My stomach hurts from drinking that whole bottle of soda, don't count your chickens before they hatch, looking at her, it's unlikely Mina and Toru will forget about it, so try to think of an answer. So, Momo, do you like Midoriya? The raven-haired girl was overcome with nerves again, but if there was anyone she could talk to and vent to, it was her friend. Momo. Well, thinking he's different, I respect him a lot, I admire how capable he is, the great potential he has as a hero. Jirou. Interrupting her, that's what you told me when I asked you about Todoroki. Momo. I know, looking at the floor, but I feel it's different, he's helped me a lot, aside from the fact that he helped me without hesitation. I remember every word he said to me, every single one, and the connection we made, I feel comfortable with him, I can talk without being afraid of what people will say. Smiling, he likes books too, he gave me one today, his shyness makes me laugh and feel tender, but what attracts me the most is his great sense of duty, he's not just someone who hits. As long as he helps someone, he doesn't mind listening to you and being with you, no matter who it is, he will undoubtedly come to the rescue. Jirou. Surprised, wow, I've never heard you talk like that, do you like it then? Momo. Embarrassed and blushing, do you think so? Jirou. It seems approaching, maybe it's sudden for you, hugging her, think it over, and don't be afraid of your feelings, it's nothing bad, even though he cried and was super shy, Izuku is a good boy and a hero, you have my support. Momo. Thank you, Jirou, hugging her, I need to think about it more, get everything in order. Jirou. Okay, whenever you want, you can talk to me, with her thumb up. Now what will you say to the girls? Momo. I guess I'll tell him that nothing's wrong and that we're friends, I'm not really lying. Jirou. Maybe the first part a little laughing, come on, let's go quickly before they get suspicious, take a bottle. Momo. Receiving the bottle, let's go. The night passed uneventfully. Momo had explained that he was just a classmate she admired and the girls were satisfied with her answer, except for a certain brunette. Near Izuku's apartment. Izuku. Thank you for accompanying me, Almight. Almight. Don't worry, young man, it's my responsibility, besides, it's late at night. Izuku. We're here. They had arrived at the door of the apartments. Izuku, thank you Almight. Looking for the keys, see you at school. Almight. I have to support you and continue watching your growth. The world will need a symbol of peace. We'll see each other in the… Inko. Izuku. What's going on here? Arriving at the door. At that moment, Izuku felt true terror. Izuku. Mom. With his hair standing on end. Inko. Do you know what time it is, young man? And who is he? Izuku. Him. Nervous he is well. Ashi. Excuse the intrusion, I'm Midoriya's teacher at UA. I apologize for the late hour, but we've been observing the young man's growth and I wanted to see it firsthand. I take responsibility for the situation, bowing it won't happen again. Inko. UA teacher. Okay, next time try to make it during the day. Ashi. We will. I would like to have a meeting with you to discuss young Midoriya. You have an outstanding son. Inko. Yes. Blushing, I hope I'm not causing any trouble, I'd like to have that meeting. Ashi. Perfect, very well, I won't bother you any longer, you must be tired miss, it was a pleasure meeting you, taking her hand and kissing it, see you later Midoriya. Izuku. With a vein throbbing in his head, what just happened here? Inko. While watching Tashi walk away Izuku. Izuku. Yes. Inko. Don't think you've gotten away with this, we'll talk tomorrow, young man with a terrifying look, lovely hours to be walking the streets. Izuku. I'm dead. Chapter 7. Back to UA. Time had passed relatively quickly for our future heroes. Their week off was over. Some had literally rested the entire week, while others finished some pending tasks. But for our green-haired hero, it was a time of training with his master, the #1 hero, Almight, to perfect his new technique, full cowling. We met in the green-haired guy's apartment on Monday morning. Izuku. Opening the door, I'm leaving, Mom. Inko. See you later, son. Say hi to Tashi for me. Izuku. Tashi. Something smells fishy, yeah, I'll say hi to Tashi for me in a mocking tone, see you later, closing the door. Izuku had missed the route he usually took to get to the academy. He arrived at the station and took the typical train that took him to the school. Walking towards the institute. Izuku. Thanks to All Might I was able to improve a little more, now I'm going from 10% to 20% while walking, but it's Ilda. The freckled boy ran until he met his best friend, who was a few meters ahead of him. Izuku. Hello Ilda, walking to the side. Ilda. Ah, hola Midoriya. Izuku. You seem thoughtful, smiling, you can tell me. Ilda. In fact there's something I need to tell you, looking at him, but not now, maybe another time. Izuku. Confused, yeah, sure. Once inside the school, they changed their shoes and went straight to their classroom, with Izuku still wondering what his friend wanted to tell him, since he seemed to be acting strangely. Having opened the large door of the hall, he found most of his classmates there. Some were talking since their teacher had not yet arrived. Midoriya walked through the classroom greeting his classmates until his gaze led him to someone. The raven-haired girl was sitting chatting with Jirou when the young woman noticed the green-haired boy, making eye contact. A blush began to form on her face, embarrassing her, and she returned to the conversation. The same was true for the green-haired boy. Both had blushed because of what had happened, although they acted normally. Uraraka. Seeing the situation, I must have been the only one who saw that, I have to do something. Although she wasn't the only one to notice the situation, a bicolor was a witness to it. Jirou. Noticing you should go and say hello. Momo. What? Surprised, I don't know. Jirou. Come on, it's just a greeting, besides, you're just friends, right? Momo. You're right, with a determined look, I'm going now, swallowing hard. When the raven-haired girl was able to stand up, the door to the hall opened, revealing Izawa, who had just arrived. Izawa. Everyone to your seats, watching everyone sit down, I hope you all rested well, since the festival was just the beginning. In his typical monotonous tone of voice, congratulations to Midoriya, Bakugo and Tokoyami for the first places, don't get overconfident. Izuku. Tokoyami. Bakugo. Si entendido como si. Izawa. Alright, get ready because the school is preparing something for the classes, especially for the hero class. I can't confirm anything yet as it's still up in the air, but stay tuned for updates. Okay, Present Mick, it's your turn. Present Mick. Opening the door with a bang. Okay. Are you ready for some English? Everyone. With little enthusiasm, yes. Classes had gone by normally until recess time arrived. In the cafeteria. Izuku. I was already starting to miss the cafeteria food. Sitting down. Uraraka. Sitting next to him, it looks delicious, doesn't it, Deku? Izuku, nodding. Hey, where's Hilda? Uraraka. I called him, but he said he had things to do, which I found strange. Thoughtful. Izuku, something's definitely wrong with him, remembering his friend's words, he'll definitely sort it out starting to eat. On the other side of the cafeteria. Jirou. Where did those idiots go? Looking around while holding her plate. Do you see them? Momo. Looking neither, we need to find some good seats. Jirou. Look, it seems you're in luck, there's Midoriya pointing. Momo. Izuku. Looking around. I don't know, he's with Uraraka, maybe we'll bother him if. Jirou. Interrupting her. But nothing, for Uraraka he's just a friend, she said so herself. Besides, didn't you want to get closer to him? Momo. Nodding sadly. Oh okay. The two of them started walking until they reached the table where the two of them were. Jirou. Excuse me, are you busy? Uraraka. Jirou. Why? Izuku. Yaoirozu. The climate of tension had appeared right there. Izuku. And no, there's no one here. Blushing. Momo. Thank you very much. Blushing, taking a seat. Jirou. With a drop of sweat. Damn, they seem like two kids, although even two kids have more initiative than these two. Thank you very much. Sitting down. Uraraka. That's the last straw. A few seconds of silence while they ate were not long in coming. Jirou. I should break the silence, so while eating Midoriya, so you have a new technique, huh? Izuku. With stars in his eyes, he always gets excited when asked about his quirk. That's right, you remember how I used to break my arms and legs so much? Momo. Uraraka. Nodding while listening clearly. Izuku. It was because I was putting all the power of my quirk into one place, but I thought that if I could distribute the quirk throughout my body, I could exponentially improve my abilities. Momo. Surprised. Wow, Izuku is remarkable, although it sounds complicated. Does he have any drawbacks? Izuku. That's right, I can only control a percentage of all that power. If I exceed that percentage, my body starts to feel it and I wear out faster. Momo. I imagine that with practice you'll be able to surpass that percentage. Izuku. Excited. Yes, I want to control it as quickly and effectively as possible, there's still a long way to go. Laughing. Momo. Laughing. I hope to have the same growth in terms of my quirk. Izuku. I'm sure you are smiling. Very capable. Momo. A little flushed. Do you think so? Izuku. Of course, besides getting in through recommendation, you made progress with your quirk. If you want, I can give you some tips on how to develop your quirk. Momo. Excited. That would be great. While those two were deeply engrossed in their conversation, two girls were watching their companions talk in amazement. Jirou. That's it, it seems I have to be the one to get them to talk. Looking at Uraraka, she seems annoyed. Could it be that? Hey Uraraka. Unfortunately for the purple-haired girl, before she could ask a question, the announcement came that recess was over. The cafeteria would be completely empty. Class 1A was the first to leave for being so responsible. They were afraid of their teacher, he almost expelled Mineta for taking too long in the bathroom. In room 1A. Izawa. Silence, I have a couple of announcements to make. Internships are coming up. Tomorrow we will have a special class and you will decide which pro hero you will be doing your week-long internship with. Hiroshima. I hope I get paired with someone awesome, but anyone is fine, as long as I can learn firsthand from a professional hero. Zero, if it's with a really pretty lady, there's no problem. Mineta. If it's Midnight and Mount Lady who want me, I'd go without any problem. I could be with them all the time and I could interrupted by Izawa's ribbons. Izawa. As I was saying, I expect you to behave properly with your quirk activated, is that clear? All. Yes sir. Firmly. Izawa. I'm glad to hear that deactivating his quirk. Let's continue with the classes. The day continued normally, with some rather tedious classes for our future heroes, although they were grateful not to have a life or death class. The departure time had arrived, everyone was getting ready to go home. Izuku. Arranging his things. Hey Hilda. Calling her. Hilda. Approaching. Shall we go, Midoriya? Izuku. Let's go. Putting on his backpack. It looks like it's raining, I should get an umbrella. By the way, you wanted to talk about something, right? Hilda. If it's true. Adjusting her glasses. Don't worry, friend, it's nothing important. Izuku. I understand. Looking towards the door. While he was talking to his friend, something caught his attention. He could see the girls leaving through the door and he saw a certain raven-haired girl laughing with her companions. A blush and a racing heart formed in the green-haired boy. Hilda. Midoriya. What's up, buddy? Izuku. Blushing and somewhat embarrassed, maybe talking to someone will help. Hey Hilda, I'd like to talk about something. Hilda. Somewhat surprised. Of course, friend, let's go and you can tell me everything. Shoto. Midoriya. While the two friends were talking and getting ready to leave, Todoroki, who was behind them, appeared wanting to talk to the green-haired boy. Izuku. Todoroki, what's wrong? Shoto. I'd like to talk to you looking at Hilda in private. Izuku. Oh of course looking at Hilda, wait for me downstairs, if you want take my umbrella out of my locker. Hilda. I understand. Don't take too long. A big storm could hit. Leaving. Izuku followed Todoroki to a hallway so they could talk. With most classes over, there were no other students in the school, so they could talk without any problems. Izuku. What does Todoroki want now? Although I shouldn't jump to conclusions, could it have something to do with Momo? While walking behind Todoroki. Shoto. Stopping, this is fine, Midoriya looking him straight in the eye. Izuku. More serious than usual, why yes, seeing Shoto raise his arm and closing his eyes, damn it, he wants to kill me, he probably found out how I spoke to his father, or because I beat him. Izuku thought Todoroki was going to fry him or freeze him permanently, but he was greatly surprised when he saw his arm outstretched and his hand open. Shoto. With his typical humor, thank you. Izuku. Huh. Surprised. Shoto. Thank you for saving me and for showing me I was wrong. To become the hero I want to be, I must give it my all, my left and right sides. Thank you. Smiling at him. Izuku. Surprised by his partner's words, I'm glad to hear it, smiling and taking his hand to shake it, you're welcome. Shoto. Smiling, oh, by the way, what's going on between you and Yaoyorozu? Izuku. A surprised with Yaoyorozu? And nothing's wrong with me. Why are you asking? Shaking his arms and blushing. Todoroki. I see, leaving, we're friends and classmates, you and I, but I won't have a problem with you being my rival. Izuku. With a determined look, I haven't forgotten the talk we had at the festival, I will be the #1 hero. Shoto. Smiling, I didn't just mean that, see you later Midoriya. Izuku, I'm still investigating whether you're some illegitimate son of Almight. Izuku. With a drop of sweat, okay haha. Izuku was arriving at the entrance where he met Hilda. It was raining in the city, so the two of them, with umbrellas in hand, went to the station. In the city streets. The two young men were walking to the station, talking about a little bit of everything. Izuku. Oya Hilda, why Uraraka? Hilda. Nervously, you Uraraka. I think it was with Asui, laughing nervously. Izuku. How strange that he reacted like that. Hilda. In any case, adjusting her glasses, what did you want to talk to me about? Izuku. Right, sighing, I think I'm going crazy. Hilda. Looking at her companion, what's that all about? Izuku. There are things that have been happening to me lately, you could say with someone I don't know what's wrong with me. Hilda. Nervous, oh yeah? With whom? Izuku. You promise not to tell anyone? Not even Uraraka? Hilda. More nervous, not her. Why? Izuku. Because I don't want everyone to know, sighing, I don't know if I should say I like her, I have no idea, but you could say that getting nervous, I'm attracted to the vice president. Hilda. Really, Midoriya? Grabbing his shoulders enthusiastically. Izuku. While being shaken by his friend, are you that happy? Hilda. Stopping and adjusting her glasses, I'm sorry, there's a reason for my behavior, but go on, since when? Izuku. Embarrassed, you could say that since the festival. Hilda. So it was true that they had gotten closer, I hadn't noticed, with her hand on her chin, the problem is that you don't know if you really like him, is that right? Izuku. Nods sheepishly. Hilda. I'm no expert on the subject, but what do you feel when you see her? Izuku. I get more nervous than usual, it's hard to talk to her and my heart races and I can't stop thinking about her. Hilda. Friend, putting her hand on his shoulder, I'm afraid to tell you that you like it. Izuku. Sighing, I was afraid of that, what should I do? Hilda. Moving her arms like a robot, I think you should slow down, Midoriya, but more importantly, you must accept your feelings. It's not a sin to like someone. Izuku. I guess I have a lot of doubts, I don't know if the same thing will happen to her if she likes someone else. Hilda. You'll have to find out for yourself, but don't rush things. I suppose you value their friendship. Izuku. Of course, she's a great friend. Hilda. Then don't make any mistakes, one wrong step and bam. Goodbye, although I should say all this to myself. Izuku. Wow, you really know your stuff. By the way, Hilda, what did you want to talk to me about? Hilda. Sighing, since you trusted me, I will do the same. The same thing is happening to me as to you, except that I accepted it faster. Hilda. Wait, the same as me? Surprised. Hilda. That's right, it's with. Izuku. Interrumpiandolo Uraraka no. Hilda. Surprised, how did you know? Izuku. It's not that difficult, you've been acting strange since today. Hilda. I promised myself I wouldn't be so obvious, I like Uraraka, Midoriya. Izuku. I'm not surprised, to be honest, smiling. Don't worry, buddy, you have my full support. Hilda. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, I wanted to tell you, but I didn't know if I was exaggerating or not, but it's a weight off my shoulders. Izuku. Looks like we needed to vent laughing. Having arrived at the station, each one took their train to go home. In Izuku's apartment. Izuku. As he went up the stairs, what a day, so much information. The internships, Hilda and Uraraka, Todoroki, and my feelings, reaching the door. I need to think things through. While looking for the keys, wait, it's open. Mom must be inside. She left early. Inko. Ah. Izuku. Mom. Quickly opening the door. Mom. Are you okay? Running into the living room and shocked by what he saw. Inko. Ah ha 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 ha. So Midoriya did that. I didn't expect it, wiping away tears from laughter. His mother was sitting in the kitchen with his teacher, drinking coffee. Izuku, surprised, pinched himself to see if he wasn't dreaming or dead. Inko. Ah, son, you're here. Smiling. Tashi. Young Midoriya. Looking at the green-haired boy, startled. We were having a meeting about your performance and development, he. Izuku. I see, with a challenging and terrifying look. Tashi. With a drop of sweat. I was just leaving, thank you Inko for the coffee and the wonderful afternoon, until next time. Inko. The pleasure is all mine. Smiling. Until next time, Tashi. Accompany him to the door, Izuku, and close it. Izuku and All Might headed to the door without saying a word to each other. Tashi, see you tomorrow. Young Midoriya. Nervous. Izuku. See you tomorrow, Tashi with a mocking smile. Tashi. It's not what, seeing the door close in his face. Izuku. Walking towards the kitchen, just what I needed, another problem. When I got to the kitchen, her mother was still sitting there, drinking coffee with a slight blush and her eyes closed. Inko. It's not what you think, she said, looking at him. Izuku. I didn't say anything. The day passed uneventfully, the freckled boy rested a bit watching television, and when the time came they decided to eat. Izuku's little taunts towards his mother were not long in coming, earning him a few good blows from his mother. Having eaten, Izuku prepared to shower and rest, since he had all his homework done that day. In his bed, 10:30 p.m. Izuku. Well, lying down, tomorrow will be a new day. Izuku had intended to close his eyes, since he wanted to sleep as soon as possible to start a new day, but something was going to ruin his plans, for the better. You have a call, you have a call. Izuku. I need to change that ringtone, who would call at this hour? Looking for his cell phone while the ringtone continued, yes, I have a call, I'm coming. Searching through the clothes he was wearing, he found the cell phone in his pants pocket. Izuku. Okay, who could it be? Looking at his phone. Yaoi Rozu. Chapter 8. Start of internships. Izuku. Mirando Su Cellular Yaoi Rozu. The green-haired boy was surprised that the raven-haired girl was calling him. While nervous, he tried to figure out why she was calling. It was already very strange for someone to call him, but even stranger at that late hour. Izuku. Paying attention. Izuku. What? Momo. Izuku. Sorry for the late hour, were you about to go to sleep? Izuku. And no, not yet, what happened? Momo. I wanted to thank you for the book, I'm really enjoying it, there are some very good poems and writings. Izuku. I'm glad you liked it, besides, I knew you would. Momo. Yes, it was definitely a nice gift from you. A few seconds of silence. Tomorrow we'll choose who to do the internships with. What do you think? I'm sure you'll have many offers. Izuku. It would be worse, I wouldn't know who to go with. Momo. Someone from the top 10 would be great, I wouldn't have that opportunity even if I wanted to. Izuku. You were incredible at the festival, I wouldn't be surprised if someone called you up for the top 10, you should have more confidence in yourself, you're amazing. Izuku didn't know it, but that comment had made the raven-haired girl blush. Momo. I still don't understand how you manage to make me feel better every time we talk. Now it was the green-haired boy's turn to blush. Izuku. I'm not saying anything crazy, anyone in our class would say the same thing, with training and effort, you'll have no limits. Momo. I need mental strength, like yours. I haven't lived through half of what you've lived through, but even so, I'm very disappointed in myself, but I'm going to improve. I have very good feelings about the internships. Izuku. I know you'll do well. Minutes had passed, the phone conversation had gone past midnight, but as they say, when you're doing things you enjoy, time flies. Izuku sat on his bed, gazing at the cloudy night, watching raindrops fall and trickle down his window. Izuku. It's raining, isn't it? Momo. Quite a lot, but it's nice. These climates help you think and clear your mind. Izuku. I need a lot of that lately, haha. Momo. Is something worrying you? Izuku. Quite a few things, honestly, but I can't let them hurt me, I want to focus on my goals. Momo. If you need to talk to someone, you can count on me. Izuku. I'll keep that in mind. How about we go to sleep? Momo. Oh no, what time is it? I'm really sorry, I needed to talk to someone. I was quite nervous about tomorrow, but now I feel better. Izuku. Me too. I won't take up any more of your time, get some rest, see you tomorrow. Momo. Rest well, Izuku. The call had ended, leaving Izuku trembling and with his eyes wide open. Izuku. Talking to a girl on the phone is great. Morning had arrived for our hero, he got ready to go to UA, took the typical train having arrived on time for his classes. Whenever he entered, his eyes were drawn to the raven-haired girl. He didn't do it intentionally. It seemed his eyes did it automatically. When their eyes met, a slight blush would form on both of their faces. They didn't know why it only happened with the two of them, but they couldn't control it. Izuku had the habit of greeting all his classmates, but when he reached the raven-haired girl, his heartbeat accelerated like a Formula 1 car, making him nervous and causing him to quickly go to his seat. Izawa. Entering. Good morning students, today is the big day where you will choose your teachers for this week of internships, but first. Midnight. Entering with her typical sensuality. When you go out on the streets, the most important thing you must have, so that you are recognized, is a name. Today we will choose your hero names. The students were excited about the idea of choosing their names, although many of the boys were focused on the heroine's captivating beauty. The class went by as usual. All the kids chose their favorite names. Some had already chosen their names as children, while others had to try several times because they weren't very catchy. Izuku chose the name Deku because Uraraka had given it the meaning of you can do it, not useless, as Bakugo had originally given it to him. Momo, on the other hand, chose the name Creati, very fitting for her quirk. Izawa. Coming out of his sleeping bag. Very well, having chosen your names, the important part of the day has arrived. You will choose where you will go for the internships. Touching a button on the remote control, lowering a screen. Next, we will show the number of applications. The screen had lit up, revealing several students with a number of applications. Izuku. 4321. Todoroki. 4189. Bakugo. 4067. Hilda. 3567. Okoyami. 2502. Haminari. 1892. Zero. 1203. Mine. 603. Hiroshima. 567. Aoirozu. 432. Aoyama. 234. Everyone was surprised by the exaggerated numbers of the first three on the list. Hiroshima. I have quite a few, but not like those three. Haminari. Over 4,000. That's insane. Surprised. Jirou. Without a doubt they are the best three. Bakugo. Angrily, damn it, not only is Deku in first place, but that half-and-half idiot surpassed me. Aoirozu couldn't believe it. She was surprised by the number of applications. She hadn't expected so many, but she looked at Todoroki, who, despite being second in applications, didn't seem excited. Momo. Smiling. Wow, Todoroki, that's great. Shoto. It must have been my father's doing to have so many looking at her and smiling. Thanks. The two were smiling at each other, but this was seen by a green-haired boy who was somewhat displeased by the situation. Izawa. It's truly impressive, and for those who weren't on the list, don't worry, you have options in this box here. And for those who were on the list, pointing to some bags, here are the bags with the applications, choose carefully. 3 huge black bags stood out, suggesting they were for the first 3, while other smaller bags were for the rest. Izawa. Settling into his sleeping bag. You have until the end of the day to choose. Lying down on the floor. The students had gone to the cafeteria to eat and to choose the hero with whom they would spend their internships. Izuku, looking at the applications. I have quite a few, I don't know which one to choose. Hilda. Adjusting her glasses. No matter how many requests there are, I've made up my mind. I'll go with my brother to his agency. I need to learn to be the next Ingenium. Izuku. That's a good decision. Smiling. And you, Uraraka. Uraraka. Nothing yet. Sighing. It's complicated, there are so many, you probably have Deku in your top 10. Izuku. I haven't seen any yet. Getting up. I'm going to throw away the rest, I'll be right back. Izuku had gone to a trash can to throw away his leftover food. Having thrown it away, he turned around and bumped into the vice president. Izuku. Excuse me. Looking up. Aoirozu. Momo. Izuku. Blushing slightly. I'm sorry for bumping into you. Izuku. There's no problem. Blushing. The two of them had remained silent for a moment. Momo. It's incredible how many heroes love you. Were you able to choose one? Izuku. Still nothing. Sighing. I want to choose the right one. What about you? Have you chosen? Momo. I had several. A little embarrassed, but the one that surprised me the most was the request from Maruko. Izuku. Surprised. Really? That's great. Smiling. The current number 6 hero, I knew you would do it. Momo. Smiling, I still can't believe he loves me. While the two were chatting, they were seen by two people who looked at the scene with displeasure. Izuku? I suppose you'll choose her. Momo? She's the best option of all. Enthusiastically, I hope to learn a lot from her. Izuku? I'm sure you will. Smiling. While he was talking to her, he could see a super muscular man secretly calling him from the edge of the entrance, realizing that he had to go. Izuku? I'd love to continue, Yaoi Rozu, but I have something to attend to. Congratulations, and goodbye. Saying goodbye. Momo? Oh, of course, waving and watching the green-haired boy walk away. He's great. Izuku headed to Almight's office. Izuku? Opening the door. Excuse me. Almight? Sitting down. Excuse me for interrupting, you seem to be having fun with Miss Yaoi Rozu, what's going on with her? Izuku? Sitting down. He's not in a position to ask about that. Tashi. Almight? Sighing, he won't forget that easily, will he? Izuku? For now, he's safe. Smiling, and well, what did he want me for? Almight? Congratulations on the applications. Having that many means you're making headlines in all the agencies and many are eyeing you. Have you chosen a hero yet? Izuku? Sighing, not yet. Almight? Well, getting up to look for a piece of paper on his desk. I have something that might interest you. It was my old teacher at UA, he trained me for many years and he was a friend of my teacher. Izuku? Excited, really? Then he knows One for All. He could help me with IT. Almight? Looking at Almight's back. Almight? Trembling, he must think I'm a terrible teacher. He must be terrified I found my successor. It's truly frightening, as always. Stop trembling, legs. While hitting his legs. Izuku? Scared, he must be someone tough to have Almight like this. Almight? Coughing, anyway, I advise you to consider going with him, he knows about One for All. Izuku? It's decided. Standing up, I'll go with him. Almight? Very well, young man, I'll speak with him to confirm you'll be going. Now get back to class, right now. Coughing blood and reverting to his skeletal form. Izuku? Opening the door. Why, yes. Classes had gone smoothly, they had all chosen their agencies and were ready to leave for their agencies tomorrow. Izuku had arrived home, spoken with his mother, taken a shower, eaten, and prepared everything for tomorrow. Izuku? We'll meet tomorrow at the station. Packing his clothes. I'm so excited for tomorrow. I can't wait to get better. While she was preparing her things, she noticed the phone was ringing. Izuku? Looking at his phone. Who could it be? Yaoi Rozu? Izuku? Attendiendo Yaoi Rozu? Momo? Hello again. Izuku, I hope I'm not interrupting. Izuku? Not at all. Laughing, I was getting everything ready for tomorrow. Is there anything you need? Momo? No, actually I wanted to talk to you for a moment. They both enjoyed those calls. It was difficult to talk at their school because of the possible teasing from their classmates, but they compensated by talking on the phone, although the green-haired boy wasn't very used to it. Momo? It's just that I'm really excited for tomorrow, to be able to be next to a hero, and from the top 10, who did you choose? Izuku? A former teacher from UA asked me to join. I didn't mean to say anything about All Might. I chose him. Laughing. Momo? I understand. Laughing, will you bring your cell phone? Izuku? You never know what might happen, so yeah, why? Momo? I was wondering why. Maybe in a sad tone we could talk sometime. Izuku? Oh, of course, sure. Momo? Well, by the way, I read a poem last night that I really liked. Footsteps of the dark-haired girl could be heard. Here's the book, it's by Mario Benedetti. Izuku? Very well. Listening attentively. Momo? I liked it a lot. The sound of turning some pages could be heard. Page, here it is, it says. The green-haired boy was expectant, waiting to hear his partner's words. Momo? Don't give up. She began to speak. You still have time to reach your goals and start again. Accept your shadows, bury your fears. Release the burden and take flight once more. Izuku on the other side was surprised and blushed. Momo? Don't give up, because that's what life is about. Continuing the journey. Chasing your dreams. Unlocking time. Clearing away the rubble and uncovering the sky. The voice of the raven-haired woman was beautiful. It was a cantata of angels singing the most beautiful melody to all of creation. Momo? Don't give up, please don't give in, even though. Izuku? Interrupting her. The cold burns. The green-haired boy's voice made itself known, surprising his companion, but Izuku continued. Izuku? Even if fear bites. Even if the sun hides and the wind falls silent. There is still fire in your soul. There is still life in your dreams. Because life is yours and so is desire. Because you have wanted it and because I love you. With her heart racing, speechless, and a blush on her face, she listened intently to Izuku's words. The green-haired boy continued reciting the poem. Izuku? Because wine and love exist, it's true. Because there are no wounds that time cannot heal. Open the doors, remove the locks. Abandon the walls that protected you. To live life and accept the challenge. To rediscover laughter, to rehearse singing. To lower your guard and extend your hands. To spread your wings and try again. To celebrate life and take to the skies once more. Don't give up, please don't give in. Even if the cold burns. Even if fear bites. Even if the sun sets and the wind falls silent. There is still fire in your soul. There is still life in your dreams. Because every day is a beginning. Because this is the hour and the best moment. Because you are not alone. Because I love you. The poem had ended, but a silence fell over the call until Izuku spoke. Izuku. So Momo, don't give up. Those words triggered the raven-haired girl to shed a few tears. She didn't know why, but she was happy, composed. Izuku. What a great poem, I knew it by heart. Sorry for interrupting, but I couldn't help myself. A brief silence. Momo. Without a doubt, it's beautiful. Izuku. We should sleep, the internships start tomorrow, have a good rest, see you tomorrow. Momo. Yes, see you tomorrow, have a good rest. Izuku. Hanging up, wow, that was great. I always read that poem, but today was different. Looking at the ceiling while thinking about his classmate's voice, she's great. Wait, didn't reciting the poem to her sound like a getting nervous and blushing a confession? Aoi Rozu's bedroom. When she hung up, she put the cell phone to her chest, her mouth open in surprise and tears streaming down her face. But a fire burned in her chest, a heart beating 1,000 kilometers a minute and a monumental blush. She lay down on her bed with her hair loose, her arm over her eyes, not saying a word, just thinking about a green-haired boy and his voice and everything they had experienced together during this time. After thinking back and clutching her chest, wanting to cry, she could only say. Momo. It's official, I like Midoriya Izuku. Chapter 9. Battle at Hosu. Morning had arrived for our heroes, who were preparing to go to the station to begin their journey to their internships. Each one was arriving at the place. Izuku was entering thinking about the call with his partner. He thought that he had unconsciously confessed to her. He wanted to clarify it with his partner, or so he thought, but his heart was in conflict with his head. While carrying her suitcase with her suit in her hands, she walked with her head down. When she was a few meters from the station entrance, she saw a limousine parked there. As she got closer, the door of the vehicle opened, revealing the raven-haired woman in her uniform with her characteristic ponytail. Izuku wanted the earth to swallow him up, not because he didn't want to see her, but because recent events between the two had made it difficult for the green-haired boy to approach her. A little fearful, he continued advancing until his eyes met those of the raven-haired girl, who looked away sadly and a blush formed on her face. He approached her, feeling ashamed. Izuku, good morning Yaoi Rozu. Smiling. Momo. Hi Izuku, embarrassed. Izuku. That's strange, are you excited about the internships? Momo. Oh, of course, they'll be great. For better or worse, an awkward silence had formed between the two. After a few seconds, the green-haired man invited the raven-haired woman to go together to the meeting point. Izuku. Pointing the way, do you want us to go in? Momo. Of course, starting to walk. The two set off for the place. Another silence fell as they walked. Momo's gaze was averted while Izuku smiled, thinking that the internship would help him on his path to becoming the next symbol of peace. Momo's mind was filled with endless thoughts. She saw couples holding hands, which saddened the raven-haired girl even more. The two saw their classmates together with their teacher. Uraraka. Deku. Gesturing with her hands, he's with Yaoi Rozu. Hilda. Midoriya, punctuality is important, moving her arms, the train is about to leave. Izuku. Sorry, I couldn't find some things to take with me. Scratching the back of his neck. Hiroshima. Midoriya. You'd better be ready. Extending his fist. Izuku. I say the same, I hope you come back stronger, bumping his fist. Bakugo. Deku. The blonde boy had approached the green-haired boy with his typical humor and angry face. Izuku. Swallowing saliva, I send. Bakugo. It doesn't matter which hero you go with, even if you go with Almight you'll never be able to surpass me, is that clear? Izuku. With a determined look and smile, more than clear. Bakugo. Smiling, very well, I'll have my rematch with you. Izawa. Clapping to get his students' attention, alright everyone, come closer. I wish you luck this week. New challenges await you, so learn all you can and don't make it difficult for your teachers. You'll learn how an agency is run and how a professional hero works day to day. I want to see your growth when you return. Taking out his sleeping bag, alright, good luck. Now go. Each one went their separate way to the station where they were supposed to go. Jirou. Momo. What's wrong? Looking at her companion, you seem strange. Momo. Jirou. No, nothing's wrong with me. Jirou. You can't fool me, smiling. Momo. Sighing, very well, don't tell anyone. Jirou. I totally promise, on my base. Momo. Well, taking a breath, I like Midoriya. Jirou. Starry-faced and blushing. What? Well, I'm not really surprised, it was obvious. When are you going to tell him? Momo. And now is not a good time, I don't know when, I want her to at least finish her internship. Jirou. I hope you don't miss your train literally, there's your train Momo, go on, we'll talk on the phone later. Momo. Damn, running to the train, sure, see you. None of the class remained at the station anymore. They had all set off for their destinations. Izuku walked through the city, looking at the signs to get there. Izuku. Apparently, it's just a few meters away, getting closer, and it's here, although the place looks quite old. It was a fairly large house, somewhat dirty on the outside. You could say it looked a bit abandoned. Ignoring appearances, Izuku decided to go inside. Izuku. Opening the door, excuse me, I'm Izuku Midoriya, I'm from UA and I'm here to The scene left Izuku with goosebumps. An elderly man was lying on the floor on top of what looked like a pool of blood. Izuku. He's dead. Scared. Gran Torino. Raising his head and smiling, I'm alive. Izuku. He's alive, scared. Gran Torino. Stop yelling, kid. Getting up and drying his clothes, I fell and accidentally spilled the ketchup on the floor, I'll clean it up, and well, kid, what do you need? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, I'm going to do my internship with you. Gran Torino. Ah, of course, and tell me, who are you? Izuku. With a drop of sweat, this is useless, this guy is quite large, taking out his cell phone, I'll notify Almight. While he was texting, a gust of wind took Izuku by surprise. Looking inside the house, he no longer saw the man. Searching for him in the living room, he realized that he was on top of the door, with the wall cracked. Gran Torino. Very well, with a defiant smile, I've been waiting for you. At that moment, the older man was moving rapidly around the room, leaving Izuku surprised by the man's speed. Izuku. In the middle of the room, looking surprised, he's amazing, he moves so fast, I can barely keep up with him, could it be his quirk propulsion? While he was thinking, he felt some blows on various parts of his body. Gran Torino. What's wrong? Well, moving, can't you keep up with me? You have permission to use your quirk, if you hit me you win. Izuku. Alright, taking position 1 for all, full cowling 10%. Gran Torino. Surprised, 10%. While he was amazed by the power of the green-haired boy, Torino realized that the child was no longer there. Looking to his side, he could see the green-haired boy with a fist heading towards his face. With only a few centimeters left before the blow landed, Torino was able to dodge it, heading to the furthest point in the room. Gran Torino. Very slow. Izuku. 1 for all, full cowling 15%. Gran Torino. Well, this is getting interesting. The speed battle was taking place in the room. Green beams and strong air currents collided in the room. Gran Torino. It's very fast. The green-haired boy was close to landing a punch. Gran Torino. Timeout, stopping. Izuku. What? Crashing headfirst into the wall. Gran Torino. You've really surprised me, kid. Toshinori actually did something useful for a change. He goes to the kitchen, pack your things. You'll be sleeping on the couch. Unfortunately, I don't have a guest room. By the way, I'm Gran Torino. Izuku. It doesn't bother me, bowing, thank you for receiving me and teaching me. Gran Torino. Who are you? Boruko's agency. Momo. Entering the agency, wow, this is great. Boruko. So you've arrived, welcome. Turning around in a chair, I always wanted to do that, I see you arrived safely. Momo. The directions helped me a lot, bowing, thank you for receiving me, I hope to learn a lot from you. Boruko. I hope you're ready to learn. These will be painful days for you, with a challenging look, or so I'd like to say, but I've been told to be gentle with you, to explain how an agency works, blah blah blah. Momo. I would definitely love to, but if it helps me improve my skills, even better. I've seen that she's a skilled fighter. Boruko. You're very observant, girl. Momo. By the way, teacher, why did you choose me? Boruko. With a serious look, we have an agreement with the UA, you could say I was forced. Momo. With a fake smile, of course, I'm not surprised, since I was disgusting in the. Boruko. But aside from that, you caught my attention at the festival. Without a doubt, with a little training you can reach the top 10 in the future. Momo. Surprise top 10. That's too much for me, seeing my fight at the festival shows that I'm not very good at fighting. Boruko. Standing up and approaching the raven-haired girl, there's no need to dwell on the past, we need to focus on the future. Seeing you and your companions, I see a brighter future for the world, so, what do you say we get started? I've prepared a room for you, first starting to walk, come, I'll show you. Momo. Excited and with watery eyes, why yes. Osu City. Hilda. Brother. Entering a room. Tensei. Hilda, you're here. Giving her a hug. It's so nice to see you here. How are your classes? Mom told me you're president. Hilda. They're doing very well, moving her arms weakly, eager to start the internships. Tensei. With a drop of sweat we need to do something about your arm movements, go put your things away and come back to start. Hilda. Anxious. I'll do it, I'll be right back. Tensei. Smiling as he watched his brother leave, becoming serious as he looked at his computer. Where are you, hero killer? Genist Agency. J. While holding back Yugu with his quirk. You lack class, you lack discipline, you lack control these days. I'll make you a proper hero, loved by society, we'll change your look, I'll put pants on you and… Yugu. Filled with rage and with his mouth gagged, what am I doing here? I don't want to change my look, I want to kick villain's ass, at this rate I won't be the best, I should have gone with the tree guy. The days passed for our heroes, who trained diligently, attending talks on the law and how a hero should act in the streets. Izuku was training with Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Dodging. You need more speed, kid. Izuku. Damn, it's training, I need to be faster. Gran Torino. By the way, stopping, why don't you use your legs to hit? Izuku. Stopping and deactivating one for all my legs. Wow, I hadn't thought about that. I mostly use them to move around. They used to break a lot before. Subconsciously, I didn't use them for fear of breaking my bones, but now I don't have a problem with that. Gran Torino. That's later, tonight we'll go on patrol. Izuku. Excited really. Gran Torino. Put on your hero suit, going up the stairs, we'll go to Hosu, this neighborhood is too quiet. Izuku. Where is Hilda? I'll get ready. Endeavor Agency. Endeavor. Sitting. You've improved quite a bit, Shoto. I had my doubts about why you accepted my proposal. Shoto. Standing in the middle of the room, don't get confused, I've decided to use my left side to surpass you, that's all. Endeavor. That's enough for me, getting up, come on, let's go to Hosu for patrol practice. Shoto. Gien. Boruko's agency. Both had undergone combat training. Boruko. Leaving the training room with Momo. You've improved, girl. You create faster, your creations are more resistant, and you fight better. Momo. It's thanks to you, Boruko, taking out her cell phone. Izuku, 7:15 p.m. Today I will go on patrol with Gran Torino. To the city of Hosu, wish me luck. Momo. Smiling with a blush as she wrote. Aoi Rozu, 7:16 p.m. It's great, Izuku, I wish you luck. And take good care of yourself. Boruko. Looking at Momo's phone. Izuku. Momo. Ahhhhh. Getting scared. What are you doing? Boruko. I was asking you for the time, but you seemed kind of stupid looking at your phone with that smile, so I wanted to check the time, and I saw the chat. Hey, isn't that the festival champion? Nudging her lightly with her elbow with a mischievous smile. Wow, girl, you don't waste any time, he's a very handsome young man. Momo. And no, he's not my boyfriend, he's just a great friend. Boruko. As you say, becoming serious, changing the subject, are you going to Hosu? Momo. Intrigued. Yes, what's happening in Hosu? Boruko. There have been reports of heroes being killed in Hosu. It said that Stain, the hero killer, is roaming the area. Your boyfriend will have to be very careful. Momo. Worried. I hope she takes care of herself. Boruko. With her mischievous smile again. You care about him, you definitely like him. Momo. Enough. Agency of Ingenium. Tensei. Knocking on the door. Hilda, are you ready? We have to go on patrol. Hilda. Coming out of her room in her hero costume. I'm ready, brother. Tensei. Looking at his brother. How you've grown, Hilda, you'll be a great Ingenium in the future. Hilda. Excited. I hope to be, the name is too big for me now, but I hope to learn every day to become just like your brother. Tensei. Gently hitting him on the head. Don't think like that, Hilda. You have to be better than me, and I have no doubt that you will be. Hilda. With a few tears in her eyes. I will, brother. Tensei. Smiling. Well, enough emotional talk, it's time to go, we'll see the result of your training. Hilda. Yes. Leaving with her brother, I want to try my new technique. We now focus on a secluded part of Hosu City, where a mysterious figure watched over the city's landscape. Stain. This society is beyond redemption. Heroes are a joke, a facade. No one helps the truly innocent. Everyone thinks only of money and recognition. I will purge the society. All heroes will fall before me, so I can accomplish my mission in the world. Almight smiling. I'll be waiting for you. Meanwhile, a train was approaching the city of Hosu. Gran Torino. We're getting closer. Looking out the window. I don't want you to leave my side, you'll do everything I tell you, is that clear? Izuku. I hear. Announcer. We are arriving in Hosu. The city is under curfew due to a possible villain attack. Be careful and go home immediately. The train stopped at the station, making all the passengers get off quickly. Gran Torino, we're in for a busy night. Getting up, let's go. Izuku. I'm following him, running towards the station. On some streets in Hosu. Tensei. Walking, it's important to proceed with caution. You never know when a thug will appear, or worse, a villain. Hilda. Writing in a notebook, I see, noted. Tensei. With a drop of sweat, you don't need to write down everything I say. Communicator. Ingenium, are you there? Tensei. Approaching the communicator. Ingenium reporting, what's the situation? Communicator. We couldn't find the hero native. We tried calling his communicator, but he didn't answer. Tensei. With an angry look, I found you, give me the location of native's last signal. Looking at his cell phone, don't move from here, Hilda, see if you can get back to the agency. Hilda. No, brother, I want to go with you. Tensei. Getting into position, this is not the time for that, I'll be back in a second. The professional hero leaped away at great speed between the buildings, leaving Hilda deep in thought. Hilda. Nervous, something tells me to go help him. What the hell, I'll go with him, but I'll go without activating my quirk, I don't have permission to use it. Hilda sprang into action, following her brother's trail, unaware that the night was about to get worse. On the other side of the city, Izuku was accompanied by Gran Torino, jumping between buildings with their quirks. Gran Torino. Looking at the city, it's very quiet, too quiet, with that city curfew, you don't see anyone. Izuku. Is that weird? Gran Torino. Sometimes the calm comes before the storm. Izuku. Isn't it after the storm comes the calm? As he finished speaking, he received a kick to the face from Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Shouting, don't interrupt me. These kids nowadays think they can correct you. Anyway, we should. Gran Torino had been interrupted by an explosion many meters away from them. Seeing the smoke rising after that explosion, Gran Torino headed towards the source of the explosion. Gran Torino. Let's go by land, there may be injuries as we approach, we're faster. Izuku. Understood, full cowling 10%. The two had gone down to the streets where there wasn't much movement, but there were people running to get as far away as possible from the explosion. As Izuku was running, he could hear a scream coming from one of the alleys. It looked dark, as if there was no one there, but having heard it clearly, and seeing that Gran Torino had moved quite far away, he went to see what or who had screamed. Approaching the source of the scream, Izuku silently approached some trash cans, hiding behind them. He wanted to take a closer look at the situation. Izuku. The darkness isn't helping much. Squinting, I can see several people there. There's someone on the ground, that's Hilda. Hilda. On the ground, stay away from that bastard. Stain. No one will stop me in my mission. Pointing his sword at an unconscious Ingenium, I will cleanse this world of these would-be heroes. Hilda. She pleaded while tears streamed from her eyes. Please. As the assassin brought his sword ever closer to the hero, a green glow swiftly approached, connecting with a blow to the villain. Izuku. Smash. Hitting. Hilda. Surprised Midoriya. Izuku. Standing in front of the large Ingenium. Are you alright, Hilda? Get up. Hilda. I can't get up, I'm sure it has something to do with her quirk. Izuku. With a serious look, damn, don't worry, I'll protect you. Stain. As he approached, you're not half bad at hitting things, kid, and I can see you're not like these idiots here. The world would be better off with heroes like you, so get out of my way. I need to finish the job, but if you get in my way. With an angry look, you'll pay dearly. Izuku. Determined today will not be your day, hero killer. In another part of the city. Endeavor. Running, let's go fast. Shoto. Following his father, damn it, the phone. Looking at it while running, it's Midoriya, he sent a location. Is he in Hosu? I have to go. Turning around. Endeavor. Turning around, wait, Shoto. Shoto. Don't worry, I sent you the location. Sent some heroes there. Walking away. Back to the alley. Izuku. I'll finish this. Preparing to attack. Full cowl 10%. The green-haired boy charged at the assassin, but failed to land the blow. Stain had excellent reflexes. Having dodged it, Stain launched a kick that struck Izuku in the chest, sending him stumbling backward. Izuku. Damn, even at 10% he's very fast. Stain, I'd love to keep playing, you've shown me you'll be a great hero. Licking his back, so stay still for a while. Izuku. Don't even think about it. Trying to move. What's wrong with me? Struggling. Am I paralyzed? Stain. I'll start with the Indian first. Approaching native. When he was just centimeters away, a burst of flame made the killer take a few steps back, looking for who had done that. The bi-colored one could be seen approaching. Shoto. You've become very bold. Midoriya approaching with fire in his hand. I need you alive so I can improve. Izuku. Hilda. Todoroki. Stain. Another hero is making things complicated. Shoto. Muvit. Midoriya. Izuku. I can't, his quirk should paralyze you, he has to do something first, he doesn't do it with his gaze or his mind. Shoto. Otherwise I'd already be paralyzed. Izuku. There must be some weakness while we think about it, don't let him near you. Shoto. Understood, getting into position. The blast of ice was heading towards the assassin, dodging everything with great speed and reflexes, cutting through the large masses of ice. Shoto. He's ferocious. Shooting fire. Izuku. Looking at the situation in despair, he's relentless, come on, think I have a cut on my cheek, then he ran his sword over it with his tongue, could it be realizing he could move his arms a little, I can move. One for all, full cowling 15%. Stain. So you're the son of that fraud, Endeavor getting closer and closer, I'll make him pay with his son's life. Shoto. I'm not like my father throwing large amounts of fire. Stain. Dodging like father, like son. I've got you. The assassin managed to get within centimeters of Shoto, the sword was seconds away from touching him until a blow connected with Stain's face. Izuku. Smash. Shoto. Midoriya looking surprised, you managed to get out of the paralysis. Izuku. I understand his quirk now. Positioning himself next to Shoto, he paralyzes his opponents by putting their blood on their tongue. And time is different depending on the blood type. Stain. Clapping, excellent little hero, you will undoubtedly be important in the future, preparing to attack. Izuku. Shoto. Ready. More than ready. Hilda. Wait, while still on the floor, this is my fight, don't interfere. Izuku. Hilda, I'm sorry, but we're heroes. We won't leave you alone. Shoto. Just nodding. Hilda was merely a witness to the fight between her companions, who were determined to fight to protect him. Hilda. With a sad look, I was very weak, I was a prisoner of anger, and I let myself be paralyzed, I don't deserve to bear the family name, nor to be a hero. Izuku. Okay. Hilda. Looking at her partner. Izuku. Get up, looking at him and smiling, we need ingenium. The words had sunk deep into Hilda's heart. Her companions were waiting for him. Hilda. What am I saying? I'll be a hero like my brother. He's my hero. This time it's my turn to be his hero. Boruko's agency. The raven-haired girl was watching the news on her teacher's television. She watched in horror everything that was happening in the city of Hosu. Boruko. Damn, it's really ugly over there. Momo. We have to go, now. Getting up. Boruko. Don't be silly. Shouting, we're hours away from Hosu, we'll be very late. Besides, the most skilled heroes are there, not to mention the number 2 hero. Have confidence and calm down. Momo, sadly I'm sorry, sitting back down. News report. Hosu City is turning into a nightmare. All the heroes are fighting 3 mysterious creatures. They're evacuating as best they can, but look, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, has arrived, incinerating one of the creatures. Momo. Looked helplessly, those are similar to the creatures that attacked us at the USJ. Izuku, be careful. In the center of Hosu City. Endeavor. Die, you bastard, burning one of the beasts, don't get in the way, old man. Gran Torino. The situation is complicated, hitting Inomu, where is that kid? I told him not to leave. Endeavor. Let's finish this. If he's from UA, he must be with Shoto. We'll go after we've dealt with these bastards. He throws fire at one of them. Gran Torino. The worst thing that can happen is that they run into him. In the alley. While the city was in chaos, the students continued fighting the killer. Neither side gave an inch. Shoto. Making large blocks of ice go, Midoriya. Izuku. Thank you. At great speed, Izuku tried to hit him, but again he dodged with great ease, leaving Izuku behind, he went straight to Shoto. Izuku. Surprised, is it faster? Stain. Throwing his sword, I've got you. Shoto. Damn it, trying to protect himself. Just centimeters from impact, Hilda managed to strike the sword at the last moment. Izuku. Smiling Hilda. Stain. Angrily, damn it. Shoto. Hilda. Are you okay? Hilda. Trying to catch her breath, I'm fine, I can continue. Izuku. Running at full speed with his friends, come on, let me help you, helping Hilda up, I have an idea. Shoto, we'll need you to distract him, attack from a distance. The bi-colored boy nodded, I'll hit him with everything I've got. You rest, Hilda. Hilda. I won't leave you alone, standing up straight, you fought hard enough because of my mistake, it's time to keep fighting. Izuku. Smiling, alright, at my signal, getting into position, let's go. Izuku quickly headed toward Stain, exchanging blows between the two, Todoroki launching ranged attacks to make Stain retreat. Stain. Aren't they stubborn? Going to the top of a building, I'll kill them all. While traveling at high speed. Izuku. Damn it. Running, I have to go fast, hurting his ankle on ice fragments, I mustn't stop. At that moment, several events in his life came to Izuku's memory, but a raven-haired woman appeared in the hero's mind. Her smile and the moments he had spent with her were the driving force behind Izuku's attack on Stain to deliver the final blow. Izuku, I won't regret it while charging his full cowl. This is my path, for all those who believe in me. Images of his classmates, teachers, his mother, Almight, and Yaoi Rozu fueled him forward. Full cowling 20%. Hilda, I must pay for my mistakes. I want to be a hero, the greatest of all. Starting her engines and looking at her still unconscious brother, let me protect you this time. Large flames shot from the engine, blue flames erupted from its exhaust pipes. After a second, he screamed with all his might. Hilda. Recipro burst infinite launching herself at high speed. Shoto. Let's go. The battered Tensei looked up to see his brother soaring at great speed towards the assassin. Tensei. Fly Hilda, higher than anyone. Stain. That's fast, I won't block in time. The instant he thought of those words, a blow to his face and ribs made him surrender. The two heroes had connected their blows, causing the assassin to fall to the floor with a thud. The two heroes also fell from exhaustion after overexerting themselves. With his last bit of strength, Izuku looked at Hilda, blood on his cheek, and smiled at her, knowing they had won, giving a thumbs up. Hilda returned the smile, doing the same with her thumb. Todoroki watched in amazement as his classmates defeated the killer, smiling at them and falling to his knees for having overdone it himself. They were wounded, but content because they had won. Chapter 10. Repercussions. Izuku. On the floor. Did we win? Hilda. It all looks ugly lying there looking at the murderer. I would say so. Shoto. Approaching with effort. Are you guys okay? Izuku. Laughing. I think we went too far, oh dear. Hilda. My engines are burned out. Black smoke came out of her calves. It will be difficult for me to move, but I can walk. Tensei. Coughing. Hilda. Hilda. Brother trying to get up. Izuku. Let's leave him alone, help me get up so we can tie up the killer and see how native is. Shoto. Okay, I'll help you there. Hilda went with what little strength she had left towards her brother, who remained motionless, sitting against the wall. Hilda. Brother seeing his wounds. Are you alright? Tensei. It seems the effect has passed. Coughing. I'm fine, just a couple of deep cuts. Hilda. We need to go to the hospital soon. Tensei. Let him speak through the communicator. Communicator. Ingenium, are you okay? Tensei. Here. Coughing. Ingenium, I need you to send reinforcements to the location in an ambulance. Communicator. We've been trying to contact you for a while, boss. We've had some trouble with some creatures, but Endeavor and other heroes took care of it. We'll be here soon. Tensei. Very good, short. Hilda. Creatures. It seems like everything came together tonight. Tensei. Help is on the way. Smiling. Hey Hilda, that's a big movement over there. What's it called? Hilda. Reciprocal burst. Infinite. Tensei. I see infinity. Looking at the sky. That's your limit, infinity. Ruffling his brother's hair. You're becoming a great hero. Hilda. Hilda. Moved with tears in his eyes. Thank you, brother. Tensei. But even more importantly. Hilda felt a strong blow to his head, sending him back to the floor. Tensei. That doesn't exempt you from the stupid thing you did. I told you to go back to the office. What if something happened to you? How am I going to tell mom and dad? Hilda. Rubbing the spot where she'd been hit. I'm sorry, I know I was very careless. It won't happen again. While Tensei's screams continued, Izuku and Shoto observed the situation. Shoto. They're somewhat similar, although his brother doesn't make those weird movements with his hands. Izuku. But they're kind of bossy. Pulling on the knot. It's ready now. Shoto. He was very fast. He didn't have a quirk of strength or speed. He probably trained for years. Izuku. It was a tough battle, but his quirk was fitting for his nickname. Let's go outside so people can't see us. Izuku dragged Stain along, Shoto carried Native on his back, and Hilda, with some effort, carried Tensei by the arms. They had reached the sidewalk. There was nobody in the street. Shoto. I see you've finished the work. Gran Torino Endeavor. Kid Shituo. Izuku. Shoto. Damn it. He likes to shout my name. Izuku. Gee. Gran Torino nervous. It's so nice to see you here. I was helping M. Before he could finish the sentence, a blow from his teacher landed directly on his face. Gran Torino. You're an idiot. I told you to stay by my side. Izuku. On the floor. I'm sorry, I had to help my classmates. Gran Torino. TSK, as if I cared about you. Looking away. I have to get you back to UA in one piece, and well, what was your situation? Shoto. This was the situation. Pointing behind him. The heroes were greatly surprised to see the hero killer defeated. Gran Torino. Amazing. Izuku. We were able to defeat him, although it was difficult. Gran Torino. You shut up. Delivering another blow. They did it without permission and without the supervision of a licensed hero. Tensei. I gave them permission. Hilda. Tensei. Tensei, we were cornered, those two kids arrived, and I gave them permission to act. I hesitated for a second, but seeing the critical situation, I had no other choice. I take full responsibility myself. Izuku. Talent. Endeavor. Anyway, I see they've defeated him. Take him away, ordering the police, and take these guys to a hospital. They have serious injuries. We'll talk tomorrow. For now, take care. Come on, old man. Authorities took Stain's unconscious body away while the group was taken to the hospital to treat their injuries. Osu Hospital, the following morning. We find ourselves in the recovery room where Hilda, Izuku, and Todoroki were. Sunlight streamed into the enormous hall where our heroes were located. Izuku. How are you feeling, Hilda? Hilda. My engines are still fried, but they'll be back up soon. And you, Todoroki? Shoto. I already feel fine, you guys were the ones who got hit the most. Izuku. I'll go for a walk. Getting out of bed, my phone should be charged by now. Izuku left the room and walked down the hallway, turning on his cell phone. Izuku. Let's see what's new. 85 calls from my mom. I don't know how to take that, maybe she's on her way here. While he was checking his cell phone, an incoming call interrupted the green-haired man's phone. Izuku. Uraraka. Attendiendo. Uraraka. Deku, thank goodness you're listening. We heard about last night. How are you all doing? Izuku. We're at the hospital, nothing serious, I went for a walk. Uraraka. I understand, I wanted to call you earlier, but it seemed your phone was off. Izuku. It completely discharged last night, sorry for worrying you. Uraraka. No problem, I'll leave you now. I suppose you'll want to rest. See you at school. Izuku. Sure, see you later. The call had ended, leaving Izuku thinking they were friends, but he had never called him before, although he didn't think much of it, given the seriousness of the situation. It was normal that he would call him. Izuku. I should call my mom just in case. Another call. Yaoirozu. Momo. Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy had moved his ear away from the cell phone because of the scream. Momo. Finally you deigned to answer me. You know how worried I was. Izuku. I'm sorry Yaoirozu, my phone was off, I just turned it on. Momo. You're going to scare me to death. I was watching the news last night, it was crazy, the hero killer and the Nomus, what exactly happened? Izuku. I'm sorry, I can't say anything yet, the police told us that. Momo. I understand, how are you feeling? Izuku. I actually feel better, a few cuts here and there, but nothing to worry about. Momo. And the boys? Izuku. Hilda and Todoroki. Good too, I just came out of the room where the three of us were. Momo. Well, I'm much more relieved now, the internships are almost over, so we'll see each other in class in a few days. Izuku. That's right, I hope to see you grow. How are things going with Maruko? Momo. It's incredible, a little tough, it gives me a lot of confidence and encouragement. You were right that I should choose it. Izuku. I'm glad about that today, sorry I'm being called from the classroom, we'll talk later. Momo. Take good care of yourself, say hi to the boys, see you later. The raven-haired girl ended the call, already feeling a weight on her shoulders since she hadn't heard from her friends, but more specifically from the green-haired boy. Momo. Sitting on the sofa staring at the ceiling, I was really worried. Izuku Midoriya, what have you done to me? Maruko. Behind the sofa. Are you calmer now? Startled, the raven-haired woman jumped, falling to the ground. Momo. What are you doing? Maruko. I wanted to know about your friends, so I stood behind you to listen. Momo. You don't know what privacy is, do you? Maruko. Details, let's train. In the hospital. Izuku re-entered the room to see Gran Torino Tensei, now a dog man. Or a dog man. Izuku. What's going on? Looking worried. Gran Torino. Sit down, kid. It's the Hosu police chief. He wants to talk to you. Tensei. He is Officer Tsuragami Kenji. Kenji. Thank you gentlemen, I am aware of your situation young men, you stopped the hero killer, but you broke the rules regarding the functioning of the rules and norms of how a hero should act. Shoto. What? Surprised just like the other two. Kenji. Even though you had the approval of a pro hero, you acted rashly and without your hero licenses. You did it illegally. Woof. You shouldn't have been there. Society has laws, especially for heroes. Without them, it would be chaos. We must give you a fitting punishment. Shoto. Don't give me that. Standing up. If it hadn't been for us, Native and Ingenium would be dead now. He said angrily. Kenji. So, yes, huh. Give me whatever excuses you want, woof, but that's how you acted. Excuses don't work here. You can't break the rules. Shoto. Annoyed. Who do you think you are? Hilda. Todoroki. Stopping her friend is right and you know it very well, we shouldn't have been there, nor acted rashly. Kenji. If we calm down and let me finish, woof, that's what I would say if it had been public knowledge, if a crowd had seen you, which wasn't the case, only you and the heroes who accompanied you know, so if it remains a secret and someone else takes the credit, nothing will happen to you, and we'll pretend nothing happened, woof. Izuku. Are you saying we won't get the credit for that? Kenji. Indeed, but the decision is yours. Take the credit and accept the punishment for yourselves and your teachers. Or accept that it wasn't you and give the credit to someone else and move on with your lives. The three of them were considering the man's proposal, but without hesitation they opted for the best decision. Izuku. We decided to continue with our lives. Kenji. Wise decision, young ones, and before I go, as a protector and seeker of peace everywhere bound thank you. Hodo. TSK, I should have started there. Kenji. Very well, I'll take my leave. Have a good day, gentlemen. Leaving. Gran Torino. Alright kid, let's go, the doctors discharged them. Izuku. Really? Gran Torino. Do you want another beating? Why would I lie to you at this age? Izuku. He doesn't have much patience with me. Gran Torino. I'm still annoyed with you, you little idiot. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Tensei. The doctor told me he's going to run some tests on you, so you'll be staying a little longer. Hilda. I understand, brother smiling. Shoto. Does nobody come to see me anymore? Izuku said goodbye to his classmates, getting into a vehicle provided by the police to escort them. Gran Torino. Although I won't admit it, I congratulate you for facing it head-on, you certainly have what it takes, just don't do anything stupid next time. Izuku. I'm really sorry embarrassed. Gran Torino. Never mind looking out the window you must be careful, those creatures appeared right with the hero killer, the same ones that attacked you Izuku. Do you think they're related? Gran Torino. It's too much of a coincidence, let's hope things calm down for a while, you keep training to be Almight's successor. Izuku. Laughing, who would have thought he cares about me? Gran Torino. Shut up, kid. Because of you I'm into a huge mess. If the hero killer didn't kill you, I would have. Izuku. Okay, I understand, I was wrong. Gran Torino. You were saved because you have a girlfriend. Izuku. And then obviously. Nervous W, where did I get that from? Gran Torino. I overheard your phone conversation with her, she seemed worried and you were blushing. Izuku. I'll leave that alone. Gran Torino. Don't try to shut me up, kid. Their blows and shoves made the car move from here to there. Driver. With a drop of sweat do I work overtime for this? The days passed, the final day of the internships had arrived. Momo. This is goodbye on the sidewalk with a limousine waiting for her, thank you for your time and teachings. Waruko. You've grown so much since you walked through that door, you have talent and remember you're amazing just the way you're smiling. Momo. Smiling, thank you for everything, bowing. Waruko. Too many formalities await you, hugging her, and if I find out you're not among the first, I'll go and hit you. Momo. Laughing, I'll try. Waruko. Smiling as she watched Momo enter, say hi to the green-haired guy. Shouting with a mischievous grin. Momo. Thanks for letting the whole street know, laughing, goodbye teacher. The limousine sped off, leaving the rabbit behind as she waved goodbye. Gran Torino house. At the door. Izuku. Thank you for all the time you've invested in me. I will cherish your teachings. Bowing. Gran Torino. Anyway, too much drama, I'm going to cry, he said sarcastically. Izuku. With a smile, I know she's going to miss me. Gran Torino. Don't even dream about it, I miss the peace and quiet I had at home. Although smiling, you did give this old guy a few days of action, like before, thanks. Izuku. Smiling, see you. As Izuku had walked a couple of meters, he heard Gran Torino yelling at him. Gran Torino. Hey kid. Izuku. Yes. Gran Torino. Who are you? Izuku, really? My name is Izuku Mido, realizing the true intention of the question, with a determined look, I'm Deku. Gran Torino. He's still just a kid, but he has so much to learn, Tashi, now I understand why you chose him. Look, none of the future is bright, my friend. Saying goodbye with a smile. At the green-haired boy's house. Izuku. At the door, I didn't answer my mother's call, scared I'm expecting a big scolding. Izuku timidly opened his front door, expecting the worst. He heard hurried, heavy footsteps approaching. Inko. While running, Izuku. Izuku. Mom. With goosebumps. Inko. Grabbing a magazine and hitting him, you know how worried I was. I called you 85 times and you didn't deserve to answer even one. You're unbelievable, and above all you were in Hosu. I fainted 5 times when I buried myself. Izuku. I didn't mean to worry you, Mom. While protecting himself, I thought you were buried, I'm sorry. Inko. Sorry, sometimes it scares me to have my little baby out there with everything that's going on. Grabbing the magazine again to hit him. Next time let me know. I don't know, ask the villain for his phone. At least you're going to give me a heart attack. The next time you're on the news it'll be for your funeral. Izuku. Damn, although it was what I expected. Hugging his mother. I'm sorry for worrying you, next time I'll tell you everything. Inko. Returning the hug. If something happened to you you're all I have. Izuku. Nothing will happen to me, I have to get hurt a little, if that leads me to fulfill my dreams, I will always come back home. Although they had their differences and their stories, the mother and son were inseparable. No matter the difficulty, they would always be there for each other. After their chat, the two started preparing to eat. Izuku told her about his experiences with Gran Torino and the Battle of Hosu, causing his mother to faint 3 more times, but for Inko, seeing her little one smile was a gift. It was already night, the green-haired boy was exhausted, he went to shower and prepared to sleep. Izuku. I needed a good shower. Throwing himself onto his bed. I missed my bed. Gran Torino's sofa got a little uncomfortable looking at his cell phone. Yaoi Rozu. She always texts me first, Kirishima told me to text her first sometimes. Yaoi Rozu, 10:10 p.m. Are you home yet Izuku? Izuku, 10:12 p.m. I arrived this afternoon, I'm getting ready to sleep. Yaoi Rozu, 10:12 p.m. I understand, you must be exhausted. Get some rest. Izuku, 10:12 p.m. Wait. Yaoi Rozu, 10:13 p.m. Izuku blushed, unsure of what to do, but if he wanted to understand his feelings, he had to do it. Izuku, 10:13 p.m. Would you mind if we met up? To talk about our experiences? Izuku was trembling, and with his face the color of Kirishima's hair, he didn't know if he was going too fast, if he was going to say no, although he thought there wouldn't be anything wrong with it, it wasn't a date, was it? Izuku. Damn it, I knew my proposal was weird. Throwing himself to the ground and rolling. I'm an idiot, she probably thinks I'm a pervert. Sound of a message had arrived. I'll answer. Yaoi Rozu, 10:15 p.m. That sounds perfect to me, it will be very useful to know how you acted in Hosu. Izuku, 10:15 p.m. Be perfect, how about Monday after school? Yaoi Rozu, 10:16 p.m. Perfecto. Izuku, 22:16. Great, it's a date. Izuku, 22:17. I mean study appointment and it's not an appointment as such, my aunt is calling me, see you soon. Izuku had thrown his cell phone away in a fit of nerves. His mind played a trick on him, causing him to write that last thing. Izuku. Idiot. Putting his pillow over his face, it would be a miracle if he wanted to go with me now. In the raven-haired girl's room, a surprised Momo blushed at her companion's message. Momo. CC date. Turning over in her bed. I don't see it that way, or is that it? Although it's funny, she was still stuttering even in the message. I hope I didn't sound desperate. Accepting right away. Looking at the ceiling and smiling. It'll be great. Chapter 11. Is this a date? Monday had arrived, the worst day for some, for others just another day, but for Izuku, well today he was going out with Momo. Yaoi Rozu, what could possibly go wrong? At the entrance to the UA. Izuku. I'm pretty nervous, I still can't believe I said date. I've seen that in a lot of movies, I thought it would sound good. Shoto, good morning Midoriya. Putting on his shoes. Izuki. Todoroki. How are you? Shoto. I feel better, and you? Izuku. I was able to rest enough, I feel like new. Shoto. Laughing. That's good to know, the promise I made to you about our rematch still stands. Izuku. Smiling determinedly. Of course I don't forget. Shoto. I also haven't forgotten that I'll find out about your relationship with Almight. Izuku. You should forget about that. With a drop of sweat. The two of them were going upstairs to their classroom. With recent events, the two had grown closer. The two had entered the room. There were a couple of their classmates there, they had arrived 10 minutes earlier. As time passed, little by little each of their classmates had arrived. Haminari. I still haven't recovered from the internship. Sitting down in his seat. Kirishima. They were great, but my teacher was kind of strict. Mina. The best part was the patrols, although they weren't anything special. Mineta. Mount Lady and I went on patrol and captured a couple of idiots who were causing trouble. With a winner's smile. Haminari. You sent me a picture of yourself dressed as a maid and doing housework. Mineta. It was part of the training, hahaha. Izuku was reading in his seat while listening to his classmates' conversations. Knowing that they had done well cheered him up a little. Suddenly he felt the door open, revealing Momo entering with Jirou, causing the green-haired boy to shudder as he remembered their conversation from a few days ago. Momo had turned her gaze towards the green hair, she saw him blushing and looking towards his bench, they were used to making eye contact, which surprised the raven-haired girl. Jirou. We went on patrol and noticing that her partner was looking at her partner. Wow, you're very obvious. Momo. Ah. I'm sorry, I need to talk to you at recess, not here, just in case. Jirou. It sounds like something interesting happened, I hope you'll tell me. Momo. Blushing yes. Hilda had arrived along with Uraraka and Seiya. Hilda had her typical way of speaking, which Izuku watched with a smile. Haminari. Yes, the internships were great, but if anyone had a good time pointing at the three, it was them. Kirishima. That's right, so the hero killer. Zero. And also some nomas. Izuku. Having a good time is the last phrase he would say. Jirou. And what was he like? Shoto. Ruthless, cruel, voracious. Mina. Luckily Endeavor was in Hosu to stop them. The official explanation was that Endeavor had defeated Stain. That was part of the deal they made with the Hosu officer. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Hilda. Without a doubt, without him we would not be here. Izuku. It was a relief that he arrived. Shoto. Although I hate to admit it, he did something good for a change. While the three of them were speaking, Bakugo had arrived in the room, sporting a new look. Kirishima. Bakugo. Holding back laughter. What happened to you? Haminari. Some villain had the power to change hairstyles. Laughing. Bakugo. Shut up, I can't turn it back to normal, stop laughing, I'll kill you. Zero, I'm calling Justin Bieber from 2009, he says to give him back his hairstyle. Laughing. Bakugo. That was the best. I'll kill you idiots. His hair returning to normal. Izawa. Alright, quiet down. Watching as everyone returned to their seats, we'll see each other again after a while. We hope you learned something during your internships. I know it's early, but we want to assess your growth. Put on your hero costumes. You'll have a class with Almight at Gamma Field. And so they did. Everyone put on their suits and went to where Almight was waiting for them. Gamma Field. Almight. We're here to see how much you learned during your internships. We're going to do an exercise to see how you perform in these situations. We'll have a rescue race. I'll be at a designated point. 5 of you will compete to get there first, and whoever wins with a ribbon will take this ribbon that says, I am the winner. Okay, everyone inside. It was an area of huge factories, full of roads and pipes. Anyone could get lost in there. Almight. Are the teams ready? It's time to begin. First group. Izuku Midoriya. Hilda Tenya. Mina Shido. Zero Hanta. Bajiro Masharao. Almight, are you sure, young Hilda? Hilda. I haven't fully recovered yet, but a little movement wouldn't hurt, don't worry Almight. In a building, students waited their turn while the race took place. Kirishima. I'll go after Midoriya. Leaving money on the ground. Haminari. I'm going for Hilda, she literally has an engine in her legs. Also betting money. Mineta. I'm going for Mina, I hope she rips her suit on something during the race. Doing the same. Bakugo. Deku is going to lose. Haminari. That wasn't even a bet. While on the other side. Jirou. It'll be fun sitting down. What's wrong, Momo? You seem distracted. Momo. Sighing. I have to tell you something. But be quiet and don't freak out. Jirou. I promise. Raising her hand. Let it go. Momo had approached her just in case there was some gossip around. Jirou. That today you're going to being covered by Momo. Momo. I told you to calm down. Jirou. Momo. I'll take that as a yes. Taking her hand away from her mouth. Jirou. So you're going out today? Curious. And whose idea was that? Momo. He suggested it to me. He said it was to talk about our internship experiences. Jirou. Wow, Midoriya, you're really clever, but it's not a date, or is it? Momo. It didn't sound like one, but before saying goodbye he said, it's a date. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't want to rush things. Jirou. Did you say it was a date? So, what are you going to do? Momo. I already told him I'm going, after class. Jirou. And what are you going to wear? Momo. That's normal, isn't it? Jirou. If you want I can help you, if it's a date you should dress more presentably. Momo. Okay. Almight. And the winner is Zero Hanta. The race had been very close, but with his mobility and having a territorial advantage, Zero ended up winning. What happened to our green-haired friend? Well. Flashback. Izuku. Alright, while stretching his legs, it's time to start activating his quirk. I shouldn't overdo it, so 5% will be fine, full cowling 5%. Almight. Begin. All the competitors started running at high speed. Jirou propelled himself with his tail, Mina slid along a path of acid, Zero swung through the city, and Hilda ran. Izuku. Moving between the buildings. Thanks to Gran Torino's training, I can move better. It's just a matter of leaning on a solid surface and propelling myself forward. Haminari. It's great and really fast. Looking at the screen. Kirishima. Incredible, Midoriya. In amazement. Bakugo. Angrily staring at the screen while wasting time with best jeanist, the nerd keeps growing, that damn guy. Izuku. I feel great while flying at high speed, I must be close. Izuku didn't see the steel pipe in his path ahead and caught up in the moment, he crashed head-on into it, leaving him on the ground with the pipe's mark on his face. End of flashback. Izuku. Damn, I arrived last, I need to pay more attention. Almight. Speaking in a low voice, hey, Midoriya, good job, see you after class. Izuku. Nodding good. The class passed without further ado, completing all the races. It was time to change and go to the cafeteria for recess. Izuku. Eating, you did pretty well in the race, Hilda. Hilda. The doctor told me not to push myself, but I can't just quit a career like that. Uraraka. Even though I couldn't win, we did pretty well. Izuku. I'm pretty hungry, I'll have seconds. Getting up. As Izuku approached the counter, he could see that the raven-haired girl was waiting for her food. She had to sort out today's situation, she didn't want to forget. Izuku. Aser Candace Yaoi Rozu. Momo. Izuku with a slight blush. Izuku. How have you been? You were great in the race. Momo. Thanks Izuku, you were too. Izuku. Remembering his little accident, except for that part, I guess so. Momo. It was just bad luck, although it was kind of funny. Laughing. Izuku. Hey. Laughing, although I think it was funny. The two got along well and looked good together. It was no surprise that they were seen by students, some of whom saw this in a tender way, while others complained about the green-haired boy's luck. Izuku. About today, getting nervous, what do you think if we meet later? Thanks to today's practice, it'll be better to prepare. Momo. I was thinking the same thing, I don't want to wear my school clothes all day, taking her tray with her food, how about 6 o'clock? At the mall. Izuku. That sounds perfect to me, smiling. Momo. Okay, I'll see you there then. Leaving. It was better than the green-haired boy expected. He didn't like the idea of going after school, so he could go take a shower and look for some money, but the problem was something else. Izuku. I don't know what to do. I must ask for help. In the classroom, the last class was taught by Aizawa, but the green-haired boy was unsure what to do on those kinds of outings. The word date was a problem for him, but he knew it had to be entertaining. He didn't want to bore or disappoint the raven-haired girl, so he was thinking. Izuku. Who should I talk to? Hilda. In his head. Hilda. Midoriya, that's very precipitous. What time is it to be walking around the city? You must be careful and. Izuku. Shaking his head, I don't think he can help me, he has his own problems on his mind, right Shoto? In his head. Shoto. Tell him about your childhood traumas, getting angry, you damned father, you're going to pay for what you did to us. Izuku. Very dramatic, I know. To Kaken. In his mind. Bakugo. Don't bother me, you damn nerd. Making Deku explode. Izuku. Flying through the air, I didn't even ask you. Disappearing like Team Rocket. Izuku. I don't want to die young, looking at the hall, I know, he won't let me down. Classes were over for the boys, but Izuku had to ask the most appropriate and sane person for this kind of problem. Izuku. Kirishima. Kirishima. Turning around, Midoriya. What's wrong? Izuku. I have a problem and I think you're going to help me solve it. Can you come over to my house? Kirishima. Wow, this must be something serious, smiling. Okay, I'll do it. What is it? Izuku. Tilo Kanta en el Camino. In the Midoriya department. Izuku. Entering, well, my mother isn't here, come and make yourself comfortable, I'll get something to drink. Going to the kitchen. Kirishima. Wow, Midoriya, what a cozy house. I didn't know you lived around here. Looking around the living room. Izuku. I've lived here since I was a kid, would you like some tea? Kirishima. Okay. Izuku. Okay, putting down the glasses, here you go. Kirishima. So you have a date, making air quotes, with Yaoi Rozu and you don't know what to do, am I right? Izuku. Nodding. Kirishima. Well, I see the predicament you're in, arms crossed, you've come to the right person. Izuku. Smiling, are you going to help me? Kirishima. Of course, I haven't been on a date before, I'm working on it, but I've read every shoujo manga there is, smiling. Izuku. Wow, I never would have thought it, with a drop of sweat. Kirishima. Running his thumb across his nose, that's where I got all my knowledge. Are you ready, Midoriya? We don't have much time. Pulling out a whiteboard, let's begin. Izuki. Where did you get that board? Kirishima. There's no time. Step number 1. Always be chivalric. Kirishima. Okay, the first step is crucial, you have to be friendly with her, taking a chair. Okay, let's practice, I'll be Yaoi Rozu and you be you. Izuku. Was the wig necessary? Kirishima. We have to be pretty close, speaking in a feminine tone. Oh Izuku, what a beautiful place, let's sit here. Izuku. With a drop of sweat sure yaoi Rozu, can I help you? Kirishima. Oh sitting down, you're so considerate. Izuku. Thank you, I'm going to sit down. He trips over the chair. Kirishima. It's good that you're thinking about her, but don't forget to think about yourself too. Step number 2. The label. Kirishima. One must know how to dress for the occasion. Looking at the green-haired boy's wardrobe, too many All Might things, he's going out with Izuku Midoriya. Not with a miniature All Might, this is fine, this too. Izuku. Goodbye to the order of my closet. Step number 3. The place has the magic. Kirishima. The place is important. Searching on his cell phone, knowing her it must be a fancy place, just like the richest family in Japan. Izuku. I'm scared. Kirishima. And within this rule, the most important one in a spotlight, you must pay for everything. Izuku. Getting scared really? I don't have much. Kirishima. Don't worry, buddy, handing him some bills today for you, tomorrow for me. Izuku. Are you sure? Kirishima. Of course, you're a great friend, Midoriya. I know you'd help me if I were having the same problem. You owe me one. Izuku. Smiling, very well, thank you. Kirishima. I sent you the location, it's near our meeting point. Now, take a shower and change. We don't have time. Izuku. Why yes, hurrying along. After taking a shower and changing, the two went to the station to go their separate ways. Kirishima. Think about everything I told you and you'll be fine. He put his hand on his shoulder, but more importantly, be yourself. She'll love that. Izuku. Thanks for everything, Kirishima. Heading to his train, see you. Kirishima. Crying, that's a man. Izuku. Turning around, why is she crying? Never mind, it's time. Izuku took the train that would take him to his destination. He was nervous, but deep down he knew he could do it, that he was going to have a good time, and that he was also going to have an incredible night. Chapter 11.5. A great night. Before we begin, congratulations to the winners of the contest. They will appear in this episode in cameo form. There will be others in the future, but winners cannot be repeated. The winners are. Without further ado, let's begin. The night was fantastic, the weather perfect for being outside, the starry sky adorned with beautiful celestial beings, making it a night that seemed to have all the ingredients for the best. Nothing could go wrong, or could it? Izuku. Waiting at the entrance of the mall, somewhat nervous. Well, I arrived a little early, punctuality is important, I hope I'm okay, I need to calm down, it's just a friendly outing. Nerves were present in every cell of the green-haired boy's body. Everything that was going to happen was new to him. He knew that the slightest carelessness could ruin everything, and that idea alone kept him thinking. Izuku, hitting his cheeks, grow up, you're going to have a good time, sighing, she hasn't arrived yet, should I be worried? Type. Izuku. The green-haired boy knew perfectly well whose voice it was. His nerves had vanished upon seeing the raven-haired girl, who looked incredible. Izuku. Yaoi Rozu Aser Candice. Momo. Sorry for the delay, I had a couple of mishaps. Nervous laugh. Izuku. No problem, smiling, it's not like I've been here that long either. Seeing how his classmate was dressed made him blush a little. Undoubtedly, her reputation as the prettiest girl at UA suited her perfectly. Izuku. Kirishima told me something important that I had to say. Thinking back. Izuku's head. Kirishima. You should compliment her outfit, smiling, give her a compliment, not too gross, not too casual, girls like that. In reality. Izuku. Blushing, why you look very good. Momo. Blushing too, really? Thank you. Just in case, she was dressed like this. P.S. How beautiful. Izuku. You're welcome, smiling. Momo. You look great too, I don't usually see you in clothes like that, so it's a pleasant surprise, laughing. Izuku. In important moments, you have to dress well. Momo. Is it important to him? Blushing more and looking sadly at the ground, it's true. Izuku. Let's go to the place, I made reservations. Starting to walk, it's close to here, we can walk there. Momo. I'm following you. As mentioned, the night was perfect. The streetlights, the shops that were still open, a summer breeze that made being outside pleasant, and in good company it was even better. They were chatting about trivial things, the typical ones, school topics, how their day had been, the green-haired boy obviously omitting the private class with Kirishima, but telling a large part of it. They were arriving at the place, laughing as they stopped at the door. Izuku. An open-air restaurant. That's great. Momo. Wow, I've never been here before, surprised it's outdoors. Izuku. Let's go in, smiling. Upon entering, there was a waiting room where a waiter was letting in those who were going to eat at the place. Good evening, young people. Taking out his notebook, do you have a reservation? Tell me the name. Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku Sonriendo. Midoriya Izuku glancing at the notebook. This is perfect, a table for two for the beautiful couple. The comment made them both blush. Although they weren't a couple, they weren't going to explain to everyone that they weren't, so, embarrassed and blushing, they had to nod. Izuku. That's right. Will the area be indoors? Or outdoors? Izuku. What would you like, Yayoi Rozu? Looking at the raven-haired girl. Momo. The night is beautiful, and it's lovely outside with her finger on her chin in the open air if you agree. Izuku. It'll be outside then. Excellent choice, come with me. The employee opened the door, revealing a rather sophisticated place, with top-notch furniture, a bar, and a carpet guiding the way inside. There weren't many people, so the atmosphere was very peaceful. Arriving at the patio, the sky was clear, bright lights adorned the place, light music played in the background, the perfect atmosphere. Please sit wherever you like, a waiter will be with you in a few minutes. Bowing. Have a wonderful evening. Leaving. Momo. It's a beautiful place, isn't it? Looking around. How did you find it? Izuku. While searching the internet I stumbled across it laughing, and I remembered that I passed by here once, I wanted to see what it was like. Momo. Well, I love it. Smiling. Shall we sit down? Izuku. After you. The two had chosen a slightly secluded spot where they could clearly see the parade of stars that abounded in the sky. Izuku. Let me. Grabbing the chair. Momo. Thank you. Izuku. Settles down to sit. Izuku. Pulling the chair closer. Perfect, now don't trip. Sitting down. Phew, thank goodness. Momo. Amazed by the green-haired boy's chivalry, he's quite attentive and considerate. Good evening to our guests, here is the menu, when you decide you can call me. Leaving. Izuku. Okay, let's see. Glancing at the letter. The prices of the dishes were exorbitant, scaring the green-haired boy and his wallet. Izuku. With his hair standing on end behind the letter, it's too much. I hope I make it. See, choose whatever you want, Yayoi Rozu. Momo. Well, humming while looking at the menu. A hamburger would be nice. Izuku. Huh. Surprised by the choice. That sounds great to me. Me too then. Momo. I haven't had one in a long time, obviously I'll pay for it. I'm not going to make you pay for everything. Izuku. My moment has arrived. I insist. Yayoi Rozu, I invited you, it's the least I can do. Momo. I see then, next time it's my treat. Smiling. Izuku. What a lovely smile. Looking at the sky. Thank you, Kirishima. The Kirishima tree in the sky with a raised thumb, telling him you are a great man. Izuku. What a pleasant night, right? Momo. That's right, it's rare to have a night like this at this station, but it's appreciated. Laughing. Izuku. Yes, we need to call the waiter. Signaling to the waiter. It seems they've already chosen. Izuku. 2 hamburgers with fries. And what would you like to drink, Yayoi Rozu? Momo. A Coca-Cola would be nice. Izuku. 2 Cokes, please. Winner. Perfect. Taking notes. We'll bring it to you in a few minutes. Have a lovely evening. Bowing. Izuki. Thank you so much. Smiling. The night is going perfectly. I feel like nothing can go wrong. Hidden away a few tables away was a pink-haired girl who was accompanied by Kirishima. Kirishima. Hey Mina, this is wrong. Wearing a detective hat with glasses like the pink-haired girl. Mina. Shut up, it was your fault for saying it by accident. Hiding behind the letter. Kirishima. I'm sorry. Midoriya with tears in his eyes. Mina. Don't be so dramatic, you and I will go out later. Smiling. I must have the most shocking scoop of the year. Yue will go crazy taking out her cell phone. Kirishima. I told you no photos, that was the deal for accompanying you. Mina. You take the fun out of life, keeping it. I want to hear something at least. Back to our favorite couples table. Momo. How is your family? Izuku. Very well, actually, mom must be working and hasn't arrived yet, I imagine. Momo. What's her name? Izuku. Inko is her name. Momo. And do they get along? Izuku. Excellent, although serious look. It wasn't always like this since dad left. He's been sad for several years. It was difficult, but we're getting used to it. Momo. I'm sorry about that. With a sad look. Izuku. Don't worry. Smiling. We're a great team. And how's your family? Momo. I guess it's okay, they go out a lot for business trips. You could say we're not very close. Sighing. I guess we're not very close. Izuku. Wow, I thought otherwise, but you've had friends, I suppose. Momo. Not really. She spent all her time inside, or if she went out for some strange reason, she was surrounded by bodyguards. Laughing. She must have scared more than one person. Izuku. Embarrassed. I'm sorry Momo, I thought you had your whole life easy. Momo. You're not the first or the last to think that. I don't usually talk much, few people know my story. Izuku. We didn't exactly have it easy, either of us. Laughing. Momo. It seems so. Laughing. Mina. They both look happy, I can smell the love in the air with hearts in her eyes. Kirishima. I'm going to die. Head on the table. I hope they've already decided. Serious, holding a notepad. Mina. Not yet, could you bring me another glass of water until we decide? But the vein in his head bulging. Oh of course. Hiroshima. This is the sixth glass of water, Mina. We're going to get kicked out and attract even more attention. Mina. Then let's order something and we'll both pay for it, don't cry anymore, girl. Hiroshima. Sighing, I'd be happy to think it's a date, but this is the last straw. Their evening was going perfectly. Between conversation and laughter, the two were growing closer, their trust deepening. If a stranger saw them they'd think they were a couple. Momo. You stopped the hero killer, surprised. Izuku. That was the truth, although the police made us make a deal, otherwise they would punish me and our teachers during our internships. Momo. That's amazing, wow, they're amazing. Looking at the sky. Maruko was a bit tough, but she helped me a lot, now I'm more efficient and faster with my quirk, but fighting against one of the most wanted villains is amazing. Izuku. He was relentless, it was difficult to defeat him, it took all three of us, but if it hadn't been for Hilda and Todoroki, I don't know if I would be here now. The thought that her partner had suffered the worst was unsettling for the raven-haired woman. Her recent discovery of her feelings made her extremely worried. Momo. But thanks to them we're here today. Smiling. Izuki. Yes, blushing. The yes was heard throughout the room. The raven-haired girl and the green-haired boy were puzzled by the shout, which seemed to be coming from the place. Hiroshima. Can you shut up? Eating a potato. Mina. I'm sorry, you two look so romantic eating another potato chip while hiding. After eating and chatting about other things, the two left the place to go home, since they had normal classes tomorrow, but for them the night was not over yet. Momo. It's a very good place, and the burger was delicious. Izuku. Very tasty. Walking. We have to repeat it. Momo. Surprised, repeat it. I'd love to, oh of course. Izuku. Do you want me to walk you home? Momo. I wouldn't want to bother you. Izuku. The night is perfect for a walk. Looking at the sky. Momo. Smiling. Well, I don't live far away. The pair of friends had headed towards the raven-haired woman's house, while being followed by two others. Mina. Quick, Kirishima. Pulling him by the shirt. Kirishima. Wasn't watching the meet enough. Mina. If we're going to do things, we have to do them right, come on. Circa de la Mansion Yaoi Rozu. Momo. We're close, I don't want it to end anymore. Izuku. That's right, I want to stay longer, I'm thinking about something, but I don't know if it's right. Hey Yaoi Rozu. Momo. Now I realize I'm calling you Izuku, but you keep calling me Yaoi Rozu. You can call me Momo whenever you like. Smiling. Izuku. Oh okay, Momo, I wanted to ask you if. Winner 3. Excuse me, young people. He was a street vendor who had a flower stall, selling beautiful flowers of many varieties. I have an offer for a bouquet of roses. I see you're a beautiful couple, and I wanted to offer you this discount so you can give it to him or her as a gift. Momo blushed immediately. She liked the idea of roses. Izuki, looking at the raven-haired girl with a determined expression, accepted the vendor's offer. Izuku. I'll take a bouquet of roses, taking out his wallet. Thank you young man for your purchase, handing it to the green-haired man. I'll be going now, have a beautiful night. Izuku. That was quite convenient. Here, yeah Momo, these are for you. Momo. Izuku blushing, it wasn't necessary, accepting the bouquet. Izuku. A small gift from me. Nearby, behind some bushes. Hiroshima. With tears, that's Midoriya, he grows up so fast. Mina. Blushing furiously, with hearts in her eyes, I can't believe it. How romantic. The couple continued walking for a while. Momo. He's so gentle and kind, he looks very handsome too. I definitely like him. I don't know if I should do what I'm about to do. By the way, Izuku, you were going to ask me something, weren't you? Izuku. I forgot with a drop of sweat. Momo. Safe. Izuku. I don't know if I'll get another chance like this, I remember now. Momo. Tell me while looking at him expectantly. Izuku. Do you like anyone? Blushing. Momo. Izuku. Sorry, I didn't mean that, it wasn't my intention. Momo. And no problem, I understand. What should I answer? I don't like to lie, but if I tell her how I feel, well, there's someone who catches my attention. Izuku. Oh really? Momo. That's right, I'm just now discovering what I feel, but I really like it. Izuku. I see, I'll be I don't think so, who would like me? He must be very lucky. Momo. Blushing huh? The green-haired boy had a bad habit of not realizing whether he was thinking or speaking. That's exactly what happened this time. Izuku. I'm sighing, you're incredible, Yaoi Rozu. You're so intelligent and have enormous potential. Anyone would die to be with you for even a second, like I'm enjoying it now. I thought you should know that, so smiling I hope you do really well in that, what I wouldn't give to be that person. Momo. Blushing at the green-haired boy's smile. Her classmate's sincere words were just what she needed, the final straw that broke the camel's back. If she wasn't sure about her feelings, those words made her realize it completely. She was in love with Izuku Midoriya. Momo. Blushing, you're incredible, if only I could tell you that's you, but for now I can't. Thank you. Upon arriving at the house of the raven-haired woman, they stopped at the door. Momo. Well, turning around to look at the green-haired boy, this is where I live, although you already knew that, haha, darn, I'm nervous. Izuku. Your house is amazing, smiling. Momo. I'll invite you over for a few days now, smiling. Silence fell. Neither of them wanted to leave, they didn't want to separate, to take different paths, but they had to. But the penetrating gaze from both of them, looking into each other's eyes, attention was in the air, the chemistry between them was palpable, they were a few meters apart, but Izuku, without knowing it, began to approach the raven-haired girl, who was dazzled by her beauty. Izuku. Approaching, I don't know what's happening to me, but she's beautiful. I had one of the best nights of my life. Should I know, I shouldn't, but my body is moving on its own. What beautiful eyes she has. Momo. Approaching him, I hadn't noticed his beautiful green eyes, thanks to him I had a wonderful night, I don't know if I should, what if I ruined it. The two were getting closer and closer, the idea of losing each other, of losing each other's friendship because of one mistake, was eating them up inside. They didn't want to lose, but what if they won? Mina. Observing from her hiding place, I can't believe it, they're getting closer. Surprised. Hiroshima. I see that he watched the scene in amazement. The meters felt like centimeters. Part of them wanted to run away, to secure each other's friendship, but on the other hand, they wanted to be together in that moment, to reciprocate each other's feelings, to give the kiss that would crown the night. Momo. Izuku stopping him with her hand. I'm sorry, I can't. The raven-haired girl was overcome by fear. She was terrified of going too fast. It was great and she loved spending time with the green-haired boy, but it had been a week since they had started getting closer. Izuku. P. perdoname mi yaoi rozu apanado. Momo. Yaoi Rozu told me again, I'd better go inside, opening the door, be careful outside, and we'll talk at school. Izuku. Why yes, rest well. The raven-haired girl's heart broke at having stopped the kiss, but there was no going back. The green-haired boy had left somewhat sad, but in a way, he was grateful that something had stopped them. Then some bushes nearby. Mina. Sadly they were so close. Hiroshima. I'm worried about how Midoriya is doing watching his friend walk away. Mina. It's best not to bother him, come on, let's go, they're going to kill me at home. Hiroshima. Nodding. Izuku's mind was racing. He didn't know how he felt, sad, angry, happy. He'd had an amazing night, but he was furious with himself. Izuku. With his hands in his coat pockets, you were going to kiss her? Seriously? I don't know what I was thinking. She likes someone else. Who would like me? I'm just an idiot who gets things mixed up. I should be focusing on my studies and my path to becoming the #1 hero. He said with a sad expression. In Momo's room. The one who was saddest, without a doubt, was the raven-haired girl, who on the one hand regretted stopping him, but on the other hand was grateful that nothing had happened. Momo. While getting ready to sleep, what was I thinking? Without realizing it, I was about to kiss him. It's not that I didn't want to, but I was scared, throwing herself face down. He must hate me right now, screaming with her pillow on her face, I'm such an idiot. The night ended for the two aspiring heroes, who, in their beds, were having trouble sleeping. Images from the night came to their heads, especially the failed attempt at a kiss. Izuku. That was stupid. Momo. But I don't regret it. Izuku. I will continue fighting for her. Momo. Because of the. Izuku. Why? Momo. Why? Izuku. Momo. I'm in love with him, her. Minnie. Hey. I wanted to do something different. I'll post a series of questions so you can get to know me and I can get to know you a little, for anyone sleepy tonight. Don't be shy about commenting. In this box you can write questions about me and I'll answer them right here. Okay, on to the interesting part. I want to ask some questions to see what you think. Be honest and tell me. Why do you like Momo, Dekux Momo, Izukuxioi Rozu? You know me. I never considered this ship. For me, Uraraka and Izuku are fine together. They look great together and I'm 80% sure they'll end up together. But when I read The Hero Who Returned from Hell, I'm not really sure if the author did a very good job. But I started to like it. It makes sense, you know. They're similar in many ways and neither of them is officially in a relationship with anyone. We know Uraraka likes Izuku, but we don't know anything about him. He cares a lot about her. He blushes when she's near, but that happens with any girl, hahaha. I'm not really sure, but they'll probably end up together. And I don't know why they ship Momo with Todoroki. Well, I do understand, they both have a certain charm, but there's nothing, absolutely nothing. Neither of them said they liked the other, we saw almost no interaction, just a test and nothing more. But I saw Momo in more situations with Izuku than with Todoroki, and I have proof. Right, guys? Jealous. In the first movie when they find Deku with Melissa, a little blush. Worried about our green-haired boy. Banbakugo slaps him. Are you looking for someone? I know guys, maybe I'm seeing things that aren't there. Something like that, hahaha. Anyway, leave your comment, what do you think? Is this crazy, or might there be something there? Horikoshi might surprise us. Now I'm going to ask you 3 questions about BHA. Favorite SHIPS? Mine is Kaminari x Jirou, they're beautiful TT. Favorite OP and INGS? Mine are Soren I Yutiba and Polaris. Favorite characters? Mirio. Izuku. Kirishima. Chapter 12. Jealousy. A radiant sun illuminated the green-haired boy's room. He got up to go to school, realizing that he was running late. Izuku. Damn it, I'm late. Getting up, where are my pants? It was very rare for him to arrive late. In all this time at UA he had never arrived past the start of classes, and it was no wonder, since the night had been complicated for the green-haired boy. He had trouble falling asleep. Thoughts about the night he had spent with the raven-haired girl had tormented him, as had the failed kiss that never came to fruition. Izuku didn't know how to feel about it. He didn't want to ruin his friendship with his classmate, but his heart made him want to give in to his feelings, leave everything behind and follow his heart, although first he had to get to class before he suffered any kind of consequence. In the classroom of Class 1A. Classes had started and Aizawa began to explain a few things, along with an important announcement. One chair was empty, the one our favorite Broccoli used to sit in. Momo was a little worried and in a way, she felt somewhat guilty. Momo. How strange, while looking at the empty seat Izuku is never later absent, could it be because of what happened last night? Although I can't blame him with a sad expression, I didn't want to come either. Izuku. Opening the door forcefully, agitated as sorry for the delay. Aizawa. What happened, Midoriya? Did you fall asleep? Izuku. Excuse me, teacher, composing himself, I had some problems. Aizawa. Sighing, I forgive you because it's your first time and because we haven't fully started the class yet, but you won't be so lucky next time. Izuku. Thank you, teacher. Bowing and heading to his seat. The green-haired boy headed to his seat, but his eyes unconsciously turned towards the raven-haired girl, who, noticing, lowered her gaze with embarrassment and shame. Just like Izuku, the situation between the two of them was quite strange. Izuku also noticed that Mina was looking at him with tears in her eyes, missing him. Aizawa. Well, as I was saying, the announcement I have to make is that we'll have a training camp this weekend. It will be 3 days of training. The permission slips have already been sent to your parents. Everyone. Finally, a normal camp. Aizawa. Yes, normal. Well, that was the announcement. Put on your hero costumes, see you at the gym. I haven't seen your growth in the internships, and what better than a group battle? The boys listened to their teacher, put on their suits, and headed to the gym. At the gym. They were all on the ground, watching their teacher on a platform with a screen, next to Cementus. Aizawa. That's how it'll be. It'll be a 2v2 battle, with a maximum of 10 minutes. Your teammates will be chosen randomly by the computer. Alright, let's begin the matchmaking. Izuku. This is great, I was looking forward to putting everything I've learned into practice. The only thing I don't want now is to be paired with her. Momo. I need to concentrate and win the fight, I need to show that I've improved and that I can win this time. I just hope I don't get matched with him. While the screen was forming the couples, some were eager to see who their partner was, but for 2, it was a tense moment that their sweaty and scared faces expressed perfectly. Aizawa. First couple, Kaminari and Jirou. Kaminari. Excited, yes. It's time to show him what I'm capable of. Jirou. I'm getting a whiff of armpits, I hope it doesn't ruin the battle for me. Thus the couples were formed, leaving only 4 people. Izuku. Nervous, damn, there are only 4 of us left and she still doesn't have a partner. Aizawa. Next pairing, Midoriya and Uraraka. Uraraka. Genial Deku, Esforcimo no Circa de Izuku. Izuku. Blushing, you Uraraka, oh of course, she's very close. Momo watched this from afar, looking quite serious. Momo. Sighing, well, I didn't get paired with him. It's not that I didn't want to, but maybe it would have been awkward between us and we would have ruined it, although why is Uraraka so close to him? Aizawa. Well, and by the way. Yaoi Rozu and Todoroki. Todoroki. Approaching, it's a pleasure to be your partner, we have to do our best. Yaoi Rozu. Momo. Distracted, huh? Oh, sure, smiling, I hope I can count on you. Aizawa. Alright, quiet down, it's time to enter the arena. The first battle is Izuku and Uraraka versus looking at the screen Yaoi Rozu versus Todoroki. Izuku Momo. What I was missing. Uraraka. Excuse me, teacher looking around what sand. Izawa. Right Cementus, if it's not too much to ask. Cementus. Not at all. Activating his quirk. An arena had been created in the center of the gymnasium. Izawa. Okay, don't make me repeat myself, everyone else pay attention to the fight. The green-haired boy and the raven-haired girl had swallowed nervously, trying to guess what might happen, but if there was one thing they agreed on, it wasn't a very good idea. The pairs had positioned themselves at points far from the arena, facing each other, awaiting their master's orders. Izawa. You have 2 minutes to devise your strategies preparing your sleeping bag. Izuku. Okay Uraraka, what do you think? Any ideas? Uraraka. He's scratching the back of her neck. I can't think of anything, although you're the one with the ideas. Izuku. There's not much we can really do thinking if you want to fight Yaoi Rozu laughing nervously. Uraraka. Looking at him seriously you reminded me we have a conversation pending. Izuku. Nervous a conversation. About what? Uraraka. He's playing dumb, but who can blame him? I have to find out the truth although laughing it's quite funny and cute. This was observed by the raven-haired girl, who saw how Izuku blushed and became nervous, while the brown-haired girl laughed. It was the first time she wished she had Jirou's quirk. Shoto. Who noticed that his partner was looking seriously at the two opponents. I didn't know that your quirk was also to look seriously at your opponents. Momo. I was coming up with a strategy. Shoto. No need advancing, let me fight Midoriya activating his fire quirk. It's not the rematch I wanted, but it's something. Izawa. In positions. The couples positioned themselves facing each other. Shoto looked at Izuku defiantly, Momo looked sadly at the ground, Izuku looked at the raven-haired girl sadly, and Uraraka glanced sideways at the green-haired boy. The atmosphere in the arena was quite heavy. Izuku. I need to think clearly and stay calm. The best thing would be to go against Todoroki. Yes, that's what I'll do. I have no other choice, right? Momo. It would be best to fight Uraraka, one shouldn't get involved in boys' fights, right? Izawa. Very well, begin. The countdown had begun, a wall of ice formed separating the sand, leaving the green-haired boy and the bi-colored boy on one side. Izuku. So that's what you were after all along, getting into position. Well, I won't hold back, Todoroki charging one for all. Shoto. There's nothing I'd want more, activating his quirks. In the stands. Hiroshima. This fight will be fantastic, smiling. Haminari. The two strongest in the class. Mina. Let's not forget the girls too. Bakugo. This battle will be very informative. Let's see how much those useless guys have improved. Back to the arena. Izuku. He's faster with his quirks now. I have to be careful and very attentive. I can assume he still doesn't have good control over switching from one quirk to another. Shoto. It's time to begin. A large burst of fire went towards Izuku, who narrowly dodged it. Izuku. Very fast while dodging, I must have some opening to attack. On the other side. Uraraka. Damn, looking at the large wall of ice, I guess it'll be you and me, Momo. Momo. That's right, creating an iron staff. I'm sorry Uraraka, are we friends? Uraraka. One of the best, getting into position, but first a question. Momo. Of course. Uraraka. What are you and Izuku bringing? Momo. Blushing intensely. Why is she calling him Izuku? Uraraka. Alright, it's time to attack. Launching herself at the raven-haired girl. Although she had that doubt in her head, it wasn't the time for a questionnaire. The brunette rushed forward to have the opportunity. Momo. Damn it, stopping a kick from the brunette. I have to be careful, if she touches me and activates her quirk, I'm done for. On the other side, the battle between the two young men was raging, with neither giving a moment's respite in their attacks. It was true that both had improved and they had seen some of that growth while fighting the hero killer, but even so, the outcome was unpredictable. Izuku. I should get closer to him. I don't know how good Todoroki is at close combat. I need to find out. Full cowling 10%. Shoto. 10%. Are you underestimating me, Midoriya? Launching a large amount of ice. Izuku. Breaking the ice as he approached, not quite pointing his finger while another held him. Now stay still, you're in the perfect position. Smash. The great gust of wind invaded the gymnasium, just like at the festival. The climate of the place became freezing, being an enclosed space. Hiroshima. Shivering. Damn, it's freezing. Mina. Trembling. Damned, he doesn't know what it means to see contain himself. Sigh. Damn it, falling asleep on the floor. Momo. It's freezing, I guess they're fighting seriously, hitting Uraraka in the chest. I've had martial arts classes creating another iron staff, it's not personal, Uraraka. The raven-haired woman lunged at the brunette, not thinking that she would dodge the attack, grabbing Momo by the wrist and pinning her to the floor, something she learned during her internships. Uraraka. Thanks gunhead, I've got you, Momo. Momo. Straining damn it, I'm still pathetic. The huge explosion caused a large part of the ice to fall all over the arena. A piece of debris managed to hit Uraraka on the arm, making her fall back, breaking free from the grip she was using on Momo. Momo. I managed to break free from her grip, luckily damn, I almost lost because of my own stupidity and carelessness. If Maruko saw me, why didn't I just drop everything and… Don't give up, Momo. Momo. Hey, even being my opponent, you find a way to help me and appear in my life, I mustn't give up, there's still a long way to go, getting into position ready for round 2. Uraraka. More than smart. The second battle between the two was about to begin, but they were interrupted by a loud crash. A large part of the ice wall dissolved in an instant, revealing Izuku kicking the bi-colored boy, breaking the ice. Izuku. Super attack kick named to be confirmed while pushing Todoroki away. A thick cloud of smoke appeared, obscuring the view for those involved in the fight. Izuku. Like Gran Torino said, I need to use my legs more to attack, and I didn't break anything, though I wish I could see something in this fog, seeing a silhouette alright Todoroki, let's finish this leaping into the shadow smoz. Before launching his attack, the green-haired boy realized that the shadow was actually Momo. Opening his eyes in surprise and nervousness, he deliberately deflected his attack so that it would not hit the raven-haired girl directly. Izuku. Nervous, I wanted to avoid a confrontation with her, what the heck do I say? I have to do it, hello Yaoi Rozu. Momo. Izuku nervous. Izuku. We've met. Momo. That's right, that means that. Izuku. Unfortunately, yes. Are you ready? Momo. Before that, I'd like to explain that. Izuku. Later, I'd also like to talk to you, but it's not the right time. Momo. You're right, smiling defiantly and getting into a fighting stance, I hope you don't hold back with me. Izuku. Smiling, neither do you. Uraraka was having a hard time. Facing the bi-colored one was difficult and she wasn't like Izuku, who could quickly come up with a good plan. Shoto. I wanted to keep fighting Midoriya, but we have to win this throwing ice. Uraraka. Dodging, it's really hard to dodge, and he's not even moving, maybe I should use it, I can't lose, Izuku trusts me a lot, everyone does. Flashback. We find ourselves at Gunhead's agency, more precisely in the training room, where a brunette was at her limits. Uraraka. Breathing heavily yhhhh. Launching herself towards the hero. Gunhead. You're fighting better dodging her, but that's not enough. Uraraka. I'll try launching again. Gunhead. Time out, gesturing with his hands. After the break, Uraraka was still sitting on the floor against the wall, thinking about her teacher's words. Uraraka. Looking sadly at the floor, everyone is getting better and I'm still stuck in the same place, Dad, Mom, with tears in her eyes. Gunhead. Extending a soft drink here, you've done very well today. Uraraka. Grabbing the soda, thank you. Gunhead. Looking at her, what do you love the most? Uraraka. Huh. Surprise, well, my parents, my classmates, and embarrassed and blushing a friend. Gunhead. And you want to protect them, don't you? Uraraka. With all my might. Gunhead. Everyone in this world acts under a motivation, whether good or bad, but it's always like that. I can see that you lack motivation, and that's our driving force, especially for us heroes. Uraraka. Motivation. She repeated, looking at her teacher. Gunhead. There is no greater motivation than protecting others. The words had reached deep within the chestnut tree, who, surprised, became a little emotional at what her teacher had said. Uraraka. Surprised, but how can I protect them if my only weakness is myself? Gunhead. Your worst enemy is often yourself. You must strive not only to overcome any villain, but also yourself. Furthermore, you control one of the elemental forces of the universe. With some effort, dedication, and motivation, you will be one of the best heroines in history. Uraraka. Do you think so? Astonished by her teacher's words. Gunhead. That's right, find your motivation, and remember strength isn't found in quirks, but in the heart, pointing his finger to his chest. Okay, let's continue. End of flashback. Uraraka. Touching several pieces of ice and making them float. Shoto. Laughing, are you planning to do the same thing you did with Bakugo? It won't work. Uraraka. No, Tanase. Uraraka had several large pieces of ice floating behind her, and with a determined look, she prepared to launch her new attack. Uraraka. It's something new, a pink aura covered the brunette's body. Gravity launch. Several projectiles were launched at high speed towards Todoroki. Shot, damn, I have to dodge it. It seems she can throw them in the direction she wants. Uraraka. I can throw a maximum of 10 objects, after that I feel a little nauseous, but I must do it to improve and surpass myself, that's my motivation, and to protect everyone. Elsewhere on the sand. A more calm battle was taking place with our favorite couple. Izuku dodged the attacks of the raven-haired girl, who had greatly improved her close-quarters combat. Izuku. He's definitely improved, dodging you've improved a lot, I knew you could do it smiling. Momo. Damn it blushing you were a big part of that, but now we're rivals. While they were fighting, a large piece of ice was approaching the raven-haired girl at high speed. Izuku, realizing this, ran towards her, trying to save her. Izuku. As he launched himself Momo. The raven-haired woman saw the large block approaching, closed her eyes awaiting the impact, which never came. She opened her eyes and saw the green-haired boy lying on the floor. She realized he was unconscious. Momo. Approaching the green-haired boy Izuku, wake up he's unconscious. Professor Izawa. Izawa. He's just unconscious, stop the fight, let's take him to the infirmary. A while later. We find ourselves in the infirmary with Izuku who seemed to be waking up. Izuku. Opening his eyes where am I? Recovery. Hitting it in your favorite spot. Izuku. Ouch, what happened? Recovery. You took a nasty hit, kid, a big hit with a block of ice. Izuku. That's why the bandage is on my head. While they were talking, the door opened, revealing the brunette. Uraraka. Deku, you're awake. Approaching. Izuku. Uraraka, I see you're okay. Uraraka. I'm sorry Izuku, I threw that piece of ice with my quirk, it's partly my fault. Izuku. Don't worry smiling. Recovery. I'll go outside for a few minutes, whenever you want you can leave, kid hitting him and don't come back for a while. Izuku. Instead of healing me, he hits me. The lady had left the room, leaving the young people alone. Izuku. And how did it all end? Uraraka. When you fainted, Izawa ended the battle. You could say it was a draw. Izuku. I understand, and Yaoi Rozu. Is she okay? Uraraka. Okay, she stayed in class, I just came to see you. Izuku. I see smiling, that's good I'm glad. A few seconds of silence had passed between the two. The brunette was quite nervous about something she was about to do. Uraraka. Oi Deku. Izuku. See Uraraka. Uraraka. The camp is coming up this weekend and I need to buy a few things. I wanted to ask you nervous and blushing if you'd like to come with me to the mall. Izuku. Thinking about it, I need some things too. Thinking okay, let's tell the guys and. Uraraka. I'd like us to go just the two of us super red. Izuku. Huh. Blushing and surprised, I'll like a date. The brunette's suggestion had surprised a green-haired boy who hadn't expected it at all, and the fact that they were going alone made it seem like a date. Outside in the hallway, a raven-haired girl stood by the door who unwittingly overheard everything her classmates were saying. Momo. At the door, hand on her chest, somewhat angry, did Uraraka invite Izuku on a date? Chapter 13. An unfortunate encounter. Momo. Uraraka. And Unisita Kanizuku. A few minutes ago. Izawa. Winners. Bakugo and Mina. The last fight had finally ended, an exhausting day for many, but one that had come to an end. The raven-haired woman continued meditating, leaning against the railing with a sad look in her eyes. Momo. Well, staring at a blank space, even though he was my rival in the test, even though I was fighting with him, even though I ignored him all day, and besides what happened last night, even so he saved me, I'm a terrible friend, she thought, while her eyes were a little watery. Bakugo. That was easy as he rejoined his classmates. Where's Deku? I have to gloat about my victory. Kirishima. So you're worried about him, huh? Winking he's still in the infirmary. Bakugo. Don't get confused, tomato hair. Angry I couldn't care less about someone so weak. Weak, that word had angered the raven-haired girl. Her friend was not weak at all. To her, he was nothing less than the strongest person she knew, perhaps not in terms of power, but in everything else. She admired her friend, and that was one of the reasons she was in love with him. Izuku told her a little about his relationship with Bakugo. The raven-haired girl already knew they knew each other, but they didn't know what kind of relationship they had. He told her a little, rather superficially, about their strange friendship as the green-haired boy saw it. It was clear that he held the blonde in a certain regard, but she didn't think the feeling was mutual. But he was extremely bothered by the word used to describe his partner. He disagreed, and he never would. Momo. Weak. Well, standing up, with one hand on the railing, he's more of a hero than you, by far. He's not like you, who only cares about winning, without caring about your teammates. Bakugo. Looking at the raven-haired girl, who was starting to get angry. What's it to you? Momo. As she addressed the blonde-haired boy, I care because I am the vice president of the class and I will tolerate that kind of behavior more. Bakugo. Completely angry, I see with a small smile, do you think I didn't notice? Your sudden approach, could it be are you two dating? The whole class was in shock at the blonde boy's words. Some thought they made sense, others thought, it can't be, a grape-headed fool thought. But a couple of his colleagues were about to jump into the conversation. They didn't want it to take a dangerous turn. The raven-haired girl blushed, even though the blonde boy's words were lies, meant to annoy her. The girl knew that if she answered anything, it would be compromising for her, but of one thing she was sure, if there was something behind the words, she had feelings for the hero. Hiroshima. Come on guys, stepping in between, this isn't the time, classes are over now. Jirou. That's right, standing next to the raven-haired girl, it seems you still want to fight. If you want, I can give you a few punches to calm you down, or stun you until your ears bleed, pointing her jacks, you choose. Bakugo. TSK annoying. Momo. Thanks guys, if you'll excuse me passing by the blonde guy, I have to go see our partner. Momo had already left the gym, leaving a somewhat tense atmosphere, but with some jokes from some people, the atmosphere lightened a little. In the infirmary hallways. Momo was walking, looking for recovery girl's room, while thinking about what had happened with her partner, a little angry about the way she treated the green-haired boy, but that topic was for later, she was more worried about her friend. As he approached, he saw recovery girl walking, so he asked her about him. Momo. Recovery approaching, excuse me for interrupting, how is Izuku? Recovery. Hello young lady, he's awake now, that useless guy took a hard hit, I always tell him, anyway he's with one of his classmates, go see him if you want, I told him he could leave. Momo. A classmate. It must be Uraraka, I understand, I won't bother her anymore, see you later. Leaving. Recovery. While watching Momo leave, it seems he's doing well with the girls, they're both very beautiful, that blockhead smiling. In the infirmary. Momo. I'm here, approaching the door, wait they're talking, I shouldn't, but I want to hear what they're saying. Current time. Izuku. Why yes, no problem, nervous and blushing. Uraraka. Great, Thursday if that works for you, smiling, since we're leaving here on Friday. Izuku. Why yes, getting up, we should go, before it gets late. Uraraka. I'll walk you to the station. Izuku. Okay. Izuku had gotten ready with the brunette and they had each gone home. After many questions and concerns from his mother and a few blows, he ate and prepared to go to bed as he was quite exhausted from the day and the consequences of the recovery quirk. Izuku. Finally throwing himself onto his bed and sighing, right, I need to talk to Yaoi Rozu, see how she is, grabbing his cell phone and typing. Izuku, 10:15 p.m. Hello Yaoi Rozu, I wanted to know how you were feeling. Izuku had sent that message and started checking other messages, some news about heroes, a video or two. But he realized that quite a bit of time had passed since he sent that message, which he found strange. He always replied quickly, or at most, left a gap of 1 to 2 minutes. Izuku. That's strange, while looking at the black-haired girl's chat, she must be busy, I'll ask her tomorrow, settling down to sleep, it's time to sleep. In the Yaoi Rozu mansion. Momo. Can you believe I'm asking him out on a date. The dark-haired woman sat on her bed, wearing her pajamas, her hair loose and straight. She was on a call with her best friend. Jirou. Are you sure about that? Momo. He didn't say the word date, but I heard it. He invited me to the mall. I didn't want to, but I was just about to go in and I heard that. Jirou. I understand, it's probably just a friendly outing, don't be so melodramatic. Momo. But it bothers me, I don't understand why. Jirou. Momo, you're jealous. Momo. Jealous. Maybe. Jirou. Look, since you're new to all this, it's normal, you like him and don't want anyone getting close to him, but we're talking about Uraraka, she's just his friend, at least that's how he sees her. Momo. Are you sure about that? Jirou. Trust me, besides, you've been ignoring him all this time, after his little incident you haven't spoken to him since. Momo. I thought he was upset, which was obvious, I didn't want to upset him. But seeing how he saved me today, I was wrong, banging her head on her bed, I'm such an idiot. Jirou. Yes, and one of the big ones. Momo. You're supposed to help me. Jirou. Laughing, I know, forgive me, although I think you should talk to him. Besides, you defended him against Mr. Explosive today, who would have thought? Now if they hadn't noticed, what you did today cleared up any doubts, even Izawa must think you're a couple. Momo. I would have done it with anyone. Jirou. Yeah, whatever you say, if they had been slamming Mineta against the floor, would you have come out to defend him? Momo. Good point, it can't be like that, Izuku is 10,000 times a better hero. Jirou. I'm fed up with him saying die idiot, I wanted to punch him today too, I'm coming, sorry Momo, I have to go to dinner, see you tomorrow, by the way, remember that we were going to the mall on Thursday. Momo. I haven't forgotten, see you later Kayaka, have a good rest. The call had ended, leaving a raven-haired woman deep in thought, her cell phone in her hands. Momo. I should talk to him, I miss talking to him smiling he's amazing while, remembering how her green prince rescued her today, although it must have hurt quite a bit, I must be more careful. As she babbled, the ringtone was ringing, exciting the raven-haired girl, who thought it was the green-haired boy. Momo. Izuku. Smiling oh no it's Todoroki. Momo. Todoroki. Shoto. Good evening Momo, are you busy? I'm sorry to call so late. Momo. No problem, I was just getting settled to sleep, what can I do for you? Shoto. I know it might sound sudden, but would you like to go for a drink sometime soon? Momo. Shoto. Since we had a test and you were my partner today, I'd like us to talk about our strengths and weaknesses, what I need, and how you saw me today a constructive conversation. Momo. I think it's a good idea, it would be productive, how about Thursday? I'm going out with Jirou to get ready for camp. Shoto. That sounds great, in fact, I'd take the opportunity to buy some things I need. Then we'll talk about the details at school on Thursday. I won't take up any more of your time, get some rest. Momo. See you later Todoroki, get some rest. More questions came to the vice president's mind. That last call left her surprised. Momo. Did he just ask me out on a date? Laughing no, we might go with Kayaka, but what if we don't darn, it'll just be a friendly outing covering herself with the sheets time for bed. Friday. The week had passed quietly, a class or two but nothing noteworthy. The raven-haired girl still didn't speak to Izuku. She was still ashamed of what had happened and whenever she wanted to talk to him, the words wouldn't come out. We came across two young women strolling through the shopping center while they wandered around and chatted. Jirou. Remember me why am I here? Momo. First, it was your idea, second don't leave me alone with Todoroki, I don't want things to get confusing and if anyone sees us, make sure they realize it's just a friendly outing and… Jirou. Slowly, speedster, I understand closing his mouth with his finger finally what time would we see each other? Momo. While looking at her watch 15 minutes left, if you want we can go to the entrance so we can meet there. Jirou. Okay, let's go walking alongside her friend by the way, how are things going with Mistreated? Momo. Looking down it's been a long time since we talked. It feels strange when you talk to someone every day and then for some reason you just stop. It's like something's missing. Jirou. Wow, they were serious everything will work out smiling you can have a great opportunity at the camp with a mischievous smile, do you need me to help you with anything? Momo. And no need blushing I don't want to force anything, if it happens it happens. At the entrance of the shopping center. The green-haired man had a habit of arriving early to every place he had to go, he even did it unconsciously. He was very methodical in how much time he took to shower, prepare, and arrive on time. A punctual person is an organized person, Almight once told him, so being punctual was a plus for anyone in any situation especially on a date. Izuku. Damn while standing with a backpack it looks like there are quite a few people in there. Uraraka. Deku Legando. Izuku. Uraraka, como es. It was rare to see her friend outside the confines of her school. She had gone with her to her house along with Hilda, but only in her school uniform. But that afternoon she looked very pretty. For Izuku, Uraraka was already a sweet and pretty girl, but seeing her like that was another thing. Uraraka. Sorry for the delay, it took me a while to get ready. Were you here long? Deku. Izuku. Blushing and giddy I just got here, you look great Uraraka. Uraraka. Deku, what are you saying? Blushing and flustered by the words well, let's go inside. Izuku. Go ahead. Izuku opened the door for the brunette to enter first, taking his friend's advice to heart not only for the raven-haired girl, but for any situation. He liked doing it and it gave him power at a certain point. It seemed synchronized, but when the green-haired boy and his friend entered, the raven-haired girl and Jirou were leaving to wait for the bi-colored boy. Jirou. That Todoroki is so cheeky, leaving two ladies waiting. Angrily. Momo. It was my fault for coming early sighing he won't be long. Todoroki. Arriving sorry for the delay. Momo. Todoroki. Don't worry, we haven't been here long. Todoroki. Well, it's a relief to hear that looking at the purple-haired girl Jirou. Jirou. Todoroki returning the greeting. Momo. Let's go inside so we can make the most of the time. The mall was packed with people. There were lines of people waiting to get into some of the stores. But it was slowly clearing up. People were grateful that they could at least walk around. Izuku. Too many people. By the way, Uraraka, what do you need for the camp? Uraraka. Mostly personal hygiene products, but more importantly insecticide, and you? Izuku. Same here, but I also wanted to buy some weights to work out. But if you want, we can go for a drink if you'd like. Uraraka. I was thinking the same thing, blushing. Let's go to a cafe. After a few hours at the mall, they were having a pleasant afternoon sharing topics and conversations. The most interesting thing was that both groups were in the same place but had not crossed paths at any time for now. Jirou. Alright, with some bags I'm ready for camp and I got a new guitar pick happily. Todoroki. I didn't know you played guitar in his typical humor. Jirou. It's not that everyone knows, I really like music, I know a little bit about each instrument. Momo. I always admire your musical talent, laughing. Jirou. My parents are musicians, I had to get something from them, laughing. Excuse me for a moment. I need to go to the bathroom, hold my things for me. Momo. Of course, receiving the bags, we'll be waiting for you here. Jirou. I promise I won't be long. Leaving. Todoroki, this is the perfect opportunity, hey yaoi Rozu. Momo. Dime Todoroki. Not far from there. Izuku. It's great that we were able to get everything walking with his bags, do you need help with that? Uraraka. Don't worry, Deku. I wish I could use my quirk, but you know. Izuku. That would definitely be very useful, I'd even ask you to carry mine, laughing, although I guess it wouldn't look very manly. Uraraka. Kirishima would hit you for that, laughing. They certainly got along well, enjoyed each other's company, and could talk for hours on end, but for Izuku she was more than just a great friend, she was his best friend. At first, there might have been something between them, but for the green-haired boy, it was just a good feeling of friendship different from the brunette. Izuku. Right, I should find out if she has feelings for Hilda, I don't know how this will turn out. Uraraka, can I ask you something? Uraraka. Blushing, I wonder if he'll tell me why. You can ask me anything, Deku. Izuku. Okay, there's something I'd like to know if you. Uraraka. Stopped, looking at the green-haired boy who had a face like he'd seen a ghost. What's wrong, Deku? Looking where the green-haired boy was looking. Aren't those? The worst thing that could happen happened. Without meaning to, the green-haired boy and the brunette came face to face with the raven-haired girl and the bi-colored boy. The vice president and the broccoli-haired boy were stunned. They never wanted to be seen like this, especially not by them. Their hearts were pounding at 1,000 kilometers per hour. They wanted to be swallowed up by the earth. Momo. Surprised Izuku, we just crossed paths, and in this situation, although changing her gaze to a more serious one, he's in good company. Izuku. Momo. What bad luck to run into her like this, but she's with Todoroki with a sad look. I see, it was him all this time. Todoroki. What a coincidence to find ourselves here. Uraraka. How funny, if we had known we would have arranged to come all together, right? The atmosphere was heavy. The raven-haired girl and the green-haired boy didn't utter a word. It was a mixture of sensations. Momo. Oh, of course, that would have been fun, wouldn't it, Izuku? Izuku. Of course not, but it would be a shame to interrupt their departure, sarcastically. Momo. None of that, we're all friends, right? Izuki. Ah yes, but everything makes sense now, raising an eyebrow. Momo. That has nothing to do with it, I knew they would see things where there are none. The two seemed to be arguing. This was observed by Uraraka and Todoroki, who didn't understand anything. Izuku. Annoyed, there's nothing to clarify, the loose ends are already tied up, laughing, we don't want to interrupt you any longer, grabbing Uraraka's hand. Let's go, Uraraka, making the brunette blush. Momo. Annoyed and jealous, whatever, we're leaving too. Have a nice day, Uraraka and Midoriya. Izuku. Midoriya. All the way to Camp Yaoi Rozu, looking at the green-haired boy. Todoroki waving. Uraraka. Goodbye guys, smiling. The two of them had left, leaving the bi-colored boy and the raven-haired girl alone. The dark-haired girl was furious. She wanted to cry because she didn't want the green-haired boy to misunderstand everything, knowing that Mew was probably upset. But she was also upset to see the brunette so close to him and to see her hold her hand, something she had dreamed of doing with the green-haired boy. It made her feel terrible. Todoroki. Pasa algo yaoi Rozu. Momo. I am fine with wet eyes. Jirou. Okay, sorry for the noticing that the raven-haired girl had wet eyes. What happened? Momo. Approaching her and whispering, I'll tell you later, but we have to go, make up an excuse. Jirou. Damn it, getting scared. Todoroki, something happened with Mina and he needs our help, if you don't mind we'll go to his house. Todoroki. I understand, girl stuff. Momo. Thanks for understanding. Todoroki pushing Jirou by the shoulders. See you tomorrow. Jirou. I can walk, Momo. Todoroki. Watching as they walked away, I wanted to confirm it at the camp, but it happened sooner than expected. I need to make my move, and fast. Outside the shopping center. Sunset was approaching, so the two decided to go home to prepare for their camp tomorrow. Uraraka. Everything went better than I expected, quite a lot, I had a lot of fun, Deku. Izuku. With a sad look, aha. Uraraka. It was weird running into Todoroki and Yaoi Rozu, wasn't it? Izuku. With a sad look to aha. Uraraka. Suicide algo Deku. Izuku. Coming back to reality And no, not at all, I was thinking about tomorrow's camp The two of them couldn't get what they had seen out of their heads. They were hurt, upset, a combination of thoughts in their heads that they couldn't get out. They all arrived home and prepared everything for the camp, which they had already anticipated would be strange, but they weren't going to let that stop them from having a good weekend, or were they? Chapter 14. Camp. The day of the camp had arrived, and new dawn was slowly illuminating the UA. It was 7 a.m, the sun was just coming out to show the deplorable state of the students who were not used to getting up so early. At the UA door. Uraraka. Yawning, making a mess. Why did we leave so early, teacher? Izawa. We have to make the most of the day and arrive on time. Mina. Equally disastrous, we could have arrived a little later. Yawning. Izawa. Don't cry, I brought some coffee for the journey. Mina. Yuck. Sticking out her tongue. Izawa. Sighing, and this is just the beginning. Well, I'll tell you a few things before the transport arrives. If you think we're going on vacation, you're wrong. We're going to work and push your quirks to the limit. While the teacher was talking and summarizing what the camp was going to be like, our green-haired friend was thinking about what happened at the mall, how he had found the raven-haired girl with Todoroki. It made him sad to think that the two of them were involved with something. He didn't feel the need to ask either, so he tried to forget about it, at least for the weekend. Hiroshima. Hey man, are you alright? Izuku. Why yes, wonderful, smiling. Hiroshima. That's great, from what I can see we'll get destroyed this weekend. Izuku. It seems so, shall we sit together? Hiroshima. I thought you wanted to sit with Izuku. He'll probably want to sit with someone else. Nervous laugh. Hiroshima. Looking at his partner with intrigue, probably with Jirou, but if you want we can fix it leaving. Izuku. No Kirishima, he said softly, trying to reach him. Izawa. Midoriya, help me with a few things. Izuku. Damn it, yes, teacher. Elsewhere. Kirishima. Jirou, could we talk? Jirou. Of course, what happened? Kirishima. To be clear, I'm helping Izuku get closer to Yaoi Rozu. I was wondering if you'd help me get them to sit together on the trip. Jirou. I see, smiling, I'll do my best, but I imagine you shouldn't know. Kirishima. Intrigued, you know what? Jirou. I figured, in short. Midoriya saw Momo and Todoroki together while he was with Uraraka. Kirishima. What? Jirou. Long story, if I had been there maybe this wouldn't have happened. Sighing, let's make a deal, Kirishima, you and I will make sure those two get closer again. We have 3 days to achieve it. I know Momo, and she's kind of stubborn. The two of them watched as Momo was talking and laughing with the rest of the girls, although Jirou knew that inside, Yaoi Rozu was sad and somewhat annoyed with the green-haired boy. Kirishima. With his hand on his chin, and Midoriya is shy. Extending his hand. Well, we have a deal. Jirou. Taking his hand. Deal, the first thing is to make them sit together. Kirishima. Again. Izawa. The bus has arrived, form lines. The students quickly followed their teacher's instructions, lined up in 2 rows, and the person next to them was their seatmate for the trip. Uraraka. I should sit with Deku, looking around for him. Kirishima. Izuku grabbing him by the shoulders, come with me for a moment. Jirou. Momo, my dear friend, shall we sit together? Oh no, I forgot something, can you save me a seat? Momo. Claro Kayaka. Kirishima. Let's wait here. They were behind the raven-haired girl, their eyes met with the green-haired boy, but she quickly looked away with an angry expression. Izuku. Still annoyed with me. They were almost getting on the bus. The dark-haired girl looked around for her friend, who hadn't arrived yet. Standing by the door, waiting to go in, she waited for her friend to appear. The green-haired boy was still lost in thought when he felt a push that made him jump next to Momo, surprising both the raven-haired girl and the green-haired boy. Izuku. Damn surprised who? Momo. Kayaka. What are you doing? Blushing and surprised. Jirou. I tripped laughing. Izawa. Okay, get in, guys. Momo. Beat but. Izawa. We're running late. Without anything else to say or object to, the two went upstairs without further ado, blushing and nervous about the situation. Neither of them planned to sit with the other, the relationship had been somewhat strange since yesterday. Momo. Sitting by the window, damn it, Jirou, I didn't want this. Izuku. Sitting down, this will be very uncomfortable. Kirishima. Bumping fists. Izawa. Counting his students very well, we are all here, thank you for this favor. You're welcome, Izawa putting on his seatbelt, all for an old friend. Izawa. I didn't know you had a travel agency. Sitting down. What can I say? With a sparkle in his smile, every effort bears fruit, are we ready? Izawa. Let me just say something, looking back, you'd better behave yourselves, the journey is long and… Bakugo. Leave me the window side of my roasted brain. Annoyed. Haminari. It's just a grumpy place. Bakugo. What did you say? Now I'll break your… Izawa. Activating his quirk and holding Bakugo with his tapes. The first thing I tell you, the first thing you do, is sit down. Bakugo. TSK sitting down angrily. But the drop of sweat, they are very energetic children. The bus had departed for its destination. Some were talking, others were sleeping, others were listening to music, while our protagonists were still awake. Momo had her arm resting on the window, looking at the horizon with a serious expression. Izuku watched this nervously. He didn't know how to talk to her. Izuku. I should apologize, even though I didn't do anything wrong, I think Yaoi Rozu. Momo. Still looking out the window, tell me Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, she's upset, everything alright? Momo. More than fine, normal. Izuku. I understand. Silence reigned once more. Izuku knew that everything was not alright and normal. He had to do something. Izuku. You seem upset. Momo. Really? Don't tell me, looking at him angrily, why is that? Izuku. Scared. I don't know, I don't understand why you're like this. Momo. Of course you don't understand. Izuku. You could help me, tell me, and I'll be more than determined to solve it. Momo. Looking at him, blushing. What were you and Uraraka doing yesterday? Izuku. So that's what it was. I should have asked you the same thing. Momo. I already told you it's not what you think. Izuku. It's okay if you tell me the truth, if you and I are just friends. Momo. Sadly, of course, friends, putting on her headphones. Izuku. Surprised, are you ignoring me? Fine, I'll sleep. The journey continued without any difficulty. 2 hours of travel could be tedious, but it flew by for the boys, especially for the couple whose relationship had become quite uncomfortable. There were things that weren't clear, and they were letting themselves be carried away by their feelings. It happens, doesn't it? The bus had stopped in a ravine, beyond which lay hectares and hectares of forest. Izawa. Okay, come down. The students were looking at the scenery, stretching after the long journey. Haminari. It's a beautiful day. Stretching. Zero. Without a doubt. While they were talking, a car braked suddenly in front of them, the door opened revealing some women dressed as cats. Mandalay Pixie. We are the Hussy Cats. Striking a pose. Everyone. Surprised. Izuku. Excited. They're the Hussy Cats. Owners of their own hero agency, despite being veterans in terms of… Pixie. Grabbing Izuku by the face and slamming him to the floor. I'm 18 at heart. Everyone. With a drop of sweat. Izawa. They will be our advisors at the camp, they will help us train. Mandalay. We own everything you see on the horizon, showing the entire landscape. Mina. Incredible. Amazed. Mineta. I need to go to the bathroom, with his hands on his holding it in. Haminari. But why did we get off here? Mandalay. Who knows? Hiroshima. Gee guys, let's get back to the bus, something smells really bad. They all ran towards the bus, but a huge wave of sand pushed them towards the precipice, leaving the teachers at the top. Izawa. That was too much, wasn't it? Mandalay. It's weird that you're telling me that, laughing. Izawa. That's right, I'll take the bus to drop off our things. But the drop of sweat it was too much. Hours later. The same thing happened as in the ENAMORE. It was already dusk, the teachers were waiting outside the building for the students, who were slowly coming out. Some were bruised, others had difficulty walking, but all were a mess. Mandalay. They finally arrive, it takes us less time. Izawa. Okay, leave your things inside and take a shower, you stink. Taking out his sleeping bag. Pixie. I must say you did quite well with a lustful look, and more you six, pointing at Izuku, Hilda, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima and Kaminari. I want you in a few years, you will be mine. The blonde showered the boys with kisses, even though they tried to defend themselves. According to her, it was to mark territory. Momo Uraraka Jiruminatsu. Solosa's Nivel 100. Mandalay. Sighing wearily, she's at that age, well, the hot springs are ready, after that you'll have dinner. Everyone went inside to take a refreshing bath, but Izuku at that moment noticed a certain angry-looking boy who hadn't participated all day. In the hot springs. Mineta. Thinking at the wall separating the hot springs. Do you hear that? They're angels. While the girls' laughter could be heard, this wall separates us from paradise. Although the boys blushed at thinking dirty thoughts about their female classmates, Izuku was annoyed by the idea of someone seeing Momo without clothes. It outraged him, especially the purple dwarf. Izuku. Mine. Hilda. Stop, Mineta standing up to address him. It's a very despicable attitude, I will kindly ask you not to continue. Mineta. You're so annoying, taking some balls off his head walls were made for. Izuku had flown using his full cowling technique, striking Mineta in the neck and knocking him unconscious. Everyone was shocked by the sight. Izuku. He nervous because everyone was staring at him as someone had to stop him. Why, you all thought the same thing as me, right? Don't judge me. Haminari. I can't argue with that logic. Kirishima. It was about time I taught him a lesson, laughing, lay him down inside. Izuku. Okay, carrying Mineta, who was sleeping peacefully, dreaming about the girls. On the other side. Mina. Did someone want to spy on us, Jirou? Jirou. Using her jacks Mineta, as always, but a green knight came to our rescue, laughing, or rather, so they wouldn't see their princess. Toru. Yeah, Momo has a protector. Momo. Me. Blushing. Mina. Don't pretend, he was bothered that someone else saw you and he did something about it. Izuku had always been a gentleman, unlike that dwarf, who was always looking for an opportunity to harass her, and not just her, but her female classmates as well. She loved the idea that Izuku still cared, that despite their distance, he still thought about her. Momo. She did it for all of us, we were tired of Mineta. Uraraka. You know it was because of you, smiling, let's try something. Deku is very brave, did I tell you when the robot almost stepped on me and I got 0 points on the entrance exam and Deku saved me? Blushing, it was amazing. Momo. With a vein bulging on her head, why yes. We didn't know that. Jirou. Looked serious, did he do it on purpose? I need to speed things up and talk to Izuku. At dinner. All the delicacies were laid out on the table. The boys hadn't eaten anything all day, the battle with the golems had wiped them out. It was like culinary heaven in there. Kirishima. Eating ravenously. Agsulajja, translation. This is delicious. Zero. Eating as if his life depended on it. Akshikana. Translation. This is delicious. Looking at the children in surprise. Do you feed these children at home? Sighing, I should stop working in strange places. Don't complain having large amounts of food on their trays, this pays for our apartment too. Smiling mischievously, there are lovely young ladies, not to mention Miss Mandalay and Pixie. You're one of a kind. Anyone want more? The time to rest had arrived, undoubtedly a day full of emotions. Whatever the case, they were exhausted, desperately wanting to close their eyes and rest, because without knowing it, they were going to go through hell in the following days. Phase 2 of the Izuku and Momo love and recovery plan had begun. Jirou and Kirishima looked at each other and with a signal got to work. Jirou. Midoriya approaching him, do you have a minute? Izuku. Jirou. Oh, of course. Jirou. Sure, it'll be quick since we're both really tired, laughing, follow me. The two withdrew to a secluded place where no one could hear what they were saying. Momo. Watching Izuku and Jirou walk away, what are those two up to? Kirishima. Yaoi Rozu, Tianzan memento. Momo. Kirishima, of course, going with him. These kids left everything dirty, scrubbing the floor, and why did they teach these kids any manners? Can you stop complaining? Yawning, we need to clean quickly so Mandalay will congratulate us. Blushing. Or pay us, I prefer that option, I don't like the older ones. Mandalay. Hey, with a murderous aura, I heard that. Scared, with his hair standing on end, excuse me. That guy's already dead, although they've already told him, laughing. Elsewhere. Izuku. What did you want to talk about, Jirou? Jirou. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, how long are you going to take? Izuku. Surprised, huh? What are you talking about? Jirou. Do you think I'm stupid? Laughing, I'm talking about telling her how you really feel. Izuku. I see you noticed, looking at the floor, it's what I most want to do, but a few days ago I saw her at the mall with Todoroki and I didn't like her very much. Jirou. You knew I was with them, right? Izuku. Surprised you were there. Then. Jirou. It wasn't a date, your doubts are unfounded. Izuku. Embarrassed, damn, I jumped to conclusions, I should have asked her. I acted like an idiot. Now I understand why she's angry. I see. Jirou. I had to tell you why they were letting themselves be carried away by what their eyes saw. Sighing, look, I've never seen Momo as happy as when she talks to you or about you. I don't want to say more because it's not my place, but talk to her and resolve your differences, you have my full support. Izuku. Sure, smiling, I promise I will. Jirou. Smiling, that's the man hitting his shoulder, you'll do fine, by the way. Smiling malevolently, you know he defended you from Bakugo, right? Izuku. What did he do? On the other side. Kirishima. He's not dating Uraraka. Momo. Really? With a small smile, I see. Kirishima. You need to work things out. Midoriya cares about you a lot. I think you two should talk. Momo. I understand, I'll do it, it won't go beyond the camp. Kirishima. Smiling, well, rest well, Vice President. Kirishima had left, leaving Momo deep in thought. She needed to swallow her pride and anger and sort things out with the green-haired boy. She had to find the perfect moment to talk to him in the coming days, even though it was going to be difficult since they were about to have days where hell would descend upon the earth. Chapter 15. Gala Night. The next morning. Haminari. Yawning early again. Zero. I'm exhausted. Izawa. The first thing I said was that we didn't come here for a vacation, we're here to strengthen your quirks and put you through unusual situations that will help you. Looking grimly, you'll feel like you're dying, making a shiver run through his students' bodies as he smiled sadistically, but don't do it. Journey 1. Izawa. Each one will receive precise instructions for their quirks. Mandalay. They must be able to endure and use their quirks for longer. Endurance is important. In various locations, students were training their quirks. Some were sweating, others were bleeding, some were so tired that they were on the ground, trying to catch their breath. Haminari. Close to his idiot mode. This is too much. Bakugo. Let's go. As he exploded into the sky. Jirou. Hitting rocks with her axe. I feel like I'm going to die. Momo. While eating and creating I must continue without stopping. Izuku. Charging his quirk. I have to take it slowly, my maximum is 25% and it's still difficult. I'll take off my shirt, I tore it last time trying to increase my quirk. Taking off his shirt. The green-haired boy's body was well built. After his year of training, he had gained muscle mass, making him look great. Several, if not all, sighed at the sight of their classmate shirtless, sweaty and with the scars that made him look somewhat rough, although at that moment everyone remembered the nervous Izuku. Mina. Whistling. Wow, Midoriya looks good. Jirou. I know. She looks surprised. Uraraka. He looks so handsome, blushing. Momo. Blushing, he definitely looks gorgeous, he has a great body. And realizing what she was thinking, damn it, I need to calm down. Just one more look. Watching how her partner moved. Okay, all set. Momo watched as her friend stared at the green-haired boy in the distance, bothering her. Momo. Girls calling them. What are you doing that you're not training? Don't make me call AI Seiya. Mina. We understand you're jealous, but you don't see a body like that every day. Momo. Blushing intensely. Izawa. Come on girls, we don't have all day, look at Izuku's body later. Journey 2. The second day was about rescue work. Groups of 5 each were formed. Pixie. You must rescue those young girls who are at the bottom of the cliff. The group now consisted of Izuku, Momo, Mineta, Tokoyami, and Seiya. Izuku. We need to calm them down. As he approached I can hear them crying. Get a rope ready, don't worry. Trying to look down, it's not that deep, but I can barely see them. You Uraraka. Uraraka. Yes, it's me. Laughing. Izuku. What are you doing there? Seiya. I have the rope. Midoriya. Extending the rope to him. Izuku. Thanks Seiya. Throwing the rope. I'm going down, help me. Tokoyami, Mineta. Momo. I will create some bandages and cures. Izuku had climbed down with the help of the rope, he was ready to take them up. Izuku. Okay, I'm here now, relax, I'll go up one by one. Uraraka. By the way, who are you? Someone with black hair was standing next to Uraraka, but Izuku didn't recognize them, but it was a mistake to have asked. Hiroshima. Wearing a wig. Oh, thanks, hero. Izuku. Hiroshima. Getting closer to his ear. I know, but Izawa was giving volunteers a point, so here I am returning to the paper. Quick, hero, save her first, I'll wait. Uraraka. Laughing nervously. I guess I'll go. Izuku. Is it just me, or does she really like wearing wigs? Okay. Blushing at the thought of lifting the brunette. Oh, okay, hold on tight. Izuku carried the brunette to the top, watched by his classmates, and especially by Momo. Uraraka. Blushing, I feel protected, looking at Izuku. Izuku. Blushing. Well miss, we've arrived, they're going to heal you there. Uraraka. Smiling sweetly. Thank you hero. Momo. Looking sad, I would have loved to be her. Mineta. Move aside, Midoriya. Striking a heroic pose. It's my turn to save the girl. If there's another girl down there, I can carry her and take advantage of the situation for other things. Drooling. Izuku. This remembering that the girl was Kirishima is all yours. Laughing. Mineta. He grabbing the rope. This will be the best day of my life, climbing down. Don't worry, miss, I'll come to your rescue. Tokoyami. Are you sure about this? Izuku. Just you wait. Laughing. Mineta. Just a little longer, I'm your knight in shining armor, now I can see you more. Ah. Hiroshima. Thank you, hero, even though I'm very ugly. A3. They were all in a large room, standing in front of a microphone. Izawa. Touching the microphone. Testing, good. We're proud of the progress you've shown these past few days. You've enhanced your quirks and experienced firsthand what it's like to be a professional hero. You're the future, and I'm happy to see that the future will be bright for you. Mandalay. We've been watching them closely, and I must admit they all surprised me. They will be great heroes in the future. Pixie. Tonight we will have a gala dinner to celebrate and end the camp, you will have the day free until tonight. Mina. A party. I love parties. Zero. Finally some fun, sighing wearily, these days have been hell. Haminari. A little fun is good for a change. Hiroshima. I hope they serve the same food we had on the first day. Drooling. Mandalay. By the way, each final night of camp has a specialty that changes every year, so this year will be different, showing a screen. The special night we have is wild, turning the screen graduation night. Jirou. Graduation night. Intrigued. Pixie. Graduation night is a tradition in some countries and a very important one. The boys invite their partners to attend, obviously dressed in formal attire. Izawa. So it's mandatory to attend as a couple, perfect, see you tonight. You can go take a shower, you stink again. Izuku. Do we have to invite? Surprised. Hiroshima. Relax, dude, I'll help you invite her. Izuku. I don't know if she wants to go with me, sadly I haven't spoken to her yet. Hiroshima. And what better opportunity than this? Let's see what you've got. Akugu. What kind of nonsense is this? The hours had passed, it was still a long way to go until afternoon. The girls went for a walk in the forest, the boys played a game of soccer, where obviously, there were going to be arguments. Akugu. I told you to give me the pass earlier, Deku. Annoyed. Izuku. Disculpa Kachin. Jirou. In goal they will have to do more to score. Izawa. Tell me why I'm playing. Hiroshima. We needed one more master, although he seems to be one of those who don't know how to play, laughing. The ball had hit the net guarded by the Deity at a speed he hadn't noticed and couldn't have seen. Izawa. Oops, sorry Hiroshima, pay more attention. The sun had set and the time to invite was not long in coming. The boys were somewhat nervous. They were not used to that kind of thing. In the boys' room. Hirahima. You'd better not invite Mina or you'll get to know me, laughing. Haminari. Nor Jirou. Zero. Lucky you, he said in his bed. Tokoyami. I suppose I'll invite Sayu, she's the closest. Haminari. Eso Tokoyami Gulpandolo Kansu Kodo. Hiroshima. So that leaves Uraraka, Toru and Yaoi Rozu. Jirou. I'll go with Toru, I already asked her before, actually scratching the back of his neck. Zero. That was fast. Hilda. Fake coughing to get attention, guys, I need your help, bound, please help me invite Uraraka. Everyone was surprised by the president's action. They did not expect him to ask for something like that. Haminari. Oh, so the president needs our help, laughing, of course we will. Hiroshima. We'll help you, but you have to propose it yourself. Hilda. Thank you guys, bursting into tears, you are good friends. Izuku. I'm sure you would do the same, Hilda. Hilda. I don't want to bother you, Midoriya. Izuku. I promise to help you, smiling. Hiroshima. Well, there's nobody left. Tokoyami. On Yaoi Rozu no. Izuku. Blushing, I'll invite her. Everyone was surprised by the green-haired boy's audacity. Some admired his attitude, but one was annoyed. Hiroshima. Laughing, that's the spirit, Midoriya, although we already knew that. Akugu. Geez, you armed of valor nerd. Haminari. At least he invited someone, laughing. Akugu. And what's it to you, you brain-burning idiot? Lying down, TSK, if it were up to me I wouldn't even go, it's girly stuff. Hiroshima. It's mandatory to go, although it's true, there aren't enough girls. Haminari. That doesn't matter, we should go tell the girls. The atmosphere grew heavy, a silence filled the boys' room, those who were going to ask their dates out became nervous. It was technically inviting them on a date. Hiroshima. What are those faces? Gather in the center. The boys positioned themselves in a circle in the center, like a soccer team preparing to play the most important final in their history. Hiroshima. Tonight, boys, is ours, we will go out there and show that we are men, it is the most important night, are you with me? Everyone. Yes. Hiroshima. Today we become heroes, placing his hand in the center, what are we? Haminari. Linces. Hilda. A group of boys will ask their female classmates to accompany them to the dance tonight. While waving her arms as usual. Hiroshima. This will be difficult, we are class 1, let's show them what we're made of. Everyone. Kaminari. Yes, mind on the game. In the girls' room. They were all sitting in silence, as if waiting. Jirou. They're taking a while, aren't they? Looking at her watch. Mina. Sighing quite. Toru. Calm down, they'll be coming soon. Sayu. You say that because you've already been invited, Kiro. Outside the girls' dormitories behind a bush. Izuku, Kirishima, Kaminari, Hilda, and Tokoyami were peering through the bush, waiting for their moment to act. Kirishima. Alright, we'd better go one by one, turning around, who goes first? Kirishima was astonished, in a bad way, to see Izuku, Hilda, and Kaminari trembling with fear. Kaminari. See, can you repeat our speech? Scared. Tokoyami. Let's finish this. Standing up. Durnoda. Tokoyami. Tokoyami. Knocking on the door. Mina. Opening the door. Tokoyami, who are you looking for? Smiling mischievously. Tokoyami. Starts Ayu. Mina. I knew it. I'll call her now. Closing the door. A few seconds passed. Ayu. Tokoyami Sonarhata. Tokoyami. Would you like to join me tonight? With his typical humor. Ayu. With her finger on her chin. Okay, would you pick me up? Tokoyami. Of course, see you in a bit. Leaving. Kirishima. Crying manly, that's a man. Izuku. Vaya Tokoyami genial. Kirishima. Beat bien, Irio. Kirishima's shift. Kirishima. Knocking on the door. Mina. Opening the door, surprised and blushing. Kirishima. Kirishima. Unaware of whether he was redder, his hair or his face. Hey Mina, I wanted to ask you, if you want, could you and I? Kirishima was interrupted by a kiss on the cheek, something that surprised Deity. Mina. Blushing and with wet eyes. Of course I'll go with you. Kirishima. Ah really? Smiling broadly. Great, I'll come pick you up. Walking away a little. Yes. Jumping. Kaminari. It turned out better than you expected. Kirishima. Pretty good, huh? Izuku. Well done, Kirishima. Smiling. Kirishima. Thank you guys. Crying, these are manly tears. Hilda. Okay, who's next? Kaminari. Alright, standing up decisively. It's my turn. Durnoda. Kaminari. Kaminari. As he approached, I must be myself, I'm ready. Knocking on the door. Jirou. Opening the door. Kaminari. Kaminari. In a seductive pose. You gala night, think about it. Jirou. Looking at him seriously for a few seconds. Kaminari. Still in his pose, sweating. Why is it taking so long? Jirou. Starting to laugh. Ha 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 ha, you're an idiot, I accept your proposal, but as friends. Kaminari. Ah really, I mean you won't regret it, babe. Jirou. As you wish, come by and don't be late. Kaminari. Yes ma'am, striking a soldier's pose. Jirou. Leave before I change my mind. Laughing. Kaminari. Why yes, leaving at full speed. Kirishima. Well done, giving a thumbs. Hilda. Standing up. I must do it, overcome my fears. Izuku. That's the spirit. Tokoyami. May the darkness be with you. Hilda. That's not good advice. Swallowing hard. Okay, here I go. Shift of. Hilda. Hilda. Knocking on the door. Toru. Why does everyone keep coming here? Opening the door. Hilda. Hilda. Hello Toru, is Uraraka here? Toru. Oh, if there is one, I'll call her. Hilda. Great, trembling. Wait here. Seconds later. Uraraka. Yes. Smiling. Ah hello Hilda. She became a little more serious, but still smiled. Hilda. Good afternoon Uraraka, I wanted to know if you. Uraraka. What about me? Waiting. Hilda. Nervous, almost bursting to get the words out. Do you want to go with me tonight? Uraraka. Slightly blushing. Oh okay. Hilda. Okay, perfect, see you later. Charging her engines. Recipro burst, driving off at high speed. Kirishima. Laughing, he did pretty well. Izuku. Okay, it's me. Standing up. Kirishima. You can do it, brother. Izuku's turn. Izuku. Knocking on the door. Jirou. Opening. Midoriya. Handsome, I'll look for her there. Izuku. Laughing. Thanks Jirou. A few seconds later. Momo. Blushing and embarrassed. Midoriya. Izuku. I know things haven't been good between us lately. I apologize for doubting you and jumping to conclusions. I should have listened to you. I know I don't deserve this, but getting nervous. Will you go to the dance with me tonight? Momo. I must apologize to you too, I got angry for no reason and without having spoken to you. Looking at him with a beautiful smile, I would love to go with you. Izuku. Amazed by his partner's smile. Well, I'll come pick you up. Momo. I'll wait for you here. Looking at him tenderly. Izuku. Okay, see you later. Momo. Goodbye. Closing the door. Momo stayed behind the door, thinking about her partner. She fell to the floor, thinking about her upcoming date with him, the partner she was in love with. Chapter 16. Provisional licenses. Night had fallen for our little heroes. The main hall was illuminated and the front door stood open for all the guests. We saw our favorite couple approaching the hall. The night was beautiful, the starry sky ablaze with millions of stars, a sight easily visible in a rural area. Izuku. Looking at the sky. What a beautiful sky, don't you think? Momo. Smiling. That's right, tonight I'm going to tell him. Flashback. Jirou was helping Momo choose her outfit for tonight when the raven-haired girl could no longer resist. She had something stuck in her throat that she should have said earlier. Momo. It's decided. Looking in the mirror while posing to see how the dress looked on her today. I'll tell him how I feel. Jirou. Huh. Surprised. It's about time. Are you sure about that? Momo. Looking flushed. I can't leave things like this. I'm going to explode any minute now. I can't hold it in anymore. Jirou. Smiling. I will support you no matter what you decide, although I am very proud of both of you. I am sure she will say yes. Momo. Do you think so? She looked sadly. Jirou. We'll see, but it's a woman's instinct. Laughing. That dress looks good on you. Momo. Now it's your turn. Jirou. Nervous. I'm fine with what I brought. Momo. Oh no, miss, you won't get away with this one. Looking defiant. End of flashback. Izuku. Smiling. You look beautiful tonight. Momo. Blushing. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku. Laughing. You're calling me Izuku again. Momo. I guess everything's okay between us again. Izuku. More than fine. I hope it stays this way, no matter what I do tonight. Flashback. Izuku and Kirishima were resting, sitting next to the makeshift soccer field, drinking bottles of water, while talking about their things, with a soft breeze and an open sky. Kirishima. So you're going to tell him today? Izuku. Today it is. I can't postpone it any longer. I can't allow any more misunderstandings. Taking a drink of water. Kirishima. I understand. Smiling. You have my full support. Izuku. I was counting on that. Smiling. Kirishima. Taking a drink of water. It's decided. Then bravely standing up. Today I'll tell Mina how I feel too. Izuku. Looking at him. Really? That's great. I'll support you with that too. Kirishima. Thanks, brother. Sitting down wearily. The bad thing is I had brought a tie, but it seems I didn't bring it. Sighing. I wish everything was perfect at that moment. Izuku. Laughing. I brought extra in case something happened. I'll lend you one. Kirishima. Really? Izuku. Today for you, tomorrow for me. Remember. Kirishima. Laughing. You know, Midoriya, I've started to appreciate you quite a bit. You've become a very good friend to me. Thanks. Indirectly you've made me stronger. You've encouraged me to be more decisive about what I feel and to be a true hero. Izuku. Amazed and excited. Thanks to you, Kirishima. I haven't had many friends, so you're my first real friend. Kirishima. Resting his arm on the green-haired boy's shoulder. You too, and I hope everything stays this way for a long time. End of flashback. Izuku. Let's enjoy this night. Momo. Smiling sweetly. Momo. Blushing from the smile. I always enjoy every moment with you. Of course we will. They had already arrived at their destination. There were several couples already there, a platform with microphones, a DJ was playing music, and several round tables were scattered around the place. Ragdoll. Welcome to the dance. Seated at a table a few meters from the entrance. Enjoy the evening. Young people. Smiling. Take a seat wherever you like. Momo. Thank you, Miss Ragdoll. Izuku. Thank you very much. Looking at the tables. Where would you like to sit? Momo. Where our friends sit. Izuku. Good idea. Kirishima. At a table, gesturing to the green-haired boy. Midoriya, over here. Kirishima and Mina were at that table, along with Jirou and Kaminari. Jirou. We've saved a place for you. Izuku. Thank you very much. Taking Momo's chair. I'll help you. Momo. Thank you. Settling into the chair, it brings back memories. Jirou. Look, idiot, see if you learned something. Pointing at her jacks. Kaminari. Scared. I told you I was sorry. Mina. It's beautifully decorated, don't you think? Kirishima. The tables are great too. Looking at a particular table, although that one over there, for bachelors, catches my eye. Laughing. Kaminari. I wrote it. Laughing. A couple have already sat down. At the bachelor's table. Bakugo. Resting his head on his arm. TSK, how much longer until this is over? Mineta. Those lucky ones over there got dates. Damn it. Crying blood. What do they have that I don't? Zero. They're not disgusting perverts to begin with. Monoma. Well, bachelor's table. Class 1A was surprised to see several students from their rival Class 1B entering. Monoma. So the famous Class 1A has a singles desk. Lol. Bakugo. With a demon, that's all we needed. Zero. What are you doing here? Hendo. Who was entering next to Tetsu. If you're single too, we were on the other side of the property and we'll have the special night with you. Monoma. There's a difference, I wanted to come alone. Tetsu. Although I still don't understand why they force us to go with partners if there are more men in the classes. Hendo. I'd like to know that. Let's sit over there. Waving to Izuku's table. Hi guys. Momo. Kendo. Smiling. It's so nice to see you all here. Hendo. The pleasure is ours. Smiling. I hope we have a good time and that two blonde idiots over there don't kill each other. Bakugo. I'm fed up with you weren't even here for 5 minutes and I already want to send you flying away. Monoma. Calm down, explosive kid, let's be quiet tonight. Sitting down, there will be no class distinctions tonight. The bachelor's table will be the best table of the night. Getting closer to Bakugu's ear, I understand there will be a competition for tables. Bakugu. Smiling sadistically, we must win at all costs, okay, just for tonight. Monoma. Splendid companion. Zero. With a drop of sweat the madmen gathered. Class 1B kept coming, despite that Izuku felt watched by a certain girl from the other class. Izuku. I feel watched by someone looking both ways. I don't see anyone suspicious. Never mind, I have other things to worry about. Momo. Are you okay, Izuku? Looking at him. Izuku. Huh. Almight couldn't be better, smiling. Almight. I'm glad to hear that, young Midoriya. Izuku. Hey Almight. Surprised, what are you doing here? Almight. Didn't Aizawa tell you we'd be here tonight? Never mind, all the teachers came, except for the principal. Momo. Did everyone come? Intrigued, it's for something important, I imagine. Almight. We just came to have a good time with you all. Leaving, I'm going to save a spot, see you around. Hiroshima. That's right, Midnight and Present Mick are there. Jirou. And also Cementus and Ectoplasm. Haminari. I didn't think they'd be here tonight or on any other day at camp. Izuku. They probably came to keep them company. Hilda. Good evening, everyone. Who was standing next to Uraraka? Momo. But it's you. Smiling. Okoyami. Are these chairs taken? Along with Seiya. Hiroshima. We really had them busy for you. Uraraka. Thanks guys, sitting down. Momo. They look beautiful tonight. Seiya. Thanks Momo, hey. At another table. Aizawa. All Might, surprised, thought they would come earlier. All Might. We had to finalize the details of Aizawa. The rooms, right. All Might. That's right, we'll let you know when you return to class. Aizawa. I see the villains are more active lately, and with what happened at the USJ, I think it's the best thing we can do. Their safety comes first. All Might. Exactly, we must be on top of every detail, smiling, but tonight is not a night to worry. Hitting the master's back, somewhat hard, we must enjoy ourselves together with the youngsters. Aizawa. Recovering from the small blow from number 1, remember that your small blows are strong for us. All Might. With a drop of sweat, I'm sorry. Aizawa. Never mind, we have to start this. Walking to the platform. The place was already full of students from both classes and their teachers. Aizawa. Welcome everyone, we're starting the last night of camp. Thank you to the teachers and the director for joining us tonight. Before lunch arrives, a few announcements before we continue. Mandalay. Taking another microphone, since tonight is prom, what better way to celebrate than by doing the typical king and queen? Everyone. Huh. Mandalay. During the night there will be a ballot box where everyone will vote for who will be the queen and king of the night. It doesn't have to be now, but go ahead and vote as you see fit. Voting for yourself is not allowed. Mina. It sounds fun, although it will be difficult with hearts in her eyes. There are so many beautiful couples tonight. Pixie. Dinner will be served in a moment, enjoy. All the food had been served and a few minutes passed, during which all the guests were able to taste all the food. Hiroshima. I ate a lot with a super belly, it was delicious. Haminari. You said it. Jirou. You ate like an animal, Kaminari. Laughing. Izuku. I'm going to throw these leftovers away, grabbing his plate, and the raven-haired girls, I'll throw yours away too, standing up. Momo. Thank you, smiling. Jirou. PSST, did you tell him yet? Whispering in his ear. Momo. Not yet, I must wait for the perfect moment. Izuku approached the trash can, throwing all his waste into it, but before he could return to his seat, a girl with black hair intercepted him. Yui. Midoriya. Izuku, she would be very close to the green-haired boy. Izuku. Huh. Blushing and startled by how close he was. Excuse me, who are you? Yui. Yui Kadai, from class 1B, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Izuku. Thank you, the pleasure is all mine. Yui. I'm sorry to interrupt, we'll meet again. Leaving. Izuku. Okay, leaving, puzzled, he goes to class 1B, he's never seen it before, how strange. The night continued without further delay. After dinner, the games began, and with them came arguments. They were inevitable. Pixie. 30 seconds left, looking at her stopwatch. Izuku. Making weird poses. Momo. Do something else, Izuku. Shouting. Hiroshima. The first word was where and the third, though this is complicated. Jirou. Thinking I know. Where are the blondes? Pixie. Correct. Those at the table. Great. Bakugu. Damn nerd, that was easy. Furious half you go. Todoroki. Don't even dream about it, I already passed. The only one who didn't is you. With his typical humor. Bakugu. TSK, let's finish this once and for all. Going up on the platform, give me the Catwoman movie. Zero. Are you recording? Mineta. Every second he held his cell phone. The games had concluded, leaving the green-haired boys' table as winners, thus winning a huge bag of sweets which they enjoyed among themselves, although they also shared with all the tables. The most important moment of the night had arrived, a surprise announcement. Izawa. Well, we're going to make an announcement which is the reason we're gathered here today. We're joined by the Public Safety Commission of Heroes. Izuku. Really? What are they doing here? Mara. Good evening guys, I'm here representing the committee. You're probably wondering what we're doing here. Forgive me, I haven't slept at all today, and I love to sleep falling asleep standing up. Everyone. With a drop of sweat. Mara. Coming to her senses, we've been watching your performance these past few days. The villains are very active these days, growing by leaps and bounds. That's why we need all the help we can get. That's why in the name of Japan and the professional heroes, we will grant you provisional licenses. Everyone. What? The whole room shook, applause from the adults filled the place, the little heroes were ecstatic. Izawa. Surprise. Laughing. This was the purpose of this camp. To assess your skills and train you to be ready to go out into the world and fight the evil that's out there. Protect what's most precious to you and make the world a better place for everyone. Lad. We are all proud of you, be strong and never give up, fight for your dreams, and let's defeat evil together. Mara. Next you will be called one by one with the help of Hero 1, your licenses will be handed out falling asleep. Each student went up to receive their license, Class A and B alike. The teachers watched as the new generation took another step forward, seeing the great potential before their eyes. The future was in good hands. Mara. Next Midoriya Izuku. It was the green-haired boy's turn to go up. He was already a little excited. His dream was becoming more and more real. What had seemed like an impossible goal years ago was now becoming a reality. Izuku. Climbing the platform. Momo. Looking at him tenderly, you deserve it. If I'm looking for a definition of effort and heroism, it's undoubtedly you. Almight was waiting for the freckled boy to see how his student had grown. Being a great example, the #1 hero had learned from that little green-haired boy. He remembered how Bakugo had rushed to rescue him, despite not having a quirk. He had done so, as he usually did, for the defenseless, no matter what. Almight was proud to have chosen him as his protege and future symbol of peace. Almight. Extending the license. Congratulations young Midoriya, I hope you fight with all your might to be a great hero and defend everyone. Izuku. Receiving the license, a little excited. Thank you Almight. Almight. Hugging him. I'm so proud of you son in a low voice. That was the last straw. Izuku was already crying and everyone was watching the tender scene. Izuku. Crying. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here, fulfilling my dream. Thank you in a low voice. Almight. Also on the verge of tears. Keep going. Izuku. Looking at his license with a smile, it's for you, mom, dad. All licenses were handed out, leaving all students with their licenses. Pixie. What are those faces? Shouting into the microphone. This is a party, let's dance. The disco ball had come down, lights of all colors decorated the grand hall, music reverberated throughout the place, the tables were set aside, it was time to dance. Everyone was having fun. Some had already voted for their favorite couples. Some were dancing in groups for fun, others were dancing with their partners, but a green-haired boy in his seat watched everyone having fun, his partner laughing with her friends. Izuku. Smiling, they look like they're having fun. I wish I could join in, but I can't dance. Crying, although I should have more fun with them. Maybe I'll regret it later. Momo. Approaching and taking the green-haired man's arm. What a boring old man you are, you're coming with me, today we promised to have fun, and that's what we'll do. Izuku. Being led by the arm. That's exactly what I was going to do. Everyone was on the dance floor. As LMFAO's party rock anthem played in the background, a large circle formed in the hall, where one by one they performed dance steps. Like in the song video, what memories, right guys? Hilda with her robotic steps, Mina with her breakdancing, Aoyama with her poses, they all had fun and spent a time laughing, something that would remain in their memory for a long time. After a while. Maxi. I'm so glad I got this DJ job. Dimming the lights and playing romantic music, take your partners and go to the center, it's time for love. Several had passed, such as Kirishima and Mina or Tokoyami and Tsuyu, some teachers, and from Class B. The green-haired boy was at a crossroads. He wanted to dance with Momo, but he had no idea how to do it. He had joked about it with his mother, but he thought he would have to get closer. Momo. Looking at the green-haired boy who was deep in thought. Do you want to dance? Izuku. Momo. Only if you want to. A little flushed. Izuku. I can't back out now, I want to spend this time with her, grabbing the raven-haired girl's hand, surprising her. Let's go. Blushing. The two went to the center where, to the sound of the music, they began the dance that would unite them. Izuku. This was placing his hands on Momo's waist. Momo. Resting her arms on the green-haired boy's shoulders. I'm Maxi from the future, let's say Izuku was a little taller, the same height as Momo. Insert her take my breath away to Berlin. The beautiful couple stood in the center of the dance floor. Although there weren't many lights, they were the center of attention, as if a spotlight had been placed on them. Momo. Blushing while dancing, this is strange. Izuku. That's true, I never would have imagined it, blushing. Momo. I honestly never would have imagined it. Izuku. But you know what? Unexpected things are more enjoyable. Momo. It's true. This was seen by the brunette who was dancing with Hilda, who was glancing at the couple, and by Todoroki who was sitting down. Uraraka. They look so happy, I understand now, I let my best friend be happy. I can see they love each other very much, all I can do is support them. Todoroki. I've decided not to interfere between them anymore. I've found a great friend in Midoriya and I'll support him in whatever he does, just like he did for me. Izuku. What better time to tell her? Hey Momo, I need to tell you something. Momo. What a coincidence, I also have to tell you something, do you want to go outside? Izuku. That sounds good to me. A while later. The night was still beautiful, it was pleasant to be outside, the celestial stars illuminated the scene, the two had arrived outside, near the hall, but somewhat removed to have some privacy, the two were very nervous, and of course they were going to make their feelings clear. Izuku. Stopping, this is perfect, I guess I'll start, well, it's not something simple for me. Momo. Expectantly, I'm listening. Izuku. Look, ever since I started getting to know you, it's been incredible, everything you are, everything you do, you're brave, you're amazing, even though you often deny it. You fight for your ideals, you have principles as a hero and as a person, you're a great friend, I can talk to you about anything, you have the same tastes as me, even though we come from completely different places. I've learned that everything you're looking for can be in the most unexpected places, what I mean is, you're incredible. Momo. Every second we've spent together since we met is special to me. Ever since you helped me at the festival, I was devastated, but you, like a true hero, you rescued me. I probably would have given up, thrown in the towel, but you were the one who encouraged me to keep trying, to not give up. Thanks to you, I've improved and I want to keep improving, I'll repeat it until the day all this is over, that you are my greatest hero. Izuku. Somewhat excited, I'm glad to hear that. What I want to tell you in short is that you. Momo. I mustn't make the same mistake as before, I must do it, quickly approaching the green-haired boy. The stars aligned, luck fell like a waterfall, destiny and love converged at one point, those old love stories were left behind, today they signed a new treaty, sealing it with the most awaited kiss. Their lips met, nothing could ruin the moment. They were both lost in it, seconds they wished could last an eternity. Tears streamed down the girl's face. Something she had longed for had finally arrived. Her fears and insecurities had prevented it from happening before, but it was happening now. Izuku. Pulling away, blushing, Momo, does that mean? Momo. With tears streaming down her face, Midoriya. Izuku, I'm in love with you, every part of me is. Izuku. On the verge of crying with happiness, I'm in love with you too, I really like you, I want to be with you. Another kiss had arrived and both had been freed from a great weight. With the vast sky as their backdrop, a wonderful night was crowned. They weren't experts and they thought they had a long way to go, but if they were together, no matter what adversities came, if they were together, they felt they could do anything. Chapter 17. Family Reunion. Izuku and Momo had ended the night with that magical kiss. Breaking apart for lack of air, they were amazed by what had happened. Izuku. Blushing, wow, that was incredible. Momo. Blushing, that's right, it was my first kiss, just so you know. Izuku. Your first kiss. Surprised, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest, although it was my first kiss too. Momo. It was what I always dreamed of, with a starry sky, on a special occasion. Blushing, I'm so happy. Izuku. Taking her hands, me too, Momo, and now what's next? Momo. Laughing, I guess I don't know either, I'm new to this. Izuku. Smiling, let's just let things flow, but I want you to know something, I'm completely in love with you. It wasn't that Izuku had already stolen her heart, but that was Cupid's final arrow that made her fall for him. Momo. Izuku hugging him, me too. Izuki. Returning the hug, we should go inside, it's getting cold. Momo. Let's go. The night passed without any problems, the party continued with dancing, laughter and moments that the children would treasure forever. They were chosen as the king and queen of the night, surprisingly placing Jirou and Kaminari in first place. Something that surprised more than one person. The time to return had arrived, they loaded everything up and went to the UA where everyone got off and went to their respective homes. Izawa. Listen, you have tomorrow off to rest. See you in 2 days. Putting on his sleeping bag and crawling into it. Hiroshima. He really likes that sleeping bag, well see you guys soon. Waving. Each one said their goodbyes until only the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl remained. Izuku. Are you waiting for someone to pick you up? Momo. That's right, they'll be here in a few minutes. Izuku. I understand, sitting down, I'll accompany you. Momo. It's not necessary, it will get dark very soon. Izuku. It doesn't matter, blushing, it's the least I can do. Momo. Smiling, okay. The two of them sat down on the sidewalk. A silence settled between them, but it wasn't an unpleasant one. Rather, it was one where words weren't necessary and their mere company was enough. Momo. Blushing at what she was about to say, hey Izuku. Izuku. Looking at her, tell me, Momo. Momo. I want to meet your mother. Izuku. Momo. Sorry, it's too fast, isn't it? Super embarrassed. Izuku. I'm sorry, it took me by surprise, blushing, I'd love for you to meet her. Momo. Really? Izuku. I guess it's something we'd have to do sooner or later, like when I met you. A shiver ran through his body. Parents. Momo. Laughing, it's true, resting her head on his shoulder, it's just I'm so happy about everything, I want to meet her. Izuku. Momo smiling, come home tomorrow. Momo. Surprised, are you sure? I don't want to ruin your day off. Izuku. What better way to relax than spending it with the person I love most? Besides, I want you to meet her. I'm sure you two will get along great. Momo. Blushing, well, I'll go tomorrow. Izuku. How about dinner? I'll send you the location later. Momo. Perfect, looking towards the street, here comes my limousine. Izuku. Limousine with a drop of sweat, right, I had already seen it, I'll open the door for you. Momo. Thanks, then see you tomorrow. Izuku. That's right, get some rest. They stared at each other for a moment, waiting for the other to do something. Because now things were different. Izuku. Giving her a quick kiss, see you later, blushing intensely. Momo. Surprised by the kiss, see you later, closing the door. The limousine had left, leaving the green-haired man alone, who, when the vehicle was out of sight, started walking towards his home. Izuku. While walking, wait, pinching himself, ouch, I thought I'd died at camp, this is real, yes. Jumping with his fist up. In the limousine, Momo was looking out the window, a blush formed on her face, images of the kiss from that night passed through her head. James. Well, driving, how was your camp, Monsieur Oirozu? Momo. Smiling tenderly, as tears ran down her face, it was wonderful. Izuku had arrived home, after greeting his mother and leaving his things he prepared to talk to her, he had to tell her about the guest they would receive tomorrow, obviously he was nervous, we are talking about Midoriya Izuku. At dinner. Inko. Incredible, while looking at her son's license, you even look so good in the photo, congratulations son, with her eyes a little moist, it seems like only yesterday you were running around in your All Might costume as a child. Izuku. This would be nothing without you, mom. You were always by my side. Inko. I've made mistakes too, son. We all make mistakes. Nobody is born knowing how to live properly. We learn from our mistakes. Izuku. You were doing your best, mom. Grabbing his cutlery, it's time for dinner. Inko. Drying her tears a little with her hands, yes. While the two were having dinner, the freckled boy thought about the right words to say to his mother until he had the courage to tell her. Izuku. By the way, mom's stopping eating, I need to tell you something. Inko. You bring so much news, what could it be, son? Izuku. Tomorrow someone will come to the house, blushing. Inko. Any of your friends? Izuku. In theory, in reality she's a friend, if you could call her that. Inko. Oh, I see, smiling mischievously, it's strange that you're bringing a girl who's just a friend, is there anything I should know? Izuku. This is not just a friend at all, he shook his arms like Hilda. Inko. Smiling, I'm your mother, Midoriya Izuku, I know when you're lying you're up to something, very well, Izuku, you can come. Izuku. Really? He's coming for dinner. Inko. Nods with a smile, I'll be delighted to receive you, by the way, isn't that the brunette who came once? Trying to remember Ichako, isn't that right? Izuku. No, not her. Besides, you were right, mama. Going back to eating her and Hilda at least on his side. Inko. Call it motherly instinct, all mothers possess that quirk, laughing. Izuku. With a bead of sweat, it's terrifying. Izuku decided to go to bed earlier. After dinner and washing the dishes, he took a shower and then got ready for bed, but not before letting the raven-haired girl know. Izuku, 9:45 p.m. Good night Momo, you can come tomorrow. Oirozu, 9:46 p.m. Great Izuku, I'll be there. Izuku, 9:46 p.m. I'll wait for you. Oirozu, 9:47 p.m. By the way, Izuku, I love you. I love you, such beautiful words, especially when spoken by the person you loved. The green-haired boy was stunned by that last message. Heaven on earth, he felt wonderful, like he could defeat anything. If she stayed by his side, he was capable of anything. He wished it were already tomorrow. Izuku, 9:47 p.m. And also Momo, I can't wait until tomorrow, rest well. But that last message and his spirit soaring, he settled down to sweet dreams. He wanted the sleep with angels to come true, especially if a dark-haired angel visited him. He thought he wouldn't be able to sleep from excitement, but he quickly closed his eyes and rested peacefully, looking forward to tomorrow. The day had arrived. We saw the green-haired boy, who seemed a bit nervous. He was wearing an apron and a headscarf, looking like a housewife. He was moving quickly round, dusting everything in sight with a feather duster. Inko. With a drop of sweat, I've never seen him clean with such fervor. Izuku. This is turning out perfectly well cleaning. Inko. I have an idea, why don't you cook today? That way your friend can test your culinary skills. Izuku. Oh okay, I'll prepare something. Inko. Looking at her watch, there's half an hour left until he arrives. Izuku. Damn it, I lost time. Taking off his apron, I'm going to take a bath. Running quickly to the bathroom. Inko. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, smiling, Hisashi, I'd love for you to see how our baby has grown, where are you? Izuku. My eyes. Screaming from the bathroom. Inko. And so you can see he doesn't know how to use shampoo. Izuku, how many times have I told you to calm down when you're bathing? After taking a quick bath, he changed into his best casual clothes. He was ready. He waited looking out the window at the large and long vehicle of the Yaoi family. Inko. If someone saw you, they'd think you were a perverted stalker. Laughing. Izuku. She doesn't know which department it is, so when I see her I'll show her. Inko. You're as chivalrous as your father. He was attentive to every detail when we went out. With a wistful smile. Izuku. Smiling, he was a great man. Getting excited, here he comes, here he comes. Izuku had left the apartment and reached the raven-haired girl. Momo, I'll be waiting for you later, James. Izuku. Momo, what joy you radiate. Momo, good morning. Izuku. Approaching the green-haired boy. The two wanted to greet each other with a quick kiss, but the green-haired boy felt his mother's terrifying gaze as she watched him through the window. So he decided to postpone it. Izuku. You know I'd love to, Momo, but my mom doesn't know about you know. Momo. Realizing I see my parents don't know either. Izuku. I don't know if it's a relief or a problem, let's go inside. Momo. Izuku, I'm a little nervous, looking sadly at the ground. Izuku. Who hadn't noticed how beautiful the raven-haired girl was. Don't worry, you're amazing, my mother wants to meet you too, remember that I'll be by your side. Momo. Smiling, okay. Upon arriving at the apartment entrance, Izuku let Momo in first. Momo. Excuse me, entering somewhat nervously. Izuku. Mom, it's ready. Inko. You must be my son's friend. The mother had dressed beautifully for the occasion. Momo's first thought was that she was a beautiful woman. Izuku looked scared. Izuku. Nervous, I knew he was going to do something like that. Inko. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our humble abode. Your name is? Momo. Thank you so much for having me, I'm Momo Yaoi. Inko. Petrified, Yaoi, it's a pleasure to have you here, miss, but please sit down. They had sat down on the living room sofa, which often became the bed for one of them, who arrived tired from work or school. You could say that Izuku was very similar to his mother, not only physically, but also in terms of their personalities and emotions. Inko. Izuku told me how much you like tea from the kitchen, bringing a tray we bought the best for this occasion. Momo. She wouldn't have bothered, anyone would have been enough for you. Inko. Please, Izuku's friend is my friend. Laughing. Izuku noticed the emphasis she placed on the word friend. Momo. This is delicious, Mrs. Midoriya. Putting down the cup. Inko. Please call me Inko, I don't want to be called Mrs. yet. Laughing. Momo. I understand. Laughing. Inko. Inko. With stars in her eyes, I love the way she says it, first point. Approved. Izuku. Smiling nervously, I see they're getting along well. The three of them started talking about trivial things. The atmosphere was very good and the conversation flowed smoothly, something that scared Izuku if it didn't happen. Inko. I love that Izuku hangs out with good influences. Being top of the class must be exhausting. Momo. I've always loved studying. Laughing. Inko. By the way, Izuku, you should go buy some things for lunch. It's best if you go now so it doesn't get too late. Izuku. That's right, standing up. Momo. Are you going to cook? Surprised. Inko. It's not because he's my son and because I taught him, but Izuku cooks excellently. If he didn't go to the academy, he would undoubtedly be a chef. Izuku. Well, I like to cook from time to time. Momo. I see. Inko. Don't worry, we'll be chatting a little more around here. As Izuku was about to leave, he caught his mother's attention without Momo noticing. Izuku began blinking in Morse code with his mother, something they had both learned from Hisashi to communicate when they couldn't speak. Izuku. Blinking in the doorway. Translated. Don't embarrass me. Inko. Sitting and blinking. Translated. Who do you think I am? Just go away. But the green-haired man gone, leaving the two young ladies alone, this was the perfect moment to extract information. Inko. So Momo calling the attention of the raven-haired girl, what is the relationship between you and Izuku? Momo. Spitting out the TW, what do you mean? Inko. Just curious, I'd be annoyed if they hid things from me. Momo didn't know what to do. She didn't want to lie to the mother of the person she liked. It would be a bad start. But she also didn't want to talk about it without Izuku present. Not far from there, the green-haired boy came out of the store with a bag of things he needed for dinner. Izuku. Noticing his cell phone ringing, a call from Kirishima answering. Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, I was wondering if you'd like to come over to my place. I'm here with the guys. Izuku. I would really love to, Kirishima, but I'm involved in something important with Momo. Kirishima. Really? Let me step aside for a bit, sensing a door. What are you guys doing? Izuku. Well, I'm at my house with my mom. Kirishima. Wow, this is going too fast, I'm glad to hear that. Izuku. It came out unexpectedly. She wanted to meet my mother. It was something that was going to happen sooner or later. Besides, what bad thing could possibly happen? Kirishima. That's true, and the worst that could happen is that I show him pictures of you as a naked baby laughing. That would be embarrassing. Midoriya. Are you there? The call had ended abruptly, and the green-haired boy started running at full speed, praying that his dignity would remain intact by the time he got home. Izuku. Damn it, I forgot those photos exist. While running, mom, please. He arrived quickly at his apartment, opening the door somewhat agitated while he saw his mother and Momo looking at a photo album. Izuku's fear had come true. Momo. How cute. Laughing. Inko. He was so beautiful as a baby laughing, and look at his little friend. Izuku. Mama. Inko. Ah son, you've arrived. Laughing, she showed Momo some photos of you. Izuku. Who was lying on the floor. There were other photos to show. Momo. You were quite cute as a child. Laughing. Inko. Enough talk, make us something to eat, son. Laughing. If you need help, let me know. Izuku. You seem to be enjoying this, with an angry look. Fine, I'll do it quickly so we can eat. The green-haired boy had gone to the kitchen while the two of them continued looking at photos. Momo. While looking through the photos, this is her husband, isn't it? Inko. Wow, there was a picture of him here. He's very handsome, isn't he? Momo. Izuku is quite similar, his hair for example. Laughing. Momo wanted to ask more, but she thought it might be getting into somewhat awkward territory, and it was the first time she'd been to the green-haired boy's house, so she didn't want to create a tense atmosphere, so she decided to leave that for another time. A few minutes later. Izuku was cooking while wearing an Almight apron. Momo. You look great cooking. Resting in the doorway. Izuku. It's one of my sides, and mama. Momo. She went to the bathroom, so I took the opportunity to come see you. I'm surprised you know how to cook. Izuku. That much? I really like it. Momo. Your mom is very nice, now I see why you two get along so well, you're a perfect match. Laughing. Izuku. She drives me crazy sometimes, but she's the best mother I could have ever had. Momo. She is proud of the son she has. Izuku. I fight every day to make her proud. Are we about to eat? Would you help me set the table? Momo. Of course, where are the plates? Izuku. They're over there, pointing at them. By the way, did you talk about something when I wasn't there? Momo. Blushing slightly. Why, you're welcome, we were laughing at your little friend. Laughing. Izuku. It'll be hard for you to forget that, won't it? Momo. We could fix this. Approaching the freckled boy. Izuku. Well, I guess I'll have to double down. Approaching. They were about to kiss when the mother approached the kitchen. Inko. It smells nice in here, doesn't it? Izuku. The food is ready. Blushing. Momo. Super blushed. Inko. Laughing. Dinner continued peacefully, with everyone talking and laughing about everything. The atmosphere was perfect. The girls had gotten along spectacularly. Despite his doubts, Izuku knew this was going to happen. But not everything was happiness. Inko could no longer bear the doubt, so she activated her serious mother mode. Inko. Coughing. Alright guys, it's time for you to clear up a doubt I have. Izuku. Momo. A shiver ran through his body. Inko. You know I'm not stupid, right? Especially you, Izuku, so tell me, is there something you're not telling me? Izuku knew he had to clear things up, so as much as he wanted to run away from the situation, he had to face it like a man. Izuku. Actually, Mama, we just wanted to talk to you about something. Inko. I'm listening. Izuku. We wanted you to know Momo and I have been friends for a while now, we've grown closer and realized several things, and one of them is that feelings started to grow between us, to the point that we started to like each other, honestly Mama, I'm in love with her. A huge blush had formed on Momo's face. She hadn't expected the freckled boy to say that, but no matter how nervous and blushed she was, she didn't oppose everything the green-haired boy said. Izuku. So that's all from me. Inko. Thank you, son. Looking at the raven-haired girl, I would like to hear from you, Momo. Momo. Still blushing and looking at the ground sadly, I can't add anything more to what Izuku said, all this feeling grew in us until we could feel what we feel today. Izuku was a great help to me, he was always by my side in these last few weeks, and seeing how he grows and overcomes everything to reach his dream, a dream that we both share, made me fall in love with him. Inko. Who was on the verge of tears. Well, I'm glad to hear that you have my full support. Izuku. Momo. Huh. Inko. I like you, Momo. You're a great girl. I always thought Izuku deserved the best, not because he was the best in the world. I know his weaknesses and strengths, but he was always a wonderful person, and I think he deserves the same. Momo. Blushing. Let me fight to be that person for your son. Izuku was red hot with that comment from the raven-haired girl, full of determination. He understood that he wasn't going to fight alone, not now or ever, and that every second, he would be by her side. Inko. I wanted to make sure of that. I'm happy for both of you, take care of each other, since you're my children now. Laughing, and you Izuku, if you do anything to her with a murderous aura I'll kill you. Izuku. Mama. Inko. That's a lie, son, I know you'll treat her well. Momo. Laughing. The night ended, it was time for them to come and get Momo, so the raven-haired girl said goodbye to Inko, and Izuku went to accompany her to the exit. On the street. Momo. They should be arriving soon. Looking to the left. Izuku. Yes, grabbing Momo's hand. Momo. Surprised and blushing. Izuku. Izuku. I'll fight too. Looking at her to be your hero. Momo. Looking at him tenderly. You already are. The two were getting closer, their lips were centimeters from touching. They hadn't kissed since that night and couldn't wait any longer. But that will have to wait for another time, because without warning the limousine arrived where the two of them were. Izuku. Ahhh. Startled and throwing himself to the floor. Momo. They've arrived. Laughing nervously. The window was rolling down, and to Momo's dismay, it was none other than her father inside. Momo. Dad. Nervous. Ryuchi. Hello daughter. Smiling. Momo. What are you doing here? Ryuchi. I just got back from my trip, so I decided to accompany James to pick you up, since I haven't seen you in a while. Momo. I see. Ryuchi. Looking puzzled at the green-haired boy still on the ground, and he is. Momo. Kicking Izuku. Izuku, get up. Izuku. Ah, what? What? Momo. Izuku, I'd like you to meet my father. Ryuchi. It's a pleasure, young man. Izuku, who was more nervous than Momo upon learning that it was her father. A pleasure, sir. My name is Oscar the First Mean, Midoriya Izuku. Ryuchi. The pleasure is all mine. Oscar. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku. With a drop of sweat, damn it. Momo. He's a very good friend of mine, I wanted to know if we could invite him to dinner sometime. Ryuchi. Wow, Momo never invited any children over, this is strange, I don't see a problem, Friday if that suits you Mr. Oscar. Momo. His name isn't Oscar, Dad. Izuku. It would be a pleasure. Ryuchi. Perfect, I'd love to meet Momo's great friend. Laughing, and find out what this kid is up to. Momo. Bye Izuku, see you at school. Getting on. Ryuchi. See you Friday Oscar, and by the way, with a murderous look that only the green-haired boy saw. Be very careful. Smiling back. Well, let's go. The limousine had left, leaving the green-haired boy stunned by the situation. He hadn't expected to meet the father so quickly, and the thought that he might have seen them when they almost kissed terrified him. He knew that fathers with only daughters were quite jealous. Izuku. He seems like a nice man. Laughing, although he gave me a terrifying look, and now he's calling me Oscar. Heading towards his house. Damn, I wanted that kiss. Chapter 18. Familia Yayoi Rozu. After the pleasant evening they had spent together, the green-haired boy lay down on his bed to rest. It wasn't that he was tired, but rather that today had been a whirlwind of emotions. Everything had gone perfectly, according to him. In fact, he thought things had been going too well for him lately. He was doing well in school, his relationship with his mother was perfect, things with the raven-haired girl were excellent, he had great friends by his side. While his life wasn't perfect, he was beginning to enjoy it more and more, valuing every second. He thought his life couldn't be better, this is a call to bad luck. Izuku. Lying down staring at the ceiling, everything's going well, although now that I think about it, should I tell Momo about everything? Turning over about one for all, my relationship with All Might turning over again, even though she asked me not to tell anyone, it feels weird not being able to tell her. I'll talk to All Might tomorrow. No sooner said than done, the green-haired boy fell asleep thinking about all of that, about how he didn't want to keep secrets from her, but something told him it was better to keep everything hidden. If he hadn't even told his mother 10% of everything, it was something difficult that was eating him up inside. He was going to talk to his teacher. The new day had arrived at UA, classes were progressing normally, our couple hadn't officialized anything yet, they wanted to clear things up with their families, and they didn't want to fight against all the teasing from their classmates, they weren't in a hurry about it, they wanted to do things right. In All Might's office. Izuku. Excuse me, opening the door. Ashi. Young Midoriya, come in, it's strange to see you here. Izuku. Excuse the interruption, I wanted to talk to you about something. Serious. Ashi. Realizing the seriousness of the situation from the way the green-haired boy said it, I understand, please sit down, what's wrong? Izuku. You see, I have to tell you something, since you are my teacher, and this concerns you in a certain way. But for Izuku it was more than that. He had seen in Toshinori a father figure, someone who advised him not only regarding One for All, but also about his personal life. He appreciated every piece of advice from him, he valued him very much. Ashi. I understand, go on. Izuku. I'm in love with someone, embarrassed and blushing. Ashi. Who was looking at him without flinching? Monsieur Orozu. Izuku. Falling backward onto the couch. Did you already know? Ashi. Remember when I went to the camp? Laughing, she's a very beautiful young lady. Izuku. Yes, it is, smiling. Ashi. Becoming serious again. I see where you're going with this, you're confused, you don't want to hide anything from him, do you? Izuku. Sometimes I think he's a mind reader with a drop of sweat, he's like that. Ashi. Do you remember what I told you? It's a very dangerous secret that, if it falls into the wrong hands, would put your life and all your loved ones at risk. Izuku. Looked and nodded at what he was saying. Ashi. I went through the same thing as you, getting up and going to the window. It was something that kept me up at night, the responsibility, the weight of such a task. We have the power to bring hope to the world, but we must keep it hidden, not be able to tell anyone while looking out the window. Your number one task is to become the next symbol of peace. It's the task that was given to you when you received One for All. Tell him, Tashi, looking at the green-haired boy also. Izuku. Surprised by his teacher's gaze, he could see a little fear. Ashi. But your primary duty is to stop him, evil incarnate, All for One. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard of him, the number one villain. Ashi. One for All was born to fight and defeat All for One. All the predecessors fought him and defeated him, but we failed in some way, we didn't eradicate him. He kept appearing, each time more ferocious. He wants One for All. Your duty is to stop him, and this time neutralize him permanently. Kill him. All Might had never spoken like that before, was he really that evil? Ashi. The wound I showed you was inflicted by him, it made my time more limited. Approaching Izuku. You have a great weight and responsibility for the future. Izuku. Standing up. I'll do it. I'll do what's necessary, thanks to this power I can fight, I'll train every day, and I'll defeat him. Ashi. Smiling. I'll help you. I'm sure you can do it. By the way, placing his hand on his shoulder, do what's right with your girlfriend. Trust her. If she truly loves you, she'll stay by your side. But seeing the way she looks at you, she loves you. Say what you think is right. Don't make the same mistakes I did, living in fear. Izuku. Hugging him. Thank you, All Might, I'll do my best. All Might. Hugging him. I know you will, son. Izuku. Continued hugging him. You like my mother, don't you? All Might. What? What are you saying, young man? Backing away from the wall. Izuku. Laughing. You should do the right thing too. Leaving. See you later, All Might. Closing the door. He wondered what his pupil had meant. He already knew and had seen the young man's perspicacity, he had probably realized it. Ashi. So, the right thing to do, sitting down. Maybe I'll do it. The week passed without problems, normal classes, training with All Might, had made the days pass quickly, until that day arrived. For the green-haired boy, Friday was a special day, it had a different flavor, but this Friday was extremely special, he was going to meet his beloved's parents. He had a titanic task on his hands. To make them like him. On a few streets near the mansion. Izuku preferred to walk. He needed to clear his head. He used walks to think, and that was what he needed most at that moment. Izuku. Walking with his hands in his pockets. I hope they like me, especially the father. Sighing. I should act normal. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Hell, laughing. I'm almost there. Adjusting his clothes perfect. Ringing the doorbell. The door swung open, letting the freckled boy in. As he walked along the path leading to the mansion's entrance, his nervousness grew rapidly. He didn't know what he might face. He waited at the door until someone opened it, but he was greatly surprised when his father-in-law opened the door. Ryuchi. Ah, if it isn't Oscar moving, come in, welcome. Izuku. Thank you very much, he just opened the door for me. Izuku had already seen the waiting room, but he was amazed again just like the first time. A staircase could be seen on both sides, leading to the hallway with the rooms. The two stood in the middle of the hall. The green-haired man sensed that it was to wait for the ladies. Izuku. This is awkward, sweating a little, I need to say something, if there's anyone I need to impress, it's him. How was your day? Ryuchi. Looking at him, relax Oscar, I don't bite laughing, it's been quite busy, actually. Izuku. I see. There seemed to be an awkward silence at every moment. Izuku hated that, but he couldn't think of any conversation topics. He was an older man and one of the richest in Japan, how could he possibly impress him? Momo. Izuku. You made it. The view was magnificent, the black-haired girl looked beautiful, she was casual, but she still looked elegant, the green-haired boy was grateful that he hadn't clashed too much with his outfit. Izuku. Mouth agape in amazement. Ryuchi. Coughing, a young fly is going to get in there. Izuku. Realizing and blushing, why yes. Momo. Arriving next to them, Dad, I hope you're not bothering Izuku. Ryuchi. Please, daughter, Oscar and I were talking, hitting him on the back. Izuku. If that's what you call dialogue. Ryuchi. And your mother? It's getting late for dinner. Kami. I'm here, darling. If we were looking for the definition of elegance, that woman fitted perfectly. It was clear from afar that mother and daughter were very similar. Kami. Arriving, so he must be Izuku. Welcome, it's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku. Thank you for receiving me, bowing, the pleasure is all mine. Kami. How kind, laughing. Ryuchi. Let's go to the dining room, dinner should be ready. As the four of them walked to the dining room, Momo caught Izuku's attention as they walked. Momo. Hey Izuku, in a low voice, are you nervous? Izuku. Is it that obvious? Sighing, I just want them to like me. Momo. Giving her a beautiful smile, you'll do fine. Izuku. Blushing from the smile, I hope so. Izuku hadn't forgotten that he had to talk to the raven-haired girl. He had to tell her what he needed to. He didn't want to worry her, but he had to trust her. He had to tell her, but at another time. He wasn't going to ruin the night with bad news. He was going to wait. Everyone sat down at the table, and with just a signal from the man, a group of waiters brought all kinds of food to the table. Ryuchi. This looks delicious, you may leave. Kami. But what are we waiting for? Everyone, let's begin. Izuku. Where should I start? Looking at everything on the table. Momo. Izuku, try this, handing him a plate of spaghetti. Ryuchi. Annoyed, so Oscar, how are things going for you at the academy? Izuku. Finishing swallowing, the academy is going very well, laughing. Momo. Actually, Izuku is ranked 5th in our class. Kami. Wow, that's surprising. Number 5 is a good ranking. Izuku. But I still think I can do better. Ryuchi. Damn, he's a good student too, you always have to come in first place, it has to be that way, for example in a race, nobody remembers the second, much less the third, the first is everything, it's written in history. Izuku. Maybe you're right, but if you strive and overcome adversity, it stays in the minds and hearts of those who witness it. And just because I lost doesn't mean what I did wasn't worthwhile. Ryuchi. That's why we've instilled in Momo the importance of being first in everything. Losing is not an option for this family, and that's why we are the way we are. Izuku was somewhat uncomfortable with Mr. Yaoyorozu's speech. They had a twisted sense of victory. Don't misunderstand, Izuku liked to win. In fact, he had to win. It made him think for a second of all for one, that the man was right in this case. He had to win at all costs. But I glanced sideways at Momo, who was embarrassed. I didn't know if she didn't like her father talking about those things, or because what her father said brought back bad memories. In any case, I had to drop the subject. Kami. Enough of talking about those things, one must always strive, pass me the bread, dear. Momo. How was your day? Laughing. Dinner continued normally, with them talking about everything and nothing, although Izuku increasingly felt the man throwing out subtle hints that made the green-haired boy a little angry, but he had to endure it. If the man wasn't going to cooperate, the freckled boy wanted to prove that he was a good match for his daughter, with or without his help. Ryuchi. I need to speed things up, by the way, today when I was driving down the street in the limousine, there were so many young lovers. Izuku choked on his drink, drawing everyone's attention. Ryuchi. I've got you, what do you think about that? You young people will understand the topic better. Times have changed. Izuku. I guess it's the station composing himself, but I think it's great that people love, it makes a better country. Ryuchi. Do you remember our dear youth? It was difficult talking to your parents. Now it was Momo's turn to choke on the drink. Hami. Slow down, daughter, you're going to drown. Izuku. Here, Momo extending a handkerchief. Momo, coughing thank you Izuku. Izuku. Do you think it's time? Looking at her. Momo. Let me start. They didn't know what was going to happen, but they had to do it now. They didn't want to waste any more time, so they adjusted their pants and continued. Momo. It's strange that you mention it, actually, it's something I wanted to talk to you guys about. Izuku and we like each other. The news shocked the parents. They had suspected something was up when Momo told them a friend was coming to their house, but they weren't prepared. Hami. Wow, daughter, what great news. Momo. We wanted to announce that after your blessing he and I will be boyfriend and girlfriend. It seemed like it was world choking day, as it was the turn of the black-haired girl's father. Ryuchi. Boyfriends. But daughter, they're very young, and we've agreed that you'll dedicate yourself 100% to your studies. Momo. I know, but that's how it is, my studies are a priority, but I want to be with Izuku. Izuku. Blushing. Ryuchi. It's not fair for you to do all the talking looking serious I want the gentleman to speak. He felt that he said, sir in a mocking tone, he should endure a little longer, even for someone who was a calm person, patience had a limit. Izuku. It's true, she and I like each other. I like her more than I can imagine or understand. She's helped me a lot. She's a great friend. But we weren't looking for this. It just happened. So standing up and bowing let me take care of and love your daughter. Momo blushed instantly. Such an act had made her heart race. Her knight was fighting for her, despite knowing him, despite knowing how shy he was. These actions showed her that he would do whatever it took to be with her. Hami. Blushing and with hearts in her eyes wow, how romantic. Ryuchi. With his eyes closed are you going to take care of her? Have you thought about the future? Are you going to protect her from all harm? Will you give her a stable life? Future. Stability. He hadn't thought of it that way a few days ago his teacher told him that in the not too distant future, he would have to fight the worst villain in history. Until that moment, he hadn't understood the gravity of that task, but no, he wasn't going to be intimidated. He wanted to be with her. Right now, the future was frightening, but the present was what was right in front of him. He wasn't going to give up ever again. Izuku. Still bowing I will protect her from all evil, I will give her a dream life, I will be her hero, so please closing his eyes tightly let me be with your daughter. Momo. Smiled sweetly Izuku. Ryuchi. Will you protect her from all harm? A dream life. Don't make me laugh, they're too young to understand life, not everything is rosy. Izuku. I won't give up. If you don't want me with your daughter, I'm sorry I'll fight anyone for her. Ryuchi. What's with that arrogance, kid? Watch how you talk. Momo. Dad, what's wrong? She looked scared. Ryuchi. Continued looking at Izuku I've done everything to give Momo a great life, to make sure she doesn't lack anything, and now I have to listen to some brat telling me all this. Izuku. If life has taught me anything, it's that if you don't give up, you can achieve all your dreams, and my dream is to be with her. And if you don't agree, I'm sorry. Ryuchi. Enough raising his voice I can't listen to you anymore, get out of my home. Momo. Dad, what are you doing? Izuku. Don't worry, Momo, it's not my house. I should be going. Leaving. Momo. You're not going anywhere grabbing him by his clothes if you fight, I will too. Dad, you're not like this. Ryuchi. I just want you to see and wake up from your fairy tale world. Oh I see, you lived in the apartment complex, didn't you? What do you want with this? Money. That comment was the last straw. My patience had run out. Izuku. Que. Totalmente enojado piensa que estoy con su hija por el dinero. Activando su quirk, digandi salar unos rayos verdes y una ráfaga de viento lo que menos quiero es su dinero, yo quiero es su hija con todo mi corazón, yo será el hero en degrees 1 y no me importa en lo más mínimo esas cosas como el dinero, si no es mueve del camino, lo mover yo. Momo. Relax Izuku, your quirk is activated. Hami. I think that's enough love. Izuku Momo. Hey. Ryuchi. Damn, things were getting good taking a drink sit down. The two sat down, embarrassed. They had made a huge scene. Now Izuku felt guilty. If there had been any chance of him liking her, it was gone. Ryuchi. While calmly sipping his drink it was a test. Izuku Momo. What? Hami. I think you went a little too far. Ryuchi. I'm sorry for the scandal, but I wouldn't allow any idiot to be with our daughter, I wouldn't allow it, but you've surprised me, kid, it's clear you really care about my daughter, and that you're not an idiot. Hami. I was truly surprised that he was so bold, it reminded me of when you came to ask for my hand in marriage, you were also upset. Ryuchi. with a vein throbbing details, but I can see you have a good heart and you want to be a hero. Well, you have our permission, as long as you don't neglect your studies. Starting to cry, my child, I knew this day would come, but not so soon, not like she's growing up so fast. Tommy. Honey, you're such an exaggerator, laughing. All the man cried and the mother laughed. Izuku and Momo were petrified. It didn't cross their minds what that could have been. Ryuchi. And you looking at him seriously? Izuku. Returning to normal, yes. Ryuchi. Smiling at him, take care of my daughter, Izuku. Izuku. In amazement, yes. I'll do it. Tommy. Okay, who wants dessert? Later that night. Ryuchi. I'll send someone to take you. Calling on the phone. Izuku. It was a great night, thank you for having me. Tommy. I hope you come back soon, young man. Izuku. I guess I'll come around often, but no more tests please, with a drop of sweat. Ryuchi. I'm not promising anything, Oscar, laughing. Izuku. When I thought he had stopped calling me Oscar. Ryuchi. Laughing, I like this boy, we'll meet again, son. Momo. Smiling, I'll accompany Izuku home. Tommy. Go in peace, daughter, goodbye Midoriya. Ryuchi. Goodbye, brat. In the limousine. Izuku. It turned out better than I expected, smiling. Momo. Sighing wearily, those methods of my father, but yes, now we can rest easy. Izuku. Right, now that everything's been said, bowing well seated, Yaoi Rozu. Momo, would you like to be my girlfriend? Momo. Blushing, Izuku. The question had been a long time coming, but it came at the perfect moment. They felt that everything was arranged for them to become something more. A sea of feelings and emotions filled the air, and love was present, playing the sweetest melody. Izuku. Waiting for the answer. I know it's weird to ask for it in a limousine, but looking up Momo. The raven-haired girl wept, recalling all the events that had led her to this moment. She was grateful to God, to her companions, to her parents. This moment was unique for her, and she would remember it for the rest of her life. Momo. Izuku, while crying, of course I want to be your girlfriend. Izuku. Don't cry, with some tears too, you're making me cry too. Momo. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm so happy, being with you is. He couldn't finish before a kiss from the green-haired boy filled his lips, a passionate kiss, a kiss full of love, which crowned the night in the best way, and they were right, everything was going perfectly. In a bar far from the city. Shigaraki. Well, sitting, this is taking too long. Kurogiri. Well, cleaning some glasses, we must be patient, the master will appear soon. The television had turned on, only displaying an audio-only screen. Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Master, here I am. The time to act is near, you must find new soldiers, you will need help. Shigaraki. Let's hope it's not another stain. That guy makes me sick. Okay. Kurogiri. I'll look in the next few days. Splendid, the hour is approaching when we will end everyone's hopes, the hour when All Might will fall, the hour of destruction, it is approaching. Chapter 19. Rooms. 2 weeks passed for our heroes, who were at the academy, learning every day how to be heroes and dedicate their lives to it. Our couple, now engaged, were enjoying lunch with their friends. The problem is that they hadn't made their relationship official yet. They hadn't had the chance and felt quite embarrassed to share such big news, so they kept waiting for the right moment. But it was time to go back to class, and their teacher had warned them that they would receive an important announcement, so they were all waiting expectantly. In the living room. Kirishima. What could that big announcement be? Sitting in his chair. Jirou. Eraser seemed very serious, more than usual. Haminari. I hope it's not another test, sighing. Mineta. I hope it's a modeling contest, I'd pay to see that. Bakugo. I hope it's a fighting competition making small explosions, this time I'm going to win. Bajiro. With a drop of sweat, I'm still somewhat traumatized from the festival. Kirishima. What do you think, Midoriya? Everyone turned around waiting for the green-haired boy's answer, but when they realized it, he was mesmerized, blushing and looking in love, his face resting on his hand. Izuku. I'm the happiest person on the planet. Haminari. What's wrong with him? Kirishima. Glancing at each other. Mina. By the way, where's Momo? Jirou. She went with Hilda to the principal's office, maybe it has something to do with the supposed announcement. While the green-haired boy continued acting stupidly, Todoroki looked at him with his typical expression. Aizawa. Entering the room, well, take a seat. Behind Aizawa came Momo and Hilda, and Director Nezu. Momo glanced sideways at Izuku, and without the others noticing, they looked at each other, causing both of them to blush, although there were 2 people who did notice. Jirou. Something happened here and she hasn't told me. Kirishima. They think we don't notice, I have to make him talk. Aizawa. Well, as promised, here's the announcement, but the director will be with us to tell you. Taking out his sleeping bag, see you later. Throwing himself down on the floor. Nezu. Thank you Izawa. Going upstairs. Good morning students, as many of you know, crime and villainy are on the rise these days. The USJ incident was a clear example of how far they can go. Therefore, in agreement with the teachers and the class presidents, we inform you that UA will have departments for all classes. Seiya. Something like a boarding house. Kiro. Nezu. For your safety and that of your families, we decided to build the rooms so that UA can contain you and thus avoid disasters. We will speak with your parents and you could arrive at the facility this week. Zero. This week. Will they have everything that fast? Nezu. We have Cementus's help. Good, everything you need, and the documents will be taken to your parents in due time. That's all for today, you may leave. The news surprised everyone, but they understood it was a good measure. Each one was preparing to leave, but a certain green-haired boy was unhappy. He wanted to walk with his girlfriend, but he knew that would expose them to their classmates, or at least raise suspicions. Jirou. Yeah Momo. I have a problem with something in class, do you think you could help me? With her hands pleading. Momo. While glancing at Izuku out of the corner of her eye, sure Kayaka, let's go to my house. Jirou. Smiling, well, I took the bait, I knew I could count on you. Izuku. While watching them leave, damn it, with a dejected expression, I hate this, but we have to wait until everything becomes clear. Todoroki. Midoriya tapping his shoulder with his finger. Izuku. Huh. Startled, is that you, Todoroki? Nervous smile. Todoroki. Shall I come with you? Izuku. Sure, grabbing his things. The relationship between the freckled one and the bi-colored one was growing. The atmosphere between them was already pleasant, their friendship was going wonderfully, they both understood each other. Todoroki. While walking, what do you think about the dormitories? Izuku. That sounds like a good idea, although it'll be hard to leave home with his hand on the back of his neck. Todoroki. The further away from my house the better, putting on his sneakers. Izuku. I'll go leave something in my locker. Izuku opened it and noticed there was a letter inside. It didn't have a name on it, but it did have a recipient. Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki. What's that? Izuku. How strange, a letter, putting it in his bag. I'll read it at home, I'm curious, I wasn't here this morning. Todoroki. Looking surprised as you say, let's go. Having already arrived home and spoken with his mother, the green-haired boy set about doing some homework for the academy. He had to put in his best effort. With this love business and everything else, he had forgotten a little about his studies, but he had promised his in-laws that he wouldn't forget about it. After a few minutes, he took out another book he had to review, dropping the letter that was in his locker. Izuku. Looking at the letter on the floor, that's right, I was going to read it when I got here. Picking it up, it's not that big, I wonder what it says. Well, there's a way to find out. Opening it. The envelope, instead, contained a piece of paper with a few words written on it. There wasn't much to read. Izuku. With a paper on his desk that says. I asked life for beautiful things to happen to me, and you came along. Izuku. Blushing. Wow, this is too cheesy, even for me. Thinking, it must have been Momo, noticing his cell phone was ringing. Speaking of Rome, smiling, I love it when she calls me. Izuku. Hello Momo. Momo. Izuku, were you busy? Izuku. Never, for you, how are you? Momo. I was studying and well, I wanted to call you. Izuku. I was thinking of doing the same, since it's complicated at school. Laughing, right, isn't Jirou there? Momo. Kayaka. She just left, but she already knows. Izuku. Wow, you took your time telling him. Laughing. Momo. Aren't you upset? Izuku. Never with you, besides it's already kind of hard to hide it, I can't help the blush I feel when I see how beautiful you are. Momo. I can't stand it either, I want to hold your hand and be with you. Izuku. We will be, and Jirou is trustworthy. Kirishima also wants to talk to me, I reckon he's noticed too. Momo. We probably, laughing, have very good friends. Izuku. That's right, by the way, someone left a letter in my locker. Momo. Leaving a bit of silence. Letter? What letter? Izuku. A little scared, since he realized it wasn't her. A letter that they left in my locker, but it was a joke letter that the boys probably left for me. Momo. Ah, I see. Laughing, maybe Bakugo wrote you some kind of threat. Izuku. I am sure. Laughing, so it wasn't her, better to end the topic here. By the way, you looked very beautiful today. Momo. Thank you Izuku, you're very cute too. Izuku. Blushing, you're incredible. Momo. You rescued me, on a scale of unbelievability you beat me. Izuku. Laughing, incredible. There's always a chance to learn a new word. Momo. Laughing, what do you think about the dormitories? Izuku. I'm curious to see what that will be like. We're all used to our own homes. It's good that we've become closer as a group, but when you share with a large group of people it's a very big change. Momo. That's true, it's a big change. Izuku. The good thing is that I'll see you every day, all the time realizing what he said I mean for a while, I love that you have your privacy. Momo. I'd love to spend time with you. Izuku. Smiling it's best to go to sleep, rest well Momo I love you. Momo. I love you too, rest well. The raven-haired girl was overcome with emotion, she turned around and put her face on the pillow, screaming with happiness, a scream from her soul that only she could hear. She couldn't believe that she was with the kindest, humblest, most chivalrous boy she had ever met, not to mention one of the most handsome and future great hero. Momo. With a tender look I won the lottery. In Izuku's room. The green-haired boy could be seen looking at the ceiling with a smile on his face. Talking to the most wonderful person he had ever met was the best thing that had happened to him in a long time. Izuku. Please God looking at the ceiling let me enjoy every moment, thank you for everything smiling. A week had passed, the dormitories were ready, the school authorities had spoken with each of the parents, letting them know that they did not disagree with the school, everyone thought it was a good idea for the safety of the children. It's the same as in the manga, I was going to explain it meter by meter, obviously I won't do that hahaha. Everyone started arranging their rooms to their liking. The green-haired boy was transporting the few boxes he had left. Izuku. Well as he placed the last card on the ground wiping his arm across his forehead to remove the sweat, the good thing is that I didn't bring everything. Izuku had left quite a few things behind, including most of All Might's belongings. He thought it would be weird if someone saw so many of All Might's things, firstly so they wouldn't suspect anything, and secondly if it was weird, he only brought some hero posters, a music player, his computer, clothes, and some books. Izuku. I should put away my clothes first taking clothes out of a box, then I'll put up the bookshelf. Kirishima. Knocking on the already open door knock knock. Izuku. Kirishima. Pasa. Kirishima. I see you're still moving as he approached I brought some drinks, let me help you. Izuku. There's really no need. Kirishima. I'm done with my room smiling let me help you, since we're both going to be neighbors we should help each other out. Izuku. If you insist, pass me one of those. Receiving the drink. After a few minutes of tidying the green-haired boy's room, they had both finished putting everything away. Izuku. That's all, thanks Kirishima. Kirishima. No problem sitting down in a chair how are things going with your girlfriend? The only ones who knew were Jirou and Kirishima. The Redeed had cornered the greenhead to make him spill the beans, so he agreed and told him everything. Izuku. It's going really well, actually resting both arms on the floor she's amazing, being by her side makes me feel really good. Kirishima. I see spinning in his chair that's important, by the way, didn't you find out who left you that letter? Izuku. Not yet, and I can't think of anyone. Kirishima. Who would have thought you have a fan club? Laughing but you have the coolest and most beautiful girl in school, not counting Mina of course. Izuku. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world looking out the window it's getting dark. Kirishima. Right, the welcome meeting getting up and heading towards the door. Hilda. Hi guys she appeared in the doorway I see you finished, the meeting starts in 30 minutes. Kirishima. We were just saying that leaving with Hilda I'm going to take a shower, see you later. Izuku. Me too getting up to go close the door see you in a bit Hilda, Kirishima closing it okay, time for a shower. After that, Izuku went to the main hall, where most of his classmates were already gathered, having finished setting up their rooms. They were having a meeting to discuss the rules of conduct within the dorm, which is why Aizawa was there. Aizawa. Alright, everyone's here. Quiet down and be quiet. I'll repeat this once. Taking a piece of chalk and starting to write as in any place, we have rules that you must follow at all costs. If you don't, there will be a severe punishment. First once 8 PM arrives, no one leaves or enters unless it's an emergency. We respect everyone's privacy, so there are no hidden cameras or microphones. I hope you'll be grateful for the trust we've placed in you, right Mineta? Mineta. Scared oh of course, master, damn. Aizawa. Well, that's all for now. Go to bed early so you can go to the academy tomorrow. Goodbye. Leaving. All the boys had scattered. Some had gone to finish some details of their rooms, others to rest because of the fatigue of doing this, others stayed watching television, but others were hungry, like our favorite couple. Izuku. This place is great, Cementus must be a good architect looking at the raven-haired girl next to the purple-haired girl, have you guys finished yet? Momo. Izuku blushing we're already finished, but we were chatting with Kayaka about what we can have for lunch. Jirou. I guess going out to eat isn't an option thinking. Izuku. What do you think about me making you something? I'm really hungry too, I haven't eaten since lunch. Momo. But aren't you very tired? We don't want to bother you. Izuku. It's no problem for me, I have nothing to do and I'm not that tired, besides looking at Jirou it's a gift for Jirou, for you know helping us smiling. Jirou. Blushing a little and nothing, one does anything for their friends. Momo. Why are you blushing? Giving her a frightening look. Jirou. Laughing. It's not every day a guy wants to cook for you, relax lovebirds. Izuku. I'll go see what I can prepare in the kitchen, you can come in a few minutes. Heads to the kitchen. Jirou. Watching the green-haired boy walk away. Wow. Momo. Hey Kayaka, what's wrong? She was smiling with her eyes closed, but she emanated an aura of hell. Jirou. And nothing's wrong, I'm just bothering you, yeah Momo. In the kitchen. Izuku. Checking, we've been well supplied, I have everything I need. Bakugo. Entering. Izuku. Kaken looked nervous. The chemistry between the two was volatile. The green-haired boy didn't know how to explain his relationship with the blonde boy. That said, he admired him. He was his definition of victory and heroism, but he didn't know what the blonde boy thought of him. Izuku. Gee, good evening Kaken, he said nervously. Bakugo. Looking at him, good night, walking towards the refrigerator. Eddie greeted him. Izuku didn't know why, that had never happened before, between insults and everything else he had never acted normally towards the green-haired boy. Izuku continued cooking and thinking about all of this, while Bakugo looked for something to drink, sighing. Bakugo. How's your ponytail coming along? While looking at the refrigerator. Izuku. How does he know? Scared. Bakugo. Come on Deku, you don't have to be a NASA scientist to notice, taking a water bottle and looking at him, did you see a ghost, you're so pale. Izuku. I'm sorry, it's just weird that you talk to me and ask me those kinds of things. Bakugo. I'm trying to change. He shouted furiously, I mean listen nerd, I just want to improve, I understand that it seems strange to you, it is to me too, but I want to be better. Izuku didn't know if he was in some kind of parallel dimension. This sudden change in the blonde's attitude had him surprised. Izuku. Pointing at him with a ladle, who are you and what did you do to Kaken? Bakugo. Getting annoyed enough. Lunging at the green-haired boy, on top of my wanting to make up, you're playing around. I can't have a serious talk with you. Struggling with the green-haired boy. Momo. Entering, what's going on here? Izuku. Momo. Only. Bakugo. Ponytail, you're with a blockhead. Momo. How do you know? Looking. Izuku. He realized, laughing. Bakugo. I'd better go, heading towards the door. Izuku. Wouldn't you like to stay for lunch? Bakugo. Surprised, no thanks, I'd rather die than try your food, but someday. Izuku. Smiling, I'll be waiting. Bakugo. Laughing, by the way, that apron looks good on you. Izuku. Shut up. Bakugo. See you later. The two watched as the blonde boy left, leaving Izuku feeling quite strange, but calm. He always wanted things between them to be good, he was happy. Momo. What was that all about? Izuku. Something I've been waiting for a long time, smiling. Momo. Smiling, there's something I've been waiting for a long time, approaching. Izuku. I see approaching, I hope I can help you find it. The two were ready for another kiss, they forgot about their surroundings, they weren't afraid of anyone coming in, all they wanted was each other. Jirou. Something smells good, entering. Izuku. Momo. Basandus. Jirou. I was hoping to see this scene, laughing, they look great together. Momo. Separating from the green-haired boy. Kayaka. I'm sorry. Jirou. Don't worry, laughing, your boyfriend and girlfriend, you have to show your love. Momo. I would appreciate it if you didn't say the N-word so loudly. Jirou. I'm sorry, sighing, when are you going to tell everyone about your situation? Izuku. We want to do it at the precise moment, taking some plates, dinner is ready, put some glasses and the cutlery. Amid laughter and anecdotes, the three of them had dinner, enjoying each other's company and expressing their gratitude for their friendship. After that, each went to their room to rest. Everything was going wonderfully for our heroes. In a secluded and hidden bar in the city. Shigaraki. How are things with the recruits? While sitting at the bar. Kurajiri. There aren't many who want to join our ranks, but there are two interesting ones, taking a sheet. One has the quirk to launch blue flames, more powerful than normal, and a girl who can transform into others, he doesn't specify how she does it. Shigaraki. Bring them here, they sound promising. Bring everyone we need a lot of manpower to build our wall, which will separate the heroes from society, where we will rule. Shigaraki. Only you can do that, master. When shall we begin? Patience, Shigaraki, it will happen when it's meant to. We have to be patient and not rush things. You have another task, remember? Shigaraki. Sonriendo sedicamente Midoriya Izuku Dejimelo mi maestro. Splendid, keep recruiting. Kurajiri, we will do so, sir. Wait for me, All Might, everyone will see you fall before me. Chapter 20. Letters. Time passed for our heroes, who spent their strength every day to improve themselves as the future hope of their country. It was early, Izuku would get up early to train before going to school, he couldn't waste time, he had to improve and fast. Izuku. Doing push 996, 997, 998, 999, with great effort 1000. His training was rigorous. He had to improve physically and become more resistant. Now he controlled up to 35% of one for all. Izuku. That's all for today. Shirtless and with a towel around his neck, I'd better go get ready for class. And so he did. When he passed through the entrance door of the building, he encountered Bakugo. Izuku. Kakin Mirandolo. Bakugo. I was going to make myself something for breakfast, do you want to join me? Izuku. This is too much, I'll change and come with you. Izuku went to take a quick shower and put on his school clothes to go downstairs for breakfast. Izuku. Sorry for the delay sitting down. Bakugo. No problem starting to eat. The silence was strange, not uncomfortable, but words were hard to come out. Izuku glanced at the blonde boy from time to time, wanting to deduce why the sudden change, unsure whether to ask or not. Bakugo. I can tell from the way you're looking at me that you want to know why I'm like this, right? Izuku. Swallowing nervously. I'm sorry, it's very sudden, it's not that I don't like it, but… Bakugo. I've realized I haven't acted well, I haven't acted well towards you, all these years. I must admit, I made your life a little impossible. Izuku. With a drop of sweat. A little. Bakugo. Don't interrupt me, as I was saying, I know you haven't had a good time, I just want to make up for everything that happened, but yes. Looking at him defiantly. You are still my rival, I will beat you when I have the opportunity. Izuku. Looking at him determined. I won't lose, not to anyone. Bakugo. Smiling. That's what I wanted to hear. The two continued having breakfast. This was seen by some curious onlookers who looked at the scene strangely. They knew that the relationship between the two was not good, so seeing them having breakfast together without the kitchen suffering some kind of explosion was curious. They all went towards the academy, and as Izuku got closer to Jirou, he had the perfect excuse to approach Momo without anyone suspecting. Momo. Have you reviewed for the English exam yet? Jirou. Of course. Laughing. Thanks to you I'm a total expert. Izuku. Knowing a lot about all kinds of music, I would never have imagined that you don't know how to speak English. Jirou. I sing songs in English. Scratching the back of her neck, only I don't understand what they're saying. Momo. Who would have thought? Laughing. Izuku. Approaching his locker. Okay. Opening it and seeing a letter. Ah. Startled. Momo. Izuku, what happened? Izuku. Ah, what a beautiful locker I have. Quickly closing it. Right, I lent her what she wanted to get out of her box. Hilda. What's wrong, Midoriya? Entering. Izuku. Ah. Getting scared again. Hilda, do you remember what I lent you a few days ago? Winking at her, with Momo and Jirou behind him. Hilda. Realizing why. Yes, it helped me a lot, I'm grateful. Izuku. I'm glad, you'll pay me back in class. Hahaha. Holding Hilda. We'll see each other later. Jirou. That's strange, I was more nervous than usual. Momo. That's right. Looking at her locker, something's up. The classes passed by uneventfully. A present Mick English exam was the most important thing of the day. It had been a long time since they had done something risky or that put their lives in danger. Some were grateful, others missed the adrenaline rush of those exams. Izuku quickly went downstairs to grab the letter from his locker and put it in his bag. The last thing he wanted was any kind of trouble. Maybe he would read it later. To the green-haired boy's surprise, life in the dorms was fairly normal as that word can be in a world of superheroes and superpowers. Although there were some disagreements due to living together, everyone got along well. They often had dinner together and would stay up chatting or watching television. Izuku was in his room with a letter on his desk while he looked at it carefully. Izuku. Who could be the one with the cards? Well, thinking it's not Momo and I have no idea who else likes me, although we shouldn't rule out that it's a joke. His phone vibrated, showing that he had received a message from his girlfriend. Momo, 10:35 p.m. Izuku, I have a problem. Could you come to my room? Izuku. While holding the phone trembling. Do I go to his room? Izuku, 10:36 p.m. I'm on my way. Izuku, with utmost care and making sure that no prowlers were in the hallways, quietly and calmly went from one side to the other through the facilities. Momo's room was one floor up. He thought that using the elevator would attract a lot of attention, so he carefully went up the stairs, not without first looking at the living room and the kitchen. Some were still like that, but most were already in their rooms. As Izuku hid in a corner, a finger touched his shoulder, startling him instantly. Izuku. Ah. His hair standing on end. Uraraka. Deku. What are you doing? Izuku. You Uraraka, what a coincidence. Laughing. What are you doing? Uraraka. Smiling. I was going to get some snacks, most of the girls are in Mina's room. Izuku. I see. Nervous laugh. Uraraka. And what are you doing? I thought you were already asleep. Izuku. I just remembered that I lent some notes to Todoroki. Yeah, him laughing. I was going to look for them because I need them. See you later, Uraraka, sleep well running away. Uraraka. Watching him walk away. That's strange. Izuku goes up to the second floor and Momo's in her room laughing. I see going back to her room. The green-haired boy arrived at the raven-haired girl's room. He was standing in front of the door, looking at her without flinching. Izuku. While staring seriously at the door, calm down, Midoriya. Izuku, she's not one of those girls. There must be a simple explanation. Don't think the worst, and if something happens think of something else. Swallowing hard. Okay. Knocking on the door. Momo. From the other side. I'm coming. Opening the door. Izuku grabbing his clothes. Come in quickly. Izuku. Yes. Being quickly taken inside. Izuku was surprised by the sophistication of the room and the enormous bed that was there. Momo. Watching Izuku look at the bed. It's really big. I didn't think my room would be so small. Laughing. Izuku. Surprised. My room is bigger than my house. Never mind. Anyway, what did you need? Momo. Sitting down. I just wanted to be alone with you. Blushing. Izuku. Petrified. Alone. Momo. It's hard to find time for just the two of us. I'm always watching you and I want to be with you every moment. She gently tapped the bed, implying that she wanted the green-haired boy to sit beside her. Izuku. Swallowing hard. I understand. Approaching. Izuku sat next to her, both of them embarrassed, not saying a word. Momo. I know it's weird for you, for me too, but I wanted to have at least a little time for us. It's been a long time since we've had a date. Izuku. Realizing that's true, I'm sorry, with everything that happened with the academy, I hadn't noticed. Momo. Stroking the green-haired boy's cheek. Don't worry. Smiling. How about we go out this weekend? Izuku. That sounds like a good idea. Looking at her. Eye contact ignited the spark. They both loved each other's eyes. They were lost in the sea and they were the only witnesses to the deepest parts of themselves. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul and they could see into each other's souls. Izuku. Approaching. You look very beautiful, Momo. Momo. Approaching. I love your eyes. Closing her eyes. And that's where it began. The dance. Their lips initiated, a coordination in every step that made the flames ignite faster, each second more passionate. Izuku. While kissing Momo. I have to stop. I feel like if I keep going I won't stop, but I love the taste of her lips. Momo. Kissing Izuku. I love his kisses and his company, but I should stop this, otherwise we'll regret it. Their minds both begged them to stop. There were many reasons not to continue, but their hearts pleaded with them to continue experiencing their love. Izuku. Pulling away from Momo. I think it's best if we stop. It's not that I don't want to, but getting nervous. Momo. Blushing. No, I understand perfectly. She looked away, embarrassed. Izuku. I'd better go to my room, I have classes tomorrow. Smiling. Thanks for inviting me, I needed some time with you. Momo. Standing up. That's right. After another shorter kiss, the green-haired boy went straight to his room, quickly in case any of his classmates saw him. Izuku. Closing his door. Well, I arrived without any problems. Approaching and throwing himself onto his bed. I'm exhausted, but it was a good idea to have gone. Looking at his desk, which still had the light on. It's true, I didn't read that letter. Getting up. Izuku sat down, ready to open the letter, expecting anything. Izuku. Opening the letter. Let's see what it says this time. Unfolding the paper. It says. Could we meet behind the school tomorrow? After classes, I'll be waiting for you. Izuku. Huh. Startled. What is this? What do you mean she wants us to meet? Hasn't she heard I have a girlfriend? Calming down. It's true that nobody really knows. Startled again. What the heck should I do? If Momo finds out about this, I'll definitely suffer the consequences. In Izuku's mind. Momo. So you're going to see someone? Taking a huge pair of scissors. Say goodbye to your little friend with a murderous look. Back to reality. Izuku. That would be painful. Sighing, although there's still the possibility it's a joke. Going to his bed and throwing himself onto it, but who would have the time to write and send letters? Looking at the ceiling. I'll go. If this is true, it's better to nip it in the bud. I'll have to reject her. A new morning arrived. The green-haired boy was still lost in thought. From the moment he woke up to train until his classes at UA, he hadn't stopped thinking about what he would say to that person and how to say it without hurting them. He already knew what a broken heart was, not his own, because he never worried about that until Momo appeared, but he saw how his friends suffered when they rejected him. He wanted to be sweet with his words but serious and direct. Momo realized that something was wrong with the green-haired boy, something was worrying him, according to her. Jirou. What's wrong with your boyfriend today? Momo. That's what I want to know, I'll go ask him. Going to the green-haired boy's seat. Izuku. I must be concise in my words, while looking worriedly at his desk. Momo. Izuku. Calling him. Izuku. Huh. Oh, hi Momo. Smiling. Momo. Is something wrong? Izuku. Me. Getting nervous. No, not at all. Momo. Okay, I need you to help me with some things for the class. Izuku. With pleasure, wait for me in my room and we'll study together there. Momo. Wait for me? And what are you going to do? Izuku. I have a couple of things to do when you guys leave, you go ahead, smiling at him. Momo wasn't satisfied with the green-haired boy's excuse, but she trusted him. She knew he wouldn't get into trouble so easily. Momo. Smiling at him. Okay, I'll wait for you then. Izuku. Brilliant. Izawa. Entering. Alright, take a seat. The last class ended, leaving Izuku alone. He grabbed his things and quickly left for the meeting place. Izuku approached the place. From afar he could already observe a female figure. Izuku. Swallowed as he walked, it's a girl, it's probably not a joke, approaching. I'm here. Turning around. I'm glad you could come. Meanwhile, in the dormitories, Momo opened the door to the green-haired boy's room. Momo. Entering. Wow, it's quite tidy. Closing the door. I should sit down and read something while I wait. What is he doing? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Taking out a book. I'll leave the lamp on. Momo saw how the green-haired boy had left the light from his lamp on his study table. When Momo approached to turn it off, since she could see with the main light, she thought it was a waste to use it. She noticed that there was an envelope on the table. Momo. Looking puzzled. An envelope. Thinking Izuku mentioned that he had received a letter, supposedly it was a joke. I should. Reaching for the envelope. No, better not, it's not mine, but reaching closer. What the heck, it can't be anything. Taking out the paper, seeing the heart that was written on it. Weird. Momo read what was in the letter. Someone wanted to see Izuku behind the school. She didn't know if it was because he had been hanging out too much with Mina, but this reminded her of a conversation she had with her friends, that this is exactly what a summons letter for a love confession would be. Momo. It can't be. Getting up. I have to go there. Running. Jirou. Who was entering the residence. Momo, where are you going? Being taken by her. Momo. I'll explain on the way. Running with Jirou. The two of them quickly went to where the green-haired boy was, who was confronting whoever was sending him the letters. Yui. I'm glad you're here. Looking at him. Izuku. You're the one from the night of the camp. Yui. I didn't think you'd remember me. Laughing. What did you think of the cards? Izuku. He didn't say anything, he was a little nervous. Yui. Go to the grain. While the two were talking, Momo, Jirou and Kirishima watched a scene from a nearby bush. Kirishima. I didn't need to be dragged here, I would have come anyway when you mentioned the situation. Momo. I'm sorry, it was the moment. Jirou. That's a girl from class B, Yui Kadai, so she's quite quiet. Kirishima. What could he be saying to her? Momo. I guess she's the girl from the letter. Kirishima. Realizing in surprise, the letters are right, so it was her. Momo. Tell me, Kirishima having a murderous aura. Did you know anything about this? Kirishima. Scared and no, not at all. Yaoyorozu nervous laugh, but Midoriya is incapable of doing anything, he loves you very much. Jirou. Yeah, Momo is right, if it's a confession she'll say no. Momo. Your jacks, plug them in. Kirishima. No confias en el Yaoyorozu. Momo. With her murderous aura I don't trust you, something tells me you knew. Kirishima. I can't say anything, can I? He said wearily. Jirou. I think Momo is right, you should trust him more. Momo. Tired sigh. Very well, connect them to Kirishima for hiding it from us. Kirishima. Hey, wait. Writhing on the ground. Momo. Let's wait then. Back with Izuku. Yui. I'll get straight to the point. I like you. Izuku. Petrified. Huh. Yui. You're so cute and we've seen you act like a hero and that turns me on. Izuku. Even more petrified. Is it turning on? Yui. Laughing. And you're very cute. Blushing. We could go out together sometime. Izuku. Blushing and nervous. I'm flattered by the invitation, but. Without giving him a chance to react, Yui quickly kissed the green-haired boy, to the astonishment of him and those who were watching. Momo. Annoyed and getting up from her hiding place. Izuku. Izuku. Momo. Turning around. Damn it. Momo. Runs away. Jirou. Momo, wait. Kirishima. There must be a good explanation. Izuku. Damn it. Chasing the raven-haired girl. Jirou. Midoriya. She glared angrily. Izuku. I know it's not what you think, I'll explain later. Yui. Looking at the situation, with her typical humor. Momo had arrived quickly at the residence, running fast and locking herself in her room, tears streaming down her face, and with abysmal anger. Izuku. Momo, open up. It's not what you think. Knocking repeatedly on the door. I know it looked bad, but you have to believe me. Momo. I saw you kissing her, how do you expect me to take this? Shouting from the other side. I don't want to see you. Izuku. Please Momo, let's resolve this. I just want you to listen to me. If you want, get angry with me, but listen to me first. Momo. Without answering. Izuku. I see, you're absolutely right to be angry. Looking sadly at the ground. I won't bother you anymore, I want you to know that I love you. Momo. Surprised, but very angry, she still didn't answer. Izuku slowly walked away from there, towards his room, cried for a few minutes, threw himself on his bed and fell asleep. A few minutes later he heard someone knocking on his bedroom door. He got up excitedly thinking it was Momo, but it was Kirishima and Jirou. Izuku. Opening. Ah, it's you. Kirishima. Wow, you look awful, old man. Jirou. We want to know what happened there. Izuku. Of course, come in. Izuku had told them what had happened and how he was going to reject the girl, something that put them both at ease. Izuku. And that happened. Kirishima. Sighing. You're in a delicate situation. Arms crossed. Jirou. Let her get over it, she'll understand eventually, but try to understand her now, seeing your boyfriend kiss someone else is tough. Izuku. You're right, although now I realize I should have done things better, I just wanted to be kind to Yui. Sighing, I'll let things calm down. Kirishima. Resting his hand on the green-haired boy's back. It's for the best. Jirou. I'll help in any way I can, but first stabbing the two boys with her jacks. Izuku. Kirishima. Writhing in pain from the purple-haired girl's quirk. Jirou. They deserve it. Kirishima. Why me again? Lying on the floor. The night continued its normal course. Neither of them remained locked in their rooms, thinking about everything that had happened. They hoped to make amends, but sometimes the stupid pride of human beings makes things difficult. Perhaps in a few days everything would be able to return to normal, or so they thought. In the villain's bar lair. Kurogiri. Opening a portal. Shigaraki. I bring the two new recruits. From the black portal came a blonde in schoolgirl clothes and a dark-haired man covered in scars. Shigaraki. Are these the new ones? They were. Dabi. I'm Dabi. Seriously. Shigaraki. That sounds more like a nickname, I want your real name. Dabi. For now, that's all you need to know. Toga. I am Himiko. Toga smiling. I want to join the league, please Mr. Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Sighing. Mr. Mystery and Madam, if it were up to me I'd disintegrate you now, but we need you, actually your first mission is coming up soon. Dabi. Which one would that be? Shigaraki. The UA. Chapter 21. Attack on the UA. The days passed for our heroes. The green-haired boy looked for every opportunity to talk to the raven-haired girl. She paid no attention to him. She still did not speak to the green-haired boy. It hurt her to do that, but she remained annoyed. Izuku tried everything until he finally invited her through a message to go for coffee at a cafe near UA. She agreed because she couldn't stand not talking to him for so long. She was starting to miss him. Thursday, 7 p.m. He had arranged to meet her after class. The green-haired boy was sitting and waiting, reading his cell phone, until he saw the raven-haired girl enter through the door. Izuku. Smiling. Momo. Standing up. You're here. Approaching Momo to kiss her. Momo. Stopping him with her hand. You're not in a position for that. Sitting down. I came to listen to you. Izuku. I understand. Sitting down. I ordered your favorite tea. Momo. Why are you so nice? I missed you all this time. Shaking her head. Okay, I'm listening. At the residence, his classmates were resting from the day they had at the academy. Many were in their rooms and others were thinking about what to do at night. Seiya. Going downstairs to the living room. What can we do today, Achako? Uraraka. We could watch a movie with the girls. Thinking. Mina. That's a great idea, it's been so long since we've had a girls' night in. Jumping happily. Toru. By the way, do you know where Momo is? Jirou. Getting a little nervous. I understand she went to see her parents. Laughing. The boys were playing video games where there was increasing tension between them. Bakugo. That's trapping, you bird. Annoyed. Tokoyami. Laughing. I didn't know that winning 5-0 was cheating. Bakugo. It's time to make roast chicken. Launching himself. Kirishima. It's finally my turn. Taking command. Bakugo. By the way, where's the nerd? I know he's bad at video games, so I want to beat him. Lita. I had asked for permission to go visit my mother. Adjusting her glasses. Mineta. Gyaoirozu and Midoriya are the only ones who aren't here. Should we speculate? Kirishima. Getting nervous. Come on guys, Midoriya loves his mother and wants to visit her, I don't see anything wrong with that. Haminari. Hey, making noises with his nose. Don't you smell something burning? Boom. In the cafeteria. Izuku. And that's what happened. Momo. I see. Taking a sip. So she kissed you without telling you? Izuku. That's right, I never had those intentions, I was just going to reject her because I already have a girlfriend and she's the prettiest in the world. Momo. Blushing. You could have told me. Izuku. Sighing, I know, now that I've thought things through, it would have been for the best. With classes and exams, I didn't want to worry you. I promise it won't happen again. Taking her hand gently, you're the only one in my heart. Momo. Blushing even more, I'm still a little annoyed at you for hiding it, sighing, but I guess we're learning, apology accepted. Izuku. Thanks, do you want to go somewhere else? To the movies, the bookstore? Or just for a walk? Momo. That's a good idea, feeling her cell phone ringing. I have a call, how strange, looking at her cell phone, it's Kayaka. Izuku. Looking expectant. Momo. Dime Kayaka. Jirou. Momo. Are you with Midoriya? Momo. Kayaka, you sound strange, what's wrong? Jirou. You both need to hurry, they're attacking the residence. Momo. What? Getting up startled. Izuku. Momo, what's wrong? He looked confused. Jirou. They're the same ones from the USJ attack, they need to hurry or else. The call had been abruptly ended, leaving Momo scared and worried about her colleagues. Izuku. Momo. Momo. We have to go now. Grabbing Izuku's arm. Izuku. Tell me what's wrong. Leaving the place. Momo. They're attacking the residence, we must hurry. Izuku. What? Taking Momo and carrying her, I'll use my quirk, that way we'll get there faster. Momo. Blushing, see, let's go. The two embarked on a journey to UA, where their classmates were being attacked by a group of villains, or rather the newly formed League of Villains. The residence was on fire. Several people had been knocked unconscious by the explosion. Some were standing, trying to help those who had fallen, but the fire continued to spread. Akugu. Coughing, where did that explosion come from? Todoroki. Someone provoked her, it must have come from outside. Jirou. There are some badly injured ones trying to lift Seiya, we must take them outside. Lita. Good idea, carrying Kota. Only Jirou, Kirishima, Todoroki, Iida, Uraraka, and Mina remained. The others were unconscious from either taking a hard hit or inhaling too much smoke. They had taken everyone outside, leaving them alone to watch as much of the UA property, intended for dormitories, went up in flames. Other residences were also under attack. Kirishima. This is insane, what idiot would attack here? Mina. We need to notify the teachers. Uraraka. There must be some kind of alarm in these cases, they won't be long in coming. Abi. Do you think so? The villain launched a great burst of fire, splitting the remaining group in two. Todoroki. Blue flames. I've never seen anything like that. Looking surprised. Akugu. Hey stupid, what do you think you're doing? Abi. Smiling, we were just passing by and came up with a surprise attack. Lita. Were we passing by? Surprised. Spinner. Appearing behind Dobby. Heavens Dobby, you like being the protagonist. Twice. These guys are pretty tough, we have to kill them. Dobby. I'll ask once, where is Midoriya? Izuku. Kirishima. Lita. Midoriya. Akugu. And what do you want with him? Getting angry. Abia. Ah, it's a secret. The girls were fighting fiercely against Deity on the other side of the flames. Toga. Attacking, come on, let yourselves be cut, even if it's just a little. Uraraka. Dodging, don't even dream about it. Mina. Throwing acid at her, you damn crazy woman. Toga. Dodging, you'll have to do better than that. Jirou. Breaking the ground with her quirk. Toga. Dodging, I'm getting tired of you all, although you're all very cute, throwing a knife at Jirou. Jirou. Just dodging TSK. Uraraka. We should do something to him, we're 3 against 1. Mina. She moves quickly and well, meeting with her. Jirou. Approaching the two, we must come up with a plan. Mina. Hey, I don't know, do you feel dizzy? Uraraka. Now that you mention it, what is this pink mist? Jirou. Losing consciousness, what damn. Mustard. That's right, go to sleep, nobody is immune to my gas. Toga. Now let me taste them, licking her lips, let me taste your blood. Jirou. On the verge of fainting, damn diction. The boys were engaged in a fierce fight, and despite being the majority in number, it was making things a bit difficult for them. Todoroki. Throwing ice. Abi. Dodging and throwing his fire, not bad, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki. How do you know my name? Abi. Looking at him, that doesn't matter now. Akugu. Die. Launches a huge explosion that pushes Dobby away. Abi. These kids are so persistent, standing up. Spinner. Attacking, you're fast, kid. Lita. Thanks, I hear that often, dodging, take this. Throwing a kick. Spinner. Covering himself with his sword, damn it. Twice. I don't want to hurt you, I'll kill you. Kirishima. Stay still for a moment while attacking. Twice. It's complicated with one, what about 2? Activating his quirk. Kirishima. Now there are 2 of you? Twice x2. Launching the attack. As the two were about to reach Kirishima, a kick from our green-haired friend sent Twice and his copy flying, crashing into what remained of the residence. Izuku. Kirishima approaching, are you okay? Kirishima. You caught me off guard looking at the green-haired boy, you finally arrived. Izuku. Smiling, I'd like to continue talking, but I see you're in trouble. Kirishima. It seems so, looking at the others fighting, let's help activating his quirk. Izuku. Nodding, let's go. But the girls. It was hard to breathe, the girls were on their last legs. Mustard. They fell for it easily. Toga. Thank you for the mask. Mustard. There's no pro, seeing a grenade on the floor near them. The grenade exploded near them, forcing them back. Jirou. Looking at a figure on the verge of fainting, Momo. Momo. Giving her a mask, I'm sorry for being late, Kayaka, here's a mask, it will help you breathe. Jirou. Putting on the mask, thank you, breathing properly, I almost fainted. Momo. What happened here? Helping Kayaka up. Jirou. We were peacefully when something very powerful exploded in the residence, several of our classmates are unconscious, looking at Uraraka and Mina who were unconscious on the floor, and so are they. Toga. Wow, what girls, you're both very pretty, blushing, you make me want your blood even more. Momo. We must come up with something, but first, we have to disable the one in the fog. It's getting difficult to see. Jirou. Listening with her quirk there on the right, I'll use my new move, I hope it goes as I want, Momo step aside. Momo. Looking at her, what are you going to do? Jirou. Smiling, you'll see, connecting her quirks to the ground, superpower, earthquake. The floor shattered, large pieces of rock flew in all directions, the floor breaking harder and harder in the direction of the two villains. Mustard. Damn it. Seeing the ground break beneath her, falling into a large pit due to her quirk. Toga. I have to get away, quickly running towards the wooded area, there will be another opportunity, by the way the green-haired boy will be ours. Goodbye. Momo. Izuku. They're looking for him, we have to go to him quickly, Kayaka. Jirou. With blood dripping from her ears, I'm fine, falling to the floor, I'm a little dizzy, you see it seems like there's no one here anymore. Momo. Helping her get settled, okay, here creating some communicators, let me know if you have any problems. Jirou. Grabbing her communicators, okay, I'll go there when I recover. Go. Momo. Nodding, getting up and running towards where the fight was taking place. But the boys. The fight was tough, the villains were relentless, it was difficult to bring them down. Akigu. Die. Launching an explosion. Abi. What persistent children, dodging, I'll ask you just one question, where is Midoriya Izuku? Todoroki Bakugo Iida. Surprised. Kirishima. What do you want with him? Spinner. He's our target, the boss wants him, so cooperate, launching the attack. Elsewhere at the UA. The defeated Muscular lay unconscious on the floor. Other villains had attacked the residences, but Muscular was in charge of attacking the residents of Class 3A. Tamaki. It was a bit complicated, don't look at me. Najire. Smiling, how lucky that the three of us were there, wasn't it? Mirio. We should check out the other residences, I don't think we'll be the last ones, let's go, starting to run. Back with the boys. The young men were showing signs of fatigue. The villains' experience made them move and attack better. Akigu. Where's that red-haired idiot? We could use one, receiving an explosion from Dabi, falling far away. Dabi. You must pay attention now, approaching, it's time to get Midoriya's attention, killing one of his classmates. Akigu. Looking annoyed, damn it, come on, get up. Dabi. It's time, goodbye. Before he could attack, he received a kick right in the face from the green-haired boy. Izuku. Full cowl. Shoot style, making Dabi fly. Akigu. Damn nerd, still on the ground, you took your time. Izuku. Helping to get up, the heroes arrive at the last moment. Akigu. Smiling, this isn't the time, we have to do something. A portal had appeared, releasing several villains. Akigu. Bumping his back into Izuku, more guests at the party. Izuku. With his back to the blonde, since we're at the party, we might as well dance, activating his quirk. Akigu. Whoever wins less, pays for dinner. Izuku. Trado. Akigu Izuku. Now. Launching into battle. On the other side, Todoroki took it upon himself to momentarily freeze Spinner and Twice. Todoroki. Stay still right there. Kirishima. Todoroki approaching him. Lita. Kirishima, you seem to be doing well. Kirishima. Yes, Midoriya helped me. Lita. Is Midoriya here? He must leave quickly. Kirishima. But we'll be better off with him. Todoroki. He is the true target of this attack, we must go after him. Kirishima. He stayed with Bakugo, I came to see how they were doing. Momo. Guys approaching at full speed, where's Izuku? Lita. He's close, along with Bakugo, I imagine you already know the villain's objective. Momo. That's right, we must hurry, the entire UA and the residences are under attack. Todoroki. Let's go quickly. But Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku. Tired, I won the 14. Bakugo. I 15 tired, want an XXL burger with a drink included. Izuku. You really are a glutton. Shigaraki. Well, the two finalists of the festival. Izuku Bakugo. Sorprendientes. Very close to them a portal had formed, showing Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Shigaraki. If you want something done right, do it yourself. I'll give you a chance, pointing Midoriya. Izuku, come with me without resistance, and your classmates will come out unharmed. Izuku. Me? Why me? Shigaraki. It's a surprise. Izuku. What makes you think I'll go with you? Shigaraki. Because if you don't come, I'll unleash some Nomus not just here, but all over the city. Remember? The ones that took All Might so long to defeat. Imagine hundreds of them causing chaos. Laughing, it would be fun, but it's your decision. Releasing the Nomus was a bad idea. They would bring hell to earth. Izuku didn't want to go, but if it would stop the Nomus from appearing, maybe going was a solution. Bakugo. Hey Deku, don't even think about it. Glaring at him. Izuku. There's no other way, we can't let those Nomus be loose. If All Might struggled with one, imagine all of them loose in the city. Momo. Izuku. Approaching with the group. Izuku. Damn it, looking at him. Shigaraki. Time is running out. Midoriya. Izuku. Todoroki. That's the one from the attack on the USJ, he's the leader. Hiroshima. And what are you two doing standing here? There are only two of you. Activating his quirk. Izuku. No one move. Shouting loudly. Momo. Izuku. What's wrong? She looked confused. Izuku. They want me, if I don't go with them they'll unleash monsters like the one we saw at the USJ. I don't need to tell you what would happen if you unleashed many of them in the city. Momo. You're not going, are you? What if they do something to you? Izuku. Hey, look at me approaching, I'll be fine, I've come out of worse. Shigaraki. Ooh, how romantic, young heroes in love, just what we needed. Momo. Please don't go, with tears in her eyes. Izuku. Smiling, I'll be fine, quickly approaching his ear tracker. Momo. Surprised. Izuku. I have to go with them, looking at his classmates. Hiroshima. There must be another way, brother. He looked worried. Lita. Midoriya. Izuku. Don't worry, smiling at him, everything will be alright, going towards where Shigaraki was. Take good care of Momo. Shigaraki. Goodbyes are horrible because of how sappy they are. Izuku. Standing next to him, I have fulfilled my part of the deal, you will do nothing more and order everyone to retreat here. Shigaraki. You see, Midoriya, I'm a man of my word, so I'll do what you say. Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Understood, everyone is leaving through the portals. All Might. Not so fast, villains. Falling heavily to the ground. The cavalry had arrived, the professionals had defeated most of the villains, handcuffing some and leaving others unconscious. Shigaraki. Annoyed All Might. Hurry up, Kurogiri. Grabbing Izuku by the neck. All Might. Young Midoriya launching. Momo. Throwing a small tracker she had secretly created. Izuku. I'll be fine, All Might. Smiling. All Might. Confused. The portal had disappeared, All Might hadn't arrived in time, the green-haired boy was gone. All Might. Damn it, Nuu. He shouted angrily. Momo. Approaching, don't worry, All Might, we'll explain everything. He'll be fine. Here, giving him a tracker, we'll see where Izuku is with this tracker. All Might. Young Yaoi Rozu, he looks surprised. Excellent idea, for now we'll take our leave, I hope you're alright, son. In a dark place, apparently in the city. We see the portal open, revealing Izuku and Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Welcome to the headquarters of the League of Villains. Other villains were already on the scene, sitting with some bruises. Abi. This kid hits pretty hard. Toga. He's quite handsome, blushing. Silence. The loud scream echoed throughout the area, startling Izuku. Searching for the source of the scream, he saw a staircase leading to a seat, and seated on that seat was a mysterious figure. One of those little heroes, well done Shigaraki. Shigaraki, thank you master. Bowing. Izuku. So you're the real leader, huh? Tell me, what do you want from me? Midoriya. Izuku, you are merely bait for the main event. All Might's downfall is near, and you will bring him to me. Izuku. A shiver ran through his body. Don't even think I'll help you. Heading up, slowly going down. You'll do it indirectly, that stupid All Might won't let one of his students be kidnapped, he'll come to me, and when he does, I'll kill him. Izuku. Annoyed All Might will not fall to you. By the way, how rude of me, let me introduce myself, I am All for One. That name Izuku had heard it before. He was the most evil villain in history, the one he would one day have to defeat. The evil emanating from him was so intense that the atmosphere was heavy, terrifying. All for one. Almight, poor naive fool, he will kneel before me smiling and return what belongs to me. Chapter 22. Rescue. After all the chaos caused by the League, the young heroes were hospitalized. Several professional heroes had arrived on the scene, but the League had left, taking a hostage Izuku Midoriya. Those who saw the green-haired boy were devastated, they felt the bitter taste of the worst defeat, but most of all Almight, who in the last minute witnessed his disciple being taken away. Those who had fainted were at the hospital for medical tests, but the group that saw Izuku leave had to give statements to the police, and they would have to stay in a hotel room to protect their identity and not have to talk to the news, also for the safety of their families. In the boys' room, Bakugo was watching television with Kirishima, Todoroki, and Iida. Yaoi Rozu was taking a shower in another room. News report. We are covering the news that the UA was attacked. A group of evildoers who call themselves the League of Villains violently broke into the facilities of the acclaimed academy. We await a few words from its director or one of the teachers. Bakugo. TSK angrily talking won't solve anything. Kirishima. There's nothing we can do, he said as he threw himself onto one of the beds. Bakugo. Damn it. Standing up angrily, the professionals should be doing something. Pathetic. Todoroki. And what would you do differently? He said with his typical humor, it's not as easy as you think. Bakugo. We're supposed to be heroes, the least we can do is stay put and talk while the League of Villains has Deku. Todoroki. I'm surprised coming from you, glancing at him sideways. Bakugo. What do you mean by that? Looking at him annoyed. Lita. Calm down, guys, it's not the time getting up. Todoroki. Since when do you care about Midoriya? As far as I know, you've been mistreating him since classes started. Standing up. Bakugo. That's none of your bucking problem, standing up and walking straight towards the bi-colored boy. Todoroki. Maybe not, but it's stupid that while the pro heroes are coming up with a plan to go rescue Midoriya, you're sitting around complaining like you always do. Bakugo. Damn it. Angry you don't know anything. Grabbing him by the shirt. Kirishima. Approaching woo woo woo, getting between the two, let's all calm down, we won't help at all this way. Bakugo. TSK walking angrily to where he was sitting, don't bother me. A small argument left a tense atmosphere in the room. The blonde and bi-colored boys were annoyed, although Kirishima supported Bakugo because he wanted to do more than stay locked up. Suddenly the bedroom door opened, revealing Yaoi Rozu, who was already dressed and ready to go out. Momo. I know it's crazy walking, but I can't just stand idly by. Lita. Yaoi Rozu surprised, what do you plan to do? Momo. I'll go rescue Izuku. Todoroki. It's crazy, you can't go, especially not alone. Momo. I know, while looking at the ground, but try to understand me, I'm worried about him, I don't know what I would do if something happened to him, I'll go, whoever wants to can come with me, showing a device with the location of the green-haired boy. Here I have where he is located. No one said anything. It was a suicidal plan, but they all had a fire in their chest, wanting to go and rescue the green-haired boy. Bakugo. Ira looking seriously. Momo. Nodding. Kirishima. Yotambi and Ire. Momo. Kirishima. Todoroki. Looking serious, Midoriya rescued me, it would be ungrateful not to do the same for him, I'm going. Lita. Loud shouting. Momo. I know what you'll say, Lita, but… Lita. I would expect it from everyone, but from you, Yaoi Rozu, you with your intelligence would know the problems we would have if we go, it's crazy. Todoroki. Lita, we know it's risky, but we must go. Lita. Don't you remember what happened in Hosu? We barely made it out alive, what are we going to do against a whole league? Momo. No fighting, we'll go and get Izuku. Lita. Looking annoyed at the ground. Bakugo. Four eyes, if you want to stay, fine, we'll do it anyway. Lita was upset. He knew the plan had many problems, but he also wanted with all his heart to rescue his friend. Lita. Fine, resigning herself, I'll go too, but at the slightest sign of a battle, we'll leave, is that clear? Everyone. Nodding. In a room in the police department. A large group of professional heroes, including Almight, were organizing the rescue plan. Tsukauchi. The priority is to save the young man. We must mark a perimeter where several of the top 10 heroes are located. Endeavor. Why on earth do I have to clean up UA's mistakes? Deadshot. As far as I know, you went to study like most of the people here. Tsukauchi. That's all, let's go to the location provided by a UA student. As the heroes left, Almight was worried. He had a bad feeling. Gran Torino. Hey, concentrate, hitting him on the head, I know he's your student, but you and I both know how strong and stubborn he can be. Almight. Walking worriedly, I know, it's just I have a bad feeling about this. Do you think the… Gran Torino. I thought so too, serious, we won't know until we get there. Almight. I hope you're alright. Young Midoriya, if something were to happen to you. In a remote warehouse in the city. We found ourselves in what appeared to be a warehouse. Izuku was handcuffed while being watched over by all for one in the entire league. There was silence throughout the place, as if everyone was waiting for something. Izuku. Typical hideout for a group of villains while looking around. Shigaraki. Shut up, kid. Izuku. I just wanted to talk to you guys about something. Shigaraki. I think it's splendid. Standing up and approaching him, let's talk. Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, recently discovered his quirk. It must have been hard so many years without a quirk, when in this whole damn society if you don't have a superpower you're nobody, right? Izuku. Nervous H. How do you know that? Shigaraki. Mockery. Mistreatment. You know, Midoriya, you and I aren't so different. This system laughed in my face too. Everyone turned their backs on me. What's more, everyone here is like you, discarded. Only when your quirk appeared did they start to value you. Tell me, don't you want revenge? Izuku. Don't compare me to you, I won't give up. Shigaraki. Laughing. Did you hear that? He won't give up. Laughing louder. Stupid kid, when you least expect it they'll turn their backs on you again. Join us, we'll help you fulfill your revenge. Izuku. It's true I didn't have a good time for many years, but unlike you, I didn't give up, I didn't seek revenge, and I didn't blame anyone. I worked hard, and that's why I'm here. I would never have been where you all are today. Shigaraki. To be as crazy as us, you only need one push, and tonight, Midoriya Izuku, I'll make you jump into madness. Izuku. Looking angry, they're taking a long time, where are they? In another part of the city. Some petty villains were injured and unconscious in a bar. The hero was holding the last survivor of them by the neck. Villain. Damn it. Trying to break free. I'm looking for Shigaraki Tamura, you must know who he is. Villain. I have absolutely no idea who you are. Ahhhhh, he screamed in pain. I don't have time to argue. Tell me where I can find him, and I'll let you live. Mark me on this map where I can find him. Putting a pencil to his mouth. Villain. Resigned, he began to mark on the map. Having finished he spat out the pencil. I've marked it for you, now get out of here. Smiling. I love that you cooperate. Letting go of him and kicking him, making him crash against the wall, leaving him unconscious. The place isn't very far away, I should pay him a visit. But the young heroes. The city was normal, the streets, the lights, people going to or from their jobs, students returning home, and people who just wanted to have fun. The young people were walking around, wearing disguises they had bought so that no one would identify them. Bakugo. Ponytail, are we close yet? Momo. Looking at the tracker. Not much. Todoroki. Everything's too normal. He looked around. Hiroshima. I hope all this doesn't turn into a disaster. The heroes must be working on how to rescue Midoriya. Lita. We'll only go if the situation gets complicated for them. Fighting the league will be difficult. We'll rescue Midoriya and then we'll leave. The boys continued walking until they reached the warehouse, obviously hiding behind a corner keeping watch. Momo. It would be very stupid to force our way in. Looking at the cellar. Bakugo. I can defeat them creating small explosions. Lita. Momo is right, we don't know how many there are in there. Hiroshima. We should wait and come up with a plan. In the cellar. Twice. And that's how I confused water with chlorine. Laughing. Luckily it didn't hurt me too much. I didn't burn my whole stomach. Izuku. With a drop of sweat. How can you be so confused? Toga. Stretching. This is getting boring. I know. Looking at Izuku. What a handsome boy approaching. Izuku. What are you going to do? Getting nervous. Toga. Relax, Izuku gently touching his face. We should kill some time, don't you think? Shigaraki. Toga. Stay still. Toga. How boring, how long should we wait? Abi. Crazy patience, they'll be here soon. Shigaraki. The master is preparing himself. He will finally obtain what he seeks so much, one for all. Izuku felt his body tense. This was his objective. One for all, the power that lay within him, he understood. They wanted All Might to come and rescue him. He also realized that they hadn't known he possessed it. Twice. One for all. What's that? I don't care. Abi. It sounds like the phrase from the Three Musketeers. Shigaraki. I don't have much information, but it's something the master wants. Izuku. Looked worried. I must escape and not let All Might come. Knocking on the door. The pizza's here. Spinner. Who ordered the pizza? Twice. Great pizza that doesn't have pineapple. Abi. Here nobody gives orders. An explosion ripped through the entrance. The pro heroes had arrived, breaking through the roof as well, and entered with minimal effort. All Might. League of Villains, surrender. Abi. Damn it, heroes extending his hand. It's time for action. Before the villains could do anything, Kamui Woods had trapped them with his quirk. All Might. Well done Woods, keep them steady. Kamui. Low hair. All Might. Abi. This isn't going to stop me. Gran Torino. Hitting Dabi and knocking him unconscious. Stay still. All the villains were trapped, even Kurogiri had fallen, the League was defeated. Shigaraki. Damn it. He said furiously. Almight. Shigaraki Tamura, it's over. Mandalay. Helping Izuku almost there, good breaking Izuku's handcuffs. Izuku, rubbing his wrists thank you Miss Mandalay. Shigaraki. Furious this shouldn't end like this master. Almight. Master. I thought you were the leader. Izuku. Almight, you must. Before he could continue, he was interrupted by the sound of applause coming from the darkness. All for one. Clapping wow, heroes, that was fast. All Might. No, he said worriedly. All for one. It's been so long, All Might, I was actually waiting for you. Gran Torino. This is bad taking Izuku we're leaving. Izuku. But being led away by the old man. All for one. Why the rush? Extending his arm, pointing at Gran Torino. All Might. Appearing quickly in front of him, punching him in the stomach that sent him flying evacuate the entire city quickly. That shot. The whole city. Just for him. All Might. Do it quickly, it's all for one flying towards where he had sent the villain flying. Dodos. All for one. Everyone had escaped with the captured villains. The great battle was going to take place in the big city, so they quickly set about evacuating all the buildings and the people who were already in the street. Minutes earlier. Bakugo. We need to get a little closer. Lita. Bakugo wait, those are the heroes and a group of police officers. Hiroshima. In the end, they managed to get in through the roof too smiling. Momo. Izuku she said worriedly. Todoroki. There's no need to worry about him, the heroes have already arrived. We should leave before we get into trouble. Everyone Bakugo. Yes. I want to fight. When they agreed to leave, the little ones were startled to hear a loud bang and saw a man fly away, being chased by All Might. Hiroshima. Was that All Might? He looked. Lita. Is that Midoriya? The young people watched as Gran Torino took Izuku away. Momo. Izuku she looked worried. Bakugo. Let's go with him starts running. Gran Torino quickly carried Izuku away from the battle. Izuku. Wait, Gran Torino, we have to go with. Gran Torino. None of that, we must get you as far away from him as possible. Izuku. But being thrown onto the roof of a building ouch. Gran Torino. We'll be fine here looking at the horizon, take care, Toshinori. Izuku. Standing up he doesn't understand. He wants one for all, he could kill All Might, I can't allow it. Gran Torino. And send the true wielder of one for all there? Forget it, all the time Nana and I fought to stop that bastard from getting away with it. Izuku. I can't just stand idly by, I must. He was interrupted by a slap from the old man. He hit him many times, but this time he felt it. It was the strongest of all. Gran Torino. Don't be stupid, kid. You have the power that will bring hope to this world. If he succeeds we'll all be lost. Think about that. Izuku. Staring at the ground with wet eyes this is all my fault, if I had defended myself better tears fell down his face All Might wouldn't be in danger. Gran Torino. Sighing he'll be fine, he's pretty tough placing his hand on his shoulder, I understand how you feel but. Momo. Izuku. Along with the fish. The group of students had reached the roof, climbed the stairs and opened the rooftop door, surprising the green-haired boy. Izuku. Momo. Hugging her what are you doing here? How did you find me? Momo. With a few tears because of the tracker, idiot I was so worried hugging him tighter. Izuku. I'm sorry for worrying you. Bakugo. Deku. Izuku. Kaken. To Tambian. Bakugo. And missed the party. Hiroshima. You're alright Midoriya, that's great. Lita. It's so good to see you, my friend. Approaching. Izuku. Lita, Kirishima, you too. Gran Torino. With a drop of sweat what lively kid smiling, it reminds me of my youth smiling mischievously so that's the brat's girlfriend, I see your girlfriend came to the rescue, and I thought you'd die a virgin. Momo. Blushing. Izuku. Blushing Gran Torino getting angry. Gran Torino. Laughing she's a very pretty young lady. You must be Aoi Rozu, it's a pleasure. This brat told me a lot about you. Momo. Smiling the pleasure is all mine, you must be Izuku's teacher, the one from the internships. Gran Torino. That's right, while he was sleeping he kept saying Momo while kissing the pillow laughing. Izuku. Blushing Gran Torino. Hiroshima. Laughing. Lita. Adjusting her glasses. Gran Torino. Looking at explosions on the horizon you must go, children, the worst is yet to come. Izuku. I know you don't want me to go, but this whole mess is my fault, please let me go. Gran Torino. Looking at him seriously. Momo. You're crazy, Izuku, you can't go there. Izuku. Approaching I'm sorry to worry you more, but it's something I have to do. Lita. Midoriya, All Might is there fighting, he's enough. Hiroshima. That's right, brother, it's best if we leave. Izuku. Looking at them worried, friends, I can't tell you my real reasons, but I can't lose someone precious to me, not again, I'm sorry, but I'll go. Bakugo. Oi, a nerd. Izuku. Are you going to try to stop me too? Looking at him seriously. Bakugo. Laughing, don't compare me, I'll go with you. Izuku. Kaken looking at the ground, there's no need, it's my fault. Bakugo. Approaching, did you forget what I said? I'll make amends for all my mistakes, and besides, I'm itching to kick some ass. Izuku. Nodding okay. Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Looking at them seriously, until, sighing, here is Eind himself, fine, you will accompany me, but if things get tough you will leave. Izuku. Bakugo. Si. Gran Torino. I suppose you will leave. Momo. Izuku. Approaching him, isn't there any way you can come with me? Izuku. Shaking his head, I'm sorry, I have to do it. Momo. Smiling, always worrying about others, aren't you? Just promise me something, come back. Izuku. Momo, I'll come back, I'll always come back for you. Momo. Approaching the green-haired boy's lips, I will always be waiting for you. Izuku. Bringing his lips closer. Our favorite couple shared a sweet kiss, witnessed by their classmates and teacher. Izuku sealed his promise to return with that kiss. He had to return to the woman he loved, to his friends, his academy, his mother, but he had to save his teacher. Gran Torino. Young men laughing, let's go now, you too. Izuku. Yes, goodbye. Momo leaving with Gran Torino and Bakugo. Momo. Take care, she looked worriedly at the green-haired man. Hiroshima, take care. Bakugo. Smiled. Lita. Come back safe and sound, boys. Izuku. Bakugo. Nodding. Izuku had activated his quirk, and the three of them marched to the battlefield, where All Might was giving his life. They didn't know what the night held in store for them, but they had a bad feeling. The decisive battle was approaching. Chapter 23. Goodbye. Desolate silence reigned in a large crater left by the battle. All Might, in his original form, was exhausted, blood trickling from his head. He watched as All for One hovered in the air, bearing some wounds. The battle was grueling. They knew one would win, and the other would lie there as the legend they were, one the symbol of peace, the other the symbol of evil. All Might. Breathing heavily. All for One. Wow, All Might, you get tired pretty quickly. After the wound I gave you, you've become quite weak. All Might. Shut up. He glared furiously. All for One. Laughing, this crater will be your grave, everything you've fought for all these years, everything the symbol of peace will be nothing more than a memory in the minds of all those who remain anchored to the pathetic dream of good always triumphs. Today muscle building, that story will be different. All Might. You will die. All Might. Smiling and looking down, well, if it is my destiny to die, so be it, but I will take you with me. This world will not live in peace if you continue to exist. All for One. Laughing, not even your teacher, Nonishimura, could kill me, much less will you. All Might. Launching an attack, we won't decide that tonight. The battle was fierce, difficult for both sides, both weakened from all the years of carrying such great powers, two struggles of ideals were dueling, without knowing that tonight was the last battle. All for One. Hitting him, you have weakened over the years. All Might. Returning the blow, your regeneration is very slow too, having so many stolen quirks must be a burden, right? All for One. TSK, this will be enough, sending the hero flying to the ground. All Might. Breaking the floor with a blow, spitting blood, I must end this. All for One. I'll kill you, extending his hand, it's time for you to fall. Before he could end his threat, the green-haired boy managed to connect a kick to the villain's face, sending him flying into a building. All Might. Young Midoriya, he looked surprised. Gran Torino. Approaching the hero, what are you doing lying here? All Might. Master, what are you doing here? We must get him away from L. Gran Torino. Sighing, it was impossible to change his mind, but you're already at your limit, you can't fight. All Might. Coughing, I must do it, it is my duty as successor. Gran Torino. You have the remnants left over from passing One for All on to the brat, this will be your last fight. All Might. Sighing, I wish I could remain the symbol until young Midoriya is ready. Standing up. Izuku. All Might approaching is fine. All Might. It's very dangerous for you to be here, son looking worried, you should leave. Izuku. Shaking his head, it's my responsibility and promise when I take One for All. Bakugo. Hey nerd, I was supposed to hit him first. Approaching. Izuku. Srk Kaken, it was the excitement of the moment. Bakugo. Emotion, my ass. All Might. Wow, they seem closer now. Bakugo. Looking at All Might, who is this old man? All Might. Ah, spitting blood, I'm still in my normal form. Izuku. Kaken, ls All Might. Bakugo. Huh. Surprised. Gran Torino. Enough talk, here it comes. The building exploded into pieces, a huge gust of wind blew everything around it, revealing the villain who was coming fast. Gran Torino. You'd better take a breath, you're the only one among us who can defeat him. Almight. But I still spitting blood. Gran Torino. No buts, it's the best. Bakugo. You better watch yourself, Deku. If you don't come back alive, Ponytail will kill me. Getting into an attack stance. Izuku. You're afraid of the vice president, aren't you? Getting into an attack stance. Bakugo. Huh. Don't talk nonsense, it's just that it's obvious he loves you, it would be horrible not to see the person you love anymore. Izuku. Kakin looking at him in surprise. Gran Torino. Listen up, kids, we need to buy Almight some time. Izuku Bakugo. See. All for one. Well, you need help from two brats and an old man. Pathetic, I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. Izuku. One for all, full cowling 50%. I'll hold out like this for a few minutes, but it's all to buy him some time. As the fight raged on, it was being televised by a helicopter flying some distance from the battle. Our little heroes were watching everything on TV. Cementus had arranged for the rooms. Everyone was being kept safe there for their own safety and that of their families until it was all over. News report. All Might is receiving help from two young people and an old man. The fight is proving difficult for the heroes, but it seems they are buying All Might some time. We must hope for the best, but let's trust them and the symbol of peace, All Might. Haminari. Why are those idiots fighting over there? He said, surprised. Mineta. They're insane. Uraraka. With her hands over her mouth, I hope nothing happens to them. Hiroshima. We should trust them, guys. Momo. Who was looking worried, please Izuku, keep your promise and come back to me. On the battlefield. All for one dodged several of Izuku and Gran Torino's blows. Using other people's quirks helped him when defending himself. Izuku. While attacking, damn it's hard to connect, are you ready yet, Kakin? Bakugo. Not yet, standing still and observing. All for one. Interesting quirk, kid, maybe being hit by Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Don't even try it, you bastard. While the green-haired boy and the old man were fighting, All Might watched, concerned for his teacher and student. All Might. Just a little longer, let me fight one last time with all my strength, one for all. Not far from there, a figure watched the fight. This is getting ugly, that disgusting guy looks really powerful looking through binoculars, but zooming in to see the green-haired boy, that's Izuku, wow, he's gotten really strong, a tear fell from his eye, wow, it started to rain, I should go help them. Putting away his binoculars, let's go. Izuku was beginning to feel the consequences of the fight. No matter how much he attacked, the guy was tough. Izuku. Standing next to Bakugo, ready. Bakugo. Looking sadistically more than clever. Izuku. Okay, I'll propel you there. Izuku grabbed the blonde boy's arms and with a few twists, he launched one for all at great speed. Bakugo. Die you bastard, extending his arms, atomic bomb. Two large explosions hit the villain, he had stored large amounts of sweat, which was nitroglycerin, in his palm, and without his suit, he could not control the power of his attacks, something he was grateful for. Bakugo. Even I'm surprised at myself, still in midair, I must prepare him. A hand emerged from the smoke of the explosion, grabbing the blonde man's face. Izuku. Kakin. All Might. Young Bakugo. All for one. I must admit it hurt a little emerging from the smoke with some scrapes and blood. I really like your quirk, would you mind? Red and dark rays came out of the villain, Bakugo tried to break free, but it was useless, and he used all the charge he had, he felt something passing from him to the villain. Gran Torino. They're stealing his gift, he said nervously. All Might. I won't make it in time. All for one. It's mine, but what? The large fireball struck the villain, momentarily distracting him, allowing the vigilante to punch him in the face, knocking him back and saving Bakugo. All for one. Another one. How many of you are coming? He said furiously. Bakugo. Who was being carried like a princess, what is happening? Excuse me, young man, I saw you were in trouble, smiling. Bakugo. Realizing his position let me down, old man, I hate this position. I didn't need help. Trying to get free. Stay still, brat. Going down with the young man. Izuku. Kakin approaching and helping the blonde down. Thank you, sir. Didn't say a word. N.A. The character was wearing a detective's outfit and a mask. Izuku. It's. Gran Torino. Thank you for your help, you are. Coming out of the trance, I'm sorry, laughing, call me Fireman, I was around and decided to help, laughing. All Might. Fireman. That name doesn't ring a bell, you're not from around here, are you? Fireman. I currently work in Europe, but I'm originally from here. I came here on vacation, yes, on vacation. Nervous laugh. All Might. I understand, I must inform you that I am ready to continue standing up and taking his muscular form, let's defeat him. Harem. OHHHH with stars in his eyes, it's All Might approaching and taking his arms. It's a pleasure to meet you, the number one hero, it's the best day, where's my notebook? Izuku looked curiously, that voice. Gran Torino. Let's leave the autographs for later. Here he comes. One for All was approaching at great speed, everyone except All Might rushed to attack him, but it was useless, one by one they were repelled by the force of the ferocious attack. All for One prepared to die, making his arm and fist bigger and throwing a punch. All Might never throwing a punch. The fists collided, creating a shockwave that blew everything around them. On the outskirts of the city, people crowded around to find out what was happening in the battle. A huge crowd watched with bated breath. Man. Someone tell us how All Might is doing. Woman. My house was destroyed, crying. Kid. All Might will win. He always does. At the residence. Everyone watched the fight in awe and horror, terrified as two of their comrades gave their lives to help All Might. The raven-haired girl was worried about the green-haired boy. She wanted to run and get him out of there. But it was too late. Momo. Praying please protect him and bring him back. At the Midoriya residence. Inko. With rivers of tears on her face, Izuku, what are you doing there? In various parts of the city. Thanks to the confusion, several low-life villains had taken advantage to loot and commit all sorts of crimes. Several heroes were apprehending them. Ectoplasm. Knocking down a thug, it's going to be a long night, how's the fight going? Headshot. Knocking out another, keep fighting, it's a good thing the League was arrested so they wouldn't be a hindrance. Endeavor. Well, breathing fire, damn All Might, always the center of attention. Ectoplasm. We should come closer, in case he needs help. Headshot. Good idea, all the thieves in our area were neutralized. On the battlefield. The battle of endurance continued, their fists still clashing, pushing each other to see who would give up first. All for One. I still have a while to go, laughing, but you, how long will you last? All Might. Until you're finished pressing harder and you no longer exist in this world. All for One. TSK, so you still have strength, good, making his arm grow longer and longer, I'll double the bet applying more pressure. While they were fighting, the four of them were watching everything that was happening. Akugu. We have to do something, Deku, think, you're the one with the ideas. Izuku. Damn it, thinking. Harem. We can attack from behind, it's not ethical, but we can distract him, so All Might can land a final blow, he stammered, but there's also the bad idea of accidentally attacking All Might, in that case. Akugu. Look, Deku, he babbles just like you, pointing at him. Izuku. That voice sounds so familiar, looking at him seriously. Gran Torino. That's a good idea, all three of them can launch ranged attacks. I'm more of a melee fighter, but if we make him hesitate, All Might will surely defeat him. Izuku. Bakugu. Fireman. Bien. All Might. I'm running out of energy, I feel One for All running out, I must finish it with one last blow. One for All. After I hit you, I'll take what belongs to me, and then after that, I'll kill you in front of everyone, and I'll destroy the society, every hero one by one, you lost All Might. All Might. As long as there is hope, we will always triumph. As long as there is a kind heart on this earth thinking of Izuku, you will never win. One for All. How cute, pushing harder. He'll never learn. He was interrupted by attacks coming from behind him. The heroes were attacking with everything they had. Izuku. Air shoot. Aims and shoots air bullets with his large fingers. Akugu. Ape shot, launching powerful fireballs. Harem. Holding a large ball of fire with his finger, cruel son. One for All. Damned, receiving the attacks. All Might. This is my chance. Transferring his muscle mass to his other arm, Detroit smash. Connecting the punch with the villain's face. One for All. You think that'll finish me off? Throwing a punch. All Might. Damn it. Seeing the villain's fist approaching. Flashback. Tashi. Throwing himself on the ground, teacher. Nana. You get tired quickly, Tashi throwing a water bottle at him, you're improving a lot. Tashi. Looking thoughtful, how will I face him? He could appear at any moment. Nana. Smiling, what brought that up all of a sudden? Tashi. You and Gran Torino talk about how I should be the symbol of peace, someone who gives hope to the world, but if I don't fulfill all that, will he defeat me? Nana. Looking at him seriously, now you have the power to make the impossible possible. You have a fire in your heart that has burned for generations, seeking peace and goodness in this world. When the time comes, pointing her finger at his chest, you must unleash all that power you have inside, give it your all, for those you care about, for this world. I trust you, smiling. Tashi. Teacher, hugging her, thank you for fulfilling my dream. Nana. Hugging and caressing him maternally, now it's your turn. End of flashback. All Might. I won't give up. Muscles his arm, this world, these people. Dodging the attack, I will protect it. Throwing his fist with everything I have. Connecting his punch, united state of smash. ADO's one for all. All Might's strongest punch connected with his face and slammed him hard into the ground, creating a powerful hurricane of force. The winds and nearby objects flew at high speed, and the heroes nearby tried to avoid being blown away by the force of the impact. When it was all over, they could see one for all on the floor, without any signs of movement, with All Might in his muscular form, pulverized, but with his arm raised triumphant. News report. All Might is won. At the residence. Everyone. Crying and celebrating All Might. Momo. Crying with joy, thank heavens. But the crowd out of the city. Everyone. Shouting and celebrating All Might. Back to the battlefield. All Might still had his fist extended, but his muscular form had disappeared. Now he was Toshinori. Izuku. All Might running. Gran Torino. Wait, brat. Izuku. Running and approaching Toshie All Might with some tears. All Might. Hello son, he said in a weak voice. Izuku. I did it, smiling, you did it. All Might placed his finger on the green-haired boy's chest, surprising the freckled boy. All Might. Now smiling, it's your turn. Toshinori fell. The battle was exhausting, causing him to collapse unconscious to the ground. Several heroes came to his rescue, and seeing what All Might was really like, they were all surprised, but they all knew that there was the most amazing hero in history. Some time later. A few days had passed since that great battle. The reconstruction of the city had begun. Several families had lost their homes, but thanks to the heroes, they were going to recover them. The League had been arrested, they were all in Tartarus, awaiting their verdict, although it was expected to be a lifetime of imprisonment there. The UA was inactive, with all the events that had happened, they were prudent and acted wonderfully in the face of all the questions from the media and the parents, they apologized publicly to the media and to the parents of the students. Everyone who participated in the battle was hospitalized. But Toshinori was still in his room, looking out the window. Ashi, looking melancholically out the window, sitting on his bed, I did it, teacher. Gran Torino. Entering, it's a beautiful day approaching. Ashi. Master, have they discharged him yet? Gran Torino. Last night, I was thinking of coming to visit you, sitting down, how are you feeling? Ashi. My knuckles still hurt, flexing his hands, by the way, he's. Gran Torino. Looking at him seriously, dead. Ashi. Looking out the window, I see, and what about young Midoriya and young Bakugo? Gran Torino. They were sent home, the brat wanted to see you, but they wouldn't let him, laughing, it reminds me of you in your youth, stubborn and very close to your teachers. Ashi. Laughing, it's not just power that is passed down from generation to generation. Gran Torino. Looking at him seriously, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, I think it's time. Ashi. But teacher, looking worried, he's still young, he has classes and a girlfriend. Gran Torino. It pains me to my soul, but he is the only possessor of One for All, he must perfect it as soon as possible, there is no symbol of peace, we cannot wait for him to finish his studies, we do not know if someone worse than All for One will appear, he must be ready, it will only be 1 year, you and I will go to America. Ashi. Looking distressed, I understand, it's for the best, let me tell you. Gran Torino. It's the best decision, going to the door, he will be the next symbol of peace, we must prepare him, leaving, see you. Toshinori remained lost in thought. Undoubtedly, he was now the sole possessor of One for All, and he had to claim it as his own as soon as possible. He had to take his place. But he couldn't help feeling bad for his pupil. He had a promising life, was a good student, had a wonderful mother, and had recently made his relationship with the raven-haired girl official. He couldn't help but think that he would steal time from his best years. Ashi. Sighing, he'll understand. At the residence. Classes had returned to normal, but the remnants of that fateful day still lingered in everyone's memory. They were close to moving on to their second year at the academy. Between exams and classes, the first year was already behind them, a rather hectic year for our little heroes. We were in the raven-haired girl's room. The green-haired boy had arranged to meet her to study for an exam. And by the way, they've already made their relationship official, although it was a pleasant surprise, their colleagues saw it coming, which surprised the couple because of how obvious they had been, but amidst jokes and other things, everyone congratulated them and was happy for them. Momo. Pouring a cup of tea this year was crazy, wasn't it? Izuku. That's right, taking a drink and there's more to come, smiling. Momo. Sitting down, and we still have 2 years left, laughing, all the adventures we have yet to have. Izuku. That's right, taking his hand, but we'll be together. Momo. Taking her hand tightly, I'm glad you're here, that you've come back, I love spending all my days with you. Izuku. And we will continue to be, moving closer to kiss him. Momo. Kissing him. The scene was special. They were finally together without any problems for now. Izuku. Feeling his phone, excuse me, getting up and answering the call, hello. Ashi. Joven Midoriya. Izuku. All Toshinori, what a surprise, we haven't spoken since. Dashi. That's right, I was discharged, but I wanted to meet with you, if it's not too much trouble. Izuku. Oh, now? Dashi. It's important. Izuku. I understand, where? Dashi. I'll be waiting for you on Dagaba Beach. Hanging up. Izuku. Looking at his cell phone, he sounded quite serious. If he was just discharged and can't wait, it must be important. Momo. Did something happen? Getting up. Izuku. I need to see someone putting away his phone and grabbing his jacket. I'll be back in a few minutes. Momo. Okay, don't be long. Izuku. I will giving her a kiss. I'll be right back leaving. Momo. Watching him leave. Izuku, I feel like you're hiding a lot of things from me. Minutes later. Izuku was walking along the beach until he saw his teacher, with a cast on his arms and a bandage on his head. Izuku. Almight. Running towards him. Dashi. Young Midoriya running. Izuku. It's so good to see you approaching. Dashi. Head Texas smash hitting the green-haired boy. Izuku. Falling to the ground. Ouch. Getting up. Dashi. Did you really think I wouldn't forget? It was very reckless of you to go. What if something happened to you? Your girlfriend would kill me and your mother would revive me just to kill me again. Izuku. Looking regretful. I'm sorry. Dashi. Hugging him. Thank you for everything. Those were the key words for the green-haired boy. His teacher's hug and thanks were too much for him. The thought that he could have died and never seen him again was too much. All those feelings collapsed, making every part of the green-haired boy's being tremble, making him cry. Not like other times, this time it was special. The two sat down to watch the stars. What came next was not easy for the blonde man. Dashi. Young Midoriya speaking seriously. I no longer have one for all, the remnants I had have vanished, I can no longer be the symbol of peace. Izuku. Looked worried. You're still alive, you can still help people. Dashi. Smiling. I know, but without one for all I'm just bones. Laughing. That's why what I'm going to tell you won't be easy, but you must listen carefully and I will respect your decision. Izuku. Looking at him expectantly. Dashi. You have to come with me to train America. Looking at him. Izuku. Totally surprised. America. Dashi. Where I trained to be the symbol of peace. I spoke with the director, it will be like doing your second year, we will go with Gran Torino. Izuku. Staring sadly at the ground, but. Dashi. I understand, you have your mother, your friends, your girlfriend. It's not an easy decision, but if we want there to be a symbol of peace soon, and for you to use that power perfectly, we must go there. I have a friend, David Shield, he will help us. Izuku. Wow, this is all very fast. We'll be together from here on out. Dashi. It's up to you, but the best thing would be. Izuku. Ira looking at him determinedly. Dashi. Are you sure? It'll be a year. Izuku. Just 1 year. I'm fine with that. Dashi. Okay, I'll talk to your mother, the paperwork is ready, we just need the authorization. Izuku. Looking at the stars. Good. Dashi. By the way, that fireman guy will be joining us, he's an acquaintance of David's. Izuku. Okay. Dashi. You'll tell him, right? Izuku. I have to do it, it won't be difficult. Izuku didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay with Momo. But he had already taken on a responsibility. Upon receiving that power, he knew he had to make drastic decisions. He had finished talking to Almight, charging his quirk, and went to the residence. They were due to leave in a week, but he wanted to tell her as soon as possible. He went to his room, but not before sending a message to his girlfriend, letting her know that he would see her tomorrow at the cafe. The next day. Izuku sat waiting, quite nervous, hoping to find the right words and seeing the possible scenarios, each one worse than the last. Izuku. Sitting. I need to calm down. Sighing. Momo. I'm sorry for the delay. Sitting down. Hello. Looking at him sweetly. Izuku. Hi Momo, I ask you here for something important. Momo. This is the cafe for deep conversations. Laughing. Izuku. Laughing. Hahaha. Looking at her sweetly. You know I love you more than anything in the world, right? Momo. I know, I love you too. Izuku. I know, that's why what I'm about to tell you is kind of harsh, promise me you'll listen. Momo. Looking at him in surprise. What's wrong, Izuku? You're scaring me. Izuku. Sighing. In a week I'm going to America, for a year. The bucket of cold water. The news hit the raven-haired girl hard. Now that there were no problems, now that everything was sorted out, now that everyone knew about her situation, she had to go thousands of kilometers away, and for so long it was too much. Momo. Looking at him sadly. What? But why? Izuku. Listen, this is sudden for me too, but I have to perfect my quirk, the school helps me and approves of the trip, it's a responsibility I have to fulfill. Momo. What the hell are you talking about? Annoyed with wet eyes. Izuku. Tell me the truth. Izuku. Looking sadly at the ground. No, I can't. Momo. What do you mean you can't? Aren't I your girlfriend? Why are you hiding things from me? Izuku. It's not that, I would put you in danger if I told you, I have a great weight on my shoulders, I don't want to burden you with it. Momo. You're hurting me so much, starting to cry, and to think we were finally okay, calm, and now you come with this wiping her tears. Izuku. Relax, Momo, it's for my own good. It'll only be a year and… Momo. And my love. Raising her voice. You're leaving without giving me any explanations, you're giving me a shitty excuse. Crying harder. Izuku. Momo. I coming closer. Momo. Stay away, you know what? I'm leaving. Getting up. Izuku. Wait, Momo trying to catch up with her. Momo. Don't touch me, okay? I don't even know you anymore. Leaving the bar. Everyone in the area watched the couple's argument, leaving Izuku saddened by the raven-haired girl's attitude, but he expected it and she deserved it. 1 week later. The whole class was already aware that the green-haired boy was leaving. The green-haired boy was ready to go, with his suitcases. He was at the door of the residence along with all his classmates and his teacher, except for the raven-haired girl, who ignored him and avoided him every time he approached. Izuku. Okay, with his suitcases at the door, it's time for me to go. Uraraka. Take good care of yourself, Deku. Hugging him. Izuku. Thank you, Uraraka, hugging her too. Lita. We'll see each other in a year, my friend, extending her hand. Izuku. We'll see each other, Lita shaking his hand. Kirishima. We'll meet again, brother. I hope you get stronger. Extending his fist. Izuku. Goodbye, brother, bumping his fist. Bakugo. Approaching. Hey Deku. Izuku. Mirandolo Sirio Kaken. Bakugo. Smiling. I'll save your spot, come back stronger, you hear? I want a rematch. Izuku. Smiling. You get stronger too, wait for me. Bakugo hugged the green-haired boy, surprising acquaintances and strangers alike, but especially the green-haired boy. Bakugo. Thank you for never ceasing to be my friend. Izuku. With wet eyes. Mina. Group hug. Launching herself. Haminari. Let's take advantage of Bakugo being sensitive. Bakugo. Get away. Who called you nosy? I just tripped and the nerd was there, don't get the wrong way. Everyone, without exception, hugged the green-haired boy, who was thrilled by the affection and love shown to him by his companions, but one person was missing, who was everything to him. Without her it wasn't the same. Eraser. Let him breathe, he has to go. Izuku. Won't you hug me, teacher? Eraser. Sighing. See you in a year. It's not death, but gently patting his back. We'll be waiting for you, Midoriya. Smiling. Jirou. Midoriya, then. Izuku. Approaching. I'm sorry about Momo, say hi to her for me. Jirou. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Izuku. She made it very clear that she doesn't want to see me, and I don't blame her, but I'll come looking for her in a year, she can wait for me. Jirou. Smiling. She won't leave, she'll always wait for you. Izuku. Smiling. Nezu. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry to interrupt your farewell, but we must go. Izuku. Well, see you in a year, see you later friends. Dodos. Adios Midoriya. Deku. The green-haired boy had gotten into the vehicle along with Toshinori, Gran Torino and Nezu, heading for the airport. With all the safety measures in place, they had boarded the plane, where Izuku was looking out the window, melancholic, wanting to say goodbye to the raven-haired girl, but it was too late. Tashi. Looking at him. You'll be back stronger, you'll be number one. Izuku, smiling. Yes, thank you Almight. I wanted to say goodbye. Tashi. I can imagine your pain, but if she loves you, she will understand and will wait for you. If she is meant for you, she will wait for you all her life. Izuku. Yes, I love her, I hope she still loves me. Looking out the window. At the residence. The raven-haired girl was devastated, lying in bed looking at photos of her outings with the green-haired boy, remembering how happy she was in those moments by his side. It was difficult for her not to go and say goodbye, but her anger was greater. She cried a lot during that time, she was tired, exhausted. Momo. While looking at the gallery of her photos. Izuku, I'm going to miss you so much. Adios Izuku. Goodbye Momo. Chapter 24. America. Several hours had passed since they took off. The trip was quite calm, although the atmosphere wasn't the best. All Might watched as the green-haired boy stared blankly out the window, his expression sad and melancholic. He wanted to help his student, but he knew that dwelling on the matter would only make things worse, so he let the boy open up and talk about his thoughts and feelings whenever he felt ready. He decided to get some sleep, as there were still hours to go before the trip. In the green-haired boy's mind, there were countless thoughts, moments he spent with the raven-haired girl. He was doubting whether he had made the right decision, since he missed her, and he had hurt her. Not a day had passed before he already wanted to see her again, talk to her, drink her favorite tea, talk about what happened during the day, laugh together, watch a movie. As she remembered and wanted all of that back, a tear ran down her face. Izuku. It's so hard wanting to be a hero. In Japan, at Residence 1A. Jirou. Knocking on the door. Momo, let me in. The raven-haired woman was unable to leave her room for even a moment. She was devastated. The person she was in love with had left. She wanted to have her by her side and she regretted not being able to say goodbye. Momo. Getting up and going towards the door. Okay, opening the door slowly. Come in. The purple-haired girl, seeing her friend's condition, was worried because her face bore marks from crying throughout the day. She was disheveled. Jirou always saw books on her study table, proof that she had been studying all day, something she loved, but seeing it empty, she guessed that she hadn't touched a book all day. Jirou. I think it would be stupid to ask you how you are. Momo. Aha, lying down again. Jirou. Momo looking worried. Momo. Sobbing. Kayaka's gone. Jirou. Momo, it's only for 1 year. Momo. I know, looking at her annoyed, with wet eyes, but understand me, I want him to be with me every day, to get used to him, to his smile, to his company, and to know that he's going far away, crying completely. If he had asked me to go with him, I would have done the impossible to go with him. Jirou. Maybe it's not that simple. He must have had his reasons. Sitting on the bed, he always says his dream is to be the #1 hero, and he's one of those people who would do anything to make his dream come true. Moving closer. He loves you, he'll never forget you. He wants to become strong to protect everyone, especially you. Momo. Looking at her sadly. But. Jirou. Hugging her. I'm not telling you not to miss him, not to cry, because I would do the same in your situation, but be patient, let's have fun, let's learn more every day, and time will fly by until we see each other again. Momo. Kayaka wiping away her tears and smiling. Thank you, friend. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I need to forget about all this for now, let time pass, focus on my studies, and have fun laughing. Jirou. That's the spirit. Smiling. Come on, let's get something to eat, you must be hungry. Momo. Heh, all that crying made me hungry. Besides, I spent all day making paper to dry my tears. I got tired from using my quirk so much. Nervous laugh. Jirou. Looking at the huge pile of paper next to the bed. Wow, with a drop of sweat. Never mind, tidy yourself up a bit. Perhaps the days ahead were going to be difficult for the raven-haired girl, but she knew she was surrounded by people who loved her. She would never be alone again. In America. The trip was over. For the green-haired boy, flying was a new experience. He thought he'd spend his whole life watching them from the ground, miles above the ground. But he was in an unfamiliar country, with a different culture. Yet, for him, being in the country that made Almight who he was a dream. Perhaps he would appreciate it even more after the nausea subsided. Izuku. Putting his hand on his abdomen, with a face that looked like he wanted to vomit. It's good that we've arrived. Ashi. Looking at him with a drop of sweat. When we were landing he felt nauseous. Don't worry, young Midoriya, that's how it is the first time, you get used to it later. Izuku. Well, I got a little carried away. Composing himself. By the way, you're in your original form, won't there be any problems? Ashi. The confrontation with All For One stayed in Japan, the rest of the world still doesn't know that All Might retired, let them think that, besides, they are so close that they already know my normal form. Izuku. Oh, I see, in Gran Torino. Ashi. He must be in the bathroom, it's hard for older people to travel, and even harder for him, who is old-fashioned. While looking around, it seems they haven't arrived yet. Oh no, there he is. Izuku. Is he there? Looking in the direction where All Might was looking. Uncle Tashii launching himself at Toshinori, hugging him. Izuku was surprised to see a young woman, who looked about his age, blonde, tall and with a good physique, hug his teacher, and also call him uncle. Ashi. Hugging her. Slow down, Melissa, I'm still a little sore, but it's nice to see you pulling away. How you've grown. You're a beautiful young lady. Melissa. Embarrassed? What are you saying, Uncle Tashi? You're embarrassing me. Izuku. I'm looking completely confused, dude. Ashi. Oh right, Melissa, this is the UA student I told you about, Midoriya. Izuku. Midoriya, this is Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield. Izuku. Ah, I understand, my dear uncle. Laughing. Melissa. Looking at him. You come from UA. It's great to meet you, Midoriya. Izuku. Blushing slightly. The pleasure is all mine. Gran Torino. I'm not up for this stuff anymore. Arriving. Oh Melissa, it's been a while. Melissa. How's Torino? Smiling. Izuku. While observing her, she's very nice and she's very pretty. Realizing what am I thinking? I'm in love with Momo. Grabbing his head. If she found out that I thought about another girl she'd. In Izuku's mind. Momo. So you're thinking about other girls? Taking enormous scissors. Say goodbye to your little friend. In reality. Izuku. Why do I always think about that punishment? Grabbing his head. Gran Torino. Seeing what the green-haired man was doing, it seems the flight affected him, you blockhead. Ashi. This one laughing nervously is someone special. Melissa. Laughing, it's quite funny. Gran Torino. Oye Torado, comportate, Andrelendo la salida. Izuku. Why yes, going with them. A few minutes later. Ashi. Getting out of the vehicle, well, we're here, it brings back a lot of memories. Izuku. While looking amazed. The beautiful building was one you would expect from the world's most important scientist. An ostentatious and elegant building awaited them. Melissa. Opening the door, we did some renovations, you can come in. Izuku. Entering. Incredible, how luxurious. Looking surprised. Everything you looked at was amazing, how everything was orderly, the people going here and there, everything was surprising. Izuku. With stars in his eyes, amazing. Gran Torino. Looking at him, is this kid from the countryside? Fireman. Well, look who's already here. Walking towards them. Ashi. Mr. Fireman, it's good to see you again, and I must thank you for helping us last time. Fireman. No problem. Looking at the freckled boy. Midoriya. Izuku, right. Izuku. Getting nervous. Why yes. Fireman. Laughing. The professor is waiting for you upstairs, I'll show you the way. Almight. Walking following him. Several floors later. Fireman. Opening the office door. Professor David, here are the guests. David. Really? Getting up from his chair. Tell them to come in. Fireman. You can come in. Ashi. Excuse me. Entering the room. David. Tashi. Old friend greeting him. How was the trip? Ashi. Normal as always. Oh yeah, he's Midoriya Izuku, the student I told you about. David. Well, it's a pleasure, young man. Smiling. Izuku. The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Shield nervous. David. Laughing. Call me David, I hope Melissa treated you well. Melissa. Dad. You know I behave well. David. Well, you must be tired, your rooms are ready for each of you. Each one was taken to his personal room, where they had to settle in to be more comfortable. The green-haired one left his clothes and was able to organize everything necessary. He was going to be in a distant country for a year, he had to be as comfortable as possible. Izuku. Lying on his bed. I should tell my mother. Taking his cell phone. I have several messages. Chat. Hiroshima. We'll get through to second year, let's do our best. Mother. Let me know when you get home, son. You left just a little while ago and I already miss you. Hakken. You better train and get stronger, you idiot. Watch out, I hate you. Izuku. Looking with a bead of sweat as subtle as ever. Looking at more of his messages, none from Momo. Getting sad, should I send her a message? She's probably upset and I don't want to bother her, maybe later. The green-haired boy was glued to the raven-haired girl's chat. Every I love you, every joke they made the green-haired boy smile, as did every greeting, every good night. He wanted to be with the raven-haired girl, but he had something important now. He had to resolve to do it, no matter what it took. Melissa. Knocking on the door. Midoriya. Izuku. Melissa putting away his phone. You can come in. Melissa. Opening the door. Dinner is ready. Izuku. Great. Getting up. I'm starving. Melissa. Wow, you settled in quickly. Looking around the room. Izuku. Laughing, wait. Blushing. A girl entered my room. Melissa. What's wrong? Are you sick? Izuku. I guess it's because of the time zone. Nervous laugh, I don't know if that makes sense. Melissa. Smiling. I understand, shall we go? Izuku. Laughing. Sure. The two left the room, going to have dinner, the green-haired boy's first outside his country, but despite being far away, deep down he knew it was going to be a great experience. Ashi. We start training tomorrow. Midoriya smiling. I hope you're ready. Izuku. Of course. Gran Torino. I hope you're ready, brat, it's going to be hell. Laughing sadistically. Months passed and the green-haired boy's training was tough, but he had grown accustomed to the sessions with Toshinori and Gran Torino, with Fireman's help. He also became friends with Melissa and they grew closer and closer. After a workout, the freckled boy had taken a shower and was getting ready for dinner. Izuku. Stretching his arms. I'm starting to like these training sessions, what's for dinner? Ashi. That's right Midoriya, we have to do something. Torino and David, if you want to take a walk around the city, you deserve it for training so much these past months. Izuku. But I don't know much about this area. Melissa. Don't worry. Entering. If you want I can accompany you, I know a great place to have dinner. Izuku. That sounds good to me. Smiling. I'll go change. Melissa. I need to take a shower, wait for me here when you're done. And so they did. The green-haired boy went to get dressed and wait for her in the living room. The freckled boy felt strange. Izuku. Sitting and waiting for her. Don't worry, Izuku, it's just a friendly outing, not a date. Besides, you still love Momo, and Melissa doesn't have those intentions. Melissa. I'm ready. The freckled boy looked up, seeing how pretty she was, he blushed a little, but he realized this and quickly looked away. Izuku. Shall we go? Nervous. Melissa. Laughing. The two headed towards their destination. The blonde asked that no one give them a ride since the place was nearby. The night in the city was beautiful. People were still out and about and cars passed by frequently. As they walked, Izuku talked about how his training was going and how Gran Torino was quite tough on him, but everything was fine if he wanted to achieve his goal, and how he had been progressing more and more with his power, to which Melissa listened attentively and gave the green-haired boy a smile. They had already arrived at a good quality restaurant. Everything was different in their hometown, but they had become accustomed to many of the meals there. Izuku. What a beautiful place looking at every corner. Melissa. I'm glad you like it, but the food is better. Grabbing the sleeve of the green-haired man's coat, let's go to that table over there. Izuku. Blushing slightly. Why yes, approaching the table. Allow me. Helping the blonde sit down. Melissa. Surprised and blushing. Thank you. Izuku. I had to do it with just any girl, right? It's part of being chivalrous, I guess. You're welcome. Sitting down. Melissa. Order whatever you want. Looking at the menu. Izuku. Okay, I want to while looking at the whole letter. Melissa. The pasta here is exquisite. Pointing to the green-haired man's menu. Izuku. Okay, a plate of spaghetti. Melissa. Same here, excuse me. Calling a waiter. We've already ordered. 2 plates of spaghetti, please. Waiter. Perfect, we'll bring them to you in a few minutes, excuse me. Leaving. They waited for their food, talking about more trivial things. Melissa started asking him about what UA was like, his classmates and his daily activities. With the help of his gallery, the green-haired boy showed some photos he had. The two were having fun, talking and laughing about the green-haired boy's adventures. Melissa. Laughing. Did you hit that Mineta guy for trying to spy? Wiping away her tears. Well, he deserved it. Izuku. I still feel bad about it to this day. Nervous laugh, but it was something someone had to do, and I had to do it. Melissa. You also mentioned that you're going with a childhood friend, that must be great, right? Izuku. At first it was complicated, our relationship is somewhat strange, so to speak, but in the last few months before coming here, we've grown closer. I don't know what happened, but I'm glad. He's a good friend, he writes to me sometimes. Melissa. I see, well I'm glad you get along. Waiter. Here's your food. Leaving the plates. Enjoy it, beautiful couple. Izuku. Blushing. We're not a couple, thank you very much. Melissa. Blushing. We're just friends, I wouldn't mind. While they ate they continued talking, but about more personal topics. Melissa. I would really like to go to UA taking a drink. Izuku. And why not? You must have an interesting quirk, that's all you need. Melissa. Interrupting him. The truth is that I don't have a quirk. Izuku. Astonished. Really? I'm sorry. Melissa. Smiling. No problem, it was obvious you wouldn't know, and it doesn't bother me in the slightest, thanks to that I was able to grow as an inventor, and also thanks to my father. At first it did hurt, my dream of being a hero had vanished, but now I can do my part. Laughing. Izuku. Looking sad. Wow, she went through the same thing as me, but I was lucky. Even so, she wants to continue being a hero with everything she has. It's admirable. Someone once told me that we can all be heroes, whatever we are. We all have the possibility of doing the right thing, and if you're going to do it that way, you'll be a great help. With your inventions, you can help many heroes who need it. Melissa. Surprised. Midoriya. Thank you, now I understand, if this is where I'm meant to be, I'll do it gladly. Izuku. Smiling. You can still go to UA, there's room for inventors like you. Melissa. Really? I'll think about it. Izuku. Smiling. Let's eat, so we don't get late. Melissa. Yes, going back to eating. The night continued without further incident. After dinner, the two went to rest to begin a new day. Their friendship continued to grow, even though the green-haired boy only felt friendship for the blonde, something was growing inside her. In Japan, at Residence 2A. The young heroes were already second-year students, and despite the exams and practicals, the group remained strong and united. We found ourselves in the raven-haired girl's room. She and Jirou were studying for an important exam. It was already night, and both were somewhat tired. Jirou. Yawning. Yeah, Momo. We'll continue tomorrow. Momo. I'm tired too, but we have to give it one last push. Jirou. Okay, starting to write. Jirou hadn't spoken about Midoriya with her friends since the last time. Months had passed. The dark-haired girl seemed happy, focused on her studies and her work as class representative and vice president. But Jirou knew her well. In public, she was like that, but when they were alone, Momo sometimes wore a sad and melancholic expression. She wanted to ask her how she was handling the situation, so without hesitation, she began the conversation. Jirou. While riding, haven't you heard from him? Momo, who was riding, stopped upon hearing the question, no, answering curtly. Jirou. I see, typing what? What do you mean no? Isn't he your boyfriend? Momo. I don't want to bother him, I know he's busy and he knows I am too, besides I don't know how he thinks of me now, after our last argument, we haven't spoken since. Jirou. Did they break up? Looking serious. Momo. We didn't say that, she said sadly. Jirou. Then no, or so they think. Momo. I at least don't think we're over, but it's weird, I can't text him or call him, I stop myself when I want to. Jirou. Do you want me to talk to him? Momo. And not now, it's better if you talk to him, maybe he's upset with me. Looking sad. Jirou. If for some strange reason Midoriya were to get angry, he'd never be angry with you. Okay, I'll call him sometime soon and give you a report. Momo, thank you Kayaka. Smiling. Jirou. It's the least I can do, I have to pay you back somehow for these private lessons, laughing. Momo. Okay, let's get back to work. Smiling. Jirou. Wow, now you're happy, is it because you'll hear from Midoriya these days? Momo. Blushing, well, I haven't heard from him in a long time, I can't deny that I'd like to hear from him. Jirou. Smiling sadistically, I hope when I call him he's not with some American girl, laughing. Momo. With a murderous aura and red eyes. Jirou. Getting scared, although thinking about it, that idiot wouldn't notice anyone, but you, Momo, laughing, please calm down. Momo. Returning to normal, the worst part is that he's very handsome, I wouldn't be surprised if he has getting angry admirers. Jirou. Laughing, maybe, well, I'll go to sleep, it's late getting up, maybe I'll talk to Broccoli tomorrow, I'll keep you posted, bye, leaving. Momo. Sleep well, Kayaka. Smiling. The smile faded quickly. After saying goodbye to her friend, she put away her books and got ready to go to sleep. While lying down, I looked at some pictures of him, of the group, and especially of the two of them, looking at one in particular, after an exam that she had to take with him, zooming in on the picture where the two of them were. Thinking about all the moments with the green-haired boy, tears ran down her face, a burning sensation grew in her chest, helplessness invaded her mind and heart, she had no choice but to swallow hard, close her eyes and move on, there was less and less time left to see him, but even so it hurt. Momo. Izuku, while crying, I miss you so much. Chapter 25. Home sweet home. The months continued to pass, the training remained tough, especially lately. Izuku could now handle 70–80% of One for All, had several improved moves and more stamina, and had learned new martial arts moves, which had been very helpful. He also went out to patrol the city and gain experience, and UA sent him assignments and written exams. He was also evaluated by Toshinori and completed internships at Fireman's Small Agency, which was affiliated with David Shield's company. There was a month left until the end of his second year, time had flown by, he had become closer to the Shield family and firemen, with the latter he had an immediate connection, they both loved to know about Quirks, and whenever they could they would sit on the roof of the building to eat and chat. He had also become a kind of teacher for him, since he advised him on how to act and what he should do and be a hero. They had celebrated holidays and birthdays together, they had become family, in the short time they had been together, they had formed a very strong bond between them. David always told Izuku that if he had had a son, he would have loved for him to be like the green-haired boy, something that filled him with pride. But he didn't forget his family and friends in Japan. He always talked to his mother, telling her about his day and how much he enjoyed being there. He also talked to his classmates, who told him about UA, how their internships went, and how they were doing on their exams. He talked to Bakugo more often, and despite some insults from the blonde, they talked about many things. Not to mention Kirishima, Iida and Uraraka, who were his closest friends. But he also spoke to Jirou most often. He wanted to know about Momo, and Jirou helped him learn more about her. Why didn't he talk to the raven-haired girl directly? Even he didn't know. He thought it was easier that way. Izuku. Sitting in his chair, I'm glad you're okay, and how is she? Jirou. She's fine, I've seen her looking better for a while now. I try not to ask her how she feels about you, I guess that's for the best. Izuku. I understand, no problem, thanks for telling me. Jirou. I don't understand why they don't talk and settle their differences. Izuku. I know, but I don't know how to explain it. It's hard for me to do it over the phone. I want to see her and fix everything. Jirou. Well, that's better. You still don't know when you're coming back. Izuku. Within a month. Jirou. In one month. Izuku. Yes, but I want you to keep it a secret, nobody knows yet, don't tell even Momo, it's a surprise. Jirou. I understand, I won't tell anyone. Izuku. Well, I have to go, we'll talk another time. Jirou. See you hanging up. Izuku. leaving his phone on the study table and looking at the ceiling. 1 month wait for me Momo. Melissa. Entering I have the food ready bringing a plate with 2 hamburgers you chose the movie. Izuku. They just called me, but we chose quickly getting up those burgers look delicious. Melissa. They're my own invention adjusting her glasses, I hope your palate is ready. Izuku. More than ready sitting on his bed make yourself comfortable. Their friendship had grown a lot lately. They had become very close, they trusted each other a lot, they laughed, they fought, they watched movies together, they went out together, what a pair of best friends would do that's what the green-haired boy thought, but for a certain blonde it was something more. Melissa. I'm using the remote control a horror movie. Izuku. But a classic one, the ones nowadays aren't scary. Melissa. Says the guy who gets scared of a spider. Laughing. Izuku. It only happened once feeling embarrassed besides, I'm not afraid of them, I respect them. Melissa, yes, Mr. Respect what do you think of these? Ghostly Activity 3 or Land of the Super Zombies 4? Izuku. Land of Super Zombies of Ruin after the third one, I vote for Ghost Activity 3. Melissa. Okay, calm down, watch out for the spider next to you. Izuku. Ah screaming like a 5-year-old girl. Melissa. Laughing loudly it's a classic. Izuku. Angrily how evil you are, look at one of your inventions that's broken. Melissa. Getting scared wait, none of my inventions break down. Izuku. Damn it, just put on the movie. The low-budget horror film with terrible acting. Izuku. Wasn't it supposed to be scary? Staring petrified at the screen. Melissa. Also petrified isn't this a parody? Izuku. At least it was entertaining. Is there any soda left? Extending his hand. Melissa. Extending her hand if you already. Unintentionally, the two touched hands while trying to grab the glass of soda. The blonde was blushing. Izuku. Slightly blushing I'm sorry taking a drink. Melissa. Looking apologetically to the side, don't be silly, Melissa, it was just an accident, well, I'll go take these dishes to wash grabbing the dishes. Izuku. Let me help you lifting the glasses, I should have tidied up a little earlier, noticing that Melissa was about to step on his training bottle Melissa watch out. Melissa. Stepping on the bottle Due to inefficiency, Melissa fell backwards, falling on top of the green-haired boy, thankfully the plates and cups were plastic. The green-haired man was on the floor, with Melissa on top of him, looking at each other blushing. The blonde had a good body, and also let's say good attributes, which, when they made contact with the green-haired man's body, made him blush, not because he wanted to, but because he was like any man. Melissa. Blushing Izuku. Izuku, are you okay Melissa? Melissa. More than good smiling this is kind of embarrassing. Izuku. Realizing his arms were wrapped around the blonde's waist I didn't mean to do it blushing. Melissa. Laughing, he's so cute when he's nervous, wait I never realized how beautiful his eyes are and how lovely he is, inside and out, and he's so close to me that. The blonde was getting dangerously close to the green-haired boy's face, who, realizing this, wanted to run away. Izuku. Blushing and getting even more nervous, Melissa, what are you doing? Melissa was seconds away from being able to kiss the green-haired boy, she wasn't thinking clearly, she didn't know what would happen when she gave him that kiss, she wanted to take the risk, but sometimes you get lost. Izuku. Melissa grabbing her shoulders this isn't right lifting her up I respect you a lot. Melissa. Izuku feeling sorry for what happened I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me. Izuku. I can't do it, I can't do this to you and your father, who have taken me in this year, besides thinking of Momo it would be a very bad thing. Melissa. With wet eyes and no, it was my fault getting up I'm leaving, get some rest leaving at full speed, embarrassed. Izuku. Melissa extending his arm I'm sorry, but I already love someone else. Izuku went to rest, thinking about what had happened with the blonde. Could he have prevented it? Maybe but he couldn't reciprocate her feelings. There was already someone in the green-haired boy's heart and it would be very difficult for him to leave. Although the weeks passed, the relationship between the two began to grow tense. They no longer had the same trust as before. The blonde would go to sleep early, she had things to do, and when they all ate together, she would leave earlier than everyone else. Izuku wanted to solve the problem. He would find the moment. There was 1 week left before returning to UA. The green-haired boy had gotten used to his new home, he already knew the people who work there and the owners and workers of the nearby shops. The training worked in every way. He had grown a little taller and his body was a bit more muscular. He also had long hair, but the green-haired boy liked it. According to him, he looked tough. Fireman. When are you going to cut your hair? Your colleagues will think you were kidnapped and held in some kind of cave. Izuku. I like how it looks on me, it makes me look tough making his voice deeper. Fireman. Should I return to? Izuku. Laughing shut up gently hitting his shoulder. He had also grown accustomed to his closeness with fireman. Although he didn't know his name, he felt as if he had known him for years. They were having drinks on the roof of the building, watching as the sun hid further and further away on that distant horizon. Izuku. In a week I'll be back home, wow how time flies gazing nostalgically at the horizon. Fireman. I imagine you miss it, don't you? Izuku. Smiling I'd be lying if I said no, I miss mom, my friends, and I also miss blushing while smiling tenderly. Fireman. Wow so that's what you had hidden, huh? Izuku. Realizing he'd been daydreaming I miss classes, yeah, that's it. Fireman. Izuku do you have a girlfriend? Izuku. It was, or I don't know we argued before I left, but I love her very much, when I return, the first thing I want to see is her. Fireman. I see, I hope everything works out, and tell me who's the lucky one. Izuku. This is the youngest daughter of the Aoi Rozu family. Fireman. Ugh. Petrifying J the richest family in Japan. Izuku. But I'm not with her for that reason getting nervous she's an excellent person and I can't deny that she's beautiful. Fireman. I would never think that about you, you are a person with a very noble heart Izuku. Izuku. Smiling thank you. Fireman. Okay getting up let's go inside, I'll prepare something super delicious. Izuku. With a drop of sweat you don't usually make something delicious. Fireman. I want to see you cook something grabbing him by the neck, playfully. Izuku. Let me go. Breaking free and laughing everyone who tries my food can't resist, I'll show you. Walking to the door. As the two headed to their rooms, the green-haired boy thought that he too was going to miss that place. 1 week later, at the airport entrance. Ashi. Passport, well looking at David, Melissa and Fireman it's been a great year, thanks for having us back bowing thanks for everything. David. Anything for the hero who brought peace to the world hugging him come back whenever you want, old friend. Gran Torino. Thanks for everything smiling come on, the sooner we get off that plane the better for me. Izuku. Thank you for everything, Mr. Shield, for all your help and hospitality. I'll never forget that. Bowing. David, as long as I'm helping the future and the next symbol of peace, I'm happy smiling take care Deku. Izuku. Smiling I will looking at Melissa. Melissa. Looking away, saddened. Izuku. Melissa bowing thank you for everything. Melissa. Izuku looking surprised and blushing, don't do that, it's harder for me, starting to cry Izuku. Throwing herself into a hug with a green-haired boy. Izuku. Surprised, but accepting the hug and smiling take care, okay. Melissa. Nodding while crying. Fireman. Izuku looking at him take care looking away. Izuku. Is that all? Pulling away from Melissa's hug that's very. Fireman quickly hugged the green-haired man, a sincere and heartfelt hug, surprising more than one person, except for David. Fireman. While hugging the green-haired boy, once again I have to say goodbye to you and separate. Izuku. Surprised by the hug that wasn't what I meant to say hugging him back. As Izuku, Gran Torino, and Toshinori walked away to catch their flight, they were watched by their friends, who were going to miss seeing them around the building every day. Saying goodbye is never easy. David. Didn't you tell her no? While looking ahead. Fireman. I couldn't with tears in his eyes. David. I see leaving life will give you the opportunity to do it. Fireman. I hope so also leaving. Melissa. Dad, can I ask you something? Walking next to her father. Taking his flight, the green-haired boy headed towards his true home, where he had left a year ago. The second year passed quickly for our little heroes, where they had grown as people and as heroes. Now they faced their last year at UA, but it seemed that everything was starting now. In the UA, Residence 2A. The boys were preparing the entire residence for what looked like a party. The exam season was over, their internships were finished, and Izawa, for the same reason they were having a party, was given the day off, and it was a perfect Friday, the perfect day for a party. Mina. Climbing a ladder hand me those balloons, Seiya. Seiya. Okay, Kiro. Jirou. We brought the food holding bags next to Sato, Kota and Tokoyami. Toru. Perfect, let me help you giving him what appeared to be a kiss on the cheek. Jirou. Blushing don't do that Toru. Sato Kota. Laughing. Tokoyami. You don't have to be ashamed, they've been dating for months. Jirou. I know, it makes me embarrassed nervous laugh. Seiya. We're all family here kissing Tokoyami there's nothing to be ashamed of. Tokoyami. That's right making Dark Shadow appear, who gave a thumbs. Jirou. With a drop of sweat does that thing come out when you're alone too? Tokoyami. First, his name is Dark Shadow, and second blushing a little, of course it's not like we're alone much. Haminari. Ah, relationship problems sighing contentedly as he entered. Jirou. Another love-struck one, ever since you started dating Jirou, you're just as stupid as when you overuse your quirk. Haminari. Isn't it my fault I'm dating the prettiest girl in the world? Well, in a seductive voice and pose, actually yes, it's my provocative attitude's fault. Jirou. Hitting her boyfriend, shut up, idiot. I'm going out with you because you asked me 80 times. Kaminari. Sighing, I mean, because it bothered you so much, right? Jirou. Kissing him on the cheek, and you're kind of cute. Let's just say you have your qualities. Todoroki. Entering, love is in the air with his typical humor. Bakugo. Entering, we need to bring disinfectant, hey, what time is the nerd coming? Kirishima. Approaching with some drinks with Zero, I had to go through his mother's thing first, I'll be here at 9 p.m. Bakugo. Looking at his watch, 1 hour left, he's acting important. Kaminari. I can't wait to see how much Midoriya has changed, smiling, I bet he's all muscular now. In his mind. Izuku. All muscular, with a beard, I'm back you idiots, and I'm jacked up, hey Kaminari, bring me a soda or I'll smash your whole face. In reality. Kirishima. No, I think it'll all come Americanized. In his mind X2. Izuku. Wearing a USA jersey, hello brothers, I'm back, I wanna play soccer and listen Blink 182. In reality X2. Zero. How scary, laughing, maybe he'll come with a lot of girls drooling. In his mind X3. Izuku. Wearing a leather jacket and glasses, with a modern hairstyle, standing next to 2 girls, I'm here, guys. I brought these 2 beauties with me. Let the party begin. Starting to dance with the 2 girls. In reality X3. Bakugo. That nerd with 2 girls. Laughing, seeing is believing. Jirou. Laughing, I think he'll come the same, like the Midoriya we know. Kirishima. Probably. Hey Jirou, pulling her away to talk privately, does she know you're coming? Jirou. Don't worry, I made sure it was a surprise, she doesn't know. Kirishima. Would it be okay if we didn't tell him? Jirou. She'll be fine, she'll get so involved with the group that she won't leave, besides, I won't let her go so easily. Kirishima. Sighing, I hope everything goes well. Jirou. Let's hope so, I have a good feeling, patting her partner on the back, I need to get the music ready, leaving. Kirishima. Yes, smiling, everything will be alright. The preparations were proceeding smoothly, everyone contributing to ensure the green-haired boy's welcome party was ready on time. In a certain raven-haired girl's room, she was getting ready for the party, but she still had some doubts. Momo. Combing her hair in front of the mirror, almost there, this celebration seems strange to me, last week we celebrated the end of the UA year, and there aren't any birthdays either, thinking, but I remember that these kids celebrate everything, once we celebrated, because Mina passed an exam, laughing. A melancholic look invaded the face of the raven-haired girl, who was thinking about everything that happened during the year with her classmates, whom she already considered friends. Momo. It was an incredible year, smiling, but it would have been better if he had been there. Well, it's not time for that, today we have to celebrate getting up. Jirou. Knocking on the door, are you ready, Momo? Momo. Yes, I'm coming now. Going to the door. We see a taxi traveling through the city, heading to UA. He had been with his mother, talking to her about his experience in the US. It should also be noted that the Midoriya apartment looked like an aquarium of all the tears that these 2 shed, typical of the Midoriyas. Ashi. Are you sure you want to go? Izuku. Of course, looking out the window, I really want to see them. Ashi. I understand, smiling, and what will you do with her? Izuku. Looking serious, I'll get her back, no doubt about it. Ashi. That determination, typical of you, are you nervous? Izuku. A little, it's been a long time, I don't know what they'll look like or what's happened while I was gone, I'm excited, smiling. Ashi. You'll have things to tell us too, we'll be there in 15 minutes. Izuku. Just like I promised, looking at his watch and sighing, it won't be long before I see you again. The atmosphere of a party had formed, everyone was doing their own thing, the boys were drinking and chatting, the girls were doing the same, the music was calm, which surprised the raven-haired girl. Momo. How strange that everything hasn't exploded, looking intrigued. Jirou. Nervously, it's still early, laughing. Momo. Confused, I see. Everyone was minding their own business until the front door opened. They all looked, expecting it to be the green-haired boy, but it was someone else. Mineta. Entering, sorry I'm late, I had a date, smiling in his own unique way. Bakugo. You stupid grape head. Grabbing him by the neck and shaking him around. Mineta. Don't tell me I haven't seen yet, he was interrupted by the blonde, who had covered his mouth. Bakugo. With a murderous look, you want to die, don't you? Mineta. Translation. Don't hurt me, I don't have my harem yet. Kirishima. Sighing, false alarm. Momo. Intrigued by her classmate's attitude, how strange. Jirou. Can you shut up, Mineta? Mineta. I'm sorry. Kaminari. You almost ruined everything. Momo. Ruin? Ruin what? Jirou. And nothing, yeah, Momo nervous. Lita. That's right, Yaoi Rozu waving his arms like crazy and nothing's wrong. They were terrible liars. Momo was intrigued and suspected that something strange was going on. Momo? Are you hiding something from me? Serious? Jirou? Not at all, yeah, Momo laughing nervously, you know I would never hide anything from you. Momo? Something doesn't add up, this celebration is. Izuku? Entering, wow, the hall looks great. The green-haired boy made his appearance at the place. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the green-haired boy enter through the main door, all surprised, but especially the raven-haired girl, who was speechless and with her eyes wide open in surprise. Izuku? Looking at everyone, hi, smiling, it's been a while. All rights reserved. Everyone rushed to hug the green-haired boy. Everyone had missed him, and seeing him so suddenly everyone went to welcome the green-haired boy, everyone except Momo, who was still in shock from the green-haired boy's surprise arrival. She hadn't expected to see him. Momo? Izuku, while watching everyone rejoice, she also saw how happy the green-haired boy was. The freckled boy was home, and this time, he was going to get everything back. Chapter 26. Surprise. The green-haired man had arrived at the residence with his luggage in hand and stood receiving greetings from his colleagues, whom he had not seen for almost a year. Haminari. Volumidaria, Estes Alto. Mina. And muscular, touching her biceps. Izuku. Nervous, I was exercising. Lita. Let him breathe, guys approaching, it's been a while since I've seen you, friend. Izuku. Same here, Mr. President, smiling. Hiroshima. Brother hugging him, it's been a while, it's true you've gotten a little taller, taking his and the green-haired boy's measurements with his hand. Izuku. Just a little, smiling, it's a pleasure to see you all again. Sai. Do you have to go back or are you staying? Kiro. Izuku. I'm staying, we'll finish our last year together. Akigugu. Approaching the green-haired boy, move aside, let me pass, standing in front of the green-haired boy. Deku looking at him seriously. Izuku. Kaken Mirandolo Serio. Everyone felt the tension in the air, a clash of glances between the two that made anyone who walked in think they were about to have a fight. To everyone's surprise, they shook hands firmly, smiling at each other. Akigugu. You finally arrived, I was getting bored. Izuku. Laughing, I'm already here, do you still want that rematch? Akigugu. Like nothing, but I'm warning you, you're not the only one I train. Izuku. I'll be waiting for you, Kaken. Akigugu. Smiling, it's a pleasure to see you again, Deku. Everyone was happy to see the scene, everyone greeted Izuku one by one, nothing had changed since he left, he was still their beloved classmate. While this was happening, a raven-haired woman nervously watched the situation. Should she go there? She didn't know what to do at that moment. She wanted to hug him. She had missed him a lot. But she hadn't forgotten how he left, the arguments, and how their relationship had cooled off. She thought it was wise to stay where she was. Izuku. Thanks, guys, looking around the room, is this for me? Mina. We all wanted to throw you a welcome party. Uraraka. Is Deku here already? Approaching quickly. Izuku. Uraraka. Mirando como si acercaba. Uraraka. Deku. Launching herself and hugging the green-haired boy, it's so good to see you. Izuku. Hugging her, how have you been, Uraraka? Jealousy consumed the raven-haired girl. She felt she should be the one the green-haired boy hugged. The thought crossed her mind that perhaps Izuku had forgotten about her. Momo. Sighing in defeat, I should go. After taking a couple of steps, I heard the freckled boy's words. Izuku. Yaoi Rozu facing her, smiling. Momo. Looking at him seriously, Midoriya smiling, it's a pleasure to see you again. Everyone saw the two of them greeting each other. Everyone knew that they had been boyfriends before the green-haired boy left and that it had ended badly between them, but they were happy to see the two of them talking with smiles on their faces. Izuku. Smiling, the pleasure is all mine. Momo. Looking at him, he's taller, he has longer hair, and he's more muscular, but he's still the same, how I've missed you. Todoroki. Midoriya with his typical humor. Izuku. Dandis Vuelta Todoroki. Todoroki. Smiling, it's a pleasure to see you again. Izuku. Extending his hand, it's good to be back home. Todoroki. Shaking his hand, welcome. Izuku. Well, what are we waiting for? This is a party, let's have some fun. Everyone. Yes. Extending their fists upwards. The party had started, the music was playing in the residence, many were eating or dancing, but everyone was listening to the green-haired boy and his adventures in the USA. From girls asking questions like, what was America like, were there many stores? To boys asking questions like, what were the villains like there, and Mineta asking, what were American women like? A question completely ignored, although the green-haired boy kindly replied, they were pretty, starting to make the purple dwarf think a million perverted things, but as with his question, he was completely ignored. A few minutes passed, during which some played video games, and the green-haired boy wanted to show everyone his new skills. Video game. Finisher. Bakugu. Don't you dare, Deku. With a bulging vein. Izuku. Up, down, 2 lira, square pressing buttons on the joystick. Video game. Deku wins, fatality, flawless victory, in your face bitch. Bakugu. Totally furious that last thing wasn't supposed to be here, annoyed with the joystick, they gave me the worst controller, that's why I lost. Zero. You lost, Bakugu. Midoriya not only exercised, but he also learned to play video games. Bakugu. Launching himself at the television, I'll do a fatality to you. But the girls. They were all sitting at a sort of bar where they were drinking and talking. Mina. Drinking. Midoriya is taller and really handsome looking where the boys were, trying to stop Bakugu from destroying everything. Seiya. But he's still the Midoriya we know, Kiro. Uraraka. You can tell she's grown up, I can't wait to see what she learned in America. Jirou. I guess she learned a new state to add to her smashes, laughing. Toru. That's right, I think it'll be a New Jersey smash. Mina. I propose a Florida smash, throwing a fist. Jirou. They sound pathetic taking a drink. While she was having fun, Momo moved her glass with ice, looking melancholically and sadly at her glass. Jirou. Noticing, hey, what's wrong? Speaking softly so they don't hear her. Momo. I should be happy, Kayaka, but I can't stop feeling like this. I feel like he's forgotten me. Jirou. Are you crazy? He came to say hello, he must be crazy to come and hug you, but you know very well he can't, besides it must be something strange for him, after so long. Have fun, talk to him later. Momo. Smiling, you're right, I'll sort things out with him later. Mina. Too much talking and video games, getting up, it's time to dance. Getting up. The lights had gone out, a colorful disco ball adorned the entire room, cheerful music made everyone moving their bones, whether they were in a couple or single, it didn't matter, everyone was dancing. While they were dancing, the Peliverse noticed that the raven-haired girl was sitting alone, taking a sip from her glass, so he wanted to approach her. Izuku. Approaching her, what is a young lady like you doing all alone at this party? Momo. Smiling, I'm not really in the mood for parties, playing along. Izuki. And why is that? Sitting down next to him, I wouldn't want to bother you. Momo. Smiling, no problem. Izuku. So what's wrong with her? A party this lively would cheer anyone up, what's causing her pain? Momo. It's just that an old flame came back to town today as a surprise, I wasn't expecting it. Izuku. But was it a good surprise? Taking a drink. Momo. Yes, very good, everyone missed him here, he is loved by everyone. Izuku. And did you miss him? Momo. Looking away, I missed him, but I don't know what to do now. Izuku. She said he was an old flame, isn't he now? Momo. Looking at him, it is, I don't know if I will be his love. Izuku. You'll have to ask him, he'd be happy to talk to you. Momo. Smiling, are you his emissary? Izuku. I am your defender. Momo. I see, although he left me sad, I had decided to forget about him for my own good, but he comes back and it makes my head and heart a mess. Seeing him again makes me happy, but I don't understand how he feels. Izuku. We'll have to ask him. Smiling, I understand from what little I know of him, that the person he has missed the most is you. Momo. Looking at him, tell me, should I follow my mind, or should I follow my heart? Izuku. Looking at her, there is no better path than to take the one of the heart. Momo. The heart can be wrong. Izuku. But one will never regret it if they try with all their heart. Momo. Getting closer, and if I lose? Izuku. Getting closer, and if you win he must be one damn lucky guy. Momo. I suppose so, but stopping it still hurts that he's gone. Izuku. Looking away, blushing, it hurt him to leave. Momo. And why did he leave? Izuku. To learn to protect what he loves most, especially you. Momo. She could have learned here too, by my side. Izuku. There are things I wouldn't understand. Momo. She seems to know him well. Serious. Izuku. Momo, yo. Before he could continue, he was interrupted by his colleagues, who were calling him. Hiroshima. Hey old man, let's take a picture of the guys. Izuku. I'm coming. Getting up, you and I, we're not finished. Momo. Looking away. The two gave no quarter, neither lowering their self-defense to resolve the problem. Although they were good and humble people, they found it difficult to let go of their ego to solve their dispute. Both had their pride, and they didn't want to lose it. Hiroshima. I could see you were having a hard time approaching. Izuku. Sighing, she's still upset about me leaving. Hiroshima. I see, in any case I don't blame her. Izuku. I didn't leave because I wanted to, I had to. Hiroshima. You'll have to trust her more. If you don't tell her the truth, she might not forgive you. Izuku. Don't you wonder why I left? Hiroshima. I know you went to train, why all the way to America, only you know that, as long as you've returned as Midoriya himself, that's enough to celebrate smiling. Izuku. Smiling, let's take a picture. He was enjoying being back. He had forgotten how much he enjoyed the company of his colleagues. First a photo with all the boys, then a photo with the girls where the blush caused by the closeness of their companions could not be missing. After a few minutes of having fun, the front door rang. Lita. How strange. Who could it be at this hour? Approaching the door, good morning Izawa. But what do I see here, a party? It seems to be having fun with his typical humor. Lita. Nervous Professor Izawa, what a coincidence, and no, it's not a party, it's a study night. Izawa. With lights and music at full volume? Lita. Some people like to listen to music while they study, nervously laughing. Izawa. Sighing, it's no problem that they're having a party, I know Midoriya is here. Lita. If you're here, would you like to come in? Izawa. It will be a few minutes, entering, good night. Haminari Mina Kirishima. Adorado's Professor Isawa. Izawa. Don't get like that, I just came to greet the newcomer. Izuku. Master approaching. Izawa. Midoriya, it's been a while, I see you've grown. Izuku. It's been a year, that must be normal, smiling, it's nice to see you again. Izawa. Well, I look forward to seeing your progress when you start your final year. But for now, he placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled, welcome. Izuku. Thank you, teacher. Izawa. Alright, heading towards the door, I want this place clean for tomorrow. Your stay here isn't over yet, but you'll have to do a 100-lap tour of UA. Well, enjoy yourselves and get some rest. Leaving. Izuku. With a drop of sweat, he hasn't changed at all. Akugu. You damn nerd, it's time for revenge. Throwing a controller. Izuku. Smiling, you'll see, going to join the boys. While the boys played video games, the girls continued with their own thing. A purple-haired girl was talking to the black-haired girl while they drank some drinks. Momo. Damn it, he still makes silly excuses like you wouldn't understand me, or I can't tell you taking a drink, I would do my best to understand him, I just want him to tell me and trust me taking another drink, but no sir, he wants to keep playing the mysterious lord. Jirou. With a drop of sweat, if that was alcohol I'd already be drunk, maybe you should understand, maybe he's not telling you for a reason, Midoriya doesn't seem like the type to keep secrets, and if he does, it's for a reason. Momo. Maybe you're right, looking thoughtfully at her glass, I can't force him, I want him to take the initiative, for him to feel comfortable telling me, whatever he says, I'll be by his side, but in the meantime I'll wait for him. Jirou. I understand, yawning, I'm tired. Momo. Catching the yawn, me too, I'll go to my room. Jirou. I'll go with you, I'll go to mine, getting up. The two heroines said goodbye to everyone, leaving Izuku watching as Momo went to her room. Each one went to their rooms, leaving the living room increasingly deserted. Izuku was going to his room accompanied by the blonde boy. Izuku. So we're all going into third year, happy we'll be together for our last year. Akugu. Laughing, this year I'll probably be one of the big three, although it would be better if I were the only big three. Izuku. You've always dreamed big, typical of you. Akugu. Furious, shut up, if I dream of something I don't let it go until I achieve it. Izuku. Laughing nervously, I know, looking nostalgic, you always do it, that's why I always thought you were great. Akugu. Huh. What's all this about now? Izuku. Huh. Nothing, laughing, it's just knowing that we're closer to fulfilling our dreams makes me melancholic. Akugu. Heh, I guess so, well there's your room. Izuku. Thank you, opening the door, rest well. Akugu. Don't tell me what to do, turning around. Izuku. Watching her walk away, some things never change, smiling. Akugu. Hey nerd, calling him from behind, getting his attention, I'm glad you're back. Izuku. Surprised, but smiling, I'm glad to be back, entering. Akugu. Writhing, damn nerd. The tears suddenly rolled down Bakugu's cheek. All this time, he'd realized how badly he treated the green-haired boy, from teasing him to driving him to suicide. The green-haired boy could have taken action, but he did nothing. He could have said something to his new classmates, but he said nothing. He didn't understand how the freckled boy could still be a good person to him, but he finally began to value him as he deserved. Izuku stared at his room, grateful that they had left it untouched. Izuku. It's just as I left it, looking at his room, good, I'll go to sleep, I'll tidy everything up tomorrow, throwing himself onto his bed, I'll go train early. The green-haired boy thought about how he was already home, at school, with his friends and classmates. But he also thought about how to solve his problem with the raven-haired girl. He wanted to solve it, and if necessary, he would have to tell her the whole truth about One for All, things from his past that he hadn't told her. He had to take all the necessary steps if he wanted to get back with the love of his life. Izuku. I have to do it, closing his eyes, this time I'll do things right. The next day. The green-haired man had left early for his daily training session. Although he had arrived a day ago, he still needed to maintain control and exercise his body. There was no rest. He would never know when a new evil would threaten society as a future symbol of peace. He had gone to the wooded area where he knew he could train in peace without anyone bothering him or him bothering anyone. At the residence, some of the young students of the future Seiya were getting up to start their new day. Some were getting up to do their own things, others might go to visit their families or simply go out into the beautiful city. The day was cloudy but not too hot. It was pleasant. But luckily, if you could say that about some, they were cleaning up what was left of last night's party. Everyone took their teacher's threat seriously, so most felt obligated to tidy up the mess. Haminari. Yawning while holding the trash bag. This is the worst part about throwing parties. Jirou. If I remember correctly, you threw away several soda bottles throwing trash into the bag. Haminari. I already told you I fell. Hiroshima. But we have to do it taking a bag to the kitchen, otherwise Azawa will punish us with 100 laps around UA. Mineta. A shiver ran through him as he wiped the table. How awful, although if we think about it, we could go through the other classes' dormitories, drooling. Difficult decisions require strong wills. Throwing his drink on the floor. Haminari. Hey man, that's a good idea, but the others will kill us. Approaching. Mineta. It's the price to pay for our writhing in pain from Jirou's earphone jack. Jirou. You damn pervert, pointing at his jacks. Do you want some too? Haminari. And no, sweetheart, calm down, I was just about to electrocute him. Nervous laugh. Jirou. Well, just in case, inserting her jacks into the blonde. Haminari. Lying on the floor. Damn you, Mineta. Suddenly someone would knock on the door, surprising the young people. Usually their classmates and teacher would enter without knocking, so they always thought it was someone who didn't live there. Jirou. How strange, looking at the door. Haminari. Getting up in pain. I'm coming. Going to the door. Haminari opened the door but was immediately amazed to see a blonde waiting outside. He was astonished by her beauty. Haminari. Amazed residents 2A, what do you offer? Excuse me for bothering you, is Midoriya Izuku here? Minutes later. The freckled boy had finished his training session, so, feeling somewhat tired, he headed back to the residence where he didn't know what was waiting for him. As he walked, he thought about some options. He had to talk to Momo in a better way, from a dinner with Mariachis to a trip to the moon. The latter was discarded by the green-haired boy for being economically impossible, but he would do it for the raven-haired girl. As he approached, he looked around the residence, sensing that something strange was about to happen, but the tranquility that surrounded him made him resist that idea. He didn't want any more surprises or obstacles. He wanted time for himself, his friends, and to work things out with his love. He just wanted peace and quiet. What could possibly go wrong? Izuku. Approaching the door. It's all very quiet, too quiet. Wait, getting scared and seeing a terrifying aura coming from the door. Something tells me not to go in, that there's something that shouldn't be there. Sweating. Damn it. Bakugo. What are you doing, nerd? Behind him. Izuku. Turning around, trembling. Kakin sweating. Bakugo. Looking surprised. What's wrong with you? Walking. Excuse me, I'm tired. Opening the door. Izuku. Calm down, Izuku. What could possibly go wrong? Damn it, I said that line. Opening the door after you with what appeared to be a smile while sweating. Bakugo. All that training is atrophying your brain. Entering. Come on in. Izuku. Well, entering. Bakugo. Huh? What's going on here? Izuku. The group could be seen huddled together in the room where it seemed that someone was there, which the green-haired boy and the blonde boy found strange. Jirou. So you're from America? Mina. Wow, an American princess. Smiling. Toru. You are very beautiful. Mineta. What size are your teeth? Being hit by Tsuyu's tongue. Tsuyu. Behave yourself, pervert. Uraraka. And what are you doing in Japan? While the group bombarded the young woman with questions, Izuku and Bakugo watched the situation with intrigue. Who was there to make their classmates act like this? Momo was coming down the stairs, and when she saw this she was also surprised. Momo. What's going on here? Lita. Yaoi Rozu, we have a visitor from the USA. Momo. With stars in her eyes. USA. Really? Hiroshima. Looking at the freckled boy and the blonde boy. Hey Bakugo, Midoriya, come here, we have a VC. Izuku standing up and passing between the young people. Izuku. Scared. Wait, America, beautiful, at UA, don't tell me that. The green-haired boy's fears came true. It was who he thought it was. Tall, blonde, with a great figure, wearing glasses. It was his friend from America who had had an accident where she almost kissed him. It was none other than Izuku. Surprise. Melissa. Melissa. The same one. Smiling. Everyone was surprised that the blonde had a relationship with the green-haired boy. Such a beautiful woman with a shy green-haired boy. They wanted to know the whole story, except for a certain raven-haired girl who was looking furious. Momo. Furious. Izuku. Who is she? Chapter 27. Three's a crowd. All the green-haired boy's fears had come true. Why, you ask, the friend he met in the US had arrived unexpectedly. And what's wrong with that? Simple. Before leaving, he had a very awkward encounter with a blonde where they almost kissed. After that, their relationship had become strained before he returned to Japan. Now he was back at the dorm, as if it were some bad joke. It was all too much to process. Everyone stared in surprise that these two seemed to know each other. Some even wanted to try their luck going to the United States to find a beauty like that, but for the green-haired boy, it was a surprise, a pleasant one. He definitely wanted the blonde to come to UA. With her knowledge, she could have a great run at the academy, and having a friend here is always a good thing, but after what had happened between them recently, he didn't know what to think. Bakugo. Hey nerd, dragging him outside. Izuku. Kaken while being dragged. Why did Bakugo do that? Who knows? This was seen by his classmates who stared towards the main door. Uraraka. Well, nervous laugh. Where do you know Deku from? Melissa. Blushing. It's a long story. Sitting down. Izuku lived in my house while I was in the US. Everyone. Wow, surprised. AHH. Well, the blonde was counting UHH. The raven-haired woman was nearby, listening. She was intrigued, but not in a good way. She was intrigued with the urge to commit multiple murders. Momo. Approaching stealthily. Even though I don't like it, I listen. I need to know what's going on. Meanwhile, outside, Izuku was still on the ground, nervous about the blonde's sudden attitude. He was standing with his back to the camera, and the green-haired boy swallowed hard, waiting for an explosion that would send him flying all the way to Mother Russia. Bakugo. Trembling slightly. Deku. Who is she? Izuku. Confused. Kaken. Bakugo. Tell me, nerd, looking at him. Blushing. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was trembling and blushing, something extremely strange for his classmate, who did nothing but shout and make explosions, in addition to threatening to kill anyone who crossed his path. Izuku. What's wrong with you? Nervous, you're scaring me. Bakugo. TSK turning around and never mind, it's stupid going back inside. If you tell anyone about this, I'll send you flying far away. You hear me, Deku? Izuku. He acted like that when he saw Melissa, could it be? Hey Kaken. Bakugo. Huh. Looking at him seriously. Izuku. With a mocking smile. Did you think she was cute? Bakugo. Blushing. Screw you, closing the door. Izuku. Wow, who would have thought? Well, I must face my problems like a mature person. When I entered, I was so surprised to see my classmates gathered around the blonde girl who seemed to be teaching a preschool class. Melissa. We watched movies every night, he cooked for me every day, putting her hands on her cheeks. He's very chivalrous. Upon noticing the green-haired boy's presence, Mineta and Kaminari stared at him with red eyes, startled. But their luck wasn't so great when they saw Uraraka and Jirou looking at him in the same way, with even redder eyes, frightening him even more. But it was heaven compared to how Momo was, with black eyes and a threatening black aura, as if it were a black hole. Izuku was dead if he wasn't careful. Izuku. Melissa going at high speed. You're coming with me, holding her wrist, making her blush and taking her away. Mineta. Damn, Midoriya biting a pillow on the couch. Why is he so lucky? Momo. Izuku falling to her knees. Why, you forgot about me, it's my fault. After all the spectacle, Izuku found himself in his room with Melissa. He didn't know where to take her to talk where no one else was around. Although it was a double-edged sword, since his classmates and even worse, Momo, would think badly of him, but he wanted to clear up the confusion as soon as possible, and the first step was to talk to the blonde. Izuku. Fine, I want answers. Standing there looking at her with his arms crossed. Melissa. Is this how you're greeting me? Well, in short, I'm going to study here. Izuku. Turning petrified. But how? Melissa. Being David Shield's daughter has its advantages. Laughing. I'll start next year. Izuku. Sighing. Well, I'm glad, but you shouldn't have come next year. Melissa. My father advised me to get used to the city. I even have accommodation already. Izuku. I understand. By the way, bowing, I'm sorry for what happened between us. Sorry if I confused you. I appreciate you and you've become a great friend. Keep being my friend. Melissa. Smiling. I understand, Izuku. I've noticed that you only see me as a friend and I respect that. I want to be your friend too. Izuku. Looking at her. Thanks. Melissa hearing a knock at his door. I'm coming. Opening the door. Mina. Excuse me, Midoriya, we'd like to invite Melissa to join us for a drink and to get to know the city with us. Melissa. Really? Pushing the green-haired boy. It would be a pleasure. Mina. Perfect, are you ready? Melissa. Yes, leaving. See you, Izuku. Izuku? On the floor. Yes. After he had cleared things up with the blonde, the freckled boy had gone with the boys to go for a drink. Izuku needed to catch up, and since the girls were also going out, it was a good time. Later that night. Melissa was delighted with Japan, she had always wanted to visit, and with the help of her new friends, she was enjoying it even more. They had arrived at one of those modern bars where there was good background music and a good atmosphere. They were all there without exception. It had been a long time since they had gone out alone without being bothered by the boys, and that was something to be grateful for. While they were drinking, there was no shortage of questions directed at the blonde. Seiya. It must be great to be David Shield Kiro's daughter. Melissa. He's a great father, everything I am is thanks to him. Jirou. So you'll be studying here starting next year. Melissa. That's right, smiling. Momo. While drinking and looking sideways, I must calm down and act normal, as the class representative, we welcome you. Melissa. Thank you very much, what was your name? Momo. Momo Yayoi Rozu, Son Gusto. Melissa. Yayoi Rozu. Here's Hijidoriuchi. Momo. That's right, how do you know? Melissa. Your father is a major shareholder in my father's company. Momo. Don't tell me you're Melissa Shield. Melissa. Smiling, you guessed right. They all watched as these girls got along, talking about money and their parents. It was clear they were rich girls. Mina. So you also know Momo and Midoriya too. Melissa. Izuku. Yes, he trained and lived with us. Toru. Did something happen between you two? Ouch. Jirou. Tapping the invisible girl's foot. Okay, I guessed right. A shiver ran down Momo's spine. Looking at the blonde to await a response, she found her smiling melancholically as she stared at her glass. Melissa. Izuku had become a great friend very quickly, he is kind, chivalrous, altruistic, always wants to help, he is an excellent person. Sighing, I love the way he is great in many ways. They were all amazed by the blonde. She seemed to know the green-haired boy, and yes, spending a year with him was obvious. Uraraka. Wow, you know Deku well. Mina. And what happened? Melissa. Without knowing it, I had fallen in love with him. Momo was stunned by the girl's confession. She could have been upset, but if she had learned anything, it was that she had to listen to the whole story before jumping to conclusions. Melissa. But I was rejected. Mina. Toru. What? Surprised. Hirutsuya Uraraka. Smiling upon learning what the green-haired boy had done. Momo. Surprised. Izuku, did you do it for me? Why do I always doubt you? Sadly looking at the ground. The dark-haired woman felt a great burning in her chest, which she interpreted as a great guilt. The green-haired man had shown her time and time again that he loved her, but she always doubted him. She felt undeserving of having someone like him with her. Melissa. Excuse me laughing, but I have to go to where I'm staying, I have to finish preparing my room. They all understood and knew it was late, so they all agreed to go home. The dark-haired woman still felt guilty, so the least she could do was take her to where she was staying. Momo. Melissa, if you want I'll give you a ride. Melissa. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to bother you. Momo. Not at all, just tell me where and I'll take you. Melissa. Okay, searching on her phone the address is. Later, on the other side of town. We see Izuku, who was going to his mother's apartment, walking under the starlight. Izuku. What does my mother want with me? Well, walking it's strange, well, visiting my mother is always good, I'm here. He thought he couldn't have any more surprises, but he was extremely wrong. He opened the door and could hear his mother talking to someone. Intrigued, he went closer to find out who it was. Inko. And here he is as a baby, look at his little friend laughing. Melissa. He was so sweet. Izuku. Petrified, what's going on? Melissa. Izuku noticing the green-haired boy's presence. Inko. Son, it's so good to see you, you already know Melissa. Izuku. Yes, I know her, what I don't understand is why she's here. Inko. Well, get used to it, she'll be living here until next year. Izuku. Plunging into a black hole. Inko. Tashi asked me nicely, and since we have a spare room. Melissa. Seriously, Miss Midoriya, thank you for having me. Inko. Delighted, it's the least I can do for having received my little baby. Izuku. Sighing, well, nothing can surprise me anymore. Melissa. By the way, Izuku, your classmates are very nice. Momo offered to give me a ride here. Smiling. Izuku. Lying on the floor, motionless like a rock, crying, I'm dead. Inko. Don't pay any attention to him, he must be exhausted. Take a shower and rest. Have you finished preparing everything? Melissa. That's right, smiling. Inko. You'd better take care of her, you always wanted a sister, didn't you? It's not the same, but. Melissa. Laughing, so now you'll be like my brother Ani-chan. Izuku. Blushing and looking away, it's not the same, why am I blushing? After dinner and a chat between the three of them, where Melissa told Inko about the US, which the older Midoriya was fascinated by, dreaming of one day being able to visit, and also told her about her little one's adventures there, Izuku, seeing this, smiled, he had nothing to fear, perhaps it was better this way, he didn't like his mother being alone here, so pleasant company like the blonde didn't hurt at all. While lying down watching news about heroes, which hadn't been updated in a long time, I began to feel tired, perhaps because of the hectic day I had to go through. Izuku. Using his cell phone so Mount Lady made a relationship with Kamui official, I'm not really surprised, they always joked about it and there was a chemistry between them that went beyond just co-workers. You have new messages. Izuku. New messages. Opening the app it's from standing up and surprise Momo. Aoi Rozu, 10:10 p.m. Midoriya. Izuku, 22:12 p.m. Why Oiras? Aoi Rozu, 10:12 p.m. I would like to have a chat with you, if you don't mind. Izuku, 10:13 p.m. Yes, no problem, I'd also like to talk to you. Aoi Rozu, 10:13 p.m. Okay, tomorrow at the cafe at 8 p.m, does that work for you? Izuku, 10:14 p.m. I'll be there, see you tomorrow then. Aoi Rozu, 22:14 p.m. Until tomorrow. Izuku. While looking at his cell phone, wow, I thought she was angry, wait, she brought Melissa here, she must think we're engaged or something if we're living under the same roof, rolling around on the floor and frantically turning, damn it, I'll never solve my problems with her like this. In Izuku's mind. Momo. So, having your adventures in the USA. And you'll also be living together, grabbing a huge pair of scissors, open your legs wide. In reality. Izuku. Crying, I need to stop thinking the same way. After that typical outburst of his, he settled down to sleep, thinking about tomorrow and what might happen, but whatever it took, he would sort things out with the dark-haired girl. The following morning. The new day arrived, Inko was preparing breakfast, and Melissa was completing some forms for UA. Izuku was leaving his room, yawning and a little tired, since he couldn't sleep much because he was thinking about what might happen today. Melissa. Good morning, sleepyhead laughing. Izuku. Good morning, scratching his abdomen under his shirt. Inko. Breakfast is ready. Placing the food on the table. Having started breakfast, they continued chatting about trivial matters until they felt a knock at the door. Izuku. I'm coming, getting up and going towards the door, who opening a cake Haken. Surprised. Akugu. What surprises you, nerd? Izuku. It's just you haven't been around for a long time, is it really you? Akugu. Come here, taking him outside. I know it's weird. Izuku. Smiling maliciously, did you come for Melissa? Akugu. Blushing, damn it, I didn't come to see your mother getting angry. Izuku. Hey, relax, there's nothing wrong with it, laughing, come in, we're having breakfast. Akugu. Excuse me, entering, don't you dare say anything, you damn stupid. Izuku. Yeah, I don't gain anything by telling someone, just come inside already, crybaby. Akugu. You're lucky, I don't want to mess up my appearance. Entering. Izuku. Mom, we have visitors. Akugu. Nervous, good morning, Inko. Inko. Kitsuki. What a surprise, it's been years since you've been here. Akugu. Struggled to laugh and smile, I'm sorry, I was busy. Melissa. You're one of Izuku's classmates, right? Akugu. Smiling, why yes. Izuku. Looking at the scene, who would have thought? Smiling. Inko. But sit down, Kitsuki, we've just started, I'll get you something to drink. Akugu. Thank you, sitting next to the blonde. Melissa. Mirandolo Bakugu no. Akugu. Pinyendas Tenso si, Bakugu Kitsuki. Melissa. So you're friends with Izuku? Akugu. Giving the green-haired boy a murderous glare, Izuku. Izuku. With a drop of sweat, in the US they call each other by name. Akugu. I see. Melissa. But here they call each other by their last name, they start calling each other by their first name when they feel more comfortable, it's adorable, laughing. Akugu. Enchanted by the blonde's laughter. Izuku. Yes, it will be kicking the blonde guy under the table. Akugu. Damn. Melissa. What's wrong, Bakugu? Are you in pain? Izuku. Yeah, what's up, Bakugu? Laughing. Akugu. Furious, but holding back and nothing. Inko. Here you go, Kitsuki. She places her breakfast on the table. Akugu. Thank you. After having breakfast and spending the day together at the green-haired boy's house, where the blondes got to know each other a little better, where Melissa made the blonde blush for the green-haired boy's enjoyment, these were situations that should not be missed. As the time drew closer to his meeting with Momo, the green-haired boy went to prepare himself, took a shower, and changed so he could go to his destination. Bakugo. Where are you going, Deku? Nervous. Izuku. I have some things to do smiling why don't you take Melissa for a walk? Bakugo. Yes. Melissa. Really? I'd love to, let me get ready going to her room. Izuku. Laughing thank me. Bakugo. TSK, I was going to do it anyway sweating tell me the truth, where are you going? Izuku. Are you my mother? Sighing I'm going to a meeting with Momo. Bakugo. With a ponytail. Are you going to get down on your knees and beg her to come back? Izuku. No, I'll do it without losing my dignity in the process opening the door behave yourself and bring it to me early. Bakugo. Since when do you think you're the overprotective brother? Looking away blushing I'm going to take care of her. Izuku. Kaken, you're so handsome laughing I know, I just wanted you to say it. Bakugo. Furious don't you have to leave? Approaching. Izuku. I'm leaving now leaving. He sped off, afraid of dying, heading towards the agreed upon place. He thought about what would happen, but of one thing he was certain. Izuku. Looking at the sunset I will get you back Momo, no matter what it takes. Chapter 28. Starting over. Sunset had ended, giving way to night and the dance of celestial bodies that illuminated the city, though it wouldn't last long, as immense dark clouds could be seen in the distance, indicating that rain was approaching. Izuku. As he walked to his destination I didn't hear anything in the storm report and I didn't bring an umbrella he said defeated. The green-haired boy was on his way to his meeting with the raven-haired girl. He had a good feeling about it, although he also wanted to return to his love. He missed her and seeing her every day without being by her side was something he couldn't stand anymore. If everything went well, he was going to return to her that very night. Izuku. Sighing who would have thought love was complicated. He was close to reaching the cafe where he was going to meet the dark-haired woman, however, when he reached an alley, he stopped because he thought he heard someone screaming. Help please. Izuku. Stopping what? Looking at the alley it came from that alley approaching isn't there a hero patrolling? Good thing I have my license, well let's see what's going on. He couldn't control his sense of heroism, upon hearing someone ask for help, he couldn't contain his desire to rescue whoever needed it. He thought it might take a while, just some petty thugs trying to rob someone. As he got closer, he could see a couple being intimidated by a group of four-headed figures. He thought they were normal people without quirks, seeing that they only intimidated with words. Man. Please, hurt me, but let her go he begged, terrified. Boss. That's very considerate, but neither of you is leaving until you've given us everything. Izuku. Who was watching the scene, the big guy seems to be the boss, well it's time to be a hero activating his quirk right, I brought my device thanks to Mr. Shield, well this was. From his pocket he took out a green box, which, by placing it on his chest and pressing a button, the green-haired man's suit began to be placed all over his body, so he was ready. Izuku. This is very convenient, well leaving the hiding place at high speed, knocking out one of the thugs. Boss. What the hell? Annoyed. Izuku. One less landing shouldn't they be picking on someone their own size? Boss. Heh, you say so, little one. Izuku. Prove me moving at great speed, knocking out the one who had the couple cornered run. Man. Thank you very much, Izuku. Looking at him with a smile Deku, run already. Boss. They won't get away that easily, catch them. Ordering his henchman. Izuku. Damn it looking at the thugs full cowl 20% moving and knocking them out. Boss. Annoyed TSK. Izuku. It's just you left, give up, the pro heroes are coming, you'd better. Izuku, still with full cowl activated, was interrupted by a large block of earth that came out of the wall, cutting his cheek. Boss. Laughing I didn't think I'd have to use it, I'll fight seriously this time. In the cafeteria. Momo was waiting for the green-haired boy, sitting down and with a sad expression, because she already knew what was going to happen. Flashback. 20 minutes ago. Jirou. Are you going to break up with Midoriya? Momo. As she arrived at the cafe that's right. Jirou. Wait, are you sure about that? Momo. After much thought, I've come to the conclusion that he deserves better. Jirou. He won't agree. Momo. He has done everything for me, all I have done is doubt and cause him problems. Jirou. But. Momo. I can't keep holding him back, he deserves the best, even though my heart screams not to, my mind says it's for the best. Jirou. You've lived your whole life listening to your mind, you must start listening to your heart, listen, it loves you as you are, it's true that you have things to improve, but it loves you, but I will be supporting you in whatever decision you make. Momo. Thanks Kayaka, I've arrived at the place, I'll talk to you later. Jirou. Okay, but do the right thing. Momo. Thank you. Current time. Doing the right thing what was the right thing? That was all she could think about. She wanted to stay with the green-haired boy because she loved him and there was no one else for her but him. He had everything she wanted in someone, but she had realized that she hadn't been the best thing for him. She didn't want to see the green-haired boy sad anymore, and if that was the solution, she was going to accept it. Momo. Sighing, or should I listen to my heart? Looking thoughtful. But Izuku. The fight against the gang leader had begun. Izuku dodged the attacks, but it was complicated. His quirk was strange. Izuku. While fighting, I need to come up with a plan as soon as possible, but first I need to know his quirk and if possible, his weakness. He keeps pulling out blocks and projectiles from everywhere, could it be what a great quirk you have? Boss. Thank you, it will be the last one you see. Izuku. I don't think so, I'll speed things up, full cal 35%, I shouldn't go too high so as not to cause a disaster in the city, attacking. Boss. You're getting faster every time dodging. Izuku. And this is just the beginning, connecting a kick sending him flying towards the wall. Boss. TSK slammed on the wall, damn kid. Izuku. Smiling, I get told that all the time. I already have an idea of your quirk, matter manipulation, right? Boss. Ready, standing up, that's right, I can control any type of surface or material within a range of 3 meters. Izuku. I figured as much, then pointing with his fingers, if I attack you from long range there won't be a problem, air shot firing a blast of air. Boss. Lifting a wall from the floor, I must end this, taking a syringe out of his pocket, I must escape at all costs. Izuku. Breaking through the wall, one more shot and you're finished, you can still surrender. Boss. Laughing, you're going to surrender, injecting himself with a red liquid. Izuku. Looking amazed, what did you inject yourself with? Boss. A little help as his body turned red and his veins became visible, a quirk enhancer will help me avoid getting caught. Izuku. I'll defeat you and you'll tell me where you got that from. Charging one for all further. Boss. I won't allow it. Throwing projectiles pulled from the ground, take this. Izuku. Damn it, surprised and dodging, now he's faster, I need to speed this up, one for all 50%. In the cafe. Momo was still waiting for the green-haired boy. She found it strange that he was late, something worried her, deep down she knew that something was happening. Momo. Looking at her watch, he's taking a long time, unusual for him, looking at the door as a man entered, I wouldn't be surprised if he changed his mind, I can imagine it with a sad expression. While the dark-haired woman was still lost in thought, something quickly hit the window, shattering it and flying towards the bar wall. This snapped her out of her thoughts, and she realized that what had crashed was the same green-haired man. Momo. Izuku. Shouting and quickly going to the green-haired boy. Izuku. TSK struggling to stand up. Momo. Momo. What on earth is going on? Looking worried. Izuku. Smiling, I wanted to make a romantic entrance, but I miscalculated. Momo. Idiot, this isn't the time to joke around, you're bleeding. Izuku. Don't worry, I ran into a pretty tough guy, getting up and heading outside, get the coffee out and leave. Momo. I'll evacuate, but I'll help you. Izuku. I'm not asking you, I'll take care of it. Momo. I'm a hero too, if necessary I'll. Izuku. No. Looking at her, annoyed, if something happens to you I don't know what I would do. Momo. Izuku, watch out. Izuku. What? Looking outside. The green-haired man's eyes witnessed a car approaching at high speed to crash into the bar. When Izuku saw that there were still people there, he activated 1-4 and with great speed pulled everyone outside. The vehicle was already close and the only one left was Momo. Izuku, with all his effort, hugged the black-haired girl and jumped down with her, narrowly avoiding the car, which ended up crashing into the wall. Momo. On the ground, in Izuku's arms. Izuku, that was. Izuku. Looking at Momo, are you okay? Hugging her, what a joy. Who was she trying to fool? When she was in his arms, peace and tranquility surrounded her. She felt like the world could fall apart, but if she was with him, nothing would happen. Izuku. Okay, getting up. Momo. I'll go with you. Izuku. I need you to help with the evacuation. Going outside. Momo. Giving up, fine, just be careful. Izuku. Charging 1 for all, I'll be back, wait for me, leaving at full speed. Momo. Watching him go, my hero, come back soon and be careful. Back to the battle. The chief wanted to escape at all costs, but the drug side effects were taking their toll on his mind and body. He could N''T control his quirk the way he wanted. Boss. Damn it, falling to his knees and putting his hand to his head, my head hurts like hell, I have to hurry or else. He was interrupted by a kick from the green-haired boy. Izuku. You're not going anywhere, throwing him towards the wall, causing him to crash into it. Boss. You've worn me out, kid, standing up, I'll escape before everyone comes, so out of my way, launching large bursts of concrete and steel. Izuku. One for all full cowling 60% evading everything and getting closer and closer. Boss. Ah. Throwing harder. Izuku. He's relentless, even at 60% I can't reach him while dodging I won't let you escape a few centimeters away. Boss. Smiling you fell for it pulling a gun from his pocket and pointing it. Izuku. Damn it seeing him pull the trigger you think that'll stop me? Dodging the bullet. Boss. No, it's part of the plan pulling a block with a sharp point out of the ground, you're not going to be able to dodge this. Izuku. TSK seeing the spear approaching. At that moment, a bomb was placed between them and exploded, making them fall back several meters. Izuku fell several meters back due to the explosion. Izuku. What the Momo? Looking at the raven-haired girl. Momo. With a couple of grenades in her hands do you need help, Deku? Izuku. I told you to stay standing up. Momo. They have already been evacuated and are being evacuated by our colleagues. Some professional heroes are on their way. Boss. And no approaching I'm finished, but I won't leave you alive launching an attack on Momo. Momo. Dodging with great agility. Izuku. Wow surprised what a woman. Momo. Dodging and throwing a Reaper grenade. Boss. Ah. Feeling the effect and closing his eyes. Momo. Approaching the green-haired boy you and I are leaving. Izuku. What? He looks still surprised. Momo. Smiling you're not the only one who's improved in this time, well, let's go. Izuku. I can't, if this continues someone will get hurt. Momo. You lost a lot of blood, come on, the professionals need to be nearby. Izuku. Damn it, I hate it when you're right. Getting up. Momo. It's common sense, come on helping him to his feet. Boss. They will not escape even with their eyes closed, but attacking from all sides. Momo. What's wrong with this guy? While running with the green-haired boy. Izuku. I don't really know what it is, but when you were fighting, he injected himself with a red liquid, it seems to be a drug that enhanced his quirk. Momo. Is that possible? Looking surprised. Izuku. It seems so. We need to find out where he got it. Momo, watch out. Standing in front of Momo. The villain had jumped in front of them, he was furious, the drug had already wreaked havoc on his system, so he was determined, he was about to finish. Boss. Only seconds left before the effect ends angrily this will be my last attack. Die. Launching his attack with the last of his strength. Izuku. I must protect her, one for all full cowl 80% launching himself to defeat him. Momo. Izuku seeing him launch his attack. He broke more and more, even with the last of what he had left. Determined to defeat him, the green-haired boy launched himself without thinking. So much use of his quirk was also leaving its mark, so this was also his last attack. Izuku. Detroit charging his fist. Momo. Izuku gritando. Boss. Who said I was attacking you alone? Izuku. No looking back as a large projectile approached Momo. Rushing to the rescue, forgetting about the villain, the green-haired boy quickly approached at great speed and, pushing Momo, took the attack head-on, hitting him on the head and throwing him far away. Momo. On the ground looking at the green-haired boy who wasn't moving Izuku with tears in her eyes. Boss. Damn it, now I'll finish the job and get out of here attempting another attack. Bakugo. Falling from the sky howitzer impact. Launching his attack, crashing him into a wall and knocking him unconscious you damn idiot. Momo. Bakugo placing an unconscious Izuku in her lap. Bakugo. Looking surprised ponytail going quickly. Hiroshima. Arriving at the place we came late, didn't we? Looking at the villain plastered on the wall the report said it was bigger. Uraraka. Deku. Running towards the raven-haired girl. Bakugo. What happened to him? Looking worried. Momo. She took a hard hit trying to save me tears streamed down her face. Hiroshima. Let's take him to the hospital carrying him help me Bakugo. Minutes passed, the boss and his assistants were arrested and taken to the police station where they would give statements and depending they will be taken to Tartarus. The green-haired boy, due to his injuries, was taken to the hospital where he had to be treated and woken up since he was unconscious. His mother and classmates waited outside to find out the condition of the green-haired boy until they received a call from the nurse who was looking after him. Nurse. He's waking up calling everyone. They had all quickly gone inside to see their companion awaken. Izuku. Opening his eyes slowly Mom speaking wearily. Inko. Crying and hugging her son Izuku are you okay, son? Izuku. Returning the hug sorry for worrying you. I see everyone's here looking around. Momo. Thank goodness you're okay, Izuku. Approaching. Izuku. Blushing thank you Vice President, there's no need for so much formality. Momo. Surprised by the green-haired man's attitude, Vice President. Bakugo. Hey nerd, did you wake up? Entering. Izuku. Kaken. Exalting himself. Bakugo. Huh. What the heck? I thought you were getting used to it by now. Momo. Intrigued Midoriya, what's the last thing you remember? Izuku. Thinking the last thing I remember is fainting at the USJ, tell me getting scared is Almight okay? This set off alarm bells for everyone. Something was wrong, everyone in the room thought the same thing, the green-haired boy. Momo. Lost her memory. Chapter 29. Remember her. Read to the end of the post-credit scene. To get off to the best start, listen before you read. Everyone was stunned by the final verdict. Was it possible? Although it was a very hard blow, could a single blow have made him forget everything that had happened in these almost 2 years? Everyone was surprised, but Momo was terrified. Doctor. Entering, so that's what happens. Nurse. Doctor. Doctor. Approaching Izuku, you hit yourself hard, shining a flashlight into his eyes, tell me, do you remember anything? Izuku. Thinking the last thing I remember was fainting at the USJ. Inko. But doctor, that was almost 2 years ago. Izuku. Confused, 2 years? What are you talking about, mom? Laughing. Hiroshima. Who was in the room? Midoriya, don't you remember anything? Not even the sports festival. Izuku. The festival that's held every year. All I know is that we're close, he said, thinking. Hiroshima. No, dude, don't you remember? He said worriedly, you won first place in the first year by beating Bakugo in the final. Bakugo. With a vein throbbing on his forehead that wasn't necessary. Izuku. Me win. But I didn't even stopping and opening his eyes. Small flashbacks passed through his mind of that day, specifically of his confrontations, where he emerged victorious from all of them and was crowned champion in an epic final against the blonde. Izuku. That's right, I won, grabbing his head from the sudden pain. Momo. Izuku worried. Doctor. Nurse, calm him down and give him some antibiotics. I'll go talk to those present here. Nurse. Yes, looking for some pills in her pocket. Doctor. Closing the door. Inko. What's happening to my son, doctor? She looked at him worriedly. Doctor. Serious, I'm afraid to tell you that your son, he has temporary amnesia, luckily it wasn't total amnesia. We have to help him remember, but that causes the young man pain, so I recommend that you don't make him remember everything at once. He'll sleep here if it doesn't bother you for some tests. Inko. Sure, whatever you say is best. Doctor. Smiling, it's best if everyone goes home now, it's very late, we'll discharge you tomorrow. Inko. Thank you very much, Dr. Bowing, let's go, guys. Outside the hospital, everyone was saying their goodbyes and going their separate ways. Momo was about to leave when Jirou arrived unexpectedly. Jirou. Arriving running, I'm sorry for the delay, trying to catch her breath, how is Midoriya? Momo. With a sad look, he's fine. Jirou. Intrigued, shouldn't you be happier? Momo. Looking at her, he lost his memory. Jirou. Huh. Completely surprised, but how? Momo. He received a strong blow to the head to protect me, looking sad and helpless, straining with his hands, I hurt him in every way possible. Jirou. Looking at her sadly, that's not true, come on, I'll go with you, gently taking her arm. The two little heroines walked through the illuminated city, speechless, but the purple-haired girl understood and wanted to stay by her side, even without speaking. She knew that the raven-haired girl was having a hard time, and as any good friend should do, even without words, she had to be there for her. Jirou. Looking sadly at her companion as they walked, did you do it? Momo. Looking at her intrigued, what? Jirou. To end it. Momo. No, she said simply. Jirou. Is that what you truly desire? Momo. No, with a sad look. Jirou. So what? If it's not what you want, why? Momo. Interrupting her, why shouldn't he get trapped with someone like me? I've done nothing but distrust and doubt him. Jirou. Nobody is born knowing, you're just inexperienced in love. To tell the truth, I too would have doubted Midoriya on several occasions. Momo. Kayaka Daiho Mirando is su amiga. Jirou. I also doubt Kaminari a lot, and he doesn't realize that he's clumsy sometimes, but I have my own flaws too, and no matter what we've been through, we still love each other. If it weren't for his interest and persistence, I wouldn't have realized that he's a wonderful person, deep down laughing, you shouldn't give up, the strong can truly love. Momo. Looking thoughtful, I see, looking ahead and getting excited, wait, Kayaka's starting to run. The purple-haired woman looked towards where the dark-haired woman was heading. It was an old woman who wanted to cross the street but had dropped her walking stick, which helped her to walk. Momo crossed the street, lifted the cane and gave it to the old woman, then politely offered to help her cross, which the old woman gladly accepted. Momo. Holding her hands, very well, we've arrived. Old woman, thank you very much, miss. Smiling. Momo. You're welcome, now be careful, smiling too. Old woman. I will. I wish there were more young men like you. Good night. Walking away. Jirou. who had seen the scene never say you're a bad person again. Momo. I couldn't leave her there, she smiled nervously. Jirou. Not many people do that, and even some professional heroes don't take the time for it. Momo. Izuku taught me to be a hero in every circumstance and place, and that you're a great hero in the little details, smiling happily. Jirou. Smiling, that's true, starting to walk. See. Midoriya is very important to you, don't leave him, he loves you and doesn't plan on leaving you. Momo. Thoughtful, it's true, you're right, with a determined look, I won't give up, I'll make us come back and never separate again. Jirou. Finally, I'm glad to hear that, but first she must recover her memory. Momo. Turning petrified eye, it's true, I had forgotten. Jirou. Laughing, he'll do it soon, come on, I'll invite you to sleep at my house. Momo. Very well, smiling, let me let you know, taking out her cell phone. In the UA, Residence 2B. Meanwhile, the little heroes of Class B continued their daily lives as usual, although they were no less disastrous than those on the other side. Tetsu. Monoma, furious, did you eat my dessert that I left in the refrigerator? Monoma. I have no idea, with his mouth full of chocolate. Tetsu. Containing his fury, at least if you're going to lie, wash your mouth, lunging towards the blonde. Hendo. Entering, I have news. The Wace. President approaching with her colleagues. Hendo. Some classmates from Class A were attacked. Tetsu. Who were they? Hendo. It was Momo, Yaoi, Rozu and Izuku Midoriya. The latter was hospitalized, diagnosed with temporary amnesia due to a blow he received to the head. Monoma. Standing up, ha. Those useless Class A kids can't even handle a fight, they're sons of falling unconsciously. Hendo. Hitting the blonde guy, time to sleep. Everyone was surprised by the news, some worried and others didn't care much, but a certain dark-haired girl was happy with what she had heard. Yuri. A little distant, did Midoriya come back? And does he have temporary amnesia? He's too good, I have to take advantage of this opportunity, this turns me on. A few days later. The green-haired boy had been discharged and his mother agreed to let him stay a few days at the residence to continue his rehabilitation and perhaps, being with his companions, the memories would come back on their own. It was night, the raven-haired girl was reading a book, but her mind kept thinking about the green-haired boy and her decision to take another chance on love, to give it her all and make her relationship with him the best it could be. Momo. While sitting on her bed, reading, what a wonderful book Izuku gave me, looking with a nostalgic smile. While reading the book the green-haired boy had given her, she couldn't stop turning the page when she came across the poem he had read to her that night during one of their first phone calls. And next to the poem, a note written in red. So don't give up, Momo. That phrase always filled her with encouragement. When she felt discouraged and wanted to throw in the towel, that phrase said by the green-haired boy made her get up again. Momo. Smiling while looking at the ceiling, I won't give up this time, let me fight for you. The urge to run and go find the green-haired boy so that he remembers all the good times together, the bad ones too, but that he remembers her, everything, her love. But she knew she couldn't, at least not for now, since too much information at once could be hard, so she decided to give it time. They would be able to be together again soon. A few days later. With the help of his mother and friends, the green-haired boy remembered parts of everything that had happened in the past 2 years. His fight with Stain, his internship with Gran Torino, his trip to the US, and thanks to Almight and Gran Torino, he was able to recall his abilities all little by little, so as not to overwhelm his mind. But the most important thing was still missing. In Residence 2A. Everyone was doing their own thing. They still didn't have permission to leave the premises, so they continued with their routine as usual. Haminari. Who entered the room yawning, how boring. Mineta. Who was with him, I wish I was home, making a perverted face, I would have fun with my secret collection of men's magazines. Haminari. You have to invite me sometime, old man, making the same face. Mineta. My male sanctuary cannot be perpetrated by an individual with a partner, I'm sorry. Haminari. Come on, dude, just for a little while, Kayako won't notice, whispering to him. Jirou. I already know, saying behind him. Haminari. Mineta. Turning around in terror. Jirou. With a murderous aura and her jacks pointed at the two of them, repeat to me, what were you going to do? Haminari. Nervous, it's nothing, babe, just a video game, nervous laugh. Mineta. Oh, of course nervous. Jirou. Ah, it's the new video game men's magazines, inserting her jacks, damn perverts. Haminari. Mineta. Ow ow ow, writhing in pain. While Kayako was still using her quirk on them, they heard a knock at the door. Haminari. Getting up as best he could, oh go. When he opened the door, a dark-haired woman was well dressed in a hat and skirt, something that would make any man drool. Yui. Excuse me for bothering you, is Midoriya Izuku here? Haminari. Stunned by the girl's beauty, yes, let me find it. Entering. Mineta. Approaching. Who was that? Haminari. Nobody, just another beauty looking for Midoriya. Mineta. What? Running to the window and seeing her, damn it, throwing himself to the ground. Why are all the beauties in the universe after Midoriya? I know I'll dye my hair green and break my bones on purpose. Haminari. Sighing, I'll go look for him, and Kayaka. Mineta. Said he would go prepare breakfast for her and Yaoi Rozu. Haminari. Okay, I'll be right back. Walking towards the elevator. After looking for him and telling him what was happening, the green-haired boy who was exercising in his room went downstairs intrigued by the girl. Izuku. Opening the door, yes. Looking and surprised by the girl's beauty. Yui. It's been a while. Midoriya smiling. You don't remember me, do you? Izuku. Confused. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Yui. No problem, moving closer. Do you want to come with me? Izuku. Blushing. I'm already. Yui. That's right, putting on a fake sadness. The truth is that I need help and I've been told that you're the only one who can help me. Izuku. Really? Worried. Oh okay, leaving. Yui. I know a cafe nearby, taking his arm, making the green-haired boy blush. Izuku. Why yes, walking, blushing. The scene was witnessed by Kaminari and Mineta, who watched through the window as the two walked by. Mineta. You lucky bastard. Bleeding from his eyes. Jirou. Approaching. What's wrong with you? What are you looking at? Kaminari. Nothing, just seeing Midoriya leaving with a girl, realizing what he had said. Damn. Jirou. What? Looking out the window, as the green-haired boy left with Yui Kadai, she's up to something. It's best if Momo doesn't find out. Momo. What are you trying to bury me in? Jirou. Kaminari. Mineta. Taking the pose from the painting, the scream and screaming, to put it redundantly. Jirou. And nothing, breakfast's ready, let's go. Pushing Momo. Momo. Great, I'm hungry. Entering the kitchen. Jirou. I forgot to tell Kaminari something. Approaching. You two, go and follow them and keep me informed of everything. Kaminari. What? Why me? Jirou. If you do, blushing and whispering to him. Kaminari. Blushing. At your service. Mineta. Will there be a prize for me too? Jirou. I'll get you a date with a beauty. Mineta. With stars in his eyes. Count on me. Jirou. Go already. Kaminari. Wait. Going with Mineta to change and coming back at full speed, wearing detective suits. Now we're ready. Jirou. Sighing. I'll ask about it later, go before they lose sight of you. Kaminari. Mineta. Of course. Leaving at full speed. Jirou. Midoriya, don't mess it up and remember her. Chapter 30. Forever. Having left the academy, we find a freckled boy accompanying a dark-haired girl on the beautiful day in the city. Yui was happy to be accompanied by the green-haired boy, although her plan to have him and no one else was going to take place as the day went on. The green-haired boy was somewhat puzzled, as he remembered he hadn't had much luck with girls due to his nervousness, and the fact that such a beautiful girl as her would invite him was intriguing. I knew I had lost my memory and that there were still some gaps, but I couldn't remember her, even though I tried to remember, still nothing. As they continued walking towards their destination, two individuals known as Mineta and Kaminari followed them closely. Jirou asked them to follow them and inform them about anything. Obviously, they weren't going to do it for free. Each had their reward assured. They hid in different places as they moved forward. Mineta. Hiding in a corner. Why am I doing this? Kaminari. Next to him. Don't worry, old man, you'll have a date guaranteed. Mineta. Turning red. Oh yes, I hope it's with a beauty, like Melissa. Kaminari. I advise you not to do it. They're leaving, come on. Approaching. And this continued until they arrived at the cafeteria, where the green-haired boy sat next to her and the two boys sat nearby, but without noticing. Yui needed to make sure she stuck to her plan if she wanted Izuku to become her boyfriend by the end of the day. Izuku. Sitting and Yui. Yui Kadai Sanriendel. Izuku. Sure, Yui, a little nervous and blushing. You said you had a problem and that I could help you. What is it? Yui. Sighing. I've been doing badly in my exams and practicals lately. I don't have good study habits, not to mention that I'd like to learn a hand-to-hand combat style. My quirk allows me to change the size of things, but I wouldn't know how to use it in combat. Izuku. Excited. What a great quirk, you could use it for many things. Yui. Laughing. I've definitely gone to the right person, I'd like you to help me with your ideas. Izuku. I'd love to. Smiling. Do you have a piece of paper? I'll jot down the ideas that are occurring to me now, like. Yui. Interrupting her. I'm sorry, I learn better by seeing and having things explained to me, that's why I would need some more private lessons. Looking at him seductively. Izuku. Blushing and getting nervous. Mineta. Observing him furiously from his hiding place. Damn Midoriya, why does everyone love the protagonist? Kaminari. Calm down, although she's right. Taking out his cell phone, I'll give Kayaka a report on the situation so far. In Residence 2A, in Momo's room. There were the two friends, reading magazines and listening to music, although Jirou was still thoughtful and nervous about what was happening with the green-haired boy. She trusted him, but not the girl, so she was quite expectant. Momo. Kayaka. Calling her hey. Jirou. Coming back to reality. Why yes yeah Momo. With obvious nervousness. Momo. Intrigued, is something wrong? Jirou. It's just Kaminari with his typical nonsense laughing. Momo. I see, I'll take a shower, and if you want we can do something afterwards, since we have the day off. Jirou. If I keep her entertained, nothing will happen. That sounds like a great idea. Smiling. Momo. Okay, I won't be long. Grabbing a towel and going into the bathroom. Jirou. Sighing wearily. Okay, what's going on? Looking at her phone and getting angry. That damn girl, I knew it typing on her phone. Back in the cafeteria. Yui and Izuku continued their conversation about quirks, where every now and then, Yui would seduce the green-haired boy with some kind of comment, which caused him to blush like a tomato. But Izuku wasn't too worried, since he thought it was just her way of being, and who was he to judge? But he was paying more attention to the conversation about quirks and how her mind was devising improvements for the black-haired girls, and Izuku didn't realize her ulterior motives. Yui. I hope you'll give me a training practice, just the two of us alone. Izuku. I'll confirm later. Nervous laugh. Maxi. Here are your orders, and leaving the orders and looking at the freckled boy. But if it isn't you, green-haired boy, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Izuku. Surprised. Excuse me, but do I know you? Maxi. Sighed defeatedly. Right, they said on the news that the great hero Deku lost his memory in combat. I suppose you remember me by now. Glancing at Yui and then back at the green-haired boy. You're doing well with the ladies, I see. Izuku. How? Intrigued. Maxi. Getting closer to his ear. What happened to the other brunette? That beauty you were with? Izuku. Black-haired. Beautiful. Who? Maxi. You know your classmate, what was her name again? I know, Mo. Ouch. He felt his leg get hit. Yui. With a vein throbbing on her forehead. Don't you have to keep working? Maxi. Opening his eyes. That's right, see you later, green-haired boy. By the way, you'll be great in the future, we believe in you. Smiling at him. See you later. Leaving. Yui. These fans say the craziest things. Nervous laugh. Izuku. Stared at the table in surprise. He almost said the name, but said Mo. A dark-haired beauty. The only one who fits all that description is the vice president. I've had flashes of memory about a girl for days now, but I can't quite remember whose face it is. Yui. Who was watching angrily. I must speed up the plans. I must make him forget before he remembers. I want to show you a place. Will you come with me? Izuku. Huh. Okay, it's the least I can do. Getting up. At another table. Kaminari. Finally, she answered, checking his phone. We still have to follow them. It seems she and Yaoi Rozu are going out. We should. What's wrong, Mineta? Looking at his partner, intrigued. Mineta. Looking sadly at the table. Hey, don't you think we should do more? Looking at him. Kaminari. More intrigued. What do you mean? Eating a donut. Mineta. I don't know, it's just that. Kaminari. That's not like you eating another donut. Mineta. You're right, it doesn't matter eating a donut. Shouldn't we follow them? They left 5 minutes ago. Kaminari. What? Swallowing quickly and leaving money on the table. Let's go. Leaving at full speed with the dwarf. Yui's next step was a walk with a romantic touch, several stops at arcades. They ate together and spent the afternoon together, obviously being followed by Kaminari and Mineta. Near the city's shopping center there was a very beautiful park with flowers. It was very picturesque and the perfect place for couples. Everything was going according to plan. Yui. Well, walking. I'd like to make a stop. Izuku. Okay, walking alongside her. After a few minutes, the two arrived at the place. It was undoubtedly beautiful. There were several couples there, which made the green-haired boy a little uncomfortable, but he was still thinking about the words of that handsome waiter. Izuku. Could she be the one from my memories? They're similar, that's why I wanted to go with her, to find out the truth, but she doesn't feel familiar, she doesn't seem like someone I had a connection with like my memories describe, but I also remember the vice president, plus that waiter's words while walking. Wait, this park seems familiar, looking intrigued. Yui. I'm tired, can we sit down? Pointing to an empty bench. The two sat down, but Izuku was still lost in thought, wanting to find out who that girl was who appeared in his memories, flashbacks he had from time to time, but he couldn't figure out who she was. Yui. You know what? Sitting playing with her hair. I have another problem. Izuku. Coming out of his thoughts. Really? If you want, you can tell me. Yui. The problem is there's this boy I really like, blushing, but he doesn't remember me. I've done everything to be with him, but he doesn't appreciate what I do, getting dangerously close. What do you advise? Izuku. with obvious nervousness because of how close he was. I don't know, I'm good with Quirks, not in love. Yui. Maybe if I tell you his name you'll help me. The one I like is just a few streets away. Momo. How long has it been since we went out together? Walking. Jirou. Quite a lot. Laughing. I wish I knew how things are with Midoriya. Momo. This reminds me of when Izuku and I used to come to a park nearby when we hid our relationship with a wistful smile. I miss those times. Jirou. You shouldn't give up yet, better times will come. Is that the park over there? Momo. That's right, we can go that way. Jirou. I have a bad feeling, let's go. Walking beside her. In a bush in the park. Haminari. Hidden in the bush. I'm tired of this, but I must do it. I'll be well rewarded. With hearts in his eyes. Mineta. Don't forget about me. With a perverted look. I hope that girl is a beauty. Haminari. It's your turn to take a look. Mineta. Damn, fine. Getting up and peeking. Green alert, the individual is close to the subject. Haminari. Nervous really. Taking out his phone. What should we do? I'll let Kayaka know. Mineta. It's not necessary. Haminari. What are you saying? Why? Mineta. Because she's already in the park. Lowering his head to look at Kaminari with Yaoi Rozu. Haminari. What? Back with Izuku and Yui. Yui. The one I like is you. Blushing. Midoriya. Izuku. Izuku? Huh. Completely blushing and surprised. So you. Yui. That's right. Hugging him without warning. I'm the girl who was always there for you. Please, let's be together again. Obviously this was a lie. Taking advantage of the memory problem, Yui wanted to get rid of the memories she had with Momo and, in the best case scenario, have her replace the raven-haired girl in the green-haired boy's memory. Izuku. Blushing and nervous from the hug. Is it really you? Yui. Looking at him. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Kissing him. Izuku. Surprised by the kiss. There they were, Yui kissing the green-haired boy, but he, surprised by her action, froze, unable to do anything. He glanced away slightly, and there he saw her, the raven-haired girl with tears in her eyes, watching helplessly as her hero's lips were stolen. Behind her was Jirou with her hand on her face. Izuku. Quickly pulling away from the kiss. Vice President. Momo. Still crying. Izuku helplessly. I hope you're happy. Running off at full speed. Jirou. Yeah. Momo running after her. Izuku. Wait. Getting up and wanting to look for the raven-haired girl, but he was stopped by Yui. Yui. Please don't leave me alone. Izuku. It's just that trying to break free. Mineta. Midoriya. Shouting from a few meters away. Izuku. Mineta. He looked surprised. Haminari. Who was still hiding. Hey old man, what are you doing? Mineta. Are you stupid? I can't turn an eye on you. Despite my actions, you always gave me advice, lent me a hand, even though I'm not even a quarter of the hero you are, but I want to be a great hero too. I can't let you be seduced by a harpy. Yui. Petrified. A harpy? Mineta. This is the least I can do for you. Taking a breath, trying to let out the biggest scream of his life. Remember her. The scream reached the green-haired boy's ears and his heart. Everything that had been blurry was now crystal clear. All the memories from 2 years ago, all the moments with his classmates, the lessons, the advice from his teachers, everything, but most importantly, he remembered Momo, all the time they had together, their outings, their laughter, their tears, their kisses, everything they had been through, their first kiss, how they laughed with his mother, the visit to his in-laws. Everything. Yui. Don't listen to him, Izuku. Izuku. I'm sorry. Yui breaking free from the grip. I have to go after the love of my life. Starting to run. Thank you Mineta. Mineta. With a triumphant smile. Go after her. Izuku. Nodding. See you running off at full speed. Yui. Damn it, I was so close. I won't let you. Trying to get up, but surprised to see she was stuck to a purple ball. This looking annoyed. Mineta. You won't get away that easily. With his hands in his hair. Yui. This won't stop me. Being electrified and falling into the seat. Haminari. With lightning bolts coming out of him. Let me participate too. Mineta. That was a really bad line. He looked indifferent. Haminari. I couldn't think of anything else. With a drop of sweat. After running at full speed to UA, I quickly entered the residence, seeing Jirou waiting for me at the top of the stairs. Izuku. Sweating. Where is he? Jirou. Looking at him seriously. In his room. If you're going to give pathetic excuses you'd better. Izuku. Interrupting her. I remembered everything. I came to find her. Jirou. With a surprised face, but smiling at him. It's about time, go. Izuku. Thank you. Rushing upstairs. The stairs and hallways seemed endless, but finally she reached the door of L'Azabake's room. Izuku. Knocking on the door. Vice President. Nobody answered until he wanted to go a little further. Izuku. Momo, open up. After calling her by name, he felt footsteps approaching, but they stopped at the door. She hadn't opened it yet. Momo. What can I do for you, Midoriya? Izuku. I just want to talk to you. He placed his hands against the door and leaned his face closer. Momo. There's nothing to talk about, she regretted interrupting her date. Izuku. Please open up, I just want to show you something. After a few seconds of silence, the lock was heard, after which the door was slowly opened, revealing the raven-haired woman completely. Momo. Midoriya really doesn't. She couldn't finish speaking because she had Izuku's lips on hers. It took her by surprise, but she couldn't help feeling happy, feeling like before, so loved by those lips she missed kissing. Momo. Separandus Izuku too. Izuku. I remembered everything, smiling tenderly at her. I'm sorry for the delay. Momo. Smiling at him with moist eyes, what a joy. Izuku. Now that I have my memories of everything, I want to do this kneeling. Would you like to be my girlfriend again? Momo. Izuku looking at him with tears in her eyes, but I hurt you a lot, I doubted you, I was very jealous. Izuku. I forgive you for that. I wasn't a good boyfriend either, but we have a new chance to do things right, to learn. I'll fight to make everything work. What do you say? Momo. Smiling happily. Izuku. Yes, I do. Izuku. Getting up and kissing her again. Once again, they say that the red thread of destiny, no matter how much it twists or bends, will always, sooner or later, end up together, no matter what obstacles arise. Momo. Pulling away. By the way, you just kissed another girl. Looking at him, feigning annoyance. Izuku. Did I lose my memory? Momo. Laughing. You are forgiven. Izuku. Where were we? Oh yeah, laughing. I remember now, grabbing her by the waist and pulling her towards him, kissing her again. This time it was final, nothing was going to separate them now they would be together forever. Another chapter. I personally liked how it turned out, but anyway, thanks for the support. Don't forget to comment, leave your vote and share the story. It makes me happy and helps me a lot. I'm going to take a break from this story for 1-2 weeks. A short pause would do me good. But I'm not abandoning it permanently. There's still a lot to tell. The third year, Hisashi, what happens after high school? There's still so much to tell. I hope you'll stay tuned and continue to support me. Box for you to leave an idea for the story. That's all for now, I'm Maxi and I'll see you next time, and don't forget. Go beyond your limits plus ultra. Be heroes wherever you go. Until next time. That same night. Jirou. Coming downstairs. I hope you're ready for your date. Mineta. Of course I'm always ready. He came downstairs well dressed. Jirou. Good pointing, there's the handsome one. Mineta. Wow, amazed. He was facing away and you could see long black hair. He was wearing pants and a shirt and he had a good body. Mineta. Tonight's my night. Very well, miss, are you ready? Approaching. Hiroshima. Wearing a wig. I'm ready. Hiro turning around. Mineta. Ah. Scared. Jirou. Laughing loudly. A classic. Mineta. This wasn't part of the deal, no way am I going out with this lunatic. Jirou. Relax, it was a joke. A taxi is waiting outside to take you to her. Still laughing. Mineta. Goodbye, idiots. Speeding off. Hiroshima. The stupid things I have to do. Walking sadly and taking off his wig. I have to say no to Mina. Jirou. Sighing. You can say that again, I still owe Kaminari my promise. I hate wearing the Pikachu costume. Chapter 31. Dreams. Where am I? Izuku found himself in a black space. He was standing still, but when he tried to move, he couldn't. He realized that he was covered by a black cloak all over his body, except for his eyes and his left arm. He was scared because he didn't know this place. It was his first time there. But suddenly, lights of all colors flashed everywhere, just like at the sports festival when he fought Shinso. The colors faded, revealing shadows with glowing eyes, which frightened the green-haired boy. This is not over. Voices could be heard speaking from these shadows, increasingly intriguing the green-haired boy. The evil still lingers. Bad. Izuku thought. He immediately thought of All For One, who was eliminated by Almight. Now it's your turn to stop him. He wanted to know more but couldn't speak and ask what they meant, but a shadow came out of there, approaching Izuku. It was a woman who looked very familiar to the green-haired boy. Nana. Don't worry, child, smiling at him, you're doing well, but this is just the beginning, you must perfect it, the war is coming, putting her hand to him and gently moving his hair. We will be with you, and don't forget giving a big smile to smile. The colors reappeared, pushing away the shadows once more, causing Izuku to wake up quickly, sweating profusely and frightened. Izuku. Nervous. This is new, I should talk to All Might tomorrow, I'll try to sleep again. Closing his eyes. Several minutes passed and Izuku found it difficult to sleep after that dream. He wanted to know its meaning, who those people were, what they meant by evil, and that war. He had many doubts, but he was very sure of one thing: it had to do with One For All. A few minutes passed and Izuku suddenly felt a weight on top of him, waking him up again. Izuku? What the heck? Opening his eyes, Momo. There she was, the raven-haired woman, completely red-faced and excited, wearing a blouse that showed her cleavage and with her hair loose. Momo. I'm sorry Izuku, but I can't take it anymore, completely red. Izuku. What can't you handle? Blushing and nervous. Momo. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Izuku. Do what? Momo. Something like this, starting to kiss his neck. Izuku. Momo, it's not that I don't want to, but the kiss is taking effect. We can't. If anyone finds out, we'll be in trouble. Momo. Putting her finger to his mouth, shut up, get naked and let's do it. Izuku. Completely red and with vortices in his eyes, do it. Momo. Smiling at him lustfully, I'll start anyway, taking her blouse and starting to take it off. Izuku. Wait Momo, don't do it. Covering his eyes. Bakugo. Hey Deku next to the bed, looking at him, wake up you damn nerd. Izuku. Kaken petrificado. Izuku finally opened his eyes, he was in his room, with the sun's rays illuminating the place, but with Bakugo looking at him. Izuku. Kaken. What are you doing here? Completely intrigued. Bakugo. I was passing by, and I heard shouts saying don't do it Momo, and since it bothered me a lot to hear shouts so early, I decided to wake you up. I was about to wake you up with an explosion. Izuku. Sighing wearily, well I guess thanks. Right, today's our first day. Bakugo. Walking towards the door, looks like you had a rough night. Opening the door, see you in the living room. Glancing at him sideways, by the way, Deku. Izuku. Huh? Looking at him intrigued, what did you say? Bakugo. With his back turned, nothing, see you there leaving. Izuku. That was weird. Okay, going to the bathroom, time to get ready for the first day entering. A few minutes passed. The green-haired boy had gotten ready and was making his way to the academy. His third and final year had finally begun. As he walked, he remembered everything that had happened these past 2 years, and with a touch of melancholy, he gazed at the sky. His dream was much closer, but he didn't want to celebrate prematurely. Although it was the final stretch, there was still a long way to go, especially after the dream he'd had. Clenching his fist, he walked on, expectant of the future, but he was no longer alone. Momo. Waiting for him at the entrance, honey, it's about time, smiling at him and giving him a kiss, sleepyhead. Izuku. Accepting the kiss, good morning, beautiful. I'm sorry. Shall we go? Holding hands, they set off for their classroom. They were already used to this. After they returned, they decided to do their best to make it work, and they were both happy with each other. They didn't want anything else, as if they had always been destined to meet and be together. The stares were immediate jealous glances from the students towards Izuku for being with the most beautiful girl at UA, although there were also annoyed glances towards the raven-haired girl, but as had been said, they were already used to it. Momo. Were you able to sleep well last night? Looking at him. Izuku. Remembering his dream and blushing, how did I sleep? Well, nervous laugh. Momo. Laughing, I see, I couldn't sleep because of nerves, and besides, blushing, looking at the floor and playing with her lock of hair. Izuku. Looking at her intrigued, what happened? Momo. Noticing this, it was nothing, laughing, oh look, there's our classroom. They stood still when they saw the three on the door, filled with excitement and clasping their hands in a sign of happiness. Both were ready for the new challenge. Izuku. Taking the door ready. Momo. I always am, smiling at him. Izuku opened the door, and to his surprise they found the classroom in a mess. Everyone had gone crazy. It was a madness worthy of the most troublesome lunatic. Haminari. We're in third year, bitches, with electricity coursing through his body. Zero. Swinging with his quirk, it feels so good to be a third year. Mineta. Sitting in his seat, but with a perverted look, I can't wait for the younger girls to call me senpai, drooling. Bakugo. Leave me alone, raccoon eyes. I'm not dating anyone. Obviously blushing. Mina. Come on Bakugo, let me have the exclusive, you have I'm dating a blonde written all over your face. Torhu. We want to know, Bakugo along with Mina. Izuku. Momo. Petrified. Most of his classmates were either fighting or doing something crazy with their quirk. You could say it was the excitement of the first day of senior year. Lita. Waving her arms, be quiet and take your seats before I arrive. Izawa. Behind him, I'm here, activating his quirk, shut up and take a seat. And as always, their fear of their teacher prevailed, causing everyone to calm down and peace to reign in the classroom. Izawa. Sighing, I understand you're excited, but you still have a lot to do. But I congratulate you on making it this far, at least alive. Now, a few announcements. The sports festival is approaching, and therefore your last one. I want you to do well. Okay, let's begin the class. The day passed fairly normally for our little heroes, something strange, but they related it to the fact that it was their first day. At the exit. Hiroshima. Yawning, I'm grateful it was alright. Jirou. Except for that kind of midnight and Mount Lady, although I'd never thought about the paparazzi and the press. Mineta. Beauties like these are a pleasure to see, no matter the class. Hiroshima. Looking at Momo and Izuku who were approaching. Hey, a bar open nearby, we can go for a drink to celebrate the first day, what do you say? Momo. That sounds pretty good, shall we go, darling? Looking at him. Izuku. Sounds good, but I remembered that Izawa asked me to organize some things for the class, I completely forgot that he wanted to talk to Almight, but you can go ahead. Momo. Okay, see you later. Izuku. I won't be long running back inside. This was seen by a certain blonde boy who was intrigued by the green-haired boy's attitude. Hiroshima. Are you coming? Bakugo. Go ahead, I forgot something entering calmly. Momo watched as the blonde boy also entered the academy. Something intrigued her. In Toshinori's office. The now retired hero Almight was looking at some documents on his desk, somewhat flustered. Now that he no longer had his duties as a hero, he had to dedicate himself fully to his new task. Being a proper teacher. As he continued looking at the papers, he felt someone knock on his door. Tashi. Come in. Looking at the door. Izuku. Excuse me entering. Hello Almight. Tashi. I'm no longer Almight, young Midoriya, I'm just Toshinori. Izuku. I'm sorry, it's just a habit, but for me, retired or not, he'll always be Almight to me. Tashi. Smiling at him. Take a seat, how was your first day? Izuku. Sitting down. Pretty normal, too normal. Tashi. I'm glad to hear that, and tell me writing something. How is your mother? Izuku. Well, a little strange, the times I saw her she was a little nervous, but well the truth is, Almight, I wanted to talk to you about something. Tashi. Mirandolo dime. Izuku. I've been having strange dreams. Do you remember that time at the sports festival? I saw some strange shadows that snapped me out of it. Tashi. Of course. Stopping writing. Izuku. Now I see them in my dreams and they're happening more frequently. Do you have any idea what it could be? Tashi. How many shadows are there? Izuku. There are 8, although one is blurry, but 8 nonetheless. Tashi. Thinking 8 shades, I have an idea of what it might be. Izuku. Intrigued. What is it? Tashi. One for all improves with each user, it wouldn't surprise me if it becomes more direct with previous users. Izuku. Surprise the bearers. Tashi. 8 bearers before you, tell me, do they speak to you? Izuku. They weren't until last night, they were telling me things like evil is out there and that it's not over. Tashi. Becoming more serious. I see. Izuku. But what I could see was a woman with black hair. Tashi. Huh. Getting excited. Really? Izuku. Why yes, he told me that I still had to perfect it and that they would help me. Tashi. Teacher, it's obvious, you're connecting more and more to One for All. We must continue training. Let me know every time you have those dreams. Any other strange dreams? Izuku. Thinking. Remembering the dream he had about Momo and blushing and no, not at all. Tashi. Okay, go get some rest. Izuku. That's right, thanks for everything all. Bakugo. Entering. So that's what they were hiding. Izuku. Assistando Kaken. Tashi. Young Bakugo petrified. Bakugo. I knew it, something had intrigued me for a while. Izuku. And no, it's not like that. He waved his arms wildly. I was just wondering for my mother's number. Tashi. With a drop of sweat. You make me look bad, Midoriya. Bakugo. Don't lie to me, I've been thinking about something for a long time, your sudden quirk awakening, no one has ever awakened it at 15, and All Might appeared right when you awakened his, and what's more, he started working as a teacher here, it was too much of a coincidence, so I came to clear up my doubts, and yes, I heard everything. Izuku. Kaken. The blonde man connected the dots. Besides having heard everything, there was no escape. Tashi. That's right, young Bakugo, there's nothing to hide from you. Izuku. Mirandolo All Might. Tashi. I chose Midoriya as my successor. He inherited my power. Bakugo was surprised, though not so much because it was something he thought about, since he'd also retired, making it seem like he'd lost or passed his quirk on to someone else, but the idea was just as strange. Bakugo. I expected it, besides, he said something to me after the USJ, but I wasn't paying attention. Izuku. Now that you know, what do you think? Bakugo. Looking at him, there's no one better to inherit it. Izuku. Surprised, huh? Bakugo. We've known each other since we were kids. I saw your desire to be a hero more than anyone else, and seeing that it's come true makes me happy. But that doesn't mean I've given up. Even though you received this old man's gift, you won't beat me. I'll have my revenge at the festival. Izuku. Looking at him determinedly. I'll be waiting for him. Tashi. Coughing. Well, it's time to go. Bakugo. None of that now, you'll tell me all this. After a few minutes. The two were walking towards the bar, where their friends were still waiting for them. Bakugo. One for all, inherited through many generations. Wow, too much information. Izuku. I know, laughing, I had to keep it a secret. Why? Bakugo. Yeah, it's dangerous, I know. Does the ponytail know that? Izuku. Not yet, I don't want to worry her, that's bound to happen. Bakugo. Do what you want, but you should do it. Izuku. When you tell yours, I'll do it. Bakugo. Huh? What secret? Izuku. From your secret relationship. Bakugo. With a bulging vein, that Melissa. Izuku. Live with us. What do you want me to do? Bakugo. Furious, you cost anyone and I'll kill you. Izuku. Scared, I would never do that. Bakugo. Well, laughing, it's funny, Midoriya Izuku, the nerd who cried years ago for not having a quirk, now has the strongest quirk in the world, that's life. Izuku. Looking at him. Bakugo. But I haven't met anyone as brave as you, your thirst for justice and your desire that no one suffers, to help and save everyone, and having a small flashback of when Izuku wanted to help him in the river. Your big heart, please bring hope to this world. Izuku. No, we'll bring her together. Bakugo. Smiling, we'll do it anyway, it's our dream, isn't it? Izuku. Since we were kids looking ahead, that's the place. Bakugo. Great, I'm starving. Izuku. Ever since Melissa started cooking for you, you've become more gluttonous. Bakugo. With several veins bulging, damn it, he tells you everything. Izuku. I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention. They went into the bar and had a pleasant time together, and they knew that these moments would eventually end. Special questions and answers. Good morning, afternoon, evening. I wanted to do something different to celebrate 85K, even though I know it's not a new series of specials and all that. But I always wanted people to get to know me a little better. So until 12 noon on Thursday, deadline, you will send me your questions and I will answer them. You can also ask the characters from the show. I'll try to get them to answer, even though Bakugo doesn't like it much, but I'll give it a shot. XD. Box for questions to the author. Box for questions to the characters. Izuku. Would that be a good idea? I wouldn't like them asking so many questions about my life, besides, it's pretty boring. Nervously laughing. Momo. But readers will love to know more about us, I'm in. Thumbs up. Bakugo. TSK, I don't care about these damn games, you just want more views. Maxi. And no, what do you think? Sweating profusely. Bakugo. I knew it, Shinii, making the author explode. Maxi. Damn it. Flying through the skies and disappearing Team Rocket style. I would also like to ask you about the story. You can answer in the boxes. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the story? Which chapter did you like the most? Which scene is your favorite? What would you have liked or would you like to see? Is there anything you didn't like? Which character is your favorite? Did you get emotional during any scene or dialogue, or did you experience any other emotions? That's all for now. I'd like you to participate. I'll read and answer all your questions. That's all, thank you very much and see you later. Chapter 32 Training. The Haminari. Sighing, these classes are so boring. They make me miss when they made us fight for our lives. Kirishima. I guess it's important. We can't just go around like nothing's wrong. There have to be rules. Haminari. Don't talk like you love it. Ever since you started studying with Midoriya and climbed a few spots in the student rankings, you've forgotten about the poor kids. Mina. Although, thanks to your private lessons, I was able to climb a few spots. Grabbing the Ritide's arm. Zero. You've stayed steady all these years. I'm really surprised you're still here. Scolding him. Haminari. Why does everyone act superior to me? If I remember correctly, you two were the same or worse than me. Jirou. Approaching, you'll still be the same old screwhead. That's what defines you best. Haminari. With a bead of sweat, I don't know if that's a compliment. Great, even my girlfriend makes fun of me. Jirou. Hugging him. If you improve your grades, you'll get a prize. Haminari. Excited. A prize? I want a prize, call me Denki Einstein, wearing glasses that who knows where he got them from. Aida. Searching among her desk, did anyone see my spare glasses? Izawa. Everyone, sit down. Entering the classroom. Alright, we're starting the year off right. I know classes can be boring. It happened to me in my third year too. But it will help you completely outside. First announcement. The festival will be in a week. You'll be able to train in the special classes and you'll do it on your own as well, obviously in moderation and within the limit set by UA. Okay, let's begin the class. After a boring class, the young people were planning their training regimen. Some groups formed to get a little help and to make it more fun, according to Mina. But there was something they all had in common. They all asked the green-haired boy for help. Everyone. Midoriya. Approaching in a large group surrounding the green-haired boy. Izuku. Gee guys, nervous at everyone's closeness, what's up? Kirishima. We know about your intelligence and deduction regarding quirks. Haminari. And your extensive and unquestionable notebook. Jirou. Just a few tips if it's not too much to ask. Izuku. I know you want to do your best at the festival, but I don't think I'm the right person. Saito. You don't have to train with us, just tell us what we can improve on and we'll do it. Izuku. Thinking for a bit until he sighed in defeat. Fine, that's all, because I'll be your rival too and I want to fight you guys, but only if you've improved on your own merits. Okay, who's first? While all the boys lined up, the girls watched. Mina. Damn cheaters, that's not fair. Sai. They're making it look like they haven't learned anything in these 2 years. Kiro. Uraraka. Except for Bakugo, Iida and Todoroki, they take it seriously. Jirou. Bunch of idiots, fine, we should train too. By the way, you don't mind. I suppose you wanted to train with Midoriya. Momo. I can't depend on him forever. How about we have a technical chat about our quirks and see what's best for training? Toru. Yeah Momo, you're the best. Excited. Insert we are young Mika as training montage, we're already tired of Eyes of Tiger, aren't we? The days continued to pass, training continued for all of them, each improving every aspect they could, with the enthusiasm that they would give the best sports festival, and obviously, they wanted to win it, give their all to make everyone proud, and be able to end on a high note after all these years of learning. In the training room. Kirishima. Throwing himself to the ground, tired, are we done? Izuku. Looking for water bottles, we're done, you've improved a lot, Kirishima. Approaching him here, throwing him the bottle. Kirishima. Catching it, thanks. Sitting down and starting to drink it. Izuku. Sitting next to him. Kirishima. Our last festival. Looking melancholically at the bottle. Izuku. That's right. Having the same attitude, this went by too fast. In the blink of an eye, we're already in our last year. Kirishima. Yeah, somewhat sadly I've gotten used to all this now. It was years of real struggle. I remember thinking I was going to have fun. Can you believe it? Laughing, it's true it was hard, but I met all of you. My life was somewhat lonely. Believe it or not, I was a coward. I was afraid whenever the opportunity to act arose, but thanks to all of you, I was able to discover my worth and power. When we go our separate ways, a tear rolls down his cheek. Izuku. Kirishima. Surprised by his friend's attitude. Kirishima. Wiping his face a little, I'm sorry, it's just I got a little melancholic. Well, getting up, I see you have visitors. Looking at Momo entering. Izuku. Blushing slightly, oh okay. Kirishima. Vice President walking past and smiling. Momo. Kirishima smiling back, were you crying? Kirishima. Getting nervous and no, not at all, men don't cry. Momo. Smiling at him, we all need to cry sometimes, even the toughest man has feelings. Kirishima. On the verge of tears, excuse me, running off at full speed. Izuku. That was great what you said, looking at her. Momo. It's true, we all need to vent sometimes. Sitting next to him. Izuku. It seems like everyone's doing it lately. Looking at the ceiling. Momo. It's normal, it's our last year. Nostalgia and sentimentality hit us all. Resting her head on his shoulder, the only one I haven't seen cry is you. Izuku. It's not time for me to cry. I should enjoy it and smile now. There will be time for that later. Momo. Of course, I imagine you're tired. Izuku. A little, although helping everyone helps me too, I train with that. Taking a sip of water, how are you doing? Momo. We're doing pretty well. Today Mina and Toru both burst into tears, even Jirou shed a tear laughing. It's not something you see very often, but… Izuku. Waiting for her to continue speaking. Momo. What happened? He couldn't finish speaking before he felt something liquid on his shoulder. Momo. He took her chin in his hand, making them look at each other, realizing that Momo was also crying, something that took him by surprise, but he imagined why. Izuku. What's wrong, Momo? Asking her even though he already knew the answer. Momo. I'm sorry, it's just that, wiping her tears, it's the end, it'll be over soon, and I'm going to miss you all. Izuku. Hugging her, it may all be over, but we'll all still be friends when we get out, and we'll all be fulfilling our dreams. What greater happiness is there than seeing your friends achieve their goals? Don't cry anymore, I understand, but with watery eyes, no, it's… She couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears too. They both stood there crying, remembering all the good times they'd spent together and with their friends. It was hard to think about the goodbye, which was getting closer and closer. After a few minutes, they both slowly returned to normal. Momo. Drying her face, why, you're right, it's not the time to cry. Izuku. Yeah, pulling his face away, come on, I'll make you something to eat. Momo. That's a good idea. Getting up. Izuku. My bottle. Seeing it lying nearby, there it is, Momo, be careful, seeing that the raven-haired girl was about to trip over the bottle. Momo. Stepping on it and falling backward. They didn't know how, but suddenly Momo fell on top of the green-haired boy, leaving them on the floor. Izuku. With his eyes closed, feeling a weight on top of him. Momo. Opening his eyes, are you okay? Momo. Opening her eyes. Izuku. Blushing, sorry. Izuku. Blushing, oh okay. They stared at each other, blushing. A tension had appeared between them. How long had it been since they'd been like this? Many things had happened that had separated them many times. They loved each other, they needed each other, they wanted to be together, and now that they could and knew that no one would bother them, it was the ideal scenario. One wrong move and they weren't going to stop so easily. Izuku. Staring at her, you're very beautiful. Momo. You too. Looking at him with the same intensity. Izuku. Momo. Slowly moving closer. Momo. Yes. Moving closer too. Izuku. I love you. A few centimeters from her mouth. Momo. Me too, Izuku. Suddenly their lips met. After so long, their lips, which had missed each other and begged to be together again, were now connected. Still on the floor, the two continued kissing, but it was becoming more and more passionate. They separated to catch their breath, but then kissed again, thinking that if they stopped, they would never do it again. Izuku lifted the raven-haired girl up. Now it was his turn to be on top. They continued kissing, their minds blurred. They were getting closer and closer to becoming prisoners of desire and perhaps to making a mistake. Their hands were also part of the game, caressing each other's bodies. Momo played with the freckled boy's hair, while Izuku held the raven-haired girl's waist. Although his hands wanted to go higher, they moved on their own, but he had to maintain what little composure he had. He didn't want to look like a pervert. If it were up to them, they wouldn't have stopped. They would have kept going, and who knows what would have happened. Later, they would have been grateful they'd been interrupted. Lita. Entering Midoriya, I need, is something wrong? Lita watched as Momo and Izuku sat about a meter apart, not to mention red-faced and with smoke rising from their heads. Momo looked away, embarrassed at almost being caught. Izuku. And nothing's wrong, Lita. With smoke rising from his head. Momo. I am going to the dorms. I need to take a shower. Getting up, see you there. Izuku. Oh okay. Following her with his eyes. Momo. Lita. Waving before leaving. Lita. Training hard, huh? Approaching. Izuku. Why yes. Laughing nervously, Ida is more innocent than me. Were you looking for me for something? Lita. Indeed, adjusting his glasses, I need your help. Izuku. With some kind of move. Looking at him. Lita. Not exactly, starting to get nervous and sweating. I'm going to confess tonight, shouting. Izuku. Surprised, huh? Lita. Is that wrong? Looking intrigued. Izuku. It's not that, I thought you already did, putting his hand to the back of his neck. Lita. That's right, whenever I wanted to do it, something held me back, but I don't want to run away anymore, this is our last year, and I don't want to regret it. I asked her to meet me here, she'll be here in a few minutes. Izuku. I understand, I'll help you, what do you want me to do? Lita. What should I do? I'm so nervous that the words won't come out even if I wanted to. Trembling. Izuku. Tell her how you truly feel, but don't overcomplicate things. Be honest with yourself and with her, and don't be afraid to fail. Well, I'm sure she'll reciprocate your feelings, it will be her decision, and you must respect it. But if the opportunity is now, you must seize it and do your best. Just being honest with yourself and with her is a great achievement. Ida. Wow, I feel better. Thanks, Midoriya. Wait, activating his quirk and rushing to the door. Damn it, returning at full speed, he's coming. Izuku. Scared what? Ida. Quick, Midoriya, hide. Shouting nervously. Izuku. Why yes, nervously looking for a hiding place, seeing the room where they kept the class materials. Good luck. Running off. Izuku was already hiding, with the door slightly open to listen and keep an eye on the situation in case he needed to intervene, although he could still see Ida trembling as if it were his last day on Earth, but he smiled when he remembered that he also got that nervous the first few times. Izuku. Looking, I hope you're doing well, Ida. Uraraka. Entering Ida. Ida. Blushing, you Uraraka. Uraraka. Sorry I'm late. Approaching, what did you want to talk about? Ida. I trembling. Izuku. Watching the scene, I expected as much. Come on, Ida, you can do it. Uraraka. Are you okay, Ida? If you want, you can tell me tomorrow. Ida. Uraraka. Chako, I like you. Will you go out with me? Shouting at the top of his lungs and bowing. Izuku. Surprised, she did it. Well done, Ida. Uraraka was surprised, speechless, but she had to say something. Uraraka. Well, so that's what it was, a little blushed, playing with her lock of hair. Ida. Looking at her so, what do you say? Uraraka. Thinking for a few seconds. Let me think about it. You flatter me, and I think I like you too, but let me think about it. Ida. A little blushed. Why yes, of course. Uraraka. I'll tell you at the festival. Walking towards the exit. Good night. Ida. Gee, good night. Watching her leave. Izuku. Coming out and approaching. That went well. How do you feel, Ida? Ida. Yes, hugging Izuku and running away happily. I think she likes me. Izuku. Watching him run. It really went pretty well, but why didn't you tell her yes now? Uraraka. The night continued its course. The festival was almost here and everyone was nervous, but they were going to give it their all so the world could see that they were here. Chapter 33. The festival begins. Vic. Hey everybody. Welcome to the Year 3 Sports Festival. Shouting euphorically into the microphone. The crowd erupted at the sound of the blonde man's shout. Today was the sports festival, and as every year, spirits were high, everyone was witnessing the most important spectacle of the year. Izawa. Another year has passed and I have to talk to you and tell me why am I all wrapped up like I was at the festival 2 years ago. He said, sitting with his typical humor and wrapped up like I was at the first year festival. Vic. Covering the microphone with his hand. It's for nostalgia, what better way to end than by remembering the beginning. Izawa. Sighing. You did this while I was taking one of my many breaks, didn't you? You're lucky I can't go out. Trying to remove the bandages, but it was useless. Vic. Don't ask, just enjoy it. Giving a thumbs. Izawa. I don't understand how I could enjoy it, he keeps talking. Giving up. Vic. You don't have to tell me. Taking his hand away from the microphone. Let's welcome the students from all classes of the third year UA. All the students from different classes came out of the access tunnels, leaving the best class and the one that had the most attention, class 3A, for last. Haminari. Walking. I never got used to this. Jirou. It seems like more people come every year. Looking at the stands. Saito. It's incredible, thank goodness I ate before. She said, smiling. Jirou. What does that have to do with anything? Lita. Very good. Everyone shouting and waving her arms erratically. Let's all get together like class 3A. Everyone. Seeing how Lita was moving his arms and shouting, with a drop of sweat on his face, he's the one who's the most nervous. Momo. As she walked. It's time. Looking determined. Izuku. You'll do fine. Taking her hand. By the way, who was last year's winner? Momo. Don't you remember? It was Nezu. Welcome to the sports festival. On a platform next to some teachers. I hope you give it your all, since it's your last festival, but we all have high expectations from you. The people went wild at these words. Well, let's give the spot to last year's winner Katsuki Bakugo. Momo. Looking at him. That should answer your question. Izuku. That's right, now I remember, I won against Todoroki. I remember watching the video, it was a very close final. Todoroki. Standing back with a depressed aura. I lost again to that lunatic. Haminari. I miss Midnight. She was looking at Jirou with a murderous glare. A great presenter, wasn't she? Nezu. Very well, say a few words to start the festival. Giving the floor to the blonde man. Bakugo. Bienvenidos frente al microphone. Hiroshima. Let's hope he doesn't say something similar or worse than the first year. Izuku. I'm scared. With a drop of sweat. Bakugo. Sighing. Today is our last sports festival. It's been 2 great years where I won and lost, but one thing I'm sure of. Victories and defeats strengthen us so we can become someone in the future. Since I started here, I've had a selfish and arrogant attitude, but someone supported me to be better and realize my mistakes. But today I will win no matter what. But I ask everyone to give it their all, so we never forget this day, as we say here, plus. All. Ultra. Shouting with euphoria. Hiroshima. Wow, that surprised us all. Izuku. Yes, smiling as he watched a blonde boy step off the platform. How we've grown, old friend. Melissa. Sitting in the stands. Isn't he the best? What a great speech. I told him to say plus ultra with hearts popping out of her face. Mitsuki. My son has grown into a real man. Looking amazed. By the way, Melissa, shouldn't you be participating? Melissa. I asked for permission not to participate. I'm bad at combat and I had a fever recently. I don't want to inconvenience anyone. Smiling nervously. Mitsuki. Why do I find that hard to believe? Looking at her with a drop of sweat. Never mind. Do you know why Inko couldn't come? I invited her, but I didn't know if she could come. Melissa. She told me she was working and didn't know what time she'd be able to get off. Maybe she can come soon. In the Midoriya house. Inko was on her sofa with a cup of tea prepared. She was a little nervous about her little son, but she had to support him. She thought about going, but she arrived late from work. Inko. Sitting on her sofa, with her teacup in hand. I'm late, but it hasn't started yet. You can do it, son. Taking a sip. Fireman. Entering through the balcony window. Has it started yet? Inko. Not yet, can't you just walk in like a normal person through the door? Hyman. But you said that night I showed up, you better not show up around here again, or through that door, well you were throwing things at me with your quirk. Inko. That's not what I meant looking at the TV, don't pretend you're excited about Izuku, you can't just show up like nothing happened, it doesn't matter if you've already been with him, you owe him a lot, he's still waiting for you, Hisashi. Hisashi. I know, I've made many mistakes, and the one I regret the most is the one with Izuku. I'm still afraid to appear before him and say, hello, besides being fireman, I'm your long-lost father. Shall we spend Christmas together? I promise I will. Inko. You'd better taking another sip. Hisashi. Looking at a VIP pass for the festival, which was given to the family members of the participants, why aren't you going to the festival? Inko. It's getting late to go, I suppose all the doors are closed. Hisashi. But you have a VIP pass, they'll surely let you in. It's their last festival, and I'm sure they'll need your support. I'll stay and look after them. Inko. Are you sure? Taking a few moments to think what the hell, getting up from the sofa and grabbing her things, you'd better not touch anything, opening the door and slamming the door shut. Hisashi. Smiling, that woman never changes. Well, taking out a beer he left on the balcony and lying down comfortably on the mattress, a little peace and quiet is good for a change, taking a sip of his beer. Back at the festival. Nezu. Alright, let's see what the first challenge is. Showing the screen it will be, the screen quickly stopped showing the first game obstacle course. Izuku. It can't be with a drop of sweat. Nezu. It will be a race around the stadium, with several stages with different obstacles, the first one to reach the finish line wins, everyone get in position. It seemed like destiny. The first challenge was an obstacle course, where they had to defeat the robots and clear their way back, each using their quirk, making their way through them, then they had to avoid falling or being hit. Everyone was crowding together to reach the finish line, but for the group of heroes, crossing was easy. Everyone from 3 was quickly approaching the finish line, but 3 were close to crossing it. They were teasing each other, trying to make them fall so there would be a winner. Akugu. Leave me alone, nerd. Throwing small explosions at the green-haired boy. Izuku. That's cheating. Dodging it. Todoroki. This year I will win, throwing ice at them so they would freeze. Behind them, the remaining students walked cautiously, careful not to touch the mines on the floor. Jirou. These annoying mines again. Using her quirk to detect nearby mines. Haminari. I don't understand how those 3 managed to come in second. Walking away angrily. Momo. They should vary the challenges, walking carefully, maybe they should interrupted by a gust of wind heading towards the finish line. Who is it? Seeing mines exploding in the distance, the mines are exploding, I should go where they exploded, everyone will do the same, so I have to hurry, activating her quirk, creating some skates. It's not that fast, but it's better than running using her skates, trying to go at a great speed. Akugu. I must win this race, exploding the floor with his quirk, propelling himself forward. Goodbye losers. Izuku. I should hurry, activating his quirk. One for all full. He was interrupted by the same gust of wind. What the who is that? Todoroki. Goodbye Midoriya, skating on ice. Izuku. They won't. Activating his quirk again, full cal 50%, running at full speed. There were a couple of meters left to the finish line, the 3 were close to arriving, Bakugu from the sky with his explosions, Midoriya and Todoroki from the ground using their quirks, all 3 wanted to win, but it was quite late already. There was a winner. Mick. The winner of the obstacle course is Tenya Lita. Shouting with great enthusiasm. The cameras showed Lita standing enveloped in smoke from braking at high speed, adjusting his glasses and smiling, to the delight of the crowd. Akugu. Nuo. Falling hard to the ground. Izuku. Arriving tired. Lita, congratulations. Lita, thank you Midoriya. Smiling at him. Todoroki. Also arriving, so it was you, well done, with his typical humor. Momo. Stopping and approaching the group, well done Lita, although I think you triggered a few minds. Lita. Nervous laugh. I know, it's just that. All. Lita. They all shouted, some with burns. Nezu. Congratulations to everyone for making it, and bad luck to those who didn't make it, but don't worry, there will be activities for those who were eliminated, we'll have a few minutes of rest. They all went to gather some energy before the second challenge. They would eat something and return to the stadium where the festival would continue. Outside the stadium, there was a VIP area for students with various food stalls where they could order whatever they wanted. Izuku. In a line waiting for food. You've improved a lot lately, Lita, it was great. Lita. It bothered me that I hadn't won a race in previous years. With my quirk, I should be able to win. I'm sorry for what I did to my teammates, but sometimes I have to remember that I want to win. After all, I promised my brother. You were good too. Hiroshima. Luckily I activated my quirk at the last moment, with the impulses of the explosions I was able to arrive in time. Flashback. We see Kirishima bouncing thanks to the mine explosions. Kirishima. Bouncing in the air with his quirk activated ouch. End of flashback. Kirishima. It wasn't very manly, but giving a thumbs I managed to make it into the top 10. Izuku. I've always admired your optimism Kirishima, but it's great that you've endured so much, you've improved too. Uraraka. Lita calling his attention and approaching. Lita. Uraraka surprised. Uraraka. Congratulations on winning. A little blushed see you later. Running off in the opposite direction. Kirishima. And what's that about? Looking intrigued. Lita. Blushing did you see that, Midoriya? It was great. I congratulated myself. That's a good omen. Completely excited. Izuku. Why yes smiling at her and watching Uraraka walk away with the girls, what's wrong, Uraraka? In another part of the stadium. We see Todoroki leave the restroom and head towards where everyone was, but as he climbed the stairs, his father, Endeavor, was waiting for him. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. They looked at each other for a second, but resigned, Todoroki continued walking until he was by his side. Todoroki. I'm sorry I lost with some sarcasm. Endeavor. Shoto that's not it. Todoroki. I know. You want to fix everything you did to us. He continued on his way. Endeavor. You did well. Todoroki. Sorry I didn't hear you stopping. Endeavor. You've done well, you're getting stronger. Todoroki. TSK, I know, but that's none of your business. Continuing to walk. Endeavor. Shoto turning around and seeing that he wasn't there damn, this is going to be complicated. In the stands. Melissa. Here's the food, Mitsuki. Giving it to him. Mitsuki. That's right, girl, scoring points with your mother-in-law. Melissa. It's not because whatever sitting down. Inko. Running up to where they were hello. Melissa. Inko. Surprise. Mitsuki. Inko, I knew you'd come laughing sit down. Inko. Sitting down am I late? Melissa. I finished the first part a few minutes ago, Izuku passed urge she said before eating. Inko. That's great taking a bottle of water how did Momo and Bakugo do? Melissa. Momo finished 5th and Bakugo 2nd, it was a great race. Mitsuki. It reminds me of our high school, Inko speaking with food in her mouth, the Midoriyas were always below the Bakugos laughing. Inko. With a slightly bulging vein you may have surpassed me athletically, but I was always among the top students academically, and that's why Izuku became champion in his first year, and who did he beat? Bakugo. Mitsuki. With a vein bulging my boy will win this year, otherwise I'll make him sleep outside. Bumping foreheads with Inko, both were annoyed and growling, and a dark aura emanated from them. Melissa. There's no need to fight, you're both amazing trying to calm them down. Mitsuki. Ha 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 ha. What memories laughing I would never get mad at you, Inko. Inko. I would never fight with my best friend from high school laughing look, they're coming back. On the field of the stadium. Nezu. Congratulations to those who passed the first part, it's time to draw lots for the next phase showing the screen. Izuku. If it's a cavalry battle, I'm out. Momo. Quickly kissing his cheek congratulations on passing. Izuku. Looking at her you too, I'll see you in the finals. Momo. Smiling at him we'll see each other there. Nezu. And the next stage is slowly stopping Battle Royale. Kirishima. Battle Royale. Surprised. Haminari. Like a certain video game. Zero. I saw a school bus outside, let's go walking towards the exit. Nezu. It won't be quite like that, young ones. I ask that you move away from the circle that is drawn. Indeed there was a huge circle in the field, everyone obeyed and went beyond the limit. Nezu. Done taking out a device with a button and pressing it. Some hatches opened in the floor and a terrain with very dense vegetation rose up, revealing that it was an artificially created jungle. It was enormous and it finished settling in the field as if it had always been there. Izuku. Completely amazed wow. Nezu. Each of you will have a ribbon with the points you earned. The first place finisher will have 1 million points and the points will decrease based on your ranking. You will all have 10 minutes to plan and position yourselves within the jungle. You will have 30 minutes to survive or earn more points, but I advise those lower in the ranking to try to earn more points. Go and collect your ribbons. By the way, you will have 3 opportunities to use your quirk. Be wise in your decision. Everyone, enter the jungle. The participants headed inland. It would undoubtedly be a tough test for our young heroes. Chapter 33. Deku vs the world. Nick. The next stage battle royal making the audience erupt in applause. The crowd erupted upon hearing what the next challenge was about. Besides being the one before the anticipated battles, everyone was undoubtedly excited, especially since it was the first time in history that it had been chosen, as it was supposed to be new. Nezu. I'll repeat the rules again, showing the screen. Each participant will have a bandage with the points earned in the race. You must guard these points as if they were gold. You will have 30 minutes to maintain your points or gain more. This will help you in the next phase. You can use your quirk 3 times. Using it more than 3 times will result in disqualification. You are allowed to be alone or in pairs. Okay, we'll begin in 10 minutes. Take your positions and don't forget to find your bandages with your points. And so they did, each one went to get their blindfold, all those from class A and B qualified, leaving the spectator wanting more to see how the test would unfold. Izuku. These bandages bring back bad memories. Holding his own. I have 800,000 points, what about you, Kirishima? Kirishima. Since I finished 6th grade I have 500,000, do you have any plans? Izuku. I'm sorry Kirishima, we'll be rivals now. I don't intend to give my rivals any information, you understand? Kirishima. You're right. Smiling nervously. I hope to see you in the next round. Extending his fist. Izuku. Smiling at him. We'll see each other there. Bumping his fist into his and going to his position. Momo. Approaching nervous. Izuku. Not as much as in first year when I had that headband with all those dots. Laughing, everyone looked at me like hunters eyeing their prey, they looked terrifying. Momo. Laughing, it was very funny, you were sweating like crazy. Izuku. By the way, you teamed up with Todoroki that time, should I be worried? Momo. It was just for strategy, don't worry. Looking at him seriously, if we're going to talk about it, you paired up with Uraraka and with the one with the inventions, the pink-haired one, if I remember correctly her name was May, right? Lita. In the distance, with a shiver running through her body. Izuku. It was just strategy. Laughing, what nice memories, they were behind us the whole time. Momo. Todoroki wanted to beat you at all costs, and I didn't see anything wrong with that, you had more points, it was obvious. Izuku. It was also for something else. With a drop of sweat. Momo. What do you mean? Looking at him intrigued. Izuku. And nothing. Taking her hand. We'll see each other in the next stage. Smiling at her. Momo. Blushing. We'll see each other there. In the stands, 3 young men watched expectantly what was going to happen. They were formerly known as the Big Three. Najire. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? Tatsumaki. Hiding behind his seat. Too many people. Najire. It brings back memories, doesn't it, Mirio? Mirio. You're absolutely right, Najire. Looking towards where Izuku was. Najire. Is that the boy Night I sent you to see? They say he has a lot of potential and a bright future. Will she want to recruit him for her agency? He's very handsome. Mirio. I need to make sure he's as good as they say. Besides striking one of his poses, I'd like to be his friend. Tatsumaki. Still hiding. You never change, Mirio. Have people left yet? Najire. People won't leave until Tatsumaki is finished. I promise no one will see you. Tatsumaki. Peeking out of his hiding place. Alright, I'm also here on behalf of Fat Gum's agency. I need to see which young man is any good. Sitting down. Mirio. It'll be entertaining, it looks like they're about to start looking around. Each young person had already entered the jungle. Most decided to go in alone, since it was a game where you couldn't trust anyone and it was easier to go it alone, most thought. There stood our green-haired boy, still outside the jungle, where, with a determined look, he remembered the words Toshinori had told him 2 years ago before the first sports festival. You must tell the whole world, I am here. Izuku. I'll do that, Almighty said resolutely, tying his headband with his stitches, before entering. Izuku entered the jungle, surprised at how well made it was. The vegetation seemed real, too real, but it wasn't time to marvel at the fauna, it was time to invent some kind of strategy. Izuku. While walking carefully, I think the best thing would be to hide. I should protect the points, since I have quite a few, and there's no need to look for more, that is, if they don't take them from me. Besides, I can only use one for all 3 times. I don't like hiding, but I think it's the most sensible idea. While he was thinking, an explosion was heard in the distance. Although no smoke could be seen due to the density of the vegetation, it was clear from the noise and the wind that reached him that it was an explosion, and not just any explosion. Izuku. With a bead of sweat. That's Kakin. Did he start attacking everyone so soon? Never mind, he looks far away. I should find somewhere to hide for a few minutes. I should save my chances of using one for all. Okay, let's go. Starting to run. On the other side of the jungle. Bakugo. Shouting, don't hide, give me your points. Mineta. Hiding, trembling. What happened to that speech? You're still the same damn crazy guy you always were. Bakugo. Appearing behind him. Here's Katsuki. Mineta. Wetting his pants. Elsewhere. Momo. The best thing would be to hide. I'll create something to give me an advantage, but I have to be clever. I only have 3 chances. Thinking, until I hear a sound nearby. Show yourself. Jirou. Coming out of the bushes. Relax Momo, it's just me. Momo. Kayaka somewhat incredulous, tell me something that only Kayaka would know. Jirou. You have a picture of you and Midoriya as a bookmark for your books. Momo. If it's you, a little blushed. Jirou. Laughing, this place is huge, it didn't look like it from the outside approaching. Momo. The undergrowth is very thick, do you need more points? Jirou. I'm not really sure I want to stay with 100,000 points. Momo. Let's go together, starting to run. Elsewhere. We see Todoroki dodging what appeared to be large ice rocks. Monoma. Stay still, making walls of ice grow. Todoroki. TSK dodging, damn it, launching a burst of fire. Monoma. Moving his finger in a sign of negation and making a large wall of ice grow in front of him, making it protect him from the ice. It's a shame that I could only copy your ice side. Todoroki. You'll be stuck with that until your time runs out. Mono. You see, Todoroki, not only has the pathetic Class A improved over time, Class B will be crowned champion this year, launching a blast of ice. Todoroki. Launching a burst of fire. The great clash of powers occurred between the two, the blast of ice against the blast of fire, but as time passed, the fire was gaining ground. Todoroki. You'll never understand that a copied power will never beat an original one. You don't know what I went through, neither you nor anyone else will beat me, screaming, making the fire blast grow even larger. The burst of fire was stronger than the ice blast, causing the ice blast to quickly vanish. As the smoke caused by the clash of powers dissipated, Todoroki could be seen breathing heavily from using a large amount of ice, but he realized that the blonde boy was no longer there. Todoroki. TSK, well, one less problem. I need to move. Starts running. On the other side of the jungle. Izuku kept running, trying to avoid being found. Izuku. While running, it's strange that I haven't found anyone yet. As he finished that sentence, he saw a fist quickly approaching to hit him. At the last moment he managed to cover himself with both arms, but he was still knocked back a few meters. Izuku. Still with his arms covering his face, it hurt a little. Looking in the direction of the attacker. Tetsu. You finally showed up, getting into an attack stance and activating his quirk, the hero Deku, it's been a while. Izuku. Tetsu getting into position and activating his quirk, I'm sorry, but I'm busy, just don't do anything to me. Tetsu. That's why I didn't come alone, smiling. Izuku saw some tree branches trying to grab him, but with his quirk activated, he dodged and destroyed each one of them. Izuku. TSK. Ibara. Emerging from the undergrowth, my god, forgive me for using your creation, but looking at him seriously, I must win. Izuku. Valley. Suddenly, several projectiles were launched towards Izuku, from large manga panels to Ibara's attacks. In addition, he had to dodge some kind of imaginary wall, and the floor became shifty and hindered his movement. Najire. Huh. He's very skilled. Looking at the screens where the green-haired boy was dodging, it seems Sir Night-Eye has a very good eye. Mirio. It was to be expected from my teacher. He feels his cell phone vibrate. Speaking of Rome. He answers the call. Teacher, yes, I've been watching you. You have a lot of potential. Is something wrong? A short pause while he listened. He could see how he became more serious. I see, understood, I'm on my way. He hangs up. Tamaki. Did something happen? He asked. Mirio. There's an attack in Hosu City, the mafia is involved. Najire. Looking at her phone, my teacher also told me we have to go. I wanted to keep watching Broccoli. She said sadly. Tamaki. I'll go with Fat Gum. Checking his phone, looks like the big three are back on the attack, smiling. Mirio. That's right, let's go. Starting to walk, but first his stomach growled. I'll order something to eat, I'm hungry. Tamaki. Let's go quickly, people are starting to stare at me, she said, trembling. Back with Izuku. Izuku kept deflecting the attacks his attackers were throwing at him. It was starting to tire him out. Izuku. Sweating, damn, how many am I fighting? At one point all of his attackers started to come out, and to his surprise, there were several from Class B, if not most of them. Tetsu. You were always our first target, and since you have many points it was obvious that you would be. Ibara. Sinners must suffer the consequences. Izuku. Damn it, I must be able to. Nezu. Time out. Everyone was surprised by the announcement. Had time already passed? Everyone was puzzled by the little rodent's words. Tetsu. Huh. What's wrong? Nezu. Emergency. All pro heroes must proceed to Hosu immediately. All students must remain in the stadium. All spectators must leave in an orderly manner and go home. The festival is cancelled. All the students left the artificial jungle, some puzzled, others annoyed, but all knew that the situation must have been very serious to cancel it. Akugu. Huh. Coming out in his typical bad mood, why are they cancelling it? I was starting to have fun. Mineta. Coming out all burned, thank God, falling unconscious. Izuku. looking towards where Almight was. Ashi could be seen sitting with obvious discomfort and the heroes who were with him could be seen running towards the exit in the direction of their destination. The situation was difficult. Izuku. Almighty looked worried. Momo. Izuku approaching him along with Jirou. Do you have any idea what's going on? Izuku. I don't know, but it must be something very serious. Besides, Hosu, why are you there? Thinking until a thought crossed his mind. Iida. Jirou. Lita. Surprised. Izuku. His brother's agency is there, he must know something. Looking around, I'm going to see how he is. Izuku ran off in search of his friend, who was in the stands where they could sit and watch the festival. He quickly went to meet him, and when he arrived, he had a terrifying look on his face, staring at his cell phone. Izuku immediately feared the worst. Izuku. Lita. Approaching. You are. Lita. Looking at him, it's Tensei, he is hospitalized. Izuku. Lita worried, but is he okay? Lita. He's breathing, but he with wet eyes lost his quirk. Izuku's expression was one of astonishment. Had he heard right? Had he lost his quirk? Was it even possible? Intrigue filled the green-haired boy's body, and with it a new problem loomed once more. A dark storm threatened to change the world of heroes forever. Ova de Halloween, a special 100k. This story has no impact on the story of this work, therefore it is not canon. We find ourselves in a dark room where darkness reigned and there was not a trace of any kind of light. Suddenly, 2 candles light up showing someone with a Michael Myers mask sitting at a desk. Welcome to today's Halloween special. Prepare for the most terrifying scares imaginable, the most chilling nightmares that not even the most twisted and traumatized mind could conceive of. The most macabre story ever. Izuku. Opening the door. All Might, I'm here. Wow, the decorations are incredible here. Turning on the light. Ashi. Young Midoriya taking off his mask. It took me some work. Izuku. I came to wish you a happy Halloween. I know you won't be coming to our party, but I hope you have fun. Ashi. The same goes for you, young Midoriya. What are you going to dress up as? Izuku. Somewhat nervous. I haven't decided yet. Ashi. From a zombie. All Might, right. Izuku. It was on my list of possibilities, but I decided to change things up a bit this time. I've already dressed up as All Might for Halloween many times as a kid, we'll see. Well, I'm off. Opening the door. See you, All Might. Ashi. That kid. Okay, where was I? Looking for the mask. I hope I don't have any more problems. Here it is. Putting it back on. Izawa. Entering, dressed as a mummy. All Might, I need a favor from your side. Ashi. Ah. Scream of a scared girl. We were in Residence 3A, the place was decorated with the theme of the date, skulls, decorative spiderweb, dim orange light adorned the place and other details, in addition to a huge banner that said, Happy Halloween, if you wanted to have a Halloween party, this is how it had to look. Hiroshima. The place looks great with a soda bottle if the girls know how to decorate for the occasion. Zero. Don't you have a feeling we were at the sports festival? He questioned. Haminari. Don't ask, just enjoy it. Taking a drink. Nice Spider-Man costume, Zero, it's from the Andrew Garfield movies, isn't it? Zero. Of the two, I think it's the best costume, and your Pikachu costume is also great, you adapted it to make it look more human. Haminari. No Pokeball can stop me, nice disguise as John Wick. Hiroshima. Wearing a suit, with his red hair down. I look cool, don't I? Look, there comes Midoriya. Izuku. Hey G guys arriving in his Batman costume. Hiroshima. Wow Midoriya, nice costume. Amazed we didn't know you liked Batman. Izuku. I like him quite a bit. Smiling nervously. I see myself reflected in him, like for example not being born with any powers. Also I had a dream that I was Batman in some kind of timeline, but I can't say that. Haminari. Here giving him a bottle. We have Batman and Spider-Man here. NA. My 2 favorite superheroes. Hiroshima. Here comes Momo with Jirou. Wow. The 4 of them, as they looked at the girls approaching, couldn't take their eyes off the beauties they were seeing in early Christmas. Jirou. This leotard is too tight on me. Yeah. Momo trying to stretch the leotard. Momo. You'll get used to it, it's weird at first, but you forget about it later. Hi guys. Jirou. What's wrong with you? You look like idiots. Indeed, they look like idiots. Hiroshima. We have Wonder Woman and Catwoman, very good costumes. Momo. Turning around and showing off her Wonder Woman costume. Thank you so much, it was hard work. Go on Jirou, show them. Jirou. Embarrassed. I suddenly want to change my costume. Denki wouldn't like me walking around like this. Looking at him. Wouldn't he, darling? Haminari. With hearts in his eyes and speaking in an alien dialect. Zero. It seems she likes me. Momo. Approaching Midoriya. What do you think? Izuku. You look incredible. I think you surpassed all the incarnations of Wonder Woman. Momo. Blushing. What are you saying? I can't compete with those beautiful women. Izuku. To me, you're the most beautiful in the world. Momo. Smiling, you're the best, grabbing his arm and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Jirou. Nice Batman costume, Midoriya. Izuku. And nice disguise, Jirou. I see you respected the B characteristic bases of the P character. Nervous. Momo. What a coincidence, you're Catwoman and you're Batman holding what looked like the lasso of truth. Izuku. It was just a coincidence. Nervous laugh. Help me, John Wick. Hiroshima. Don't look at me, if nothing happens to any dog I don't care. Taking a sip. Izuku. Nervous laugh, quickly changing the subject, everyone is still missing, besides. Akugu. I'm home, bitches. Kicking the door. Lita. What did I tell you about kicking down the door, Bakugu? Entering the room. Bakugu. TSK, sorry, he said reluctantly. Izuku. Approaching Lita. Nice Clark Kent disguise, trying to guess, isn't it? Lita. Adjusting her glasses, as perceptive as ever. Midoriya, that's right, but I must keep my identity secret for the time being. Akugu. Here comes the strongest of them all. He approached dressed as Goku. Izuku. Great disguise, Kaken. Haminari. Whispering to Zero with a smile, he looked better as Vegeta. Akugu. Did I hear you, you bastards? Approaching rapidly with an explosion. Zero. Kaminari. Ah. Assistandus. Izuku. Next to Lita, both with a bead of sweat. How sensitive. Todoroki. Did they call me? He said from behind, disguised as Sasuke. Izuku. With a slight fright. Todoroki. Lita. Oh, Deberia Desser Sasuke-cha. Todoroki. Good disguises with his typical humor. Izawa. Appearing suddenly in the front door. Hello everyone. Everyone. Ah. A mummy. Getting scared. Izawa. Why are you scared if you know it's a costume? Never mind, everyone come outside. Leaving. Outside the residence. Izawa. Alright, everyone's here looking at all his students. It's time to start this year's Halloween party. There's a custom that's been passed down from generation to generation by UA students, more specifically the third-year students. It said that the UA facilities were built on top of an old Japanese cemetery. Uraraka. In a Sailor Moon costume. Excuse me, Master, raising her hand, isn't that a bit cliché? Izawa. You can say that again, but after serious research we came to the conclusion that it was so. A dynasty from the 1500s buried their war dead here. A woman, missing her husband who died in one of those wars, wanted to perform an invocation ritual on October 31st, but something went wrong, and not only did many spirits come out of their graves, but the soul of that woman was taken to the afterlife. But according to legend, the soul of that woman continues to haunt these wastelands. Uraraka. Muttering to Tsuyu dressed as a ninja turtle. So cliché. Izawa. The UA tradition is to do a courage challenge. The lights in the residence will be turned off, and a group of 5 will have 20 minutes to explore the place. The rule is no shouting and no one can leave until the time is up. It's time to choose your teams and shifts. When you're all formed, we'll begin. The challenge of courage begins. Equipo 1. Kota, Sato, Hagakure, Ajiro, Mina. The group was walking through the dark hallways of the residence. The two friends did not separate at any time due to fear. Mina. I'd like to be with my Kiri disguised as a Hexy Xenomorph. Toru. Oh, Ajiro, see, come protect us disguised as a zombie. Ajiro. Disguised as Zoro. Don't be afraid, these stories are normal to hear at this time of year. How is it that they revealed this information to us on October 31st? Mina. Maybe they forgot. Looking back. Sato. I agree with Ajiro, how are you feeling, Kota? Kota. Raising his thumb. Ajiro. Looking ahead quickly. Did you hear that? The noise came from the other side of the dark hallway. They could hear what sounded like a woman's soft laughter. The boys were frozen, but thanks to a flash of lightning that illuminated the hallway through the window, they saw in the distance the silhouette of a woman in a white dress with her hair swept forward. Darkness quickly returned to the hallway. Mina. Completely terrified. Did you see that? Sato. Behind the girls, scared P. Turn on the flashlight. Ajiro. Why yes, it's true. Turning on the flashlight you'll see it was just some kind of reflection pointing it forward, showing the woman a few centimeters away from them. They could see the ghost a few centimeters away from her, looking at them with one eye uncovered, since all her hair covered it, all pale and with her hair a mess. She undoubtedly embodied a terrifying aura, and it seems that the boys wet their pants. Everyone. Getting scared and leaving the place. Izawa. Watching the boys leave the residence. 5 minutes, a disaster. Next team. Sato. Am I the only one with wet pants? Ajiro. I don't think so. Kota. Shaking his head in denial. Equipo 2. Tsuyu, Uraraka, Lita, Tokoyami, Todoroki. The group was going up the stairs to the dormitory floor, shining flashlights in every corner, without yet seeing anything paranormal. Lita. Standing in front with the flashlight, the atmosphere is perfect for a horror movie. How are you all doing back there? Seiya. We're okay for now, Kiro. Todoroki. By the way, Tokoyami, isn't it dangerous to walk in the dark with Dark Shadow? Tokoyami. Who was disguised as a ninja, now I can keep Dark Shadow at bay. We both love the dark, pulling out Dark Shadow. Who gave a thumbs? Uraraka. Walking beside Lita. Do you want me to hold the lantern, Lita? Lita. No problem, Uraraka. As class president I must make sure there are no problems. Suddenly they heard a loud scream coming from somewhere on the floor. Seiya quickly tied herself to Tokoyami, Uraraka to Iida, and Todoroki was healthy. Seiya. Did you hear that? Lita. It must have been someone playing a prank on us. He blushed slightly at the brunette's approach. Todoroki. Shining a small flame. Since when does the ceiling leak? Lita. Is it dripping? They all looked to check what the bicolor sign said, but to their surprise, when they looked up, they found a woman looking upside down at them, with half her body sticking out of the wall. Everyone, except Todoroki and Tokoyami. Running away terrified. Todoroki. Who was still shining his light and looking upwards. Tell me, Tokoyami, did you become like me? Tokoyami. No, but I think it was Dark Shadow. With it he fainted, falling to the floor. Todoroki. Hello? Is anyone there? Come and get me. He froze, unable to move. Lita, Uraraka, and Seiya ran outside in terror, screaming at the top of their lungs. Izawa. 5 minutes, that was quick. Looking at his watch. Lita. Rapido, Todoroki. Why Tokoyami? See Quitter and Ali adentro. Izawa. I'll go find them. Let the next team get ready. Equipo 3. Mineta, Kaminari, Jirou, Shiro, Aoyama. The third team was inspecting the room, each one looking around and wishing that time would pass quickly so they could leave without any problems. Jirou. I can't believe everyone thinks such nonsense exists. Entering the kitchen. Shiro. You can say that again, but look at those two over there looking at Mineta and Kaminari trembling in the corner. Jirou. Sighing. Hey girls, come here, don't tell me you're scared. Kaminari. Standing up. I'm not scared at all, besides, taking her hand, I have to protect you, in a seductive tone. Jirou. I think that'll be the other way around. Looking at him. Mineta. Why, you're right, there's nothing to fear. Approaching, still trembling. Aoyama. Disguised as the Yellow Power Ranger, entered the kitchen. Garkins, we should inspect other areas. Jirou. You're right. Staying here will make it easier for the ghost to walk around. The 5 of them were walking towards the elevator when Jirou felt someone touch her shoulder. Jirou. Stop touching my shoulder, Dinky, it's not the time. Glaring at him. Kaminari. I didn't do it, seriously. Jirou. So looking at Mineta. Mineta. As much as this situation would benefit my intentions, firstly, I can't reach your shoulders, and secondly, I would never touch a friend's wife. I have principles. Kaminari. Mineta looking at him in a completely non-homosexual way. Mineta. Kaminari looking at him the same way. Shiro. How disgusting. Suddenly hearing the noise of the elevator. Look at the elevator. The boys watched as the elevator doors opened. The lights flickered, revealing a silhouette of the ghost woman. Kaminari. See guys trembling and hiding behind Jirou. Mineta. Oh, combing his hair a bit and putting on deodorant. They call me Mineta. Shiro. What are you doing, idiot? Can't you see she's the ghost woman from the story? Jirou. I don't care if you die, but I want to win this nonsense, so come here. Getting angry. Mineta. Shut up. You don't know what it feels like to be rejected every day. Shouting furiously. At least there won't be any problems if it's a paranormal entity. Looking at the elevator, where the woman was writhing horribly. That'll do. Suddenly the woman disappeared, passing quickly through the ground. Mineta. Damn it, complaining. Well, what can you do? Turning to the boy. Shall we go? Looking at the group who were terrified, staring at something behind the grape-haired boy. What's wrong with you? Did you see a ghost? Turning around and finding the ghost behind him. Everyone. Running quickly to the exit and falling to the ground. Izawa. Looking at the clock. 10 minutes, new record, but I don't care. Next team. Mineta. Who was below all the boys? Yes. Equipo 4. Bakugo, Shoji, Izuku, Momo, Kirishima. The 5 of them were entering the residence when they decided to make some kind of plan to last longer. Izuku. We should split up to cover more ground and avoid being attacked by the ghost all at once. I'll go with Momo, and you 3 go together. One group will go upstairs and the other will inspect the ground floor. Bakugo. TSK, if you wanted to be alone with Ponytail, you should have said so. Hands in pockets, walking towards the stairs. Let's finish this, come on. Shoji. Disguised as Kakashi. See you in a bit. Going to Bakugo. Kirishima. Take care. Smiling and going to join the other 2. Izuku. Looking incredulous. That was easy. Momo. Approaching him. So you wanted us to be alone? Looking at him provocatively. Izuku. And no, it's not that. Nervously I think it's a good idea to split up, besides I wanted us to be together looking sadly at the ground. Momo. Smiling at him, shall we go? Taking his hand. Izuku. Smiling at him, let's go. The couple continued walking around the place, inspecting every corner of the desolate residence. Izuku. Do you really believe that story the teacher told us? Shining his flashlight. Momo. As the science fanatic I am, I don't allow myself to believe in something that hasn't been proven, like ghosts and stuff. Besides, fear is all in the mind, that's why feeling a blow nearby Izuku. Smiling at him, so you don't, huh? Momo. It was just a reaction, getting annoyed. Izuku. Wait, I can hear something, intrigued. Upstairs. The three boys walked down the dormitory corridor, also searching every corner of the hallway. Hiroshima. W, what a thing, huh? W, that there used to be a cemetery here. Nervous laugh, T things in life, feeling a tap behind him and screaming like a 5-year-old girl. Bakugo. Can you calm down? Of all of you, you're the last person I'd think would get scared, since you're saying you have to be a man and whatever else, start living it up. Annoyed. Shoji. Taking a finger out of an extra ear, I don't feel anyone nearby. Bakugo. Of course not, those things don't exist. Hiroshima. And if something were to happen, in the unlikely event that something were to appear. Bakugo. Staring at him sadistically, I'll send him flying. Shoji. They're right when they say we should be more afraid of the living. Back down. The green-haired boy had heard some noises nearby, so he decided to go and investigate with Momo. Momo. Izuku, I think you should be careful walking alongside the green-haired boy. Izuku. No problem, looking for the source of the noise. You can hear some sobbing, it's coming from the living room. Momo. That's right, look, pointing in a corner, it seems there's someone there. Izuku. That's right, I'll go closer. Momo. Izuku, stopping him, don't you think it's strange that there's a woman crying in a corner? Izuku. But what if he got lost? Approaching slowly. Momo. Your sense of justice is often blind, be careful. The freckled boy slowly went to check out what that woman was about. Izuku. A few centimeters away, are you alright? Extending his hand. As Izuku reached out, the woman quickly turned her head, revealing her horrifying appearance. Izuku. Startled. Momo. Kai looking into the distance. The specter quickly moved towards where Momo was. She, out of fear, remained immobile and unable to do anything. Izuku reacted and managed to get in the way in time, activating his quirk and throwing a punch at the specter. Izuku. Don't even think about doing anything to him. But the specter was able to dodge the blow in time. Izuku. Why wouldn't she want me to hit her? Aren't they invisible? Could it be that? But at one point he saw pink powder invade the room. The last thing he saw was the origin of the powder, it seemed as if the woman threw it, tearing her dress. The last thing he heard was Momo calling him before he lost consciousness. A few minutes later. Izuku finally opened his eyes. He was in the classroom with all his classmates and his teacher, and the lights were already on. Izuku. On the ground with his eyes open. What happened? Momo. Kneeling beside him. You woke up, darling. Izuku. Are you okay? Looking at her and the ghost. Momo. There it is, pointing towards the table. Midnight. Sitting in her ghost dress, eating some snacks. This is delicious. Izuku. So it was midnight, that explains how I fainted. And the rest of our team? Hiroshima. Approaching, we had trouble with a specter that turned out to be Mirio. Mirio. Taking off his mask. Hello everyone, although I haven't appeared in the main story yet, I'm here in a cameo. Izawa. That's right, Midoriya, it was all a lie, blah blah blah, your team won, there's nothing haunted here. After saying that, a woman's wail could be heard echoing throughout the residence. Izuku. Another one of your tricks, master. Mirio. Do you want to know the dark truth? Serious, or do you want to rock the boat? Pressing the music player button. Insert play hard by David Guetta. Suddenly everyone started dancing and having fun in the hall, paying no attention to what had happened. Izuku. Sighing, it doesn't matter. Momo. Hey, approaching, thanks for defending me a while ago. Izuku. I promise to protect you, and a ghost enters that group. Momo. Laughing, let's enjoy ourselves, taking his hand and leading him to join everyone else. The night continued its course, the party was full of laughter and fun, and so the Halloween night continued, a night they would never forget. Important if you follow the story. Good evening everyone, I'm sorry this isn't a chapter like this, so put down your torches. I wanted to communicate how I feel about the story and why I haven't updated it. The reason is because I pointed her down a path she didn't want to take. I made the third-year sports festival arch and I don't feel good about doing it. It's not the path I wanted for the piece. This work is more of a romantic comedy, and although it has its share of action, I didn't want to make it too long, but at most 1 or 2 chapters. That's why I wanted to ask if you would allow me to skip the festival. It wouldn't be that blatant, but just skip it and start the overhaul arc. I'm looking forward to enriching the story with OVAs when the series is finished, for example, an OVA about how Izuku won the first sports festival, etc. I hope you understand, and if you agree, I will update more often and there won't be any more gaps in the process. That's all for now, I'm Maxi and I'll see you next time. On Saturday, as a gift, a new chapter of By Mistake, where things will get spicy. Until next time. Chapter 34. Concerns. The sports festival had to be cancelled due to a state of maximum alert in Hosu City. All professional heroes had to attend immediately due to an unprecedented villain outbreak and also a number of quirk disappearances of several heroes who were patrolling the area. It was the media sensation of the week. There were many theories circulating about these events. Some blamed the current government, others blamed forces from other planets, but what was ultimately confirmed was a new drug being marketed in the criminal underworld. Samples and syringes containing this new drug were found in specific distribution locations in the city. It appeared that this drug had 2 derivatives. One had the ability to enhance the quirks of the user, but with serious side effects, such as lack of consciousness and a strong state of anger. The other was a quirk inhibitor. It had the misfortune of causing anyone injected with it to lose their quirk. It is not yet known whether this is permanent or for long periods of time. All of this is still under investigation. The source of this drug and the head of its distribution have not yet been found, but the police are investigating every place that might give clues about this drug, as it could bring new chaos to the entire country of Japan. At the UA, more precisely rooms 3A 9 p.m. Our future heroes were at the residence, several of them still waiting for this news that shook the country, several of them were watching the news while sitting on the couch, looking for new discoveries. Zero. While watching TV, what the hell is going on? I've never heard of this before. Haminari. Me neither, responding. Jirou. I didn't know technology had reached this point. Seiya. This is worrying, Kiro. Minor. We could lose our most precious quirks tomorrow, damn it, how am I going to get close to the girls? With a disappointed face. Tokoyami. The storm is coming serious. Lita. No, he's already here looking worried, brother. While most of the students watched the news, our green-haired boy stared from afar, thoughtful, trying to piece together the little information that was being provided to the public. Akugu. Approaching the green-haired boy, what do you think of all this? Deku. Kakin, surprised, it's complicated, we don't know enough to draw conclusions, but it's definitely the work of some kind of mafia group that they had the freedom to export something so dangerous. Akugu. It should have been grave, cancelling the sports festival, it was too much, damn it, I really wanted to win, to beat you rather. Deku. Saved by the bell, he said ironically, but getting back to the point, I can't help but be intrigued. Akugu. Oh, looking at the green-haired boy. Deku. Oh, what? Looking at him in surprise. Akugu. Nothing new comes from your scheming, turning towards the elevator, don't get so worked up about this, it'll surely be resolved. The fiery blonde was right, worrying about something he knew little about was pointless, he should leave the case to the competent authorities and professional heroes, but something was bothering our green-haired friend, there was something dirty behind all this. He stopped thinking for a minute to look at his colleagues, worried about the recent wave of crime that was rising, but more specifically at Lita. He seemed more thoughtful. He knew something had happened to him and it was related to this. Deku. Looking at Lita, I should ask her how her brother is doing. But his gaze shifted to the kitchen, where the raven-haired woman was. She wasn't participating in the evening with her friends. She was sitting alone, drinking a cup of tea, also lost in thought. The green-haired man decided to go and see how she was doing. Deku. Entering the kitchen, your love for tea knows no time, sitting down across from her. Momo. Smiling, it's never too late for a good cup of tea, returning to her thoughtful expression. Deku. You're worried too, I know you can tell me, while holding his hand on the table. Momo. Taking a pause, I'm scared, looking him in the eyes. Deku. Como Mineta. Momo. Looking at him seriously, no, precisely, I'm talking about how sighing there was a modus operandi in this situation. Many high-ranking officials in the city of Hosu have fallen, rulers, powerful people, and businessmen. Deku. I know where you want to go. Momo. My parents, they're close by and within those circles, I'm worried about their well-being and health. If something happens to them, her voice breaking. Deku. I know, gripping her hands tightly, it's impossible not to think about it, but we'll do everything we can to make sure the people we care about live each day, smiling, taking her cheek, they'll be okay, I promise. Momo. Holding Izuku's hand, thank you very much, I know that's how it is, at least now you're home. Izuku. That's what's important. Smiling, I need a cup of tea, I think I'm quite worried too. Momo. Smiling, that's it, my bad influence is making him addicted to tea, getting up to find a cup. Izuku. Ugh, how scary, a tea addict, what a problem for society. Laughing. Momo. Hey, don't overestimate the power of tea. Serving her the cup. Izuku. At what point did it turn into a conversation about tea? Taking a sip. Momo. It's lovely to see you talking about tea. Looking at him excitedly. Izuku. Damn, I'll have to find more topics of conversation. Momo. Any topic except Hosu's drug. Smiling. Izuku. That's right. Taking another sip. The night continued its course. Thanks to their little chat, they were able to calm their worries a little and forget for a moment what was happening out there. All that noise and chaos was nothing outside their world, the world they were building. Life isn't easy, it will have its difficulties, but if they had each other, nothing and no one could stop them. Mineta. Already tired of the news. Damn, we're going to be watching this all day. You know what they say, you are what you eat. Jirou. I don't know if that phrase will be so applicable. Mineta. Well, you guys understood me. Taking the remote control. Let's see what we can see. Kirishima. Sighing, he's right, maybe we should watch something else to clear our heads. Television. It's about to begin. Breaking Bad. Minor. I don't think so. Changing again. Television. The life of El Chapo Guzman and his meeting with Pablo Escobar, only on History. Mineta. Damn, everyone agreed. Nervous laugh. Let's do it again. Changing the channel. Television. Pablo Escobar and El Chapo Guzman move into the world of Breaking Bad. Mineta. Furious. No way, are you kidding me? There can't be anything other than drugs. Mina. Grabbing the remote. Let me try. Changing the channel. Hey look, it's the new Spider-Man movie. Zero. Leave her, they're getting comfortable in the armchair. Kaminari. That's what I like to hear, someone make popcorn. Todoroki. I wanted to watch Breaking Bad. Sadly sitting in a chair. Deku. Spider-Man. I'm not missing this. Shall we go? Momo. Momo. Let's go see her. Holding Izuku's hand and approaching her classmates. Although they were all worried, their friendship and the bond they had formed over the years made them even closer. They seized every moment they had together, making them feel part of something, a group of people united by their desire to be great heroes. But all their years of camaraderie helped them become better people, better heroes. Uraraka. Since when can Peter's friend open portals? Zero. A magician did it. Kaminari. Exactly, why is a magician doing this, you idiot? Jirou. But it doesn't make sense. Mina. Be quiet, that Peter is very handsome. Toru. That's right, friend. Laughing. Kirishima. I'm still right here. Todoroki. Peter has more family traumas than I do. Momo. Look, it's opening a portal. Kaminari. I see someone in the distance, it must be Peter. Sito. He looks different. Mineta. Could it be that? Looking expectant. Deku. Maybe even more expectant. Everyone. Screaming like crazy. The night was over for our little heroes, but the problems were far from over. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.